The young man, holding a mysterious jade seal, unexpectedly traveled 11 years into the past to this world. In the 53rd year of the Daishian era, early March, within the side courtyard of the Marquis of Eastern Defense's residence in the capital, a bitter cold wind howled. The snow that had only recently melted still carried the chill of winter, yet Xia Chen, dressed lightly, was tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship, sweat dripping from his brow. His refined and handsome face was flushed, his eyes resolute. The long blade in his hand shimmered with a crimson hue, carving ripples through the air as if slicing through the cold wind itself. With every swing of his blade, notifications flashed before his eyes. Basic blade techniques proficiency increased. Finally, the skill reached its peak, and he comprehended an advanced technique, the Shouyang demon-slaying blade. At that moment, Xia Chen's blood surged within him, bursting forth and condensing behind him into a blazing crimson sun. It resembled Shouyang at the dawn of creation, piercing through chaos, brimming with boundless vitality and searing heat. Under the radiance of this crimson sun, Xia Chen's entire body trembled, transforming into a mass of boiling magma. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a strike of unparalleled magnitude, instantly turning the frigid courtyard into the warmth of early summer. With a resounding crack, the shackles within him shattered. His blood surged like rivers rushing into the sea, his aura ascending to its peak. He successfully advanced to the 8th grade refined essence realm. As he slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickered within, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though double pupils appeared, only to vanish in an instant. 2 months had passed since his arrival in this world, and now he had finally stepped into the 8th grade realm. This world was an early version of a mysterious game, and Xia Chen, wielding the jade seal, had entered ahead of time. The jade seal, imprinted on his palm like a totem, was visible only to him. It was intricately carved with 9 dragons exhaling chaotic energy, surrounded by primordial violet mist, encircled by the sun, moon, and stars. At its center was inscribed the sun and moon Ziwei star. However, the jade seal soon dimmed, its extraordinary phenomena fading away. It was the time of the Great Wu Wen Emperor, amidst the struggle for the throne between 2 dragons. 5 years from now, the 3rd prince would orchestrate a shocking massacre, yet the ultimate victor would be another. The 2nd princess would lead a cavalry charge, wielding the ancestral sword of the 1st emperor, storming through the White Tiger Gate. In a single night, blood would stain the endless snow, heralding the rise of the 1st empress in Great Wu's history and the beginning of her glorious reign. Xia Chen was born into the prestigious Marquis of Eastern Defense's household. His ancestor, Xia Xuanzhen, had followed Emperor Wuzong on a northern campaign, leading 5,000 cavalry in a daring raid over thousands of miles to seize the capital and turn the tide of the war. For his merits, he was granted the title of Marquis of Eastern Defense. 17 generations later, the family had achieved the remarkable status of producing 3 marquises in a single lineage. As Xia Chen wiped the sweat from his body, a young servant in a green robe came running breathlessly, his cheeks flushed red, whether from the cold wind or the exertion of running all the way. In the small courtyard, the old locust tree sprouted tender buds, glowing vibrantly under the spring sunlight, brimming with life. "Second master has sent a letter for you, young master." Xia Qian's face lit up with joy as he handed over a pale green envelope. This was the first letter from home in 3 years, and the 16-year-old servant in his plain attire could hardly contain his excitement. Xia Chen calmly took the letter, though a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. Did something happen outside? After 3 years of silence, a sudden letter surely had its reasons. "Young master, you truly have a gift for foresight," Xia Qian explained excitedly. "Second master has slain a formidable 3rd-grade demon in the eastern wilderness, one of the region's dominant rulers. After the battle, all the demons retreated 100 miles away, erasing the demon threat in the eastern wilderness and greatly elevating the prestige of our Wu kingdom." The young Xia Qian grew more animated as he spoke, as if he had witnessed the battle himself. "Everyone says the eastern wilderness will soon be pacified, and second master and second madam will return to the capital with the army. Young master, it's been 14 years, you'll finally reunite with your family." However, Xia Chen showed no sign of joy in response to the news. Since awakening memories of his past life 2 months ago, he had fully inherited the original Xia Chen's emotions and memories, as though he truly was the lonely boy left behind in the Marquis residence. His father, Xia Yuan, the Marquis of Dong'an, had once been a loving parent. Before Xia Chen turned 3, his father doted on him endlessly. But when a martial arts test revealed Xia Chen was born with a crippled constitution, Xia Yuan, though initially silent, ultimately declared resolutely, "Though my son is of a crippled body, as my eldest, I will surely find a great fortune to defy the heavens and change his fate." The next day, the demon tide erupted in the eastern wilderness. Xia Yuan was appointed Grand Marshal of the Demon Suppression Army, leading 100,000 troops to the front lines alongside Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a skilled sorceress. The young Xia Chen begged to go with him but was firmly refused, as the eastern wilderness was far too dangerous. In the first 3 months, letters arrived frequently, often accompanied by demon blood for his body tempering. After 5 months, the letters became fewer. A year later, Xia Chen learned from the household servants that his mother was pregnant, and he would soon have a younger brother. Thereafter, the letters dwindled from one every 3 months to one every 6 months. By the time he was 6, they came only once a year. The medicines and demon blood for tempering his body also stopped arriving. The original Xia Chen had always believed this was simply because his father, as the commanding general in the perilous eastern wilderness, was too occupied to maintain contact. It was only later that Xia Chen learned a shocking piece of news from the conversations of the servants in the Marquis residence. His younger brother, born on the eastern wasteland battlefield and raised by his parents, had been discovered to possess unparalleled innate talent and was hailed as a prodigy of extraordinary potential. In that moment, everything became clear was the one who had been abandoned. For years, Xia Chen had lived a peaceful and carefree life in the Marquis residence. Though he was a nobody, at least he had not endured the bullying and scorn often depicted in cliched stories. His uncle and aunt treated him as their own, and this warmth somewhat made up for the emptiness he felt. But now, his parents were about to return, bringing with them the genius younger brother he had never met, Xia Hao. It was said that Xia Hao carried within him the legendary supreme bone, which, while not as remarkable as Xia Chen's own natural dual pupils, would undoubtedly shine brightly in the era of spiritual energy revival. Adding to the irony, even the servants of the residence had learned news of the eastern wasteland long before he had. Blood ties remained, but any familial bond had long been severed. "You may leave now. Have the kitchen prepare double the usual amount of food for lunch today," Xia Chen said with a smile to Xia Chen, the young man standing before him. Xia Chen, who had followed him since the age of 4, had been by his side for 12 years. Though from a collateral branch of the family, with over 200 years separating their bloodlines, the shared surname had allowed Xia Chen to be raised and trained in the Marquis residence, serving this direct descendant. Watching Xia Chen depart in astonishment, clearly shocked by his master's request for enough food to feed over 20 people, Xia Chen lowered his gaze to the charred yellow envelope in his hand, marked with the Qilin emblem. He remained silent for a moment before drawing a crimson blade across his fingertip, letting a drop of burning blood fall onto the envelope. The Qilin emblem lit up brilliantly, accompanied by the faint sound of a beast's roar. This was the mark of his mother, Su Xiaoxue's spellcraft. In this high martial era, where spiritual energy had yet to be revived, the world was divided into 2 paths, warriors and sorcerers. Some individuals could defeat tens of thousands single-handedly, their swords capable of severing rivers, though such figures were exceedingly rare. His mother, however, was one of these formidable sorcerers. Unfolding the delicate rice paper inside the envelope, Xia Chen found only a few simple lines. His father would return within 6 months to 2 years, and another piece of news that left him utterly stunned: an imperial marriage decree. He was to marry the second princess, the future empress. These 2 revelations caused Xia Chen's pupils to contract sharply. The great victory in the eastern wasteland was expected. The slaying of a third-rank great demon meant the 14-year war was likely at its end. But this imperial marriage... In the courtyard, the spring breeze swept by, carrying a hint of chill. Xia Chen stood there, his heart restless and unsettled. His thoughts wandered to the Empress, the most powerful ruler of the great Unification era. With unparalleled authority, she ruled the world, subjugating all under heaven, consolidating the nation's fortunes, and establishing laws to last for generations. Most astonishingly, she harnessed the unified fortune to construct a divine temple, pledging a grand vow to the heavenly Tao, and forcefully transformed the Dewu dynasty into a dynasty of fortune ahead of its time. From that moment on, the fortune of Dewu suppressed all within its borders. Outsiders found their cultivation slowed, while those holding official positions could draw upon the dynasty's fortune to accelerate their progress. The higher their rank, the greater the benefits. Heroes from all over the world flocked to pledge allegiance. This phenomenon persisted until the revival of spiritual energy and the fusion of myriad worlds. When the Empress suddenly vanished, the fortune of the Wu dynasty collapsed, and the great unification finally disintegrated. But Pandora's box had already been opened. From then on, rulers of all dynasties sought to emulate her, using fortune to suppress their domains and leveraging it to aid cultivation. The higher the official rank, the faster the cultivation, with the rulers themselves gaining the most profound benefits. Xia Chen carefully recalled his past life. Back then, he had treated this world as nothing more than a game and paid little attention in the early stages. It wasn't until the fusion of myriad worlds expansion was launched, making this world the main realm and stripping players of their immortality, that he realized something was amiss. History had never mentioned the Empress having a fiancé. As he tried to deduce the current situation from later plot developments, a crucial detail surfaced in his mind. During the Great Unification era, the Marquis of Eastern Command's household remained prominent, producing exceptional talent. Most notably, his younger brother Xia Hao, gifted with the legendary Supreme Bone, became a pillar of the empire under the Empress, achieving great military feats and earning an extraordinary promotion to the title of King of Eastern Command. However, there was a rumor circulating among the people. Xia Hao's rise to kingship was because, during the Empress' time of obscurity, she had been betrothed to an ordinary son of the Marquis of Eastern Command's household. That man perished during a coup, leaving the engagement unresolved. After ascending the throne, the Empress compensated the Xia family for this by granting Xia Hao the exceptional title. Xia Chen had always dismissed this as slander against the Empress and the King of Eastern Command. But now, a sudden realization struck him that nameless son of the Marquis household, whose existence was erased from the annals of history, was none other than himself. My existence is nothing more than a disgraceful chapter, a blemish on the Empress' radiant legacy, erased so thoroughly that even my name is forgotten. Xia Chen laughed at himself, but deep in his eyes, the phenomenon of double pupils emerged once more. Like the merging of sun and moon, chaotic energy swirled, and a cold, piercing light flickered in his gaze. So, my storyline ends with the seizing the gate incident. No wonder I never heard in my previous life that the Marquis of Eastern Defense had an eldest son named Xia. That brilliant pillar of the empire, Xia Hao, actually had an older brother. Xia Chen's expression was calm, his gaze deep. He walked into his room alone and carefully dressed in a set of formal attire. The courtyard was empty. This had been the norm since he turned 12. It wasn't that the Marquis household mistreated him. All the children were treated this way. Martial artists who had not yet reached the 8th rank had to avoid distractions to prevent setbacks in their future progress. As he stepped out of the courtyard, a beautiful young woman, around 18, dressed in a green silk gown, approached him. Bai Zhu, Xia Chen recognized her as the personal maid of his stepmother, Cui Mingru. Third young master, the master and madam have summoned you, Bai Zhu said respectfully, her demeanor composed and proper. I understand. Xia Chen followed behind Bai Zhu. As he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her graceful figure, a sudden rush of vitality surged through him. He quickly averted his gaze. Having just entered the 8th rank, he was at the peak of youthful vigor. On the way, Xia Chen organized his thoughts about the intricate relationships within the Marquis household. The Marquis of Eastern Defense had a legacy spanning 6 centuries, yet now only 3 main branches of the family remained. The old Marquis, Xia Chutian, though 86 years old, was still brimming with vitality but had retired from public affairs to focus on his martial cultivation. The old Marquis had 3 sons, the eldest, Xia Qian, the current Marquis of Anwu, the second, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's father, and the youngest, Xia Han. Currently, the power of the household resided firmly in the hands of his eldest uncle, Xia Qian. Passing through the winding outer courtyard, Xia Chen arrived at the main hall. Inside sat a dignified middle-aged man, accompanied by an elegant and well-maintained woman in her 30s. Uncle Aunt, Xia Chen greeted respectfully. Chainer, we're all family, no need for such formalities, Xia Qian said with a smile. Chainer, you haven't come to dine at my courtyard in a while, Cui Mingru said, her eyes warm. Could it be that since you heard your mother might return, you've been avoiding your aunt? Aunt, I've been busy training recently and have neglected to visit, Xia Chen replied, taking a seat beside Cui Mingru. A sense of warmth filled his heart. Though his birth mother devoted all her attention to his younger brother, his uncle and aunt had always treated him like their own child, never looking down on him for his innate physical limitations. Hearing this, Xia Qian and Cui Mingru couldn't help but look somber. A waste body practicing martial arts, it was nearly impossible to achieve great success, no matter the effort. Nevertheless, they continued to inquire attentively about Xia Chen's recent life, and the atmosphere turned harmonious. Your father has achieved merit in the Eastern Wastelands. The Emperor has decreed a marriage, intending to betroth the second princess to you. Are you aware of this, and what are your thoughts? Xia Qian finally broached the main topic. I just learned of it, Xia Chen replied gravely. Is there any way to negotiate this matter? To outsiders, marrying a princess would be an extraordinary honor. But for the Marquis household and Xia Chen, it would only bring added constraints. Even more concerning was that the princess was the future empress. This marriage was fraught with peril. In his past life, the cause of his death remained unclear, but this matter was far too dangerous to accept. The whole family has stood strong for 600 years, thanks to generations of outstanding talents. Each era had its own legendary generals capable of commanding vast armies. Now, the world is divided into 3 powers: the Great Feng in the north, the Great Qing in the west, and the demon clans dominating the mountain ranges of the eastern wastelands, while the southern barbarians thrive with their potent goo magic. Amid these threats, the royal family finds it necessary to ally with military strongholds like the Ho family. Lavish rewards are given during festivals, and this time, marrying off a princess is the clearest gesture of goodwill. You don't want to marry the princess? Cui Mingru gazed at Xia Chen, her mature and elegant charm naturally evident as she asked softly. No, I don't. Xia Chen answered resolutely, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Xia Chen sighed and shook his head. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. The imperial decree must have already left the palace and will soon arrive at the Hou residence. This marriage was decided long ago. Today is merely the announcement of the outcome. Xia Chen remained silent. As one of the main figures in this marriage, only learning about it after everything was finalized filled him with a simmering anger at the absurdity of it all. Cui Mingru watched Xia Chen's silence and gently revealed the twist behind the marriage. This marriage wasn't originally intended for you. His Majesty initially planned to bestow it upon your younger brother, but after the envoy reached the eastern wastelands, your second brother declined. After further inquiry, Xia Chen finally learned the truth. This marriage was initially meant for his younger brother, Xia Hao. However, their parents had firmly refused, citing Xia Hao's youth and need to focus on his martial training. They even took the initiative to submit a memorial to the throne, arguing that Xia Chen, as the eldest legitimate son and of similar age to the second princess, was a more suitable match. Emperor Wen remained silent for 3 days after receiving the memorial before finally approving the proposal this morning. Seeing Xia Chen's calm expression, Cui Mingru felt a pang of pity in her heart. For ordinary people, the position of a royal consort was a golden opportunity to rise in status. But for the descendants of a family with military merits, it was more of a constraint. 600 years ago, when Emperor Ling's favoritism toward eunuchs and influential in-laws plunged the empire into chaos, Emperor Wu established a rule. In-laws of the royal family were forbidden from interfering in government or holding significant positions. While Emperor Su a century ago began reintroducing royal in-laws to balance court politics, their influence remained heavily restricted, particularly for royal consorts. This was the core reason why Xia Yuan would rather risk offending the emperor than allow his youngest son to marry a princess. Marrying a princess, and the future is bleak. Xia Chen gazed at his nephew in the courtyard, a trace of sigh flickering in his eyes. This eldest nephew had endured a life of hardship and now had no choice but to shoulder the burden of a political marriage. His younger brother and sister-in-law were unwilling to sacrifice the future of their younger son, leaving the eldest to take on the responsibility. Xia Chen watched Xia Chen practicing martial arts. Though Chener was born with a weak constitution, and despite his dedicated study of military strategy over the years, his prospects in martial arts remained limited. Becoming a consort, coupled with the protection of the Marquis, seemed a relatively secure path forward. Sitting in the courtyard, Xia Chen maintained a calm expression, his lips curved in their usual faint smile, as if he were completely indifferent to this sudden marriage arrangement. He understood well that he was merely a pawn in the game of power. Even the future empress who would one day rule over all lands was, before ascending the throne, no more than a tool of political alliances. How much less could he be? She even once had her engagement annulled. No wonder this part of history was kept so secret during Emperor Wen's reign. Xia Chen mused silently. He wasn't sure if this thought was directed at the empress or himself. Yet at this moment, his resolve to grasp power in the future only hardened further. Hurried footsteps echoed from the front hall. Despite her brisk pace, Lu Zhu maintained an air of elegance. Master, madam, eunuch Yi from the palace has arrived with an entourage. The display is quite grand. Xia Chen and Cui Mingru exchanged a knowing glance. Chener, come with us to welcome the envoy. At the gates of the Marquis, Xia Chen met the legendary Yi Wuzheng. This elderly eunuch, who had served 3 emperors, had silvery hair and a youthful complexion, his ruddy face exuding an air of dignity. Every gesture carried an innate authority, commanding respect. Later, during the door-seizing coup, this loyal servant of the royal family would shine even brighter. So this is the eldest son of Marquis Anong? Truly a fine young man. Eunuch Yi remarked with a warm smile, sizing up Xia Chen. The boy's respectful bow earned him a look of approval. The subsequent proceedings were meticulously arranged. Bathing and changing into ceremonial attire, the reading of the imperial edict, kneeling to receive the decree. The complex rituals left Xia Chen somewhat dazed. After all, this was a marriage command involving a princess, far more elaborate than an ordinary imperial edict. By evening, holding the golden dragon-embroidered scroll of the imperial decree in his hands, Xia Chen still felt as though he were in a dream. He was to become the betrothed of the future empress, but was the death that awaited him during the door-seizing coup truly just an accident? Looking at his uncle and aunt ahead, Xia Chen quickened his pace and solemnly declared, "Uncle, I have broken through to the 8th level of the refining essence stage. I wish to seek a position to serve my country." In the Marquis residence, the winding stone-paved path meandered like a lively ribbon weaving through a vibrant sea of blossoms. Spring had just begun, and various renowned flowers were in full bloom. A gentle breeze carried their intoxicating fragrance through the air. "You've broken through to the 8th grade?" Xia Chen and his wife, Cui Minglu, abruptly stopped in their tracks, turning to look at Xia Chen with undisguised astonishment in their voices. In this marquis residence, where talents gathered in abundance, reaching the 8th grade was not particularly remarkable. Especially for Xia Chen, who was only 17 years old, this achievement might be considered extraordinary in the outside world, but within the residence, it hardly stood out. Among the direct descendants with their exceptional talents, or the rising stars of the collateral branches, the 8th grade was far from impressive. However, the fact that the one who broke through was Xia Chen made it unusual. Xia Chen and his wife were well aware of Xia Chen's circumstances. Over the years, though his biological parents had not sent any rare treasures from the eastern wilderness, Xia Chen had provided him with ample precious resources to temper his body and refine his physique. Yet, despite such investment, Xia Chen had only barely managed to advance from being unranked to the 9th grade body refining stage, earning him the despondent title of martial arts failure. Over the past few days, I had some insights while practicing. As I continued, I accidentally gained enlightenment from the basic blade techniques, and my realm just broke through, Xia Chen explained honestly, though he omitted the critical details. At this moment, he no longer needed to remain excessively low-key. He had to secure the marquis resources as soon as possible. Show me. Xia Chen's expression grew serious. The marquis basic blade techniques were far from ordinary. They had been meticulously refined over 600 years, drawing inspiration from the royal family's most powerful 9th grade blade techniques, making them perfect for tempering the bodies of 9th grade martial artists. This blade technique had long reached perfection. Even Xia Chen himself, during his learning years, had failed to innovate upon it, and neither Xia Chen's father, Xia Yuan, nor the marquis patriarch, Xia Chutian, had managed to make any improvements. Bring me a blade. Xia Chen instructed the attendant beside him. Use mine directly. Xia Chen interjected without hesitation, unsheathing a long blade with a pitch-black body that radiated a chilling brilliance. As the blade left its sheath, Xia Chen felt as though a black flood dragon had leaped out from the abyss, its cold, gleaming scales seemingly capable of devouring one's soul. This extraordinary phenomenon flickered momentarily before the pitch-black blade returned to its calm state. Xia Chen stared intently at the blade in his hands, fully aware that what he had just witnessed was no illusion. This was indeed a divine weapon, forged with the blood essence of at least a Tier 3 demon beast and imbued with its soul. It was one of the Marquis Manor's most treasured assets. As Xia Chen gripped the blade with both hands, he immediately felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him. Though the weapon had restrained its unusual aura, its sheer physical weight was staggering. Back when he was only at the 9th rank, he could have barely lifted it, let alone wielded it. The blade itself served as a threshold, testing the wielder's strength and cultivation level. Seeing Xia Chen hold the blade steadily, Xia Chen nodded in satisfaction. This kid really has advanced to the 8th rank. With this realization, he grew even more intrigued about Xia Chen's claim of a sudden enlightenment. Xia Chen tightened his grip on the blade, his eyes blazing with determination. His entire body surged with energy, his blood and chi roiling fiercely within him. Threads of vitality seeped through his body, and behind him, a phantom of a blazing sun began to rise slowly. The energy in the air is fluctuating. Cui Mingru's eyes sparkled with fascination. As a sorceress from the prestigious Cui family, she was highly attuned to the forces of heaven and earth. She watched as Xia Chen absorbed a surge of pure yang energy into his body, channeling it into the pitch-black blade. Shouyang demon-slaying blade. Xia Chen bellowed. Though he stood in the garden, it seemed as if he were facing off against an army of thousands and legions of demonic beasts. With his back to the crowd, he raised the blade horizontally, exuding an aura of unparalleled intensity. His chi and blood boiled, his essence and spirit reached their peak, and with one decisive slash, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Xia Chen raised his palm, a phantom sun appearing within it, effortlessly intercepting the dazzling blade strike. While the strike failed to even graze his skin, his face lit up with approval. You've truly refined the fundamental blade technique? Cui Mingru immediately grasped the essence of the Shouyang demon-slaying blade. It draws upon solar essence, condenses the energy of destruction, and repels all evil. This is not just a method for defeating enemies, it's a technique for tempering one's flesh and blood. She was astounded that a martial artist could devise such an extraordinary blade technique, one that embodied the traits of a warrior yet also harnessed the forces of nature like a sorcerer. Though Xia Chen was not a sorcerer, he quickly recognized the value of this technique. For martial artists advancing from the 9th to the 7th rank, the most crucial step was refining their physical body. Ordinary warriors could only achieve this through painstaking effort over time or by relying on rare and precious resources. But this blade technique actively guided the energy of heaven and earth to temper the body, promising to significantly accelerate the cultivation process. This technique must remain confidential for now. No word of it may leave this manor. Xia Chen's expression grew stern as he swept his gaze over the surrounding attendants and maids. Thankfully, all present were trusted members of the household. Otherwise, bloodshed might have been unavoidable today. Would you be willing to offer this blade technique to the family? I leave it entirely to uncle's discretion, Xia Chen replied without hesitation. Revealing the technique was already part of his plan to secure resources for his advancement. Besides, the family had invested heavily in him over the years, and he was more than willing to give back, even without compensation. Very well, Chainer. Your refinement of this blade technique is a great contribution to the family. I will report this to the Merit Hall and inform the elders. You may visit the Technique Pavilion to select another cultivation method. As for your request to seek employment outside, I will make the necessary arrangements, Xia Chen promised solemnly. The family had thrived for 6 centuries precisely because of its well-established merit system, never shortchanging those who brought value to it. In the Marquis residence, the flowers bloomed vividly, and a radiant smile appeared at the corner of Xia Chen's lips. He understood well that while the Marquis estate was impressive, it was ultimately not a place he could truly call his own. His priority now was to leave this place as soon as possible and establish his own foundation. The resources and influence of the Marquis residence could only be leveraged, not fully relied upon. This was the Marquis residence for everyone, not just his alone. His interests might not align with those of the estate. However, for now, using the Marquis influence to secure a favorable official position seemed like a wise choice. With a shortcut readily available, why struggle to climb from the bottom? At this moment, Xia Chen was following Xia Qian to the Hall of Merits to meet the clan elders, preparing to receive his accolades and engrave the true essence of the Shouyang demon-slaying blade. Meanwhile, to the east of the Imperial Palace, along the Central Avenue, stood a grand yet understated mansion. Its vermilion gates, adorned with bronze studs, shimmered with the patina of age, and the solemn stone lions on either side exuded an aura of majesty. This was the residence of Princess Yaoguang. The second princess, now in the prime of her youth, had requested the freedom to come and go from the palace earlier last year. Even more unexpectedly, just after the spring festival this year, she voluntarily moved out of the palace. According to tradition, a princess, even upon reaching adulthood, should reside in the palace and only move to her princess residence after marrying her consort. Yet, for reasons unknown, she managed to persuade the emperor to grant her permission to leave the palace. It was later revealed to the court that she had been betrothed to the son of the Marquis of Dongan. At this moment, in the front hall of the princess residence, 3 women and 2 men sat quietly, their gazes collectively drawn to a dragon-embossed imperial decree resting on the side. Seated in the main position was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her brows arched like distant hills, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her delicate nose and cascading ebony hair, made even more lustrous under her elegant attire, enhanced her extraordinary grace. She sat there silently, yet her mere presence overshadowed everyone else in the room. Your Highness, that Xia Chen is utterly insignificant in the Marquis of Zhendong's household. Clearly, he is not valued there. How can someone like him be worthy of your noble status? One woman finally broke the silence, her tone filled with indignation. And so what? The second princess replied calmly, her expression unreadable. The woman in the greenish-yellow attire was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, since the emperor himself had decreed the marriage and it had already been publicly announced, what else could be done? Perhaps we could have Xia Chen eliminated, a man on the left suggested in a low voice. I've heard that he is not favored in the Marquis household. The Marquis of Dongan has been stationed at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield for 14 years, sending only 1 letter every 3 years. He doesn't seem to care much about this eldest son of his. Ridiculous. A young man seated on the left immediately rebuked. This was Hua Qiming, a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Despite being a man of letters, he was far from naive. Resorting to assassination is a despicable tactic that must not be used lightly. Even if it could resolve everything once and for all, the consequences would be disastrous, whether it succeeded or not. Xia Chen might be considered a useless heir, overlooked by Marquis and Dong and the Marquisate, but he remains the legitimate son of the household. This marriage, decreed by the emperor, is intended to strengthen ties with the Marquisate and demonstrate imperial favor. For the second princess, it hardly matters whom she marries, as long as it is a direct descendant of the Marquisate. When Su Jun heard Hua Qiming's rebuke, fury flickered in his eyes, but seeing the princess present, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. Yaoguang sat quietly at her desk, listening to their argument in silence, her gaze betraying a hint of disappointment in Su Jun. Both of these advisors were talents she had recently recruited from the Imperial Academy, but it was now clear that Hua Qiming's intellect was superior. Assassination, though a method, should never be used against the legitimate heir of a noble family. If every matter in the world were resolved through bloodshed, wouldn't chaos have consumed the land long ago? The Xindong Marquisate holds an unparalleled position among military nobility. 36 years ago, during the Battle of Huaiyang, Marquis Xindong, Xia Chen, led an army of 200,000 to crush the renowned Defeng General Xiaoyu, advancing with unstoppable momentum towards the capital of Defeng. If not for the opportunistic invasions by the Western Daqing and the demon hordes of the Eastern Wastelands, this campaign could have seized half of Defeng's territory. After the war, Xia Chen voluntarily relinquished his military authority and retreated to focus on martial cultivation, earning the trust of Emperor Wen and paving the way for his descendants. Among the second generation of the Xia family, the brothers Xia Chen and Xia Yuan rose to prominence in the military. 21 years ago, Xia Chen, who inherited the title of Marquis in Wu, achieved great success in a campaign against the southern barbarians and later followed his father's example, surrendering his power and retiring. Xia Yuan, inheriting the title of Marquis in Dong, spent 13 years solidifying his position on the Eastern Wasteland battlefield, before suddenly making a decisive move a month ago, slaying a third-ear demon and shocking the court and country. The renown of 3 generations of military leaders in a single family has made the royal court both wary and compelled to maintain their alliance. In the current state of unrest, with Dongwu not holding absolute power, attempting to assassinate the legitimate heir of the Marquisate is nothing short of folly. Yao Guang smiled radiantly, brightening the entire hall, though her gaze remained calm as still water. Xia Chen may be a useless heir, but he poses no threat. Since this marriage has already been decided, there's no need for further discussion. The Xindong Marquisate has shown unwavering loyalty to the throne and has achieved countless merits. If I can ease my father's burdens, it is a worthy cause. In her heart, she harbored an ambition she had never shared with Inyani, a dream to shatter convention. Who said a woman could not rule the world? She, Yao Guang, would become the first to claim that honor in history. Deep within the Marquis of Xindong's residence stood an imposing 7-story ancient tower, exuding an aura unique to the martial arts. Inside, 7 elderly clan members with snow-white hair sat upright in solemn dignity. However, their composure was shattered in an instant upon witnessing Xia Chen's demonstration. One abruptly stood up. Another accidentally yanked at his own beard, and yet another's trembling hand spilled tea across the table. The foundational saber techniques, as the cornerstone of martial arts, directly influence a practitioner's combat prowess and future potential. This set of techniques had been the bedrock of the Marquis of Xindong's 600-year legacy, taught only to direct descendants and exceptionally gifted individuals selected through rigorous evaluation. Similar to other martial families, the Xia family maintained its prosperity by strictly controlling access to its core techniques. This foundational saber method, created by the ancestor Xia Xuanjun and refined over generations, was already considered flawless in the eyes of the clan elders, rivaling even the imperial saber techniques. Yet now, a young descendant had somehow managed to improve upon it. The scorching fissure on the ground was irrefutable evidence of this feat, though the elders voiced skepticism. Their hearts were already convinced beyond doubt. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Xia Chen's granduncle and the elder brother of Xia Chen, the current Marquis of Xindong, burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Your martial talent may be lacking, but your insight is unparalleled. In terms of contributions, this surpasses even that of your father, Xia Yuan." Inwardly, he lamented the unfairness of the heavens, granting this child extraordinary comprehension, yet withholding the martial talent that would have made him a peerless genius of the Xia family. No amount of military achievements can compare to the merit of creating a new technique. Xia Chen's 5th granduncle, chimed in with agreement. The 8 elders of the Xia family had all earned distinguished military honors in their youth. Following the Battle of Huaiyang 36 years ago, during which Xia Chen achieved legendary status, he voluntarily relinquished his command, and the remaining 7 brothers also returned to the Marquis estate to focus on mentoring the younger generation. Over the past 3 centuries, the Xia family had amassed numerous military accolades, earning titles such as the Marquis of Anwu and the Marquis of Anong, becoming a prestigious household with 3 marquisates. To them, however, military achievements paled in comparison to the value of an improved foundational technique, as it directly influenced the cultivation of future generations. As Xia Chen left the Tower of Honor, his emotions were complex. This was his first time stepping into the tower in his 17 years of life, as well as his first encounter with these venerable elders. Judging by their reactions, it was evident that they were already familiar with his reputation as the wasted body. Xia Chen pondered silently. Displaying his skills before the 7 clan elders this time had indeed been worthwhile, as it earned him goodwill and elevated his status thanks to the Shouyang demon-breaking blade. As for their promise to inscribe his name in the clan's history, allowing his spirit to join the ancestral shrine and share in the fortune of past great talents after his death, he wasn't particularly concerned. All he sought was to make a name for himself during his lifetime. What came after could wait. Passing through the winding and intricate back courtyard, Xia Chen arrived at the bustling martial arts training ground. The scene before him was invigorating. 5 or 6-year-old children practicing basic fist techniques under the guidance of martial instructors, 11 or 12-year-old youths brandishing long spears with a gleam of cold light, their strikes sharp and fierce. There were even teenagers drenched in sweat, lifting massive stones weighing 1,000 pounds, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Brother Chun!" A cheerful shout interrupted his observations. A sturdy, energetic boy of 13 or 14 bounded over with the agility of a monkey. This was Xia Wan, the son of his third uncle, Xia Hao. Despite his scholarly name, Xia Wan was a martial arts fanatic. Xia Hao, hailing from a family of military distinction, had high hopes for his son to excel academically and follow a scholarly path, hence the name Wan. However, Xia Wan had an innate passion for martial arts and displayed extraordinary talent in the field. Xia Chen smiled and said, "I'm on my way to the Hidden Techniques Pavilion to choose a martial art manual and thought I'd stop by to see you." He glanced around and noticed that most of the faces in the training ground were younger. Those his age had already advanced to the 8th rank of the essence refining realm and, per the Marquisite's tradition, had entered the military for further honing. Soon, more people gathered around. A delicate and shy little girl approached timidly. It was Xia Yushi, the youngest daughter of his eldest uncle Xia Chen and Chui Mingru. Her cheeks were flushed from her recent martial arts practice. Following her, other clan members began to greet him, including direct descendants from the 7 elders branches, and some exceptionally talented youths from collateral lines. Over the years, Xia Chen's presence in the Marquisate had been relatively understated, yet his reputation was significant as the first wasted-bodied direct descendant without martial talent. The younger generation present, despite their age, understood the unspoken rules well. Even if some were less warm toward him, none dared to offend this direct heir, who was already promised the position of imperial son-in-law. Xia Chen responded to everyone's greetings with warmth, his gaze lingering briefly on a few promising youths. He thought to himself, these individuals are destined to shine brightly in the future. The martial training ground was in a brief intermission, and the martial artists stood in small groups, quietly observing the young individuals gathered together. Xia Chen's gaze landed on the outskirts of the crowd, where a boy of about 12 or 13 stood with a somewhat aloof demeanor. Xia Chen. Despite his youthful appearance, Xia Chen knew that this collateral member of the Xia family would one day become a formidable general, commanding the Dawu Iron Cavalry across the battlefields of the Eastern Wastelands. Not far away, another boy also caught Xia Chen's attention. Xia Hao, the direct grandson of his 6th granduncle. He, too, was destined to become a remarkably gifted figure in the future. "Brother Chen, you're heading out for training soon." Xia Wen approached excitedly. Xia Chen nodded and explained his plan to first visit the Tsonggong Tower before embarking on his journey. "I'm about to break through to the 8th rank soon. Once I do, I'll come find you, Brother Chen," Xia Wen said with youthful enthusiasm. Xia Chen's heart stirred. This boy, not even 12 years old yet, was already nearing the 8th rank. Truly, he was destined to be one of the Xia family's most brilliant rising stars in the future era of unification. Looking at the energetic young faces before him, Xia Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The younger generation of the Xia family and the Dawu dynasty were flourishing like bamboo shoots after the Rhinan omen of the golden age to come. With 600 years of accumulated fortune, the Xia family was on the brink of reaching a new pinnacle, and Xia Chen knew he had to seize this opportunity. Arriving at the Tsonggong Tower, the 7-story structure stood tall and imposing. Thanks to his significant contributions, Xia Chen was granted access to any floor below the 6th. Instead of heading straight to the 5th floor, he began on the 1st floor, making his way to the bookshelves on the right and pulling out a volume titled Whirling Wind Swordsmanship. Outwardly, he appeared to be carefully studying the text, but his mind was elsewhere. "Record technique?" Xia Chen silently commanded in his mind. A virtual interface unfolded before him, and the progress bar quickly climbed from 1 to 100. This auxiliary system from the future not only remained intact but had now unlocked all permissions, far surpassing the basic functionalities available to future users. Xia Chen swiftly moved between the shelves, recording the techniques stored across the entire floor. The vast collection of techniques accumulated over 600 years was almost overwhelming, so he prioritized those marked as significant. After finishing the 1st floor, he proceeded directly to the 2nd. This floor primarily housed techniques for the 8th rank refining essence realm, encompassing a wide array of disciplines: swordsmanship, saber techniques, spear techniques, halberd techniques, body refinement methods, energy cultivation techniques, and even military formations and sorcerer cultivation methods. The Xia family built its legacy through martial prowess. Over 6 centuries of accumulation, they not only developed a formidable martial arts lineage, but also collected numerous techniques from the defeated sects of rebellious sorcerers. Xia Chen stood on the 2nd floor of the Vault of Techniques, his gaze sweeping over rows of ancient bookshelves. He focused particularly on military formation techniques, methods that allowed ordinary soldiers to form arrays and condense killing intent, capable of countering both martial artists and sorcerers. However, after browsing through the texts, he found that most were basic formations for 3 or 5 individuals, with only a few techniques for 7-man battle formations. This did not surprise him. Military formation techniques were the foundation of martial families tied to the military. As for the peerless formations capable of channeling the strength of tens of thousands to empower a general, enabling them to fight far beyond their level, such techniques were exceedingly rare, even within the Xia family. These high-level techniques were undoubtedly stored on the 5th floor or higher, and across the entire Dewu dynasty, fewer than 10 military families could wield formations of such scale. Deep within the vault of techniques, Xia Huang and Xia Hong Xia Chen's 4th and 6th granduncles were closely monitoring the unusual activity on the 2nd floor. As the guardians of the vault, they had just returned from the Hall of Merit, where they had learned of Xia Chen's recent improvements to a fundamental saber technique. What is he doing? It looks like he's just skimming through everything, Xia Hong murmured with a frown. Despite his 70-plus years of experience, he couldn't decipher Xia Chen's intentions. If you're asking me, who should I ask? Xia Huang replied irritably, stroking his beard. After observing for a moment longer, Xia Hong shook his head and remarked, "This boy may have some insight, but he's impulsive and lacks innate talent in martial arts. If this leads to a restless and impatient mindset, he'll struggle to achieve much." No wonder Xia Yuan has placed all his hopes on his younger son, Xia Hao. Little did they know, Xia Chen was inwardly elated. Watching the system interface display a series of 100 completion notifications, he had already resolved to absorb every technique within the vault of techniques. An hour later, he swiftly finished recording the remaining specialized techniques on the 2nd floor and turned his attention to the 3rd floor. Although the number of techniques here was smaller, their quality was noticeably superior. Of particular interest were the Buddhist sutras and Taoist scriptures displayed individually, which immediately caught his eye. These seemingly ordinary texts would one day shine brightly in the era of spiritual revival. In the future, someone would derive the Arhat breathing technique from the Arhat Sutra, and another would visualize the celestial palace of peace from the Taiping Jing, thereby stepping into the transcendent realm. Fully aware of their potential, Xia Chen prioritized recording these invaluable Taoist and Buddhist texts. Xia Chen methodically completed the recording of the techniques on the 3rd and 4th floors without missing a single one. When he arrived on the 5th floor, the space opened up dramatically, appearing much more spacious, though it housed only about 100 techniques. He noticed that as the floors ascended, the time required to record each technique increased significantly. On the 1st floor, techniques could often be recorded within 2 or 3 seconds, but by the 5th floor, even the simplest ones took at least 1 to 2 minutes. On this floor, Xia Chen discovered some valuable texts. One particular section contained 10 techniques tailored for large-scale military formations, capable of channeling the collective power of an entire army to enhance the individual. Another area featured Buddhist and Taoist techniques, while a corner displayed calligraphy and paintings from Confucian traditions. Each piece of calligraphy or artwork carried a unique rhythm of the Tao, imbued with righteous energy, greatly benefiting scholars pursuing the Confucian path. Standing before these calligraphy works, Xia Chen began engraving them into his mind. Watching the progress bar on his system panel slowly advance, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Once he finished recording all the techniques on the 5th floor, he picked up a body refinement technique titled Qiyang Tempering Technique and pretended to study it carefully. Secretly, he had already begun deducing and absorbing its essence. 5 minutes later, the system indicated that the true essence of the technique was being transmitted, with the progress bar rapidly climbing from 5 to 78. The entire process lasted 3 minutes, during which Xia Chen felt his entire body heat up. His skin turned crimson, and his flesh and bones seemed to be tempered as if immersed in molten lava. Every muscle in his body underwent intense refinement. A vision of a blazing sun appeared in his eyes as the true essence of the Shouyang demon-slaying blade technique seamlessly merged with the profound truths of the Qiyang tempering technique. His blood thickened, brimming with pure yang energy, and the entire 5th floor was suffused with an intense, scorching aura. At that moment, 2 clan elders, Xia Hong and Xia Huang, suddenly appeared. Seeing Xia Chen grasp the essence of the Qiyang tempering technique so quickly, both wore expressions of disbelief. This technique, even for martial artists at the 4th rank, was highly beneficial, yet Xia Chen had comprehended it in such a short time. When Xia Chen opened his eyes, the illusion of the blazing sun in his pupils gradually dissipated, and the surging vitality from his pores also subsided as his skin returned to its normal state. 4th Grandpa, 6th Grandpa, what are you doing here? Xia Chen asked, feigning surprise. How did you manage to comprehend the Qiyang tempering technique so quickly? Xia Hong asked directly, unable to contain his curiosity. I don't know either. I was just reading it and suddenly, I felt inspired. Xia Chen scratched his head, putting on an innocent expression that made him look like an advanced version of Xia Wen. This performance left Xia Hong completely speechless. Xia Huang didn't say a word. He stepped forward and grabbed Xia Chen's wrist. A surge of internal energy flowed into Xia Chen's body, traveling through his meridians to investigate. With a heavy expression, the grandfather suspected something unusual about his grandson. Yet, after a thorough examination, he found no issues. Instead, he was astonished to discover that Xia Chen's physique was extraordinarily robust, with an unbelievably solid foundation. Though his bone structure was indeed ordinary and unsuited for martial arts, his underlying potential was unexpectedly profound. Out of so many techniques, why did you choose this one? And what exactly were you doing earlier? Xia Huang asked, his face full of confusion as he finally voiced his doubts. Xia Chen rubbed his hands together awkwardly and replied, I've heard that the ancient sages studied countless scriptures, integrating the truths of all schools to create groundbreaking methods. I wanted to emulate them. As for choosing this technique, it's because it feels somewhat similar to the Shouyang demon-slaying blade I had previously comprehended. I felt a connection. Xia Huang was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. You think you can emulate the sages? His laughter echoed, but realizing it might discourage the boy, he quickly composed himself and said seriously, You're still young and lack experience. At your current level, instead of dabbling in everything, it's better to focus on one path. Even if someone has extraordinary talent, at most, they might choose a supplementary path. Overloading yourself with too many disciplines will only harm your progress. Xia Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. Xia Huang continued, Although your martial talent is lacking, your comprehension is exceptional. There's no reason you can't achieve something remarkable in the future. The two elders then patiently gave Xia Chen some advice on cultivation, and only after that did Xia Chen take his leave. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Xia Hong let out a deep sigh. What a pity. This child's comprehension is extraordinary, almost otherworldly, yet he's cursed with a useless body. How unfair the heavens are. Why didn't we guide him toward the Confucian path back then? Didn't he always follow third brother Xia Han around when he was young? Xia Huang also sighed with regret. With such astonishing comprehension, if he had pursued the Confucian path to cultivate noble righteousness, he might have become a great scholar of his time. Our Xia family has been a clan of crude warriors for 600 years, often looked down upon by scholars in the court. If we could produce a great Confucian scholar, perhaps we could finally balance both civil and martial strengths, achieving harmony. After a long silence, Xia Hong spoke slowly. I heard, back then, it was second brother who sent a letter from the Eastern Wasteland battlefield to third brother, insisting that his child should practice martial arts. Even if he was born with a useless body, he believed that when the time came for blood to be spilled on the battlefield, his hands should wield a blade, not a pen. The room in the Hidden Techniques Hall fell into a prolonged silence. After a long while, Xia Huang shook his head and sighed. Second brother Xia Yuan was a good man and an excellent general, brilliant, talented, and a credit to the Marquis household. But when it comes to being a father, he fell short. When Xia Chen returned to his courtyard, the night was already deep. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its gentle light spilling over his fingertips, outlining a cold and serene silhouette. The day's events, from morning till night, made him feel more fulfilled than he had in the past 2 months combined. Young master. Hearing footsteps, Xia Qian quickly came out to greet him, her face beaming with joy. The news that His Majesty has granted the second princess in marriage to you has spread throughout the residence. Every courtyard has sent congratulatory gifts. Just take care of them for me, Xia Chen replied simply, showing little interest in such trivial matters. Over the next 2 days, Xia Chen focused entirely on his cultivation. He could clearly see the steadily increasing proficiency numbers on his system panel and feel the rapid improvement in his strength. The pure yang energy within him grew ever denser, and his combat power was now incomparable to before. He carefully crafted a cultivation plan. During the day, he used the Shouyang demon-slaying blade to channel the extreme yang energy of the heavens and earth to temper his flesh and blood. At night, he practiced the Qiyang body refinement technique to cultivate true energy and strengthen his bones. Although the two techniques overlapped in some areas, they complemented each other perfectly, bringing about a qualitative change in his physique. On the third day, this tranquility was broken. Stadong, the personal attendant of Xia Qian's father Xia Qian, knocked on the courtyard door. Third young master, the master requests your presence. Xia Chen, who was training shirtless in the courtyard, quickly stepped forward. Uncle Dong, why did you come in person? You could have just sent a servant to pass the message. Xia Dong was from a collateral branch of the Xia family, separated about 156 years ago, and still shared close blood ties with the main family. He had followed Xia Qian since childhood, whether in martial arts, academics, or military service, always by his side. 21 years ago, he achieved great merit alongside Xia Qian in the southern frontier, and was granted the title of general by the court. Later, he resigned from his position to follow Xia Qian back home. This concerns an important matter for you, so I thought it best to deliver the message personally, Xia Dong said, his eyes briefly flickering with surprise at the faint red glow receding from Xia Chen's body. We're all family, no need for formalities. Please, have a seat. They'll be ready shortly. Xia Chen invited Xia Dong to sit on one of the stone stools in the courtyard. Although Xia Dong regarded himself as a servant, no one in the household truly treated him as an outsider. Xia Dong gladly took a seat, holding a favorable impression of the respectful third young master. Before long, Xia Chen had cleaned himself up, donned fresh attire, and calmly followed Xia Dong toward the main residence. After traversing the vast Marquis estate for about 20 minutes, they arrived at Xia Qian's quarters. Uncle. Xia Chen greeted Xia Qian, who was seated in the front hall. No need for formalities, Xia Qian said, gesturing for him to sit. After the maid served tea and discreetly left, he continued. Chainer, regarding your wish to venture out for experience, arrangements have been made. There are currently 3 positions available, all quite promising, Xia Qian said softly after taking a sip of tea. Xia Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Having the home mansion as a backing certainly made things easier. Could choose from 3 official positions. Compared to his previous life, where he had spent over half a year in a game just to obtain the lowest 9th rank official post, this was a world of difference. He carefully examined the 3 options: the Imperial Guards of the Yulin Army, the Qingzhou Garrison Army, and the Southern Border Army, all of which were 7th rank official positions. A glint of determination flashed in Xia Chen's eyes. This was precisely why he had asked Xia Chen to intervene. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, the Xia clan had the privilege of hereditary appointments in the court, eliminating the need to start from the bottom as a common soldier. The Imperial Guards of the Yulin Army, Xia Chen had already made up his mind. As the Emperor's personal guard, the Yulin Army not only ensured the safety of the palace and the capital, but also managed patrols, maintained public order, and controlled access within the city. Most importantly, they had the authority to investigate and enforce the law against criminal activities in the capital. Though the capital was teeming with influential figures, this enforcement authority, if wielded wisely, could become a lever to gain even greater power. More critically, Xia Chen vividly remembered that 5 years later, during the coup of the seized gates, the Imperial Guards played a pivotal role. This was a golden opportunity for him to plan ahead. As for the garrison troops and the Southern Border Army, while the latter could rapidly earn military merits, they held little value for Xia Chen at the moment. With the assistance of his system, he had no concerns about his cultivation progress. By staying in the capital, the center of power, he would undoubtedly encounter far more opportunities. Are you certain? Xia Chen asked seriously. Uncle, I'm certain. The Imperial Guards of the Yulin Army it is? Xia Chen replied without hesitation. Very well, leave it to me. Xia Chen said with a smile, waving him off. Xia Chen left in high spirits. After 2 months of being stuck in the novice village, he was finally about to step into a broader world. However, a question suddenly surfaced in his mind. Why did he still retain his memories of the 100 schools of thought, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, and poetry and literature from his previous life? In the game from his past life, while players could remember their friends and family from the real world, cultural knowledge, philosophical ideas, and classic works were all completely blocked until the World's Merge expansion was released, lifting those restrictions. Xia Chen lowered his gaze to his hand, where the faint phantom of the 9-dragon seal lingered, visible only to him. This mysterious jade seal had not only brought him into this world ahead of time, but also preserved his auxiliary system and lifted the memory restrictions. What exactly is your origin? Xia Chen murmured softly. Just as his words fell, the jade seal emitted a faint, radiant glow, as if it were awakening or perhaps preparing to give him an answer. Xia Chen's pupils contracted sharply at this sudden anomaly. For 2 months, he had tirelessly tried to awaken the jade seal in his hand, but all his efforts had been in vain. Yet today, faint rays of light began to emanate from the seal, spreading outward like ripples. He strode quickly across the expansive courtyard of the Marquis residence and returned to his room, shutting the door behind him. A searing heat radiated from his palm, as though something was about to emerge from his very flesh. He could distinctly feel a bloodline-like connection between himself and the jade seal. A chaotic aura seeped from the seal, and in a daze, Xia Chen saw the interplay of principles and truths weaving through the air. Chains of divine order shot forth like arrows. Mysterious runes surfaced on the jade seal, unveiling a breathtaking vision. Billions of living beings prostrated on the ground, celestial flames burning fiercely. At the heart of this vast expanse stood a colossal altar constructed from 5-colored chaotic stones, towering with an ancient and imposing presence. It was an ancient, enigmatic ritual. The deafening sound of the ceremony seemed to pierce through the heavens, sending chills down Xia Chen's spine and causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. At that moment, the once ethereal jade seal began to solidify, exuding traces of purple energy as it floated in the center of the room, as if descending into this world from some unknown realm. Drawn by an irresistible force, Xia Chen unconsciously moved closer to the seal. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the room, absorbed into the jade seal. Outside, Within the Marquis of Zhendong's estate, none of the many powerful figures seemed aware of this extraordinary event. When Xia Chen calmed his mind and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a frozen, lifeless world where all was encased in ice except for a small area around him that still teemed with vitality. He stood atop the immense five-colored altar, surrounded by offerings that left him in awe. The corpse of a primeval ferocious beast, larger than a mountain, its blood still fresh. A piece of chaotic jade essence exuding primordial energy. A shard of crimson gold phoenix divine metal, and a phoenix egg? Though it was his first time seeing such an object, information about it surged into his mind unbidden. In the distant void, another egg radiating vibrant life force floated, undergoing its rebirth through nirvana. Not far from it, a dragon egg hovered, its brilliance complementing the phoenix egg. Xia Chen's heart quaked. Phoenixes and true dragons, the supreme divine beasts of heaven and earth, had long been extinct. Even in the era of spiritual revival, a mere few drops of phoenix marrow or dragon blood were enough to elevate someone to unimaginable heights. Yet before his eyes were two intact eggs, brimming with life treasures of incalculable worth. To use a primeval beast, rare divine materials, and even pure-blooded dragon and phoenix eggs as offerings, who could such a ritual possibly be dedicated to? The heavens? No. Scanning his surroundings, Xia Chen quickly dismissed this notion. For he now stood above the heavens, atop a palace complex of staggering magnitude, constructed from celestial materials and spanning countless miles, as if suppressing the entire universe. At this moment, Xia Chen seemed to transform into the divine spirit of this place, with the entire world laid bare before his eyes. He had gained some sort of mysterious authority, enabling him to sense everything around him. However, when he attempted to approach the neatly arranged offerings, an invisible barrier blocked his way. After multiple futile attempts, he realized he had not obtained full access. Have I not earned complete recognition here? Or are there other conditions to unlock it? Xia Chen murmured to himself, his gaze continuing to wander across this enigmatic realm. The scene before him struck him with sudden realization. This was none other than the legendary Celestial Court, the immortal dynasty that once governed the heavens. Yet now, this vast celestial empire was entirely frozen in ice. In the distance, countless celestial soldiers and generals were trapped within layers of ice, their bodies shrouded in heavy frost. Magnificent palaces stood tall and imposing. Lingxiao Hall, the Ministry of War, the Hall of Medicine, the Hanlin Academy, the Hundred Schools Court, the Demon Execution Platform, the Deification Platform, the Treasury of Divine Arts, and the Mortal Transformation Pool. Each structure emitted a distinct aura of power, and within each, formidable beings were encased in ice. Though their vitality had dimmed, their bodies harbored unique crystalline cores that shimmered with the light of universal laws. As Xia Chen observed, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the skies. His pupils contracted sharply as he saw an enormous golden divine dragon burst forth from the Zhixiao Hall. Its body stretched endlessly, with no beginning or end in sight. However, the dragon appeared unusually frail, its golden radiance dim and flickering, as though it might vanish at any moment. The Dragon of Fate. Xia Chen's heart trembled as he recognized the origin of this divine dragon. The dragon's intelligent eyes turned toward Xia Chen, filled with joy. In an instant, it dove directly at him, merging into his brow. In that moment, a surge of immense energy flooded Xia Chen's body, threatening to tear him apart. Yet soon, a powerful force of vitality began to mend his shattered meridians, achieving a delicate balance between destruction and rebirth. Simultaneously, Xia Chen's eyes underwent a startling transformation. What had previously been faint traces of double pupils now became fully manifest. His black gold irises revealed dual pupils intertwined with the essence of yin and yang, resembling the coexistence of the sun and moon. As wisps of purple gold energy swirled around him, the shadow of the golden dragon of fate briefly appeared and seamlessly fused with his double pupils. Double pupils were a rare phenomenon associated with ancient sages and emperors, signifying a supreme destiny. Those who possessed them were destined to rule over the heavens, provided they did not perish prematurely. It was unclear how much time had passed before Xia Chen regained his clarity, realizing that his physique had been reforged as if cast from refined steel. Deep in thought, he pondered, this golden dragon is the remnant of the celestial court's fate, yet now it has merged with me. In the realm of cultivation, a dynasty's fate could consolidate the world's fortune, appoint divine officials, and allow those officials to cultivate by channeling the dynasty's power. This was the fundamental reason for the later clashes among celestial dynasties, the struggle for the power of fate. Typically, only the ruler of a dynasty could bear the national dragon of fate. Yet now, this divine dragon had chosen to fuse with him. Xia Chen carefully examined his body, only to find that the golden dragon of destiny had vanished without a trace. During his inspection, he experienced an unprecedented peak state, his energy and spirit so abundant that they seemed ready to overflow. My foundation has been reforged, and my strength has broken through to the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm, Xia Chen murmured to himself. Though he had the assistance of a system that allowed him to enhance his abilities by increasing proficiency, breaking free from the shackles of a crippled body was equally significant to him. Xia Chen was not overly surprised by the sudden surge in power. When that immense energy poured into his body, he distinctly felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, the vitality contained within that energy brought him a rebirth, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. After steadying his mind at the center of the altar, Xia Chen began walking toward the Lingxiao Hall. Time seemed to lose all meaning here. Right could have been a day or a century. The grand hall, though appearing within reach, seemed to span an infinite distance. Eventually, he stepped into the Xixiao Hall. What met his eyes were divine beings as colossal as mountains. Their gazes seemed capable of piercing through the deepest abysses, and their auras were powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. At this moment, these deities stood motionless, bowing their heads in reverence toward the front, mysterious crystals glowing upon their chests. The sight left Xia Chen deeply astonished. The 9-dragon seal in his hand was evidently extraordinary, capable of encapsulating an entire ancient celestial court within it. Following the direction of the god's bows, Xia Chen saw a towering figure. Stars and constellations revolved around this being, and 9 true dragons coiled around his arms. Though the emperor stood silently, he exuded an imperial might so absolute that all existence seemed compelled to submit. As the chaotic mist obscuring the emperor's face dissipated, Xia Chen's gaze was drawn to his eyes, an innate pair of dual pupils. At that moment, Xia Chen's own dual pupils resonated uncontrollably, as if responding to the other's presence. A beam of purple-gold light shot out from the emperor's dual pupils. Remembering the earlier encounter with the golden dragon of destiny, Xia Chen instinctively tried to retreat but found himself immobilized. The entire world seemed to awaken in that instant. Amidst the deafening roar of countless laws, the purple-gold light pierced directly into his mind. A surge of overwhelming information erupted, and Xia Chen let out a muffled groan before losing consciousness. When he awoke again, the sky over the capital was already tinged with the faint light of dawn, and the darkness shrouding the city was retreating. Glancing at the timepiece crafted by the sorcerers of the Celestial Master's mansion in his room, Xia Chen realized that only a single night had passed. Checking his condition, he found that while his energy and spirit were slightly fatigued, his bodhi's vitality had reached its peak. My cultivation has reached the 7th rank of the spirit refining realm. What I experienced was no dream. Xia Chen opened his palm, gazing at the slowly emerging jade seal totem. A soft, radiant glow seeped out from the totem, and he could clearly sense a peculiar connection forming between himself and the jade seal. As he tried to recall the events of the previous night in the ruined heavenly court, a sudden, sharp pain pierced through his mind. At the same time, a cultivation technique named the Primordial Emperor's Way to Command the Heavens appeared in his consciousness, shrouded by an impenetrable mist of chaos. Is this the imperial technique passed down by the ruler of the heavenly court? Xia Chen pondered to himself. Perhaps it's because spiritual energy has yet to recover, or maybe it's because I haven't established a kingdom of fate and gathered the necessary fortune. Ultimately, he decided to let things unfold naturally, waiting for the right moment to uncover its mysteries. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to regulate his breathing and recover. Despite the significant leap in his strength, the process of receiving the technique's inheritance had drained a substantial amount of his vitality, causing him to lose consciousness. This made him realize that his physical body and essence were still too frail to fully bear such immense power. It wasn't until the afternoon that he opened his eyes. By then, his energy and vitality had been completely restored, reaching their peak state. Stepping into the courtyard, he began practicing his punches, each strike generating explosive bursts in the air. The difference between the 7th and 8th ranks was indeed like night and day. At this level, he was qualified to command 1,000 troops as a military officer and was considered an undeniable expert in the martial world. Just then, Xia Chen ran into the courtyard, holding official documents and armor in his hands. "Young master, your appointment letter and the armor issued by the Imperial Guard have arrived." Xia Chen took the documents and examined them closely. This appointment, directly issued by the Ministry of War, elevated him from a commoner to a 7th-rank officer. 6 centuries of glory for the Marquis household. A position earned through the sacrifices of countless ancestors, he murmured softly. "Young master, when do you plan to take up your post?" Xia Chen asked excitedly. As a family retainer who had just broken through to the 8th rank of the essence refining realm, he too was eager to experience the wider world. "Tomorrow," Xia Chen replied calmly. "Pack your belongings and come with me." This was a tradition of the Great Wu dynasty, where military nobles were allowed to bring their personal guards when assuming their posts. It served both to help them manage the barracks and to protect these noble scions who would fight on the front lines. Whenever civil officials raised objections, the military nobility would retort, "Why not send your own sons to fight the barbarians and beasts?" This would silence the court immediately. At dawn the next day, Xia Chen rose early, ready to embark on his new journey. Xia Chen donned his military officer's uniform and stepped out of the small courtyard, where Xia Chen was already waiting at the entrance. Behind Xia Chen stood 3 burly men, their imposing presence radiating a fierce aura, with an air of battle-hardened experience surrounding them. "Young master." The 4 greeted him in unison with a respectful bow. These 3 were family guards of the Marquis estate, assigned as protectors and military training aides, common practice for the noble household's offspring. Xia Chen had anticipated this and simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's go." The group of 5 made their way through the Marquis estate, exiting through a side gate. The estate was located in the heart of the capital, right next to the imperial palace. Stepping outside, they were immediately on Central Avenue, a wide street built during the founding of the dynasty, broad enough to accommodate 12 carriages side by side, resembling more of a grand plaza than a road. Though it was still early, the street was already bustling with activity. Vendors lined the sides, peddling their wares, while carriages and pedestrians moved in an endless stream. The entire capital felt like a massive machine coming to life for the day. After a simple breakfast, Xia Chen and his group headed straight for the Yulin Guard headquarters. As the Yulin Guard was responsible for the capital's security and the protection of the royal family, its headquarters was located within the inner city, close to the imperial palace. When Xia Chen arrived at the imposing gates of the headquarters, he was immediately stopped by fully armed soldiers. "Halt! State your identity." "Xia Chen, reporting to assume my new post," Xia Chen declared without hesitation, his tone direct and firm. "Captain Xia." The gate guards immediately straightened and saluted. They had long been informed of the new captain's identity, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhengdong. Xia Chen returned their salute with a stern nod, exuding an intimidating aura that warned others to keep their distance. A junior officer quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply with a fawning smile. "Captain, allow me to guide you." Once Xia Chen disappeared into the headquarters, the gate guards finally exhaled in relief, whispering among themselves. They remarked on how their usually arrogant officer had suddenly become so sycophantic. As the emperor's elite troops, the Yulin Guard was composed mostly of hereditary or meritorious families, and they were accustomed to dealing with commanding officers without much deference. However, this time was clearly an exception. "Nonsense, do you even know who you're talking about?" A soldier in the camp chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Sure, he's got the infamous reputation of being a useless heir, but you can't ignore his background. Dropping straight into our Yulin Guard, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse. Our Yulin Guard has always been full of hidden talents and noble sons. Adding another heir from a Marquis family? Just sit back and watch the show." "Sir Captain, this is the barracks." Li Shi led Xia Chen through the rear courtyard. The so-called backyard was full of surprises, a vast open plaza resembling a fully functional military camp. In the distance, squads of soldiers were engaged in drills. "Where are my troops stationed?" Xia Chen asked calmly. Being new here, he indeed needed a guide, and this Sharpie junior squad leader, Li Shi, seemed like the perfect candidate. Li Shi bit his lip, hesitating visibly. "Captain, they're over there, but at the moment..." He trailed off, reluctant to finish his sentence. "Captain, you'll understand if you go and see for yourself," Li Shi finally said. Xia Chen didn't press further and strode straight toward the deeper part of the barracks. As he approached the rear right section, bursts of laughter reached his ears. "Ha ha ha, I win again. Drinks on me at Destined Tavern this afternoon." Standing outside the tent, Xia Chen listened to the sounds of slapping tiles and hearty laughter inside. He instantly understood the situation. Gambling over tile games. While such games were one of the few leisure activities in this world, they were strictly forbidden in the military camp, especially when gambling was involved. What surprised Li Shi, who was observing from the side, was that Xia Chen's face showed no trace of anger. "This new captain is hard to figure out," Li Shi thought to himself. "Looks like he's just another lucky wastrel born into privilege. I can't stand this anymore. I'll go call them out." Xia Chen, one of the soldiers, burst out angrily. It was early morning, and while other squads were busy with drills, this group was blatantly gambling. "I'll handle it." Xia Chen stopped Xia Chen. His gaze had already pierced through the tent, taking in everything inside. This was the new ability he had discovered that morning his eyes could effortlessly see through ordinary objects. Xia Chen lifted the tent flap, letting in a cold gust of wind that startled the 2 drowsy guards at the entrance. They shivered and glared at him. "Who are you to barge into the camp uninvited?" The 2 half-awake soldiers barked. Confident they knew everyone in the Imperial Guard, they spoke with arrogance. Their shouting drew the attention of those inside. The group playing tiles all stood up, startled. "Xia Chen," He stated his name calmly. Who's in charge here? The barracks fell silent. Some recognized who he was and hurriedly hid their tiles and their armor. Others, however, remained indifferent, their faces marked with disdain. Well, if it isn't young Master Xia, a mocking voice broke the silence. You're certainly in a rush. Your appointment was just announced yesterday, and here you are, reporting for duty already. The speaker's tone made it clear he had no respect for Xia Chen. In the military tent, a tall, broad-shouldered young man stood up. He was Zhao Yu, the commander of the Yuan army and the third son of Jin Wuho. At this moment, he was swinging a set of playing cards in his hand with a provocative expression, making no effort to hide his disdain for Xia Chen. As a direct subordinate of the newly appointed colonel, Zhao Yu's profile had landed on Xia Chen's desk just yesterday. Being the third son of Jin Wuho, Zhao Yu was naturally considered the most suitable candidate for the position of colonel. If it weren't for Xia Chen being parachuted into the role, the position would undoubtedly have been his. Just 3 days ago, Zhao Yu had boasted in front of his subordinates that he would treat the entire camp to a feast once his appointment was confirmed. However, the sudden turn of events and a single transfer order shattered his dream. Since yesterday, Zhao Yu had been leading his men in deliberate idleness, refusing to conduct drills and instead openly playing cards for amusement in the camp. This was clearly a show of defiance toward the new colonel, though he hadn't expected Xia Chen to confront him so soon. Do you know the penalty for leading others in gambling within the army? Xia Chen asked coldly, staring directly at Zhao Yu. Though he had been parachuted into this role, Xia Chen came from a family with a long history of military achievements. For 6 centuries, countless members of the Xia family had sacrificed their lives for the country, earning them their current privileges. Compared to Zhao Yu, who relied solely on his status as Jin Wu's son to ascend to his rank, Xia Chen believed he was far more deserving of his position. We don't have any missions right now. We're just entertaining ourselves during our free time. Does that bother you, young Master Xia? Zhao Yu retorted provocatively. Address me by my rank during work hours. Xia Chen's eyes sharpened. And answer my question. The calm yet commanding tone emanated a powerful sense of authority, catching Zhao Yu off guard. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Yu felt an oppressive pressure he had only experienced before his father or high-ranking officials at court. His face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. Yet, as he thought it through, Zhao Yu reminded himself that Xia Chen was nothing more than an overlooked eldest son. Even in Ho, Xia Chen's own father, was said to be indifferent toward him, a rumor that had long spread through the capital. Moreover, Xia Chen was infamous for his frail constitution, an embarrassment to the descendants of military families. With this in mind, Zhao Yu disregarded his family's warnings and resolved to challenge Xia Chen heed. So, is this how the esteemed colonel plans to establish his authority on his first day? Zhao Yu's eyes glinted with malice. He figured that if he humiliated Xia Chen publicly and undermined his authority, others would follow suit. Then, how could Xia Chen possibly maintain his footing in the Imperial Guard? Zhao Yu's intentions were simple: to trample Xia Chen's dignity on his very first day in command. Outside the tent in the military camp, a large group of soldiers had quietly gathered. They bent down, pressing their ears close to the fabric, eavesdropping on the commotion inside. This spectacle had been brewing ever since Xia Chen stepped into the camp, and by now, nearly every soldier not on duty had converged here. Meanwhile, in one of the central tents of the camp, 2 middle-aged men were leisurely sipping tea. Should we intervene? Asked Qin Mu, a square-faced general, frowning in concern. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Wenzhong appeared calm. Let's pretend we don't know. It's better not to meddle in the conflict between the 2 noble heirs. But Xia Chen is the legitimate son of the Marquis of Eastern Defense, and also the imperial son-in-law, Qin Mu said with visible worry. We are the emperor's personal troops. If Zhao Yu creates too much trouble, it could end poorly. No rush, Li Wenzhong replied, his gaze profound. Precisely because of Xia Chen's special status, we shouldn't interfere so easily. It's his first day in command. If he can't even handle his subordinates, it'll be a disappointment to many. Qin Mu suddenly understood. General, are you saying someone is observing Xia Chen? Is it his ma? He stopped mid-sentence as Li Wenzhong's warning look silenced him. We are the emperor's personal troops, Li Wenzhong said with meaning. It's customary for military nobles to serve here, but who gets in and how they get in always requires the emperor's approval. Even for the Marquis of Eastern Defense, placing someone here isn't an easy feat. Inside the tent, Xia Chen's voice rang out with authority. Defying a superior, inciting disorder, and gambling in the camp. Do you know how these 3 offenses are punished? Zhao Yu's face showed disdain as the surrounding soldiers edged closer to him, creating an invisible pressure. Xia Chen's 4 companions immediately released their own imposing auras, countering the tension. 3 offenses combined, Xia Chen declared calmly. According to military law, you will receive 100 lashes and be expelled from the camp. Anyone who obstructs this will face the same punishment. Before his words fully settled, Xia Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically. A searing aura surged behind him, forming a blazing sun. He drew his crimson blade, striking toward Zhao Yu. The blade's light, like the scorching sun, tore through the air, and Zhao Yu suddenly felt the shadow of death looming over him. Block! Zhao Yu hastily unsheathed his own blade, channeling his energy to defend. He hadn't expected the so-called good-for-nothing of the capital to dare attack him publicly, let alone for the strike to be this fearsome. Their blades clashed, sparks flying. The overwhelming force surged through Zhao Yu, his expression twisting in shock. A mouthful of blood burst from him as he was sent flying like a broken kite out of the tent. He crashed heavily into a soldier who had been eavesdropping, sending them both sprawling to the ground. In an instant, the entire camp fell into a deathly silence. The scene unfolded so quickly that no one had time to react. Xia Chen swung his blade, and Zhao Yu's body was sent flying before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his arms hung limply by his sides, and he lay motionless on the ground like a kite with its string cut. "Commander!" Someone in the military tent cried out in alarm, rushing forward to assist Zhao Yu. Soldiers in the distance began whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with shock. They remembered this newly arrived captain as a well-known disgrace in the capital. How could he possess such strength? After all, Commander Zhao was a seasoned expert at the peak of the 8th rank. Li Shi, who had escorted Xia Chen into the camp, had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had anticipated conflict but never imagined that the local power, Zhao Yu, would suffer such a humiliating defeat in the very first exchange. Even Xia Chen's followers, such as Xia Chen, were secretly astonished, noticing how much their young master had changed recently. Not only had his mind become more calculating, but his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Xia Chen, expressionless, sheathed his crimson blade. He pulled aside the tent's curtain and stepped out. The sunlight bathed him, and even clad in military armor, his extraordinary presence could not be concealed. Those present couldn't help but be captivated by his striking appearance. As he approached Zhao Yu, 3 of Zhao's household guards immediately stepped forward to shield their master. Zhao Yu tried to raise his hand, only to realize that his arms had already been shattered by that single strike. "The Zhao household has shown contempt for their superiors and has been subdued by me," Xia Chen declared, his voice calm but carrying through the entire camp. "Where is the Jiazi battalion?" The soldiers exchanged hesitant glances before quickly forming ranks on the open ground. Those who had initially wavered took one last look at Zhao Yu lying on the ground, gritted their teeth, and joined the formation. Within just a few breaths, all 98 soldiers of the Jiazi battalion stood ready. "Where is the disciplinary squad?" Xia Chen called out again. As soon as the words left his mouth, 5 soldiers stepped forward in unison from the ranks. The new captain, who had dared to strike the heir of a marquis' household, exuded an imposing authority that left no room for negligence. "Take him away. 100 lashes, and then let the Jin Wuhou mansion come to claim him. From this day forward, he is expelled from the Imperial Guard." Xia Chen stood in the center of the military camp, his gaze icy as it swept over Zhao Yu, who lay on the ground. His voice carried not a trace of warmth, echoing through the silent camp and sending an involuntary shiver through everyone present. Expelled from the Imperial Guard? Li Zhang, the captain of the disciplinary team, trembled slightly, his voice betraying his hesitation. Xia Chen's eyes, sharp as blades, locked onto Li Zhang. "Didn't you hear me? Do you need me to repeat myself?" That piercing stare made Li Zhang feel as though he were being hunted by a predator, his body rigid with fear. The oppressive presence of this newly appointed officer far exceeded that of even the court ministers. I understand." Li Zhang quickly lowered his head and responded. On the ground, Zhao Yu, though barely breathing, mustered the strength to lift his head. "What right do you have to expel me from the Imperial Guard?" Before he could finish, another mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. His bloodshot eyes revealed his desperation. Fully understood the weight of this punishment. Being expelled from the Imperial Guard would not only ruin his personal reputation but also bring disgrace to the entire Jin Wuhou mansion, turning them into a laughingstock among the capital's noble circles. Xia Chen ignored Zhao Yu's protest entirely. To him, Zhao Yu's actions were beyond foolish leading gambling activities in the camp and openly defying his superior. In the military, where hierarchy and discipline were paramount, this was the perfect opportunity to establish authority. "What are you waiting for? Carry out the punishment," Xia Chen ordered coldly. Li Zhang dared not delay further. He immediately stepped forward with 4 subordinates. A few of Zhao Yu's family guards attempted to intervene but were swiftly subdued by Xia Chen and his men. They had initially come to support Xia Chen, but it turned out their assistance wasn't needed at all. Moments later, agonized screams echoed from the distance, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Who would have thought that this young heir of the Zhendong home mansion would dare to deal such a severe blow to the son of Jin Wuhou? At the center of the camp, Qin Mu, a square-faced officer, nodded to himself. Decisive and efficient, like sweeping leaves in the autumn wind. A perfect move to assert dominance and stabilize the situation. Li Wenzhong, a middle-ranking officer of the Yulin Guards, set down his teacup with a calm expression. Zhao Yu may be crude in his methods, but I didn't expect this boy to act so decisively. Looks like he's learned a fair share of military strategy at the Zhendong Home Mansion. He paused and then said to Qin Mu, once he's settled in, bring him to see me. Joining the Yulin Guards without first paying respects, that's quite improper. Noticing Qin Mu's serious expression, Li Wenzhong added, be respectful when you approach him. Understood. Qin Mu replied with deference. Li Wenzhong sighed. Though the Yulin Guards were not a grand institution, this new officer's background was anything but ordinary. As the legitimate heir of the Zhendong Home Mansion and the Emperor's son-in-law, he couldn't be treated like an average subordinate. And who could truly guess the Emperor's intentions for Xia Chen, given the ruler's increasingly enigmatic demeanor? Perhaps the sovereign's watchful gaze was already fixed on this very place. Xia Chen followed behind Qin Mu, walking through the military camp toward the Zhonglong general's tent. As they moved, he silently recalled the organizational structure of the Yulin Guards. As an essential part of the imperial army, the Yulin Guards comprised 3,000 soldiers, with the highest commander being the Zhonglong general, ranked at the 4th grade. Under him were 3 commanders, each overseeing 1,000 men, and Qin Mu was one of them. Below the commanders were captains, each leading 2 battalions of 200 soldiers in total. Further down were battalion leaders, each responsible for 1 battalion. For instance, Zhao Yu, who was recently dismissed, had been in charge of the Jiao battalion, and those soldiers playing cards in the tent earlier were under his command. To Xia Chen's surprise, Qin Mu, as his superior, treated him with a notably courteous attitude. After a moment's thought, he understood the reason behind it. Commander, may I ask why the Zhonglong general has summoned me? Xia Chen asked softly. Qin Mu shook his head with a smile. I'm not sure. You'll find out once you go in. But it shouldn't be anything major. Since it's your first day in this position, it's customary for you to meet the Zhonglong general. These words gave Xia Chen something to ponder. Indeed, when the guards first brought him into the camp, he had assumed he was being taken to meet the Zhonglong general, only to be led directly to the tent beside it. Clearly, all of this had been orchestrated by someone. As he was mulling over the situation, a soldier emerged from the tent. Captain, the general is ready to see you. Xia Chen adjusted his attire and walked steadily into the tent. Inside, a middle-aged general was seated at the head of the room. Greetings, General. Xia Chen bowed respectfully. In the military, rank was everything, and personal background was secondary. Violating the chain of command was a serious offense, which was precisely why he had the confidence to expel Zhao Yu from the imperial army. No need for such formalities, Li Wenzhong said with a hearty smile, personally pouring tea for Xia Chen. I asked to see you so we could get acquainted. We're all from military noble families, so consider us one family. My Li family also has ties to the Marquis of Zhendong's household. 200 years ago, my ancestors followed the Marquis of that era into battle and achieved great military merit, earning a marquisate for our family. Although it wasn't hereditary, it allowed us to integrate into the circle of military nobles, which paved the way for me to hold my current position as Zhonglong general. If you don't mind, you can call me Shu uncle. Shu, Xia Chen said smoothly, though his heart remained calm. He recalled the information his uncle Xia Qian had sent him yesterday regarding Li Wenzhong. Although the Li family held a place among the military nobility, the Great Wu dynasty's 800-year history had seen countless such families rise and fall. Over time, only 3 founding military noble families remain to this day. Emperor Wuzong's efforts to reclaim the empire's lost territories were so remarkable that he could be considered a founding ruler in his own right. Back in those days, countless officials and generals were rewarded for their contributions, yet now only 6 families have managed to preserve their legacies, while the rest have faded into obscurity. Today, the core strength of the military aristocracy largely consists of families that gained noble titles through military achievements in the past century or two. The Li family is one such example. The Li family's story is particularly dramatic. From the time of Li Wenzhong's father, the family had been in steady decline and seemed destined to vanish from history like many other military noble families. However, just when the family was on the brink of obscurity, Li Wenzhong rose to prominence. He climbed the ranks within the Imperial Guards and eventually attained the prestigious position of Zhonglong General, commander of the Yulin Guards. This remarkable achievement restored the Li family's position within the military elite. He's the Emperor's man, Xia Chen quickly concluded as he examined the documents in his hands. To rise so swiftly through the ranks of the Imperial Guard, one must have the Emperor's favor. A position as critical as commander of the Yulin Guards could never be entrusted to just anyone. The 2 men had a lively and pleasant conversation in the military tent, and before long, they were addressing each other as uncle and nephew. Throughout the discussion, Xia Chen maintained a perfect balance, respectful yet neither servile nor arrogant. As he stepped out of the tent, a faint smile played on his lips. This beginning was far better than he had anticipated. When he returned to his own camp, Xia Chen immediately approached him with concern. Did General Li give you any trouble? He asked. From now on, use ranks in the camp. Don't call me young master, Xia Chen said with a wave of his hand. General Li and I had an excellent conversation. He then briefly explained the situation to Xia Chen and the 3 family soldiers present. These soldiers Xia Hui, Xia Shao, and Xia Kong were all seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Among them, Xia Hui had even reached the 7th stage of the spirit refinement realm, a level sufficient to serve as a captain or even a major. As they spoke, a voice called from outside the tent. Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the captain. When Qian Nan entered, he greeted them respectfully and immediately began pledging his loyalty. It was clear that the fate of Zhao Yu had already spread, leaving him deeply shaken. Just yesterday, Zhao Yu had discussed with him plans to give the new captain a hard time. Fortunately, Qian Nan had been out on patrol this morning, narrowly avoiding the fallout. Otherwise, he might have already been expelled from the Imperial Guard. At this moment, his heart was filled with relief. In the military tent, Xia Chen's sharp gaze quietly scrutinized Qian Nan, who was kneeling on the ground. In the silence, beads of cold sweat formed on Qian Nan's forehead, and he felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Rise, Lord Qian. Xia Chen's calm voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. Qian Nan felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, the suffocating pressure lifting instantly. Though the confrontation had lasted only moments, it felt like an eternity of torment. He couldn't help but marvel at the commanding presence of the newly appointed officer. Xia Chen's aura was even more intimidating than that of the Zhonglong general in the army, a testament to his status as a direct descendant of the Marquis of Zhendong's household. How went the patrol? Xia Chen asked directly. All is well. We encountered a theft case along the way and have already sent the perpetrator to the Ministry of Justice's prison, Qian Nan replied respectfully. Xia Chen then proceeded to inquire in detail about the specific duties and regulations of the Yulin Guards. Although he was already familiar with most of the protocols, he took particular care to probe into certain key details. The capital has been restless lately. Spies from Daqing have started to move. We've been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in rooting them out as quickly as possible, Qian Nan added, a statement that immediately caught Xia Chen's attention. The lantern bearers were a unique organization, independent of the traditional civil and military bureaucracies, answering solely to the emperor. They were akin to the Ming dynasty's Jinhui that Xia Chen had read about. During peacetime, the imperial guards held limited authority in the capital. In cases of major crimes or foreign espionage, the emperor's first choice was the lantern bearers, followed by the Ministry of Justice, the Court of Judicial Review, and other official departments. The Yulin Guards mainly provided support or carried out arrests and confiscations after cases were resolved. By midday, Xia Chen hosted a banquet for his colleagues and subordinates at Tongfu Tower in the capital. All the soldiers without active duties attended, including Li Wanzhong and Qin Mu, who made personal appearances. This scene did not go unnoticed by those present. They were astute enough to understand its implications. As a result, their respect for Xia Chen deepened, and they raised their cups frequently to toast him. While the atmosphere at Xia Chen's banquet was lively and harmonious, a storm was brewing at the Marquis of Jinwu's residence. Young master, what happened? The gatekeeper exclaimed in alarm as he spotted household guards supporting a bloody Zhao Yu at the entrance. Zhao Yu's arms hung limp, his back was a mass of torn flesh, and he had long since fallen unconscious. If not for his martial cultivation, such grievous injuries would have claimed his life. Chaos erupted within the Marquis of Jinwu's residence. Servants and maids rushed about, and someone was quickly sent to the Xuanji Medical Hall in the eastern part of the city to summon the best physician. My son, Zhao Yu's mother, the Marchioness of Jinwu, rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Bursting into the room and seeing her unconscious son, she felt as though her heart had been torn apart. Who did this? Such ruthless cruelty. They clearly have no regard for the Marquis of Jin's household. Madame Zhao stood trembling beside the bed, her hands pointing at Zhao Yu, who lay there as tears streamed down her face. Zhao Yu's arms were wrapped in thick bandages, his complexion pale, clearly having suffered grave injuries. Several household guards immediately knelt down and reported the events in detail. After hearing everything, Madame Zhao became even more furious. That boy not only broke my son's arms but also ordered 100 lashes and even expelled him from the Imperial Guard. Is there no justice left in this world? At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man strode into the room. It was none other than Zhao Yu, the Marquis of Jin. Husband. Madame Zhao quickly pulled Zhao Yu to the bedside. Look at you. That brat from the Xia family is trying to destroy him. Zhao Yu glanced at his son's miserable condition, a flicker of solemnity passing through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He brought this upon himself. Just yesterday, I specifically warned him that the Xia boy is now his direct superior and told him not to stir up trouble. I even promised to secure him a position as a captain in due time. But this fool just had to provoke him. Madame Zhao paled at her husband's reprimand but still argued indignantly. Even if Yuer was at fault first, we are a family of military merit. Was it necessary to be so harsh? If not for Yuer's cultivation at the 8th rank, those 100 lashes could have killed him. Enough. Zhao Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of menace before he calmed himself again. The military is no ordinary place. That Xia boy faced a challenge to his authority on his very first day in command. If he didn't punish severely, how could he establish his position? From the moment your son instigated trouble, this outcome was inevitable. So we're just going to let this go? A mere captain, what right does he have to expel Yuer from the Imperial Guard? Madame Zhao pressed, unwilling to relent. I will handle this matter, Zhao Yu said sternly, fixing his wife with a serious gaze. While he technically lacks the authority to expel Yuer, your son has already given him ample justification. Reporting this incident would only make things worse. For now, keep a low profile and don't send anyone to stir up trouble. That boy's situation is unusual, may even have the Emperor's attention. Seeing the stubborn dissatisfaction on his wife's face, Zhao Yu sighed inwardly. His eldest and second sons had inherited his sharp mind, but this youngest son seemed to have taken after his mother's foolishness. In the rear garden of the Princess Yaoguang's residence, a graceful figure stood quietly by the pond. The water rippled gently, with emerald green lotus leaves spreading like a carpet and delicate pink and white lotus flowers standing tall. Golden fish occasionally leapt out of the water, sending sparkling droplets into the air. This serene scene was interrupted by the hurried arrival of a young woman in yellow. She was Li Wei, the personal maid of the second princess. Known for her delicate beauty and love of candied hawthorn, she was also a prodigy in swordsmanship, famous for traveling alone to Sword City during the 25th year of the Empress's reign and defeating the Sword Saint in just 3 moves, causing a great sensation. Princess, there's news about Xia Chen. Would you like to hear it? He's taken up his new post, Li Wei said. The second princess did not turn around, her gaze still fixed on the lotus blossoms in the pond. He's always lived in seclusion at the Marquis of Eastern Command's residence, rarely making public appearances aside from the rumors about his frail body. Lately, the Marquis has been arranging a position for him. I suppose it's related to the Imperial Guards. Princess, you're amazing, Li Wei exclaimed with genuine admiration. How did you guess that? You should learn more from Ziyue and read more books. Wisdom can be found in them, the second princess said with a slight shake of her head, a hint of exasperation towards her somewhat dim-witted maid. Reading makes me sleepy. I prefer food. Li Wei giggled, running to the second princess's side. As a maid who had grown up with the princess, she and Ziyue didn't need to adhere strictly to formalities in private. Princess, don't you want to hear about your future husband? She teased, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, according to tradition, she and Ziyue would also serve the princess in her marriage. I don't want to hear it, the second princess replied, shaking her head, though her eyes held a trace of amusement. He'll tell you anyway, Li Wei said playfully, clinging to the princess' arm as she recounted Xia Chen's recent experiences with the Imperial Guards. After listening, a ripple of emotion flickered in the second princess' otherwise calm gaze. He disabled Zhao Yu's arms with a single move? Yes. He stood alone against an entire battalion, and no one else dared to make a move. They were all too intimidated. Did he bring family soldiers with him? The princess asked. No, he didn't, Li Wei replied. The second princess nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questions. Sensing something unusual in the princess' expression, Li Wei quickly asked, Princess, is there something wrong? The Marquis of Eastern Command has had a rule for 600 years. No descendant may leave the residence or join the military unless they've reached the 8th level of the refined essence realm. For Xia Chen to be allowed out, it means he must have already achieved this level. But isn't he supposed to be a martial arts cripple? The second princess frowned slightly, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest of her chair. I originally thought his breakthrough to the 8th grade was the result of the Marquis' estate piling on precious elixirs. But now, it seems my judgment might have been wrong. His combat prowess clearly reaches the 7th grade spirit refining realm. While one's level can be boosted with rare medicines, true combat strength is determined by many other factors. Could he have consumed some kind of divine pill? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Li Wei's eyes. There are no such divine pills in this world, the second princess mused thoughtfully. Xia family, are you hiding something? A critical thought suddenly struck her. The news of Xia Chen's so-called crippled physique had always come from the Xia family itself. No one outside had ever truly interacted with him. It was highly possible that this information was deliberately spread by the Xia family. But why? Just to conceal an ordinary talent? The Xia family had historically produced countless extraordinary individuals, and even in this generation, several prodigies had already emerged. Why go out of their way to hide Xia Chen? Keep an eye on Xia Chen and report to me immediately if anything unusual happens, the second princess instructed, turning toward Li Wei, only to notice that at some point, Li Wei had pulled out a candied hawthorn skewer and was happily licking it. Got it. Li Wei, as if performing magic, produced another skewer from her sleeve. Princess, would you like to try one? The snacks outside the palace are far more interesting than those inside. She smiled with squinted eyes and took another lick, the sweet and tangy flavor making her eyes curve into crescents. I don't eat those. Just try one. I bought plenty. Before the second princess could refuse, Li Wei had already thrust a skewer into her hand. 15 minutes later, the usually aloof second princess was also holding a candied hawthorn skewer. Strolling through the garden and savoring the treat, a faint smile unknowingly appeared on her lips. These candied hawthorns are indeed quite good. That afternoon, with some free time on his hands, Xia Chen gathered the soldiers from his two camps and began memorizing their faces and names, one by one. By the end of the day, he had committed all 200 people to memory. While it seemed like a small task on the surface, it carried significant meaning. He appointed Xia Hui, one of the family soldiers, as the commander of the Jia camp. Xia Hui was a 7th-grade spirit-refining realm expert who had previously served as a captain in the border army, commanding over 1,000 troops. Managing a 100-person camp now was a simple task for him, almost an underutilization of his talents. Although this appointment was somewhat unconventional, Zhonglong General Li Wanzhong approved it without hesitation. Rules were rules, but Li Wanzhong was more than happy to do a favor. Of course, Xia Hui's position was only temporary. If Xia Chen were to leave the Imperial Guard or receive another assignment in the future, Xia Hui would undoubtedly follow. Having willingly relinquished his captaincy back then, this minor role as a camp leader was hardly something he would cling to. As night deepened, Xia Chen returned home with heavy footsteps. He was originally scheduled to lead a patrol enforcing the curfew tonight, but upon inquiry, he learned that the curfew duties assigned to the 2 battalions under his command had been completed 2 days ago. With no official tasks to attend to and finding it inappropriate to visit the entertainment quarters, he decided to head home instead. Young master. Not long after he sat down in his room, Xia Qian's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Xia Qian quickly entered, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. Young master, the information you requested about the secret agents of Deqing has arrived. This was internal information from the Yulin Guard, and as a captain, Xia Chen had the authority to access it. Opening the dossier, Xia Chen finally understood why the capital had been so turbulent lately. Over the past month, events had even alarmed the emperor, causing him to fly into a rage. The lantern bearers had been dispatched all over the city, arresting suspicious individuals on a massive scale, leaving the people in a state of panic. The Northwest military defense map was stolen? Xia Chen's gaze froze on a particular section of the dossier. The northwest border of Dawu bordered both Deqing and Defeng, guarded by an army of 200,000 troops. The theft of such a critical military defense map from the Ministry of War explained why the emperor was so alarmed, leading to the immediate mobilization of the lantern bearers for a large-scale search. For someone to take the defense map directly from the core of the Ministry of War without alerting anyone, there must be a mole within the ministry, Xia Chen muttered to himself. Reflecting on the past decades, Dawu's conflicts with Deqing and Defeng had never ceased. Apart from the Battle of Huayang 36 years ago, there had been no large-scale wars, but border skirmishes were frequent. Now that Defeng had recovered from the wounds of the Huayang War and its relations with Deqing were growing closer, an alliance against Dawu seemed to be emerging. The dossier revealed that the defense map had been stolen by a low-ranking clerk from the Ministry of War, who then handed it over to a blacksmith in the western part of the capital. However, by the time the lantern bearers acted on the information, both individuals had already committed suicide, leaving the trail cold. 6 or 7 days have passed. The defense map has likely already been smuggled out of the capital and may even have reached Deqing's capital by now, Xia Chen thought deeply. Between the clerk, who lived near the inner northern district, and the blacksmith, who resided on the outskirts of the western district, a distance of over 20 miles, there must have been an intermediary. Yet, the dossier made no mention of this crucial figure. Was it an oversight or a deliberate omission? Even more suspicious was how an ordinary clerk could freely access the core areas of the Ministry of War and stealthily steal such a vital document. This was clearly not a task he could have accomplished alone. Under the cover of night, the capital city lay shrouded in the silence of the curfew. Both the inner and outer districts were steeped in stillness. Xia Chen lay on his bed, his brows furrowed as his thoughts circled relentlessly around the case of the stolen military defense map. According to regulations, no one was allowed to roam the streets during curfew hours without a special pass. Yet, it was precisely during this time that the map had gone missing. At this hour, only 2 types of people could move freely: the Imperial Guards and the Lantern Bearers. This fact weighed heavily on Xia Chen's mind. It meant that at least one of these key institutions had been infiltrated, or perhaps both were compromised. Flipping through the incomplete case files in his hands, Xia Chen could only draw limited conclusions. The Lantern Bearers, as a specialized investigative agency, likely had access to far more clues. Unfortunately, In his capacity as a member of the Yulin Guards, he had no authority to request their files. Even if he visited them in person, the lantern bearers would likely regard him as little more than a hired enforcer. Such was the reality. The Yulin Guards were never known for solving cases. They functioned more as executors for other agencies. It was only after the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, or the lantern bearers uncovered the truth that the Yulin Guards would step in to make arrests or conduct raids. As a result, these agencies often withheld information from them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chen gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as Xia Chen stepped into the Yulin Guard's rear courtyard barracks, he was greeted by a young man from the previous day named Li Shi. The youth, who looked prematurely aged despite being in his early 20s, approached with a beaming smile and a fragrant bag in hand. "Good morning, Chief. Try these buns from Quanbulibu. I specially ordered them from the shop. They're the best in the entire capital. You even need to book them in advance." Li Shi enthusiastically thrust the bag into Xia Chen's hands. Narrowing his eyes, Xia Chen scrutinized the man who had led him straight into a trap in the military tent the day before. He accepted the buns and remarked coolly, "Quanbulibu? That's an interesting name. Dogs are the most loyal creatures, but if they betray their master, they might just end up as dog meat filling for buns." Li Shi's smile froze instantly, clearly understanding Xia Chen's veiled reference to yesterday's events. Just as he started to grow uneasy, Xia Chen's voice broke the tension. "The buns are good. Bring me one every day from now on." "Got it, Chief. I'll bring you breakfast every day from now on," Li Shi replied, his face lighting up with joy. As Xia Chen headed toward the military tent, he paused mid-step, his expression turning slightly odd. Why did that sound like a confession? Glancing down at the fragrant buns in his hand, he mused to himself. The name Quanbulibu really doesn't inspire much confidence. At noon, Li Shi appeared once again in front of the military tent. His round face was covered with a cheerful grin, creating layers of wrinkles that gave him a comical look. "Boss, after we're dismissed tonight, let me take you to a great place." Li Shi leaned close to Xia Chen, lowering his voice mysteriously. Although he was just a small squad leader, he dared to casually call the captain boss, clearly trying to build rapport. Xia Chen gave him an odd look, suspecting that this guy was likely planning to take him to a brothel or entertainment house. In this world, nighttime activities were rather limited: drinking, listening to music, admiring beautiful women, and engaging in more intimate interactions. Such places for intimate interactions were everywhere. The brothels were considered high-end establishments, with stunning beauties in every corner. However, the cost was exorbitant. A regular family's income for half a year might only afford one night with the lowest-tier girl. As for the courtesans, they couldn't be won over with money alone. Because of this, the more affordable entertainment houses were more popular. Though less glamorous, they offered better value, making them within reach for ordinary folks willing to splurge a little. Although he prided himself on being a gentleman, Xia Chen couldn't deny his curiosity about these places. Embracing the philosophy of, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he readily agreed. "I've got nothing planned tonight, so let's see where this mysterious place of yours is," he said, patting Li Shi on the shoulder. Delighted, Li Shi hurried off to make arrangements for the evening. Xia Chen couldn't help but marvel at the perks of being an officer. Leisure activities were thoughtfully arranged, with no need to worry or spend a dime. He wondered if these places could possibly be even more open than modern-day clubs. In the afternoon, while leading a street patrol, Xia Chen passed through bustling streets, which left even Xia Qian, who was following him, wide-eyed with amazement. As they walked by the Yao Guang princess residence, he casually glanced at the weathered stone lions at the gate before looking away. Along the way, he discreetly took note of a few brothel locations purely for official purposes, of course. When night fell, this supposedly indifferent to women young officer sneaked out of the Yulin Guard headquarters with Li Shi and Xia Qian, slipping into a secluded alley. The deeper they went, the more Xia Chen realized that their route was completely different from the locations he had scouted earlier. "Hee, boss, it's all good fun, music and dancing." Li Shi finally dropped the pretense, grinning so widely that all the wrinkles on his face seemed to bloom. "I know the boss comes from the Eastern Marquis residence." Xia Chen's sharp gaze swept cautiously through the dimly lit alleyway. Li Shi seemed to notice his wariness and quickly lowered his voice to explain. "Boss, I specifically found a discreet and refined place called Qingya Pavilion. It's not like the usual brothels or entertainment houses. You can enjoy music and dancing there, even stay overnight. The best part is that all guests wear masks, so their identities are completely confidential." Standing behind them, Xia Qian's face flushed slightly as he mumbled quietly. "So that's why the young master isn't going back to the Marquis residence tonight, coming to a place like this." Though he had never been there himself, he'd heard plenty from the kitchen staff about this place, known as the most exquisite spot in the world, where people who visited often found it hard to leave. "This isn't the direction to Suyu Street, is it?" Xia Chen asked calmly, though his mind was calculating whether this could be a trap set by the Zhao family to ambush him in the darkness. Li Shi hastily explained, Those places are too crowded and full of prying eyes. Considering that the young master is already betrothed to the second princess, it wouldn't be good if rumors spread and damaged your reputation. Qingya Pavilion is a much quieter place. Xia Chen gave Li Shi a peculiar look, reluctantly admitting that the young man had thought things through quite thoroughly. In the Great Wu dynasty, frequenting such establishments had become a mark of sophistication, with scholars even taking pride in it. In fact, not having visited one by a certain age was considered a disgrace among intellectuals. This made Xia Chen think of the later era under the Empress Unification, when such industries were strictly banned, causing many to lament the loss. I thought you were taking me to the Jiaofeng division, Xia Chen remarked. I can't afford that place, Li Shi sighed, shaking his head. Just the entrance fee is 5 taels of silver, not to mention the other expenses. But the women there are truly top-notch. I've heard many are the wives or daughters of officials. The three of them made their way through the dark, narrow alleys until they stopped in front of an unassuming courtyard. If not for the signboard reading Qingya Pavilion hanging by the entrance, it would have been indistinguishable from the surrounding residences. Qingya Shaozhu, Xia Chen murmured softly as he gazed at the plaque above the door, admiring the elegance of the name. Who would have thought that behind such a refined sign lay a place for heartfelt exchanges? Li Shi stepped forward skillfully and knocked on the door, lowering his voice to explain the rules to Xia Chen. Miss Qingya is the mistress of this courtyard. She's quite famous in the capital and is highly admired by scholars and literati. Even some court officials visit frequently, he said. Aside from the entrance fee and the cost of drinks, whether you can spend the night here depends entirely on whether Miss Qingya finds your talents worthy. Even if you're not chosen, you can still opt for the company of other maids or attendants. Xia Chen was secretly astonished after hearing this. Miss Qingya clearly had a deep understanding of how to run a business. This Qingya Shaozhu was practically an ancient version of an upscale club, leveraging Miss Qingya's personal charm to establish its reputation while promoting a gentleman's connection as its unique selling point. This approach distinguished it from ordinary pleasure houses. The subtle yet enticing business model was perfectly tailored to captivate scholars and intellectuals. Known for their lofty pride, they would keep returning to try their luck if they failed the first time. This strategy of playing hard to get was truly irresistible. A round, delicate face peeked out from behind the door. It was a sweet and charming maid. Li Shi quickly handed over the invitation, and the door swung open. Xia Chen adjusted the mask Li Shi had prepared for him and followed him inside. A rich aroma of rouge and perfume immediately enveloped them. Inside the courtyard, 20 to 30 people had already gathered, all dressed as literati. When the three of them entered, the crowd gave them a brief glance before returning to their activities. Xia Chen took a seat at the far end and began observing his surroundings. The courtyard was alive with music and dancing. Maids swayed gracefully to the rhythm, while others engaged in games such as drinking contests and poetic duels. Xia Chen's attention was soon drawn to the central figure of the courtyard, a dancer with captivating movements. Though her attire was somewhat revealing, it exuded elegance rather than vulgarity, carrying the poise of a noblewoman. It was no wonder this seemingly ordinary place was so well regarded. It indeed possessed a refined and unique charm. Just as Xia Chen was silently speculating about the famed Miss Qingya's appearance, a melodious sound of the guqin suddenly filled the air, causing a ripple of excitement among the guests. Miss Qingya is about to appear, Li Shi whispered eagerly. She's skilled in poetry, music, and the arts, but her guqin mastery is especially renowned, said to rival even the most celebrated performers of the Imperial Music Bureau. Xia Chen listened quietly, letting the mesmerizing melody wash over him until the final note gently faded away. Xia Chen nodded and glanced inside the room. Through the flickering candlelight, a graceful silhouette appeared faintly behind a screen. Thank you for waiting, gentlemen. A cool, melodious voice rang out. Moments later, a stunning woman stepped gracefully out from behind the screen, her face adorned with a perfectly measured, gentle smile. Though the guests all wore masks, there was a unanimous glimmer of amazement in their eyes. Xia Chen observed the elegant lady with a faint smirk at the corner of his lips. What a refined young lady. Is this a contrast she's playing at? Interesting. You jest, Miss Qingya. A richly dressed man in the front row quickly interjected, his gaze fixed intently on her. We are merely here to drink, and the night has only just begun. Waiting this long is hardly an inconvenience. Exactly. Besides, a beautiful lady is always worth the wait. Another man, rotund and jovial, chimed in enthusiastically. Hearing this, Qingya chuckled softly, covering her red lips with a handkerchief in a display of coyness that made the crowd's hearts flutter. Her presence instantly commanded all attention, leaving the maids in the courtyard overshadowed. The guests began to shower her with flattery, each vying for her favor, hoping to be chosen as her companion for the night. Qingya scanned the room, her gaze briefly lingering on each masked figure. When her eyes passed over Xia Chen, she paused slightly, as though attempting to discern the face behind his mask. The others quickly noticed this subtle moment, shifting their focus to him. Despite the mask, Xia Chen's calm demeanor and effortless grace as he sipped his wine exuded an air of distinction. Could he be some noble scion? They speculated privately but thought little of it. After all, with everyone masked, their identities were equalized. Gentlemen, shall we begin with a round of the flying flowers game? Xia suggested with a smile. The crowd eagerly agreed, confident in their poetic abilities. Xia Chen joined in for a few rounds, answering a couple of verses correctly but deliberately keeping a low profile. As the son of a marquis, he had been trained in martial arts from a young age, but his basic knowledge of poetry was sufficient. As the night deepened, the group played games like floating goblets on the water and passing the flower. Several well-read participants stood out with their remarkable poetic skills, even earning Xia Chen's acknowledgement of their talent. Xia orchestrated the evening masterfully, gradually elevating the atmosphere to its peak. My lords, I am feeling a bit weary and will retire for now. Please, enjoy yourselves. Xia said with a graceful bow, her demeanor poised and elegant, akin to that of a noble lady. Though the guests responded courteously, a palpable tension filled the air as they realized the decisive moment had arrived. The standout scholars, brimming with confidence, rose to their feet, each convinced that they would be the one to win her favor tonight. In the small courtyard, most people had already grown distracted, their gazes wandering aimlessly. Only a few, having given up on Xia, began to shift their attention to the maids in the courtyard. Boss, should we pick a maid or head back now? Li Shi asked in a low voice. It was already nearing the hour of high, and the curfew was about to begin. The three of them had made little impression tonight, and Xia hadn't spared them a second glance throughout the evening. Standing at the back, Xia Chen's face was flushed. It was his first time in such a place, and he appeared particularly uneasy. Let's wait a little longer, Xia Chen replied calmly. Hearing this, Li Shi fell silent, lost in thought. By all accounts, Xia Chen, their leader, should also be visiting a place like this for the first time. Yet his demeanor was unexpectedly composed, his every move exuding a practiced ease that betrayed none of a novice's awkwardness. Meanwhile, behind the screen in the room, steam was rising. A graceful figure slid into the wooden tub, the hot water embracing her fair, jade-like skin. Various flower petals floated on the water's surface, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Xia revealed her delicate shoulders and collarbone, her damp black hair clinging to the sides of her face. Her exquisite features now carried a hint of melancholy, a stark contrast to the radiant smiles she had displayed earlier in the courtyard. This sorrowful expression only made her seem more ethereal, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Miss, will you keep someone tonight? Asked her maid, Xiaolian, as she added more water to the tub. Although Qingya Xiaozhu offered overnight services, Qingya herself seldom entertained guests, at most once or twice a week. Even wealthy patrons offering exorbitant sums of gold had been turned down, which only elevated her reputation further. Qingya furrowed her brows slightly, then her eyes sparkled with sudden clarity. Invite the young man with the white mask and extraordinary demeanor. He'll stay tonight. Xiaolian hesitated, puzzled. But he was rather unremarkable tonight. The other gentleman? Wouldn't this affect Xiaozhu's reputation for fairness? Just him, Qingya said with a dazzling smile. The troubles of these past days, perhaps I can find a breakthrough through him. Is that gentleman someone important? Xiaolian's eyes lit up. Though she was a beauty herself, she paled in comparison to Qingya. He's Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong. He recently became engaged to the second princess of the Great Wu dynasty. He's currently serving as a captain in the Imperial Guards. Just yesterday, he expelled the son of the Marquis of Jinwu from the Guards. It seems he's firmly established himself. Qingya's sweet smile deepened, her demeanor shifting once more. Xiaolian was stunned. She knew her mistress's unique eyes could see through masks. Understood. I'll invite him in right away. With that, she quietly stepped out of the room. Qingya let out a soft sigh and stood up from the bathtub. Water droplets slid down her flawless figure, glistening under the warm light. Such a breathtaking scene, yet no one was there to witness it. Meanwhile, as Xia Chen and his two companions sat drinking and watching the dancers, a young man wearing a white mask approached them. Dressed in the attire of a scholar and holding a folding fan, he greeted Xia Chen with a graceful bow. My father is Li Gang, a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue. From afar, I noticed your distinguished demeanor. Judging by your manners, this must be your first visit to Qingya Pavilion. I am Li Kue, style Deshun, the young man said confidently, unfurling his fan with flair. At the mention of Li Kue, the corners of Xia Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and an image of the bearded, boisterous warrior shouting brother from classic tales flashed through his mind. Do you have a brother? Xia Chen couldn't help but ask. What do you mean by that, sir? I am an only child, Li Kue replied, fanning himself as if to exude more elegance. Oh, just curious. My name is Yang Shi, no courtesy name, just call me by my given name, Xia Chen said casually, though there was a playful undertone. Seeing no one caught on to his jest, he composed himself. The name was fabricated. Of course, using an alias while traveling was perfectly normal. Li Kuei bowed again, silently running through the prominent families in the capital with the surname Yang. His eyes flickered with thought as he speculated about Xia Chen's identity but refrained from asking directly. Suddenly, he considered the possibility of a connection to Yang Yin or Grand Secretary Yang. However, he dismissed the idea, reasoning that the strict discipline in Grand Secretary Yang's household would unlikely allow a family member to appear in a place like this. Xia Chen, on the other hand, was oblivious to and uninterested in these speculations. To him, a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue was far from impressive in the capital. Sensing Xia Chen's lack of enthusiasm, Li Kuei decided to try again. Brother Yang, it seems Qingya may not be available tonight. How about we head to Suyu Street instead? There's a brothel there with the most beautiful women. My treats hall, we go there for drinks and spend the night? Hearing this, Li Shi, standing nearby, immediately grew wary of Li Kuei. He thought to himself, this guy is trying to poach my boss's plans? I arranged for the boss to come to Qingya Pavilion tonight, and now this man wants to take him elsewhere? Is he implying my arrangements are inadequate? In an instant, Li Shi's gaze toward Li Kuei became laced with hostility. Li Kuei had no idea he had already offended someone. Just as he was feeling secretly pleased with himself, a graceful figure emerged from the inner room. It was Miss Xiao Lian. The crowd, who had been preparing to leave, was suddenly captivated. Though they had missed the chance to spend the evening with the elegant Miss Qingya, the prospect of accompanying Miss Xiao Lian was still a rare blessing. Li Kuei, too, was entranced. Xiao Lian's beauty was no less striking than that of any top courtesan. If he could spend the night with her, this visit would not have been in vain. While Li Kuei was lost in his wild daydreams, Miss Xiao Lian gracefully curtsied to the crowd and began walking directly toward him. Li Kuei's heart raced. Was he the chosen one? Could it be that Xiao Lian had recognized his extraordinary demeanor or learned of his position as an official in the Ministry of Revenue, and was now prepared to offer herself on behalf of her mistress? However, Li Kuei's fantasy was quickly shattered. Xiao Lian brushed past him, stopping in front of the man he had earlier tried to befriend, the one called Yang Shi. Young master, my lady requests your presence, Xiao Lian said in a clear, melodic voice, bowing slightly to Xia Chen. Her white dress clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves. The entire room fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on her with burning intensity. Shock rippled through the crowd. Miss Qingya had actually chosen someone, and it was this unremarkable individual? Though they recalled her gaze lingering on him briefly earlier, she had paid him no further attention during the evening, and his performance had been entirely mediocre. Several talented scholars who had previously impressed the group immediately stood up, their faces dark with displeasure. To them, this was their chance to interact closely with Miss Qingya, and none were willing to let it slip away so easily. Miss Xiaolian, this is hardly fair. This man has done nothing noteworthy tonight. One of them protested loudly. Standing beside Xia Chen, Li Kuei was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been saying that Miss Qingya would never invite any of them to stay, even planning to take this Yang Shi to the brothel for fun. But now, this same man had been chosen? All because his demeanor was just a little more refined than Li Kuei's? As the crowd grew restless and the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, Xiaolian took a deep breath and regained her composure. With a bright smile, she addressed the group. Young masters, my lady's decision is entirely her own. She has made her choice for tonight, and I kindly ask you all to return another day. Then, turning to Xia Chen, she said, young master, this way please. You two head back first, Xia Chen said as he stood and addressed Xia Qian and Li Shi, who were behind him. Xia Qian opened his mouth to speak, but Li Shi pulled him aside with a grin, leaning in to whisper to Xia Chen, got it, boss. But make sure you're up early tomorrow. There's a task at the camp, something about the lantern bearers needing our help. He winked at Xia Chen meaningfully before stepping away. Xia Chen paid little attention to Li Shi and followed behind Xiaolian as they walked ahead. When passing by Li Kuei, the latter's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Xia Chen's arm. Brother Yang, is there some sort of secret to this? How did you manage to get Lady Qingya to? Li Kuei trailed off, too embarrassed to say pull strings, but the hopeful look in his eyes conveyed his thoughts clearly. Xia Chen paused for a moment, patted Li Kuei's shoulder, and said softly, maybe it's because I'm more handsome than everyone else. With that, he strode away without looking back, leaving behind a figure that was impossible to read. The other scholars, especially those who had performed well, couldn't sit still after witnessing this. They feared that Xia Chen might truly win Qingya's favor. Just as they were about to rise to follow him, two burly men who had been standing silently in the corner stepped forward to block their path. Seeing these two human walls, the group wisely returned to their seats. After all, scholars knew the art of adaptability. Following Xiaolian through the courtyard, Xia Chen was quietly amazed at the vastness of the estate. As he walked, He silently took note of his surroundings until Xiao Lian stopped in front of a room in the inner courtyard. "Young master, we have arrived," Xiao Lian said, gesturing for Xia Chen to enter on his own. Standing at the door, Xia Chen could make out a graceful silhouette through the paper screen. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was filled with a unique fragrance, a perfect blend of floral and personal scents that was utterly intoxicating. Xia was seated at her dressing table, meticulously combing her damp, jet-black hair. Water droplets slid down the strands like fragments of jade. She was dressed in a thin inner garment, yet her demeanor remained poised and elegant, exuding the grace of a noble lady. Even the simple act of grooming seemed alluring when performed by her. "You certainly have patience, young master," Xia suddenly spoke, turning to reveal her stunningly beautiful face. "How could I ruin such a breathtaking scene? That would make me seem utterly tactless," Xia Chen replied with a teasing smile. "Since you're already in my room, young master, why not remove your mask?" Xingya's gaze carried a hint of reproach as she slowly approached him. "I thought keeping the mask on might make things a bit more intriguing," Xia Chen said with a playful tone, catching Xingya off guard. She let out a silent scoff in her heart. Men, as expected, are always captivated by appearances. Xia Chen sat down at the table, his eyes lingering on Xingya's enchanting figure, particularly the curves of her chest. He couldn't help but think that her presence alone was enough to unleash a mesmerizing allure. "The moonlight is beautiful, and the night is long. If you wish to see it, then honesty is indeed called for," Xia Chen remarked with a smile as he removed his mask, revealing his handsome face, a high-bridged nose, bright eyes, smiling lips, and skin as fair as jade, glowing softly in the candlelight. Although Xingya had used a special technique to catch a fleeting glimpse of his face earlier, seeing him up close now left her momentarily spellbound. She forgot to feign nonchalance and avert her gaze. What a strikingly handsome face! Xingya couldn't help but marvel inwardly, her gaze involuntarily lingering on the young man before her. In her 17 years, she had never encountered such extraordinary looks. She even thought of the second princess of Dawu, imagining how life as a wife would be if accompanied by such a husband. Surely, her days in the inner chambers would be filled with excitement. Realizing her thoughts were straying into improper territory, Xingya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. Composing herself, she resumed her graceful demeanor and smiled. "Young master, your appearance is truly outstanding. If you were to compete for the title of the most handsome man in the capital, you would undoubtedly rank among the top." She went on to explain, "In the capital, some enthusiasts have created rankings for the most attractive men and women, selecting 4 of each to be known as the 4 beauties and the 4 handsome men of the capital. Although the titles may sound a bit frivolous, those who make the list are indeed individuals with exceptional charm." Xia Chen poured himself a cup of tea, his expression calm as he asked, "So, does that mean Miss Xingya has met these 4 handsome men before?" Carrying a faint, delicate fragrance, Xingya gracefully took a seat beside Xia Chen. "I've only met one of them, but compared to you, young master, he falls slightly short." Her assessment was not flattery, but genuinely heartfelt. As someone working for the Imperial City Department, she could foresee that this 17-year-old youth, upon reaching adulthood, would grow even more striking. Xia Chen smiled faintly at her words, musing to himself, "Could it be that I'm destined to become a male version of the legendary Yang Guifei?" The thought amused him, especially considering that the alias he had chosen also bore the surname Yang. Coupled with the possibility of a future Empress as his fiancée, it all seemed like some kind of cosmic coincidence. "What is on your mind, young master?" Xingya asked curiously, noticing his momentary distraction. "Nothing," Xia Chen replied, sitting up straight. His overly formal posture drew a soft laugh from Xingya, who surmised inwardly, this must be his first time in a place like this. "Young master, the night is long, and drinking only tea might be a bit dull," Xingya said, her bright eyes sparkling. She reached for a fine jug of wine and poured him a cup. "Why not try this exquisite wine instead?" "Miss Xingya, these 4 beauties you mentioned, just how beautiful are they?" Xia Chen changed the subject, genuinely curious about these tales that circulated in the capital, of which he knew very little. Xingya seemed slightly surprised but quickly regained her professional composure, explaining in detail, "The 4 beauties are all from extraordinary backgrounds and are even less disputed than the 4 handsome men. Among them is the personal disciple of the current Celestial Master from the Celestial Master's mansion, as well as the contemporary Buddhist maiden from Tianlong Temple. The other 2 are individuals from the secular world," Xingya continued. "One is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and the other is Princess Yaoguang, the second daughter of His Majesty. Recently, Princess Yaoguang has been betrothed to the legitimate son of the Marquis of Jindong's household." When mentioning the second princess, Xingya deliberately slowed her speech, subtly observing Xia Chen's reaction. However, Xia Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if the Marquis' son had nothing to do with him. Even the people from the Celestial Master Residence and the Tianlong Temple are involved in the selection? Xia Chen asked with a hint of curiosity. These two places were sacred grounds for Buddhism and Taoism in the Dawu dynasty and even the entire realm, typically detached from worldly affairs. Situated at opposite ends of the capital, they stood like distant sentinels. They are not actually participating, Qingya explained in her soft, Jiangnan accented voice. It's just that some meddlesome people have included them in the list for amusement. And how does Miss Qingya compare to these four? Xia Chen suddenly asked. Qingya was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with a light laugh. How could I dare to compare myself to them? Whether in status or beauty, the difference is like heaven and earth. She slowly rose to her feet, her tone turning suggestive. Young master, it's already late. Are you truly planning to talk until dawn at the table? Qingya walked gracefully to the bed, her delicate foot stepping lightly as she climbed onto it. Her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation from dignified elegance to alluring seduction. She gazed at Xia Chen with eyes full of charm, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew intimate. Xia Chen smiled faintly, his steps unsteady as he approached the bed. It seems Miss Qingya couldn't wait any longer. Or is it the young master who is too cold-hearted? Qingya replied with feigned grievance in her eyes. Such a beautiful night. Yet you only care about talking, not even bothering to indulge me a little. Just as Xia Chen was about to embrace this enchanting woman, his body suddenly weakened, and he collapsed heavily onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Ugh! Shaolian stormed in from outside, fuming with anger. Men are all the same, no good at all. Newly engaged, and he dares to come to a place like this. I didn't expect him to come either, Qingya said, her tone reverting to its earlier coolness. But this gives us an opportunity. We can use him to pass some information to the lantern bearers. They've been investigating too aggressively lately, and our network in the capital has suffered severe losses. If this continues, something disastrous might happen. Those damn doffing people. Shaolian spat venomously. If it weren't for our help back then, they would have been annihilated by Dawu long ago. Now that they've regained their strength, they dare to betray us, stealing military defense maps and framing us for it. What's worse, the spies from the Doffing Inspection Bureau leaked intelligence about our Imperial City Division's operatives in Daiwu's capital to the lantern bearers, causing us massive losses. There must be a mole from the Jinsha Institute within the Imperial Guards, Qingya said coldly, her brows tightly furrowed. Otherwise, this operation wouldn't have ended in such a fiasco. Our identities have been exposed. We need to find a new cover immediately. Shaolian stood nearby, nodding gravely. Both of their gazes instinctively fell on Xia Chen, who lay unconscious on the bed. Miss, Shaolian asked in a low voice, are we going to implant clues into his mind using illusions? Even if we give him the clues, will a captain of the Imperial Guards really investigate? Isn't this kind of spy work usually handled by the lantern bearers? Based on his records, this scion of a distinguished family didn't join the Imperial Guards just to idle away his days, Qingya replied, stepping closer to the bed. Regardless of the outcome, we must act. We can't let the Jinsha Institute keep leading us by the nose. Her eyes shimmered with a ripple-like glow, a strange energy swirling within them. I will pull him into a dream and subtly influence him. Tomorrow, he'll head to Chunhua Pavilion, where he'll uncover some leads and believe it was all thanks to his own ingenuity. Little will he know that he's already become a blade in our hands. A cold smile graced Qingya's lips. If not for the need to gather intelligence through this identity, she would never allow a man into her room, let alone touch her. Every visitor who entered her grasp would be drawn into dreams so vivid they were indistinguishable from reality, enough to alter their thoughts. A crystalline light enveloped Qingya, especially her eyes. Two ethereal blue butterflies emerged from them, fluttering towards Xia Chen. However, just as the butterflies were about to enter his body, Qingya's expression froze. In her vision, a pair of four-pupilled eyes loomed over her, lofty and indifferent, carrying no emotion, yet seeming to contain the ultimate truths of the universe. Transformed into a butterfly, Qingya felt her very soul tremble, as if frozen. In the next instant, the two butterflies that had infiltrated Xia Chen's consciousness shattered. Qingya's eyes snapped open, her face pale, traces of terror lingering in her gaze. Just as she was about to retreat, a broad hand gripped her slender wrist firmly. The immense strength threw her off balance, and she fell directly onto the bed. When she regained her senses, she found herself lying in Xia Chen's arms. He was gazing at her with a faint, enigmatic smile. Within his eyes, she could see two pupils slowly merging into one, their depths as unfathomable as a black hole capable of devouring a soul. Let go of my lady. Shaolian finally snapped out of her shock, crying out in alarm. She looked on in disbelief. How could someone under the influence of an illusion suddenly awaken? Held tightly in Xia Chen's grasp, Qingya's neck was encircled by his hand. It should have been an intimately suggestive posture, But neither of them had the mind to entertain such thoughts at this moment. Who would have thought that the renowned Miss Xia is also a powerful sorceress, capable of pulling someone into an illusion by force? I wonder, could you kill someone in a dream? Xia Chen spoke as he gently lifted Xingya's chin. His actions resembled those of a frivolous young master, his gaze brazenly examining her delicate features. At this moment, the two were pressed closely together, their breaths mingling. Xingya's eyes, glowing with an eerie blue light, sparkled like sapphires, but her body betrayed an uncontrollable reaction. Her fine hairs stood on end, goosebumps spread across her skin, and her cheeks flushed a drunken red. Xiaolian, who was inside the room, immediately grew tense at the sight. Watching Xia Chen not only ignore her, but also lay his hands on her lady, she quickly summoned her internal energy, her blood surging like a rainbow, ready to strike at any moment. A sorceress, a 7th-ranked martial artist, the royal city guard. Xia Chen remained unfazed, becoming even bolder as he ran his fingers across Qingya's face. Every inch of skin he touched seemed to ignite, leaving Qingya with an unprecedented, strange sensation. You weren't asleep the entire time and heard everything we said. That's impossible. Qingya forced herself to stay calm. You clearly drank the tea and wine. I laced them with sleeping drugs. She desperately tried to divert Xia Chen's attention, terrified that her dignity would be ruined by this man. Maybe I'm just a bit tougher than most. You must have used too little of the drug, Xia Chen replied casually. In truth, thanks to the system he possessed, any harmful substances were automatically neutralized, rendering him immune to all poisons. The courtyard is full of our people. You won't make it out. Xiaolian threatened. Xia Chen glanced at her. Are you planning to fight me? With just your 7th-rank skills, do you think you can take me down in this situation? He continued with 2 warnings. First, those people outside are likely from the Royal City Guard. If they see your lady in this state, it won't end well for her reputation. Second, it's already curfew. There are patrols of lantern bearers and the Imperial Guards nearby. If a fight breaks out, they'll sense it immediately. After speaking, he pinched Qingya's smooth, delicate cheek again. The reason he had sent Xia Chen and Li Shi away and stayed alone was his absolute confidence in both his own skills and the security of the capital city. The room was engulfed in silence, with only Xia Chen's laughter lingering in the air. He held a beautiful woman tightly in his arms, the scene resembling a villain tormenting an innocent maiden. Although Xiaolian's face was flushed red with anger and her teeth clenched, she understood that Xia Chen was right. If a fight broke out here, it would inevitably attract the top experts in the capital, and no one would be able to leave unscathed. Young master, since you already know who we are, why not release me first so we can sit down and talk properly? Qingya had regained her composure, her bright eyes locking onto Xia Chen's. She had realized that this seemingly insignificant heir of the Eastern Marquis mansion was far from the ordinary man described in the reports. Why can't we talk on the bed? Xia Chen's fingers lightly traced along Qingya's smooth back. The touch sent shivers through her body, her skin flushing as a tingling sensation surged to her heart. This was Xia Chen's warning, a reminder of her current status as his captive and the futility of attempting to take control of the situation. Young master, since you've overheard our conversation, I may as well tell the truth, Qingya said, suppressing her discomfort. That military defense map was not stolen by us. It was a trap set by the Dafu Jiansha Institute to frame us and use us as scapegoats. And why should I believe you? Xia Chen replied with a smile. I don't care who stole the military defense map, but it's undeniable that you are with the Imperial City Division. Given your rank, capturing you and dismantling this base is already a significant achievement for me. Qingya and Xiaolian fell silent, unable to refute his words. For Xia Chen, whether his captives were from the Imperial City Division or the Jiansha Institute, it was still a meritorious accomplishment. There is another option, Xia Chen suddenly said. If the Dafu Jiansha Institute can plant spies within the Imperial City Division, I'm sure your side has similar arrangements. If you can provide information on the Jiansha Institute's network in the capital and prove that the military defense map wasn't stolen by your people, they'll let you go. These words rekindled hope in the previously despondent Qingya and Xiaolian, their emotions fluctuating dramatically. Qingya studied the exceptionally handsome young man before her at close range. His ambition was clearly far greater than that of an ordinary person. Xia Chen calculated in his mind. Capturing members of the Imperial City Division was a notable achievement, but it wasn't enough. If the military defense map truly wasn't stolen by the Imperial City Division, the truth would eventually come to light, and his contribution would be diminished. However, if he could uncover this truth ahead of time and severely damage the Dafu Jiansha Institute's espionage network in the capital, he might catch the attention of Emperor Wen. His goal wasn't merely to take down an Imperial City Division base. It was to leverage this opportunity for a rapid rise in rank. Xia Chen carefully weighed the pros and cons. Although targeting the lantern bearers would draw attention from various parties, the potential reward of rising quickly from a 7th-rank officer within 5 years made the risk worth taking. Why should I trust you? Qingya stared directly at Xia Chen, a hint of wariness in her voice. If I hand over the Inspection Bureau's intelligence to you, and you turn around to capture us, wouldn't that leave me completely defeated? Xia Chen reached out and gently tilted Qingya's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. I can't give you proof. The only thing you can trust is my character. But you have the choice not to gamble. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for argument. A mysterious ripple seemed to emanate from Xia Chen's eyes, influencing Qingya's thoughts. She momentarily recalled the immense, heavenly gaze she had seen when she invaded Xia Chen's spiritual sea earlier. After a brief silence, Qingya's lips parted slightly. Fine. I'll give you the secret files on the Inspection Bureau's spies. The next morning, golden sunlight poured into the room. Qingya slowly opened her eyes, her body aching with exhaustion, her knees especially bruised as though she had knelt for a long time. As her mind cleared, memories of the previous night surfaced. She turned her head and, as expected, saw Xia Chen sleeping beside her, one arm draped over her waist. Feeling her movement, his arm instinctively tightened, pulling her closer. Qingya felt the warmth of his chest, her cheeks flushing red. She glanced down to check her clothing. Though disheveled, it was still intact. Letting out a small sigh of relief, she reflected on how she, who had never allowed any man near her, had spent an entire night in the same room with one. Good morning, Xia Chen murmured without opening his eyes. Can you let me go now? Qingya tried to keep her voice calm. Not yet, Xia Chen replied cautiously. The courtyard is full of your people. If I release you and you all gang up to tear me apart, what then? Qingya took a deep breath, suppressing the storm of emotions inside her. Shaolian. The door flew open. Shaolian burst in, gripping a long blade, her eyes blazing with fury. Miss, did this scoundrel do anything to you last night? Shaolian stayed awake all night, standing alone in the courtyard. She had intended to remain in her room, but Xia Chen had forcibly driven her out. I'm fine. Qingya shook her head in denial, though her expression betrayed her unease. While Xia Chen hadn't behaved outrageously last night, when she tried to escape, thinking he was sound asleep, she was caught off guard. Just as she began to channel her internal energy, the seemingly slumbering young man woke as if anticipating her move and restrained her. As punishment, he forced her to maintain a humiliating kneeling position until she was utterly exhausted before allowing her to rest. This lesson left her too intimidated to act rashly again. This boy is too strange. Shaolian grew increasingly anxious as she noticed her mistress' unnatural demeanor. Though the night had passed without any obvious commotion from the room, the fact that her lady had spent the night alone with this man made her fear the worst. Give me the documents. It's time to head to work, Xia Chen said, gesturing to Shaolian with the air of someone giving orders to a servant. His commanding tone only fueled Xiaolian's anger. He glanced at the sky. If he delayed any longer, Xia Chen and Li Shi might assume he had overindulged the night before, leading to his tardiness this morning. That was a misunderstanding he had no interest in entertaining. Hand him the documents, Qingya said. Though she didn't fully understand what Xia Chen meant by work, she simply wanted to avoid further entanglement with him. Last night's clash had left her feeling utterly powerless. Reluctantly, Shaolian retreated and returned moments later with a stack of documents, which he handed over to Xia Chen with visible displeasure. He lay lazily on the bed, taking the documents with one hand, while finally releasing Qingya's shoulder with the other. Qingya felt a wave of relief as his warm hand left her. After the chaotic night, her clothes were disheveled, one shoulder exposed, her skin brushing against Xia Chen's. Even though his attention was now fixed on the documents, she dared not make any sudden moves. The events of the previous night had proven the young man's unervingly sharp instincts. Even when he appeared to be asleep, any attempt to act was preemptively thwarted. No wonder he had the confidence to let her sleep so close to him. Interesting. It seems your royal guard has planted quite a few people in the Xia Institute, Xia Chen remarked as he skimmed through the detailed documents, a cryptic smile forming on his lips. Among the three most elite covert organizations in the world, the Lantern Bearers of Dao, the Royal Guard of Daqing, and the Xia Institute of Defeng, there was constant infiltration and rivalry. The most intense clashes occurred in the capitals of the three nations. Although Dao's capital was ostensibly the territory of the Lantern Bearers, it secretly harbored the forces of both the Royal Guard and the Xia Institute. This was an open secret among the ruling elite. This situation is not a case of the Lamp Bearers intentionally keeping their enemies alive to gain advantage. With a grave expression, Qingya explained, the Lamp Bearers know very well that even if we wipe out every single operative of the Royal Guard and the Inspection Bureau in the capital, new spies will soon fill the void. Neither Daqing nor Defeng would ever abandon their infiltration of the political center of the capital. She paused briefly before continuing. The same applies to the capitals of Daqing and Defeng. Covert agents from various factions are everywhere. This should have been the Lamp Bearers' domain, and we ought to stand in solidarity with the Inspection Bureau, at the very least refraining from stabbing each other in the back. But this time, the inspection bureau has used us as mere pawns, so they can't blame us for striking back. Xia Chen silently finished reviewing the documents in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his palm and used his fingertip to cut his skin. The crimson blood that emerged seemed to shimmer with an unusual light. "Open your mouth," he commanded calmly. Xia froze, her instincts as a sorcerer telling her that this blood was far from ordinary, even though she didn't fully understand Xia Chen's intentions. She had seen sorcerers use their own blood to cast special spells before. Hesitating, she didn't respond immediately, but Xia Chen didn't waste words. He grabbed her face, forcibly pried her mouth open, and pressed his bleeding finger inside. Cough, cough. Xia coughed violently, covering her mouth with her hand. "What have you done?" "This is a secret technique passed down in my Marquis household," Xia Chen explained. "Even warriors can use it. My vital blood is now inside you. From now on, no matter where you go, I will always sense your presence." He gave her a meaningful smile. "So, you'd better ensure this information is absolutely accurate. Also, it's time to change your identity. If you cooperate, we might still have a chance to work together." Xia Chen gently pinched Xingya's smooth, rosy cheek, looking down at her like a devil. "It's getting late. Come help me wash up and get dressed." Though his tone was mild, the domineering intent in his words was unmistakable. Xingya lay on the bed, biting her lip with a conflicted expression. Eventually, she rose slowly and clumsily began to comb Xia Chen's hair and arrange his clothing. It was her first time serving someone, and her movements were awkward, but Xia Chen remained patient, showing no intention of replacing her. The entire process felt like a carefully orchestrated taming ritual. If any observer were present, they would surely recognize this as a classic compliance test. As dawn broke, Xia Chen walked into the government office, looking refreshed. "Young master." Xia Qian was already waiting, and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Boss, how was last night?" Li Shi chimed in, wearing a knowing grin. "What else could it be but satisfying?" Xia Chen clapped Li Shi on the shoulder and laughed. "As long as the boss is happy." Li Shi chuckled along. Xia Chen scanned his surroundings and sobered up. "Are all the brothers here?" "Almost everyone is accounted for." "Good. Assemble Camp Jia and Camp E immediately." Xia Chen's expression turned serious. Although Xia Qian didn't understand the sudden call to gather, he didn't ask questions. Li Shi, on the other hand, remained calm as usual. In no time, over 200 men quickly formed ranks at the campgrounds. The atmosphere in the camp was tense. Soldiers from various units wore puzzled expressions, watching the unusual early morning movements of the Jia and E battalions. Xia Chen pulled Xia Hui aside and whispered a few words in a low voice. As the conversation progressed, Xia Hui's face grew increasingly grave. "We'll split into two groups. Speed is crucial. If anyone resists, shoot them on the spot. However, the key individuals must be captured alive," Xia Chen instructed firmly. "Understood, Commander." Xia Hui replied solemnly, addressing him by his rank, as was customary in the military. Xia Chen turned to face the assembled soldiers and gave a brief order. "Jia Battalion, follow Commander Xia. E Battalion, follow me." Although the 200 Imperial Guards had no idea what was happening, none dared to question the orders. They knew that unless it involved storming the palace, their duty was simply to obey commands. Leading 100 fully armed Imperial Guards, Xia Chen swiftly left the Yulin Guard headquarters and headed toward East Street. Xia Qian quietly caught up to Xia Chen and asked in a low voice, "Young master, what exactly are we doing?" "No need to ask. You'll find out soon enough," Xia Chen replied coldly, making Xia Qian shrink back slightly. He knew all too well that when the young master wore this expression, something significant was about to happen. 15 minutes later, the group arrived at Eastjiang Street. This area was the cultural and entertainment hub of the capital, filled with tea houses and opera theaters. Many plays and storytelling performances originated here every year before spreading across Dawu and beyond. In front of Baiwei Tower, the most renowned opera house in the capital, Xia Chen issued an order: surround this theater. Not even a fly is allowed to escape. If anyone ignores the warnings and tries to break through, shoot them on the spot. His icy tone sent chills down the spines of the Imperial Guards. While some hesitated, knowing that Baiwei Tower often hosted high-ranking officials and even members of the royal family, the weight of their commander's authority quickly spurred them into action. The guards moved to tightly encircle the entire theater. Inside the tower, on the stage, a new opera titled The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks was being performed. This play had recently taken the capital by storm, with at least 3 performances daily to accommodate the endless stream of audiences. The story revolved around the tragic love between the legitimate son of a marquis household and a princess from the eastern wilderness's Fox clan. The two overcame countless obstacles and seemed destined for a happy union. However, just as the audience anticipated a joyous ending, the Fox princess suddenly died. This unexpected twist left the audience stunned. and the male protagonist's subsequent descent into darkness and quest for vengeance was unprecedented, making the tale of the Mandarin Ducks a sensational hit and nearly impossible to get tickets for. Something's wrong. The officials have surrounded Baiyue Tower. The sudden shout shattered the tranquility within Baiyue Tower. Servants and attendants from various households scrambled into the main hall in a panic, some dashing straight into private rooms upstairs, their faces filled with terror. The grand doors of Baiyue Tower were flung open with a thunderous bang. Armored imperial guards, armed with long swords, marched in a strict formation. Their synchronized footsteps echoed through the hall, plunging the scene into chaos. Imperial guards on duty. Do not move, stay where you are. Disobedience will be met with immediate execution. Xia Chen's commanding voice silenced the crowd, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Standing at the forefront of the guards, he exuded authority. Behind him, over a dozen imperial guards unsheathed their gleaming blades. On either side, soldiers raised crossbows and firearms, their dark barrels pointed menacingly at the crowd. Any reckless move would be met with swift, deadly force. The high-ranking officials and wealthy patrons, who initially looked ready to protest, froze at the intimidating display. Words of defiance died in their throats as they reluctantly sat back down. Xia Chen's sharp gaze swept across the room like a hunting hawk, finally locking onto the center stage. There stood a strikingly handsome young actor, currently playing the male lead in a romantic opera. Their eyes met, tension sparking in the air. Quite good-looking, thought the actor as he caught sight of Xia Chen. Not that impressive, Xia Chen remarked inwardly. According to the information provided by Qingya, this rising star, who had taken the capital by storm with his newly adapted opera, was highly sought after by noblewomen. Yet to Xia Chen, he seemed rather ordinary. Seize him, Xia Chen ordered coldly, pointing directly at the actor. 5 imperial guards surged toward the stage like arrows loosed from a bow. The actor's expression turned grave. He had sensed something was amiss the moment the guards entered, and now it was clear was their target. A performer playing a martial role stepped in front of the actor, hurling concealed weapons with lightning speed. The guards deflected them with their blades, the clanging of metal ringing out. Soon, 3 more performers joined the fray, and the stage erupted into a chaotic battle. The audience below was horrified, their faces pale with fear. The sight of concealed weapons narrowly missing them sent cold sweat trickling down their backs. It was only now they realized these elegant performers were highly skilled fighters. Even more shocking was their audacity to confront the Imperial Guard's Hedon. Advance. Xia Chen's expression remained calm as he issued another order. More guards poured in from outside, and 10 elite soldiers joined the fight. Standing in the center of the stage, the actor felt his heart sink. He knew that even if he managed to escape Baiyue Tower, more guards and watchmen awaited him outside. Yet surrender was not an option. From his sleeve, he released several paper figures. As they floated through the air, they rapidly expanded, transforming into armed warriors who clashed fiercely with the Imperial Guards. Inside the Baiyue Pavilion, cries of alarm and panic echoed incessantly. Blades gleamed in the hall, striking fear into the hearts of the audience, their faces pale with terror. Only the imposing presence of the surrounding Imperial Guards offered them a modicum of reassurance. Xia Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. What he had planned as a swift, decisive strike had devolved into a prolonged battle, completely derailing his strategy for dealing with the covert agents of the Jianxia division. Everyone, attack together. Take them down quickly, Xia Chen commanded, drawing the crimson blade slung across his back. As his energy surged, the blade radiated an intense, searing heat. His aura exploded with overwhelming dominance, exuding an unyielding and fiery might. With a swift slash, Xia Chen's blade struck down a paper effigy. The figure, capable of holding off 2 or 3 Imperial Guards on its own, instantly burst into flames and disintegrated into ash. Like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, Xia Chen's every strike obliterated another paper effigy. Behind him, Xia Chen led the Imperial Guards in a ferocious charge. Throughout the chaos, Xia Chen's focus remained fixed on the opera performer. According to the intelligence provided by Qingya, this performer was a key mid-level operative of the Jianxia division in the capital, overseeing numerous operations, including the recent theft of the military defense plans. Despite being in peril, the performer remained composed, his gaze darting around as he searched for a chance to break through. Break out, he ordered coldly, summoning more paper effigies. However, maintaining these creations clearly took a heavy toll, leaving his face pale and drained. You go first, I'll cover you, declared the Marshal Dan who had attacked first, stepping in front of the performer. With a massive blade raised high, the Marshal Dan struck down toward the advancing Xia Chen with the force of a mountain. It was as if Xia Chen had anticipated the movement. He struck preemptively, his blade flashing like a blazing sun across the sky. When the onlookers regained their senses, The martial dawn body had already been cleaved in two, blood staining the stage a vivid red. The brutal scene caused the noblewomen in the private boxes on the second and third floors to blanch in horror. Their earlier admiration for Xia Chen's charm was now replaced with dread. With blood splattered across his face, Xia Chen appeared more like a vengeful deity than a man. Having dispatched his opponent, Xia Chen pressed forward without hesitation, advancing toward the opera performer. So, you're Xia Chen, the so-called disgrace of the Eastern Marquis household. It seems everyone's been fooled. To slay an 8th-grade martial artist with a single strike, your concealment runs deep, the performer remarked while retreating, clearly shaken by the power Xia Chen had displayed. Reaching the 7th-grade martial artist level at just 17 was an extraordinary feat, even within the Eastern Marquis household. Xia Chen paid no mind to the performer's words. At this moment, his gaze was locked solely on the leader he was determined to capture. Xia Chen, determined to seize the spotlight, completely ignored those stepping forward to shield the performer. Activating the Qi Yang body tempering technique, a surge of vitality erupted from within him, forming an invisible armor over his body. His movements were as swift as lightning, and double pupils emerged in his eyes, making everything around him appear slowed down. The performer, with the window just within reach, was about to leap out when a sudden gust of force came from behind. Before he could react, a hand like an iron clamp gripped his neck, lifting him effortlessly like a small chicken. As a sorcerer, he was painfully aware of his vulnerability in close combat, let alone against a formidable opponent like Xia Chen. With the performer subdued, the situation inside Baiwei Tower was quickly brought under control. The performers who attacked the Imperial Guards were either killed by military crossbows or captured on the spot. The entire operation was swift and clean, wrapping up in less than 10 minutes. Escort everyone from Baiwei Tower back to the Yamen. Until I return, no one is to release them. Xia Chen ordered Xia Qian, instructing him to lead 30 men to escort the captives. Boss, let me go with Xia Qian, Li Shi volunteered. There are a lot of people in Baiwei Tower. An extra pair of hands will make things more secure. Xia Chen considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The Imperial Guards began clearing the battlefield, injecting the captured Inspection Bureau spies with blood-sealing needles custom-made by the Celestial Master's office. These single-use artifacts effectively prevented martial artists from channeling their vital energy. Xia Chen looked down at the performer in his grasp, who glared at him with venomous eyes. Coming after me so directly, it seems you've already gathered intelligence on us. Trying to snatch credit from the lantern bearers, are you? You've been hiding for years, and your ambitions are quite bold. The performer gritted his teeth, never expecting to fall at the hands of Xia Chen, someone he had completely underestimated. Before the performer could respond, Xia Chen struck the back of his head with a sharp hand chop, knocking him unconscious. Instead of entrusting the captive to Xia Qian and Li Shi, Xia Chen decided to personally oversee him. Follow me to the next target, Xia Chen commanded as he led dozens of his men out of Baiwei Tower in haste. He intended to strike swiftly and catch the Inspection Bureau off guard. Where's the boss heading next? Are there more spies? Li Shi asked Xia Qian curiously. No idea, Xia Qian replied curtly, focused on handling the aftermath at Baiwei Tower. The audience inside Baiwei Tower, now relieved to see the spies apprehended, began whispering among themselves, are these people from the Imperial Guard or the Inspection Bureau? Who would have thought Baiwei Tower was one of their hideouts? Who is that leader? Such ruthlessness. Inside the White Moon Pavilion, the crowd buzzed with discussions. Xia Chen's swift and decisive combat skills, coupled with his domineering style of finishing the fight without uttering a single word, left a profound impression on everyone present. Although the bloodshed had only just ended, some of the elegant women in the pavilions were already captivated by Xia Chen's striking appearance, eagerly inquiring about the background of this military officer. A few young ladies even blushed, gazing dreamily at the figure below. In the central private room on the 3rd floor of the White Moon Pavilion, a young man with an extraordinary demeanor was seated across from a graceful and charming woman, calmly sipping tea. The earlier chaos seemed to have had no effect on them. They sat high above, as if watching a meticulously staged play, viewing the people downstairs as mere performers. Su Buliu, what do you think of that officer's skills? The young man asked without turning his head, addressing a swordsman standing in the shadows of the room. The swordsman, Su Buliu, appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. His eyes gleamed as he thoughtfully replied, his mastery of blood energy is exceptional. Every ounce of power is concentrated at the blade's tip, and he has clearly grasped the essence of blade intent. His blade intent is pure and unyielding, making him nearly invincible among those in the 7th rank. Whether he has more hidden strength, I cannot determine for now. If you were to face him at the same level, would you have the confidence to defeat him? The young man asked with growing interest. We'd have to fight to find out, Su Buliu replied, his words concise but deliberate. I am currently at the peak of the 5th rank, on the verge of advancing to the 4th. If I were to suppress my level to the 7th rank, defeating him would pose no difficulty. However, if I were to compare him to myself when I was in the 7th rank, the outcome would only be clear after a battle. Hearing this, the young man's curiosity about Xia Chen deepened. Interesting. Look into his background and bring him to me. Who would have thought there was such talent hidden within the Imperial Guards? He instructed a servant standing behind him. In his eyes, anyone who could earn such praise from Su Buliyu, a renowned swordsmanship prodigy in the capital, would be a valuable asset if recruited. No need to investigate further. The graceful woman, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. She appeared to be in her early 30s. Despite her modest attire, she exuded an air of nobility. A captivating smile played on her lips as she said, "If my guess is correct, this man has some connection to us." "Oh, Aunt, you know his identity?" the young man asked in surprise. But upon reflection, it made sense. His ambitious and resourceful aunt, known for her knack for recruiting talent and meddling in court affairs, was well informed as always. He must be the eldest legitimate son of Marquis and Dong, Xia Chen, who got engaged to Yao Guang not long ago, remarked Princess Pingyang, a graceful woman seated in the private room of Baiwei Tower. A faint smile graced her lips as she recalled the young man she had just seen. His strikingly handsome features surpassed even the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. As the youngest sister of Emperor Wen, though not born of the same mother, Princess Pingyang was raised by Emperor Wen's mother. For over 50 years, the emperor had treated her as his own daughter, even allowing her to participate in court affairs, a rare privilege that secured her a unique position in the royal family. Despite remaining unmarried her entire life, this mature and alluring princess had always maintained a deep fascination with power. "Are you sure about this, Aunt?" The third prince looked surprised. "I remember Xia Chen being infamous for his incompetence. Marquis and Dong has ignored him for years. How has he suddenly become so formidable?" A few days ago, the Xia family arranged for him to take the position of a Yulin Guard captain, Princess Pingyang said thoughtfully, resting her delicate chin on her hand. "His identity and appearance match, so it must be him. But his cultivation level is truly astonishing." Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, his every move was being closely observed by the two in Baiwei Tower. At that moment, he was hurrying toward his next destination, a guest house used as an intelligence relay station by the Jianxia Bureau. It was highly likely that the military defense map had been leaked from there. Under the intimidating presence of the Imperial crossbowmen, any resistance within the guest house was quickly subdued, and the owner was apprehended on the spot. "Leave no piece of information behind. Take everything," Xia Chen commanded. He then led his men to another location, the Shanyang Hall on North Street. This facility, which served as both an orphanage and a nursing home, was already deserted, save for a few children and some elderly individuals who could barely move. "Their intelligence network is impressively swift," Xia Chen muttered, his gaze cold as he stared at the dilapidated plaque bearing the name Shanyang Hall. From the Yulin Guard headquarters to Baiwei Tower, then to the guest house, and now here barely an hour had passed. Yet their opponents had already vanished without a trace. The remaining locations were likely abandoned as well. When Xia Chen returned to the headquarters, Qin Mu was waiting at the entrance. "I heard you took over 200 people this morning. What's going on? Why did you arrest so many?" Qin Mu asked, his face filled with confusion. Though the Imperial Guards had the authority to make arrests, an operation of this scale would have undoubtedly drawn attention across the capital. "They're all from the Jianxia Bureau," Xia Chen replied, clasping his fists respectfully. "The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to request your approval. I'll personally explain everything to you shortly." Had anyone else acted so boldly without authorization, they would have been detained the moment they stepped through the gates. Qin Mu's expression stiffened, and the words of reproach that were about to leave his lips were forcibly swallowed. Xia Chen, quick on his feet, swiftly pulled him into a corner and lowered his voice, saying, "Sir, while the procedures may be a bit irregular, rest assured, if the Zhonglong general learns of this matter, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Not only will he not blame you, but this could even be an opportunity for promotion." At this moment, Xia Chen's face bore a warm smile, a stark contrast to the cold and stern demeanor he usually displayed while handling cases. Though Qin Mu was merely a duwei, he was still Xia Chen's immediate superior. Xia Chen, well-versed in the art of politics, understood the importance of building alliances and minimizing enemies. Only by uniting all available forces could one be smoothly propelled to higher ranks at critical moments. Seeing a glimmer of understanding in Qin Mu's eyes as he was about to speak, Xia Chen quickly continued, "Since the suspect has already been apprehended and time isn't pressing, why don't we head directly to report to the Zhonglong general?" "What? You're saying the military defense map was stolen by a covert agent from the Jianxia Yuan?" Zhonglong General Li Wenzhong shot up from his seat, spilling tea onto his robes in the process. Qin Mu, standing nearby, was equally stunned. The theft of the military defense map had been causing an uproar recently, and even the Yulin guards had been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in their investigation. Everyone had assumed that the Huaqing Sea was behind it, and even the lantern bearers held this belief. But now, Xia Chen was presenting a completely different perspective. Xia Chen respectfully explained, according to reliable information, today's captured individual was the mastermind behind the military defense map case. Once interrogated, the truth will come to light. Even if it turns out they are not connected to the map, the fact that they are covert agents of the Jianxia Yuan is indisputable. Either way, this is a major achievement. Li Wenzhong sat back down, working to calm his excitement, though an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. If the military defense map was indeed the work of the Jianxia Yuan, it would be an enormous accomplishment. Even if Xia Chen's assessment was incorrect, capturing actual covert agents would still count as a significant success. Just as Li Wenzhong was about to voice his concerns, Xia Chen, already anticipating his thoughts, interjected, "Sir, our Yulin guards are the Emperor's close military force. The lantern bearers have no authority over us. Moreover, this matter falls squarely within our jurisdiction and is entirely legitimate." After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Wenzhong made up his mind. Such a monumental achievement was within reach. Hesitating out of fear would be far too timid. Even if it meant offending the lantern bearers, this risk was worth taking. The lantern bearers might wield immense power, but did Li Wenzhong lack connections and influence himself? Li Wenzhong swept his gaze across everyone in the military tent, finally resting his eyes on Xia Chen. "Keep this matter under wraps for now. First, pry open the mouths of those men and gather all the evidence. When the time comes, I will enter the palace to report to His Majesty and secure merit for all of us." This young noble from the Marquis household had truly impressed Li Wenzhong. The arrogance of a fledgling had been replaced by seasoned political savvy. Xia Chen had cleverly handed over the credit to him, and Li Wenzhong, in turn, would reciprocate the favor. Xia Chen clasped his fists respectfully with a warm smile. "I will follow the general's lead in everything." He understood the art of politics well. An astute politician must know how to share the rewards, taking care of subordinates while pleasing superiors, without monopolizing credit. History had repeatedly shown that those who sought to keep all the glory for themselves never ended well. At this moment, Xia Chen was fully aware of his own limited strength. Directly confronting the lantern bearers would lead to unfavorable outcomes. It was better to let Li Wenzhong take the lead in the fight, while he stayed in the background, steadily building his own position. For now, the struggle with the lantern bearers was beyond his reach. Standing to the side, Qin Mu watched Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong chatting and laughing, feeling momentarily dazed. His nominal subordinate was now enthusiastically discussing matters with his superior, while he, the intermediary, found himself unable to join the conversation. But on second thought, earning credit without lifting a finger wasn't such a bad deal. Being a dependable support role seemed quite acceptable. Just as Xia Chen stepped out of Li Wenzhong's tent, he encountered Xia Hui returning with his men. "My lord, I have dismantled 3 strongholds and captured the key figures. However, the 4th stronghold was already abandoned when we arrived," Xia Hui reported. Xia Chen fell into contemplation. He had managed to secure only 2 strongholds on his side, while it seemed the surveillance bureau had been a step too late. "Bring the captives inside," he instructed. The most critical individual, the lead performer, was already in their hands, making this effort worthwhile overall. By noon, the atmosphere within the Yulin army had grown noticeably tense. The Zhonglong general, who usually spent his time drinking tea in the military tent, was now frequently visiting the small prison in the rear. Each time he emerged, he wore a satisfied smile. Rumors spread within the army that this was undoubtedly connected to the group Xia Chen had apprehended earlier that morning. Xia Chen remained stationed in the military tent, only accompanying Li Wenzhong to interrogate the lead performer and other captives. The tightly sealed rooms, called prisons, were far less sophisticated than the official facilities of the Ministry of Justice or the lantern bearers. To extract the truth quickly, Xia Chen had shared a few techniques of his so-called great memory recovery method. Soon after, anguished screams echoed from the prison, chilling anyone who passed by. The enforcers carrying out the interrogations now looked at Xia Chen with a mix of awe and fear. This newly appointed officer had devised such ruthless methods of punishment that even the most rigorously trained spies would struggle to endure. In the afternoon, as expected, the lantern bearers appeared at the gates of the Yulin Guard. Kai Ming led a dozen members of the lantern bearers to the entrance, holding his official token. Though his tone was polite, his attitude was firm. "Kai Ming, commandant of the lantern bearers, acting under orders from my commander, is here to take custody of the prisoners." Qin Mu personally led a group to block their way at the gate, his brows furrowed. "Commandant Kai, you must be mistaken. This is the Yulin Guard. Who exactly are you here to take?" "Captain Qin, stop playing dumb," Kai Ming said coldly. This morning, the Yulin Guard launched a large operation and arrested a group of spies. Matters involving spies have always been under our lantern bearers' jurisdiction. The Imperial Guard is only responsible for the city's safety. Now that the suspects have been apprehended, they should naturally be handed over to our lantern bearers for detention. Qin Mu responded with a faint, icy smile. Indeed, we apprehended a group this morning, but they were criminals reported by the citizens, conspiring to threaten the safety of the capital. As the Yulin Guard, it is our duty to investigate their accomplices. Once the investigation is complete, we will hand them over to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched at this, clearly unimpressed by the explanation. Captain Qin, I don't have time for your games. Whether they are spies or criminals, hand them over to us. Well, take responsibility for the matter, and your brothers in the Imperial Guard won't miss out on any credit. With that, he moved as if to lead his men inside. Qin Mu's face darkened, and he stepped forward. The Imperial Guard's headquarters is a restricted area. Even the lantern bearers have no right to barge in without permission. The soldiers behind Qin Mu immediately formed a human barricade, blocking the intruders from entering. Kai Ming's face turned grim as he locked eyes with Qin Mu for a long moment. Finally, he said coldly, "Fine. They'll report this to my commander. The Imperial Guard has no authority to detain prisoners. The lantern bearers will make sure to file a formal complaint against you." With those words, Kai Ming led his men away. On the way back, one of his subordinates asked, "Commandant, what should we do next? What else can we do?" Kai Ming snapped, kicking the questioning subordinate while maintaining his composure. "Well, report this to the commander. I'm just a mere commandant. Do you think I can cause an uproar on someone else's turf?" Inwardly, he pondered. The Yulin Guard would rather risk offending the lantern bearers than hand over the prisoners. Were they simply vying for credit? Or was there something else at play? His thoughts soon shifted to the military defense plans. For the Yulin Guards to show such a firm stance, Kai Ming was almost certain it was related to the military defense map case. As a key member of the lantern bearers, he was aware that the Yulin Guards had apprehended someone from the Defeng Inspection Bureau earlier that morning, but the exact reason remained shrouded in mystery. Xia Chen and Li Wanzhong had already implemented strict measures, not only sealing off all information but also ordering that the interrogation personnel were not to leave the prison under any circumstances. Even though the lantern bearers were the most formidable intelligence organization under the court, they were powerless when faced with the unique authority of the Yulin Guards. Without an imperial decree, who would dare to plant spies within the Yulin Guards? That would be tantamount to seeking their own death. When Kai Ming reported his suspicions, the lantern bearers immediately sprang into action. Following Xia Chen's movements from earlier that morning, they managed to capture a group of Inspection Bureau personnel who had evacuated their base prematurely. After rounds of rigorous interrogation, the truth finally came to light. What? The military defense map was stolen by someone from the Inspection Bureau? The commander of the lantern bearers, Lu Li, stared intensely at the subordinate reporting the findings, his voice filled with both shock and fury. Once the information was confirmed, Lu Li slumped into his chair, taking deep breaths to calm himself. They had made such a grave mistake, completely veering off in the wrong direction during the investigation. If this reached the emperor's ears, Lu Li dared not imagine the consequences. Fetch Shinfeng immediately. Lu Li bellowed in anger but quickly regained his composure and ordered, "Prepare my formal attire. I must leave at once." Roused from the embrace of his favored concubine in the middle of the night, Lu Li was now wide awake. He needed to rush to the Yulin Guards immediately, retrieve the key individuals for interrogation, and coordinate with Li Wanzhong to devise a strategy. Only by framing this case as a joint investigation between the lantern bearers and the Yulin Guards could they turn their missteps into merit. However, just as he finished dressing and stepped into the front hall, his butler came running in a panic. "Master, someone from the palace is here." Lu Li's expression changed instantly, realizing he was already too late. The Yulin Guards had beaten him to it. The next morning, Xia Chen woke up feeling refreshed. He had worked late the previous night at the office, ensuring all the evidence was properly prepared before leaving. The power games between these high-ranking officials were far beyond his current level. After finishing a set of martial arts exercises in the courtyard, Xia Chen was about to head to the office when a family servant called out from outside the yard. "Third young master, the master has something to discuss with you." Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement and turned toward the inner courtyard. He knew it must be about the military defense map case. Both he and Li Wanzhong agreed on the strategy of swift resolution. Last night, Li Wanzhong had even gone to the palace to expedite the matter. Under the radiant spring sunlight, the Mingda courtyard was a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers. This 400-year-old residence, steeped in history, served as the home of Xia Chen and had been the dwelling place of successive family heads. Every corner of the courtyard bore the marks of time, from the weathered brick walls to the rustic doors and windows, all silently narrating a story of its enduring past. As Xia Chen arrived at the courtyard gate, he saw a handsome young man emerging from within. This was Xia Qian's second son, a man in his early 20s who currently served in the Dragon Guard of the Imperial Army. Through his exceptional abilities, Xia Qian had risen rapidly to the rank of captain in just a few years, establishing himself as a standout among the younger generation of the imperial army. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement towards Xia Chen, a fleeting hint of something unusual in his gaze. His father's words still echoed in his mind how the imperial army had its credit stolen by the lantern bearers, with the key figure being none other than his third brother standing before him. "Go on in. Father is waiting for you," Xia Chen said tersely before turning to leave. Xia Chen was unsurprised by Xia Xian's demeanor. He had long known his second brother to be reserved, neither hostile nor particularly warm. Memories of childhood visits to this courtyard surfaced when he had shared a closer bond with his two older brothers. But after moving to the side residence, their interactions had gradually diminished. "Chun'er," Xia Qian's voice called out from the courtyard. After paying his respects, Xia Chen took a seat, while the maidservants brought tea and snacks before discreetly withdrawing. He began to enjoy the delicious refreshments, using them as his breakfast, while his eyes wandered around the familiar surroundings. Memories from before the age of 12 flooded back. Every tree, every blade of grass, every maidservant was once intimately known to him. It wasn't until his pride led him to move away from Mingda Courtyard that he rarely returned except during festivals. Xia Qian watched his son devour the snacks with a contemplative gaze. Once Xia Qian washed down the last bite with tea, Xia Qian spoke directly. "The matter of the military defense map, was that your plan?" "More or less," Xia Qian replied calmly. "I gave the credit to Li Wenzhong, letting him take the lead. You handled it well. You're just a captain, newly entered into the officialdom. Drawing too much attention this early isn't wise," Xia Qian said approvingly, though his tone quickly shifted. "Do you know what happened last night?" "After General Li went to the palace, I returned home." "I'm unaware of what followed," Xia Qian answered, shaking his head. "Lu Li has fallen." Xia Qian's calm words carried a gravity that was impossible to ignore. Lu Li had overseen the lantern bearers for 26 years. As the Dark Lord personally appointed by Emperor Wen, he controlled all the clandestine and shadowy activities of the Dewu dynasty. Yet now, this once all-powerful figure had suddenly fallen from grace, a collapse that was bound to send shockwaves through the political landscape of Dewu. Because of the military defense map incident? Xia Qian let out a long sigh, his tone heavy with concern. "More or less," Xia Qian replied calmly, taking a sip from his teacup. After glancing around the room, he continued. The theft of the military defense map was indeed Lu Li's failure. Coupled with the fact that this recent operation targeted the wrong person, two major blunders in a row sealed his fate. Last night, he was stripped of his position as commander within the palace. Xia Chen paused briefly before analyzing further. But that was likely just the trigger. He's held control over the lantern bearers for 26 years, serving as a blade for that man, doing countless unspeakable deeds on his behalf. He's made too many enemies. This downfall on the surface appears to be a result of his mistakes, but in truth, it's a coordinated effort by various factions to deliver a fatal blow while they have the chance. "Silence. Watch your words," Xia Qian reprimanded sharply, though a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Xia Chen, who had always stayed secluded in the family estate, to see the court's dynamics so clearly. Such political insight was rare among the younger generation of the Xia family. Apart from his third brother, few could compare, and even his own two sons were woefully lacking in political acumen. Xia Qian's gaze softened gradually. The Xia family had never been short of prodigies or military talents, but it sorely lacked individuals with strategic vision and political sensitivity. Without a brilliant mind to guide them, even the most prosperous family could not avoid decline. He sighed inwardly, regretting his past decision to heed his second brother's advice and prevent Xia Chen from studying alongside their third brother. Perhaps if he hadn't, Xia Chen could have shared some of the burdens. "What other thoughts do you have?" To Xia Chen's surprise, Xia Qian didn't react in anger to his bold remarks. Instead, he pressed him for more. Xia Chen cautiously continued, "The emperor is indeed exceptionally clever, but he's also supremely selfish. Over the years, he's consistently pitted the civil and military factions against each other, using Lu Li and Princess Pingyang to consolidate power, all while staying hidden in the shadows. Lu Li's hands are stained with blood, but hasn't every major act been orchestrated by the emperor himself? The benefits have always gone to the emperor, while Lu Li has borne all the blame. This mastery of imperial strategy is truly remarkable." In the courtyard, Xia Chen gazed at his uncle Xia Qian's face, a subtle and meaningful smile playing on his lips. The fact that the Marquis household had stood firm for over 600 years amidst shifts in power was clearly not just a result of the simple creed of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. Xia Chen understood well that while the Marquis of Zhendong's patriotism was beyond question, their so-called loyalty to the emperor was open to interpretation. The old Marquis of Zhendong and Xia Qian had kept a low profile and stayed out of the public eye in recent years, largely due to Emperor Wen's suspicion. To safeguard the future of the Marquis household and its descendants, they had no choice but to act with such restraint. Recently, his estranged father, Xia Yuan, had achieved great military success in the eastern wastelands and was about to return to the capital in triumph. However, his fate was already clear: would be required to relinquish his military power, withdraw from political affairs, and wait for the next war to have any hope of regaining influence. It was a pragmatic form of political wisdom, but one undoubtedly tinged with complex emotions. The biggest winner from Lu Li's downfall must be the civil officials, Xia Chen remarked in a low voice. Xia Chen nodded slowly. Indeed, this time, it was Grand Secretary Li himself who took action. His Majesty's decision to abandon Lu Li was largely influenced by this. The Lantern Bearers organization was originally intended to balance the civil and military factions, but in practice, it leaned more towards suppressing the civil officials. Over the years, the power of the civil faction has grown to the point where it poses a threat to imperial authority. He fixed Xia Chen with a piercing gaze. You've seen through a great deal, which is commendable. This matter may appear to be led by Li Wanzhong on the surface, but as I understand it, you were the one who privately took action first, arresting people before reporting to Li Wanzhong. Is that correct? Xia Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected such details to escape his uncle's notice. If I can figure it out, so can the clever minds in the capital, Xia Chen said sternly. You need to keep a low profile for now. There are some matters I can help you navigate. Thank you, uncle, Xia Chen replied respectfully, bowing with impeccable decorum, which earned an approving nod from Xia Chen. Go now, Xia Chen said with a wave of his hand. In the days that followed, the political scene in the capital was in turmoil. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards launched large-scale operations, and the downfall of a prominent figure spurred countless others to vie for advancement. Such was the nature of the bureaucracy, where the fall of one opened opportunities for others to rise. Meanwhile, in the shadowy underworld, the Lantern Bearers unleashed a relentless assault on the Great Feng Supervision Bureau. Hidden agents of the Bureau in the capital were captured one after another, with some even executed on the spot. At the same time, the distant northwestern border saw large-scale troop deployments, with forces standing ready to confront potential threats from Qing Kingdom to the west and Great Feng to the north. Several key figures from the military aristocracy were summoned to the Imperial Palace for discussions on military strategy, and even the cabinet began deliberating on who should lead the troops if a major war broke out on the northwestern frontier. Amid this tense atmosphere, Marquis Anwu, Xia Chen, was frequently called into the palace. In the garden, Xia Chen walked side by side with Xia Chen. Over the past few days, Xia Chen had often sought out Xia Chen, sharing court news with him and seeking his opinions, which left Xia Chen somewhat surprised. Xia Chen occasionally glanced at the young Imperial Guard captain beside him, pondering how the recent court upheavals could be linked to this young man. They probably won't call on your grandfather, Xia Chen said in a calm tone. Although Xia Chutian nearly led Defeng to ruin during the Battle of Huayang 36 years ago, his military achievements are unparalleled. If he wins another war, he might be conferred a royal title, and that's something neither His Majesty nor the cabinet would want to see. Xia Chen smiled and replied, so the only ones left to lead would be you, uncle, and the Grand Marshal. Indeed, there were few in Dawu capable of commanding large-scale military campaigns and confident enough to prevail over Qinghua. Among them were the old Marquis of Eastern Command, Xia Chutian, Xia Qian, renowned for his victories in the southern frontier, and Grand Marshal Ouyang Jing. With two of these figures hailing from the Xia family, it was no wonder the family had always acted discreetly, voluntarily relinquishing command after every battle. His Majesty has already ordered my second brother to resolve the matter swiftly, Xia Qian said gravely. The pressure of fighting on two fronts is immense. If there are delays, Qinghua will undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, His Majesty won't allow both my brother and me to command troops simultaneously. Xia Yuan already has over 100,000 soldiers in the eastern wastelands. If war breaks out with Defeng, another 300,000 troops would be needed, giving the Xia family control over half of Dawu's military strength. No one would dare take such a risk. Xia Chen remained silent, knowing that his estranged parents would soon return from the eastern wastelands. Xia Qian glanced at Xia Chen's unreadable expression and sighed inwardly. At the same time, the Lantern Bearers reported evidence of troop movements within Defeng's borders, prompting the cabinet to convene multiple emergency meetings overnight. Meanwhile, another major event in the capital was the appointment of Ma Song as the new commander of the Lantern Bearers. Once an unremarkable figure managing the smallest department, Ma Song not only survived Lu Li's downfall but also emerged as the biggest winner, leaving many to ponder his sudden rise. Xia Chen paid little attention to the affairs of the Lantern Bearers, though he was aware of these developments. He was focused on his impending promotion. With the incident involving the military defense map now resolved, the fruits of victory were within reach. By his estimation, the promotion could come within a day or two. The thought brought a faint smile to his lips. In addition, Xia Chen noticed something else. On the night following his departure from Qingya Pavilion, a sudden fire broke out there, reducing it to ashes with no survivors. The tragedy left many regular patrons heartbroken, as their beloved Qingya, the goddess in their hearts, became an eternal regret. Such a pity about Miss Qingya, gone so young and tragically. Xia Chen sighed as he trailed behind Xia Chen, taking a bite of the fried dough stick in his hand. His lips, still coated with soy milk, reflected his lament. As one of the three who accompanied Xia Chen to Qingya Pavilion that day, the impression of Qingyan remained vivid in his mind. Xia Chen, meanwhile, was preoccupied with savoring the piping hot goobuli buns in his hands. The burst of savory juice filled his mouth, yet even this delicacy couldn't fully satisfy him. His heart yearned for the rice noodles from his hometown, the kind steeped in rich broth and paired with uniquely flavored condiments. Over the past few days, he had scoured several noodle shops across the capital, but none offered the familiar taste he longed for. Everyone has their fate. Some people, though dead, may still live on, while others, though alive, may already be dead. Xia Chen finally spoke, his tone laced with a cryptic weight. Xia Chen scratched his head in confusion, clearly failing to grasp the meaning behind those words. Xia Chen merely chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation. In truth, Xia Chen didn't believe Qingya was dead. With her intelligence, she would undoubtedly have been aware that she had become the center of attention following the major upheaval in the capital event that even brought down Lu Li, the lamp-bearer commander. Qingya Pavilion, being a key location for Xia Chen's intelligence gathering, was bound to attract scrutiny. That fire was undoubtedly a carefully orchestrated move to erase her identity. Xia Chen glanced at the small red on the system panella marker he had placed under the guise of blood tracking that day. While he lacked such an ability in reality, the system in his possession had given him near-complete insight into 95 of the capital's layout, excluding the imperial palace. Qingya's every move was within his grasp. At this moment, the red dot remained stationary in a certain location within the western district. He wasn't in any rush to find her. As long as she remained in the capital, her whereabouts would always be within his reach. Perhaps, when the night fell silent, he might even pay her an unexpected visit. As Xia Chen stepped into the military tent of the Yuling Guard's headquarters, Qin Mu approached him with a conspiratorial air. In stark contrast to his previous stern and rigid demeanor, Qin Mu now wore a broad smile. He sat down beside Xia Chen uninvited, poured himself a cup of tea, and appeared far more at ease. Clearly, the recent events had brought the two closer. After this matter is resolved, you might directly be promoted to the rank of Due. By then, we'll be equals, Qin Mu said, sipping his tea with a hint of emotion in his gaze. At 35 years old, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the young man before him, only 17, was about to reach the same official rank as him. Has there been progress on the military defense map case? Xia Chen immediately caught the critical detail in Qin Mu's words. Judging from the barely concealed excitement on his face, it was evident that this major case was nearing its conclusion. Setting his teacup down, Qin Mu suppressed his excitement and replied, although the Northwest military situation has been the top priority these days, the court officials haven't forgotten about the military defense map case. Our Yuling Guards solved it, and the rewards and promotions will be announced in the coming days. Congratulations, sir. Xia Chen raised his cup in acknowledgement. Haha, the credit for this case is all yours. Qin Mu laughed heartily. The Zhonglong general has already submitted his report. After this, you'll be promoted to at least the rank of Due. He sighed inwardly. If not for Xia Chen's young age, the merit of solving the military defense map case and dismantling the secret network of the Dafeng Surveillance Bureau in the capital would surely warrant a higher promotion. After all, in the 800-year history of the Da dynasty, officials who reached the 5th-rank Due position at the age of 17 were exceedingly rare. Xia Chen merely smiled and said nothing. This time, it's highly likely that the Zhonglong general will be transferred to the Longwu Guards as the Grand General. Qin Mu continued in a lowered voice. They'll probably follow him there, which will free up a position for you. He then briefly explained the differences between the two units. The Yuling Guards, with 3,000 men, were responsible for maintaining order in the capital, while the Longwu Guards, an elite force of 6,000, were tasked with guarding the imperial palace and protecting the emperor during his outings. The Grand General of the Longwu Guards, though officially a 3rd-rank position, answered only to the emperor himself and wielded immense power. Is the information reliable? Xia Chen asked. Though the decree hasn't been issued yet, the Zhonglong general has entered the palace twice in the past 2 days. It's almost certain, Qin Mu said, glancing around before leaning in to whisper to Xia Chen, hinting that the former Grand General of the Longwu Guards had been too closely allied with the Crown Prince. Xia Chen's mind worked quickly, piecing together the implications. This was a reshuffling of power. Li Wenzhong's appointment to such a critical role indicated that he was indeed a trusted confidant of the emperor. The previous Grand General's close ties to the Crown Prince were undoubtedly seen as a threat by the emperor. In the delicate game of imperial succession, the Crown Prince was both the heir and the greatest potential danger. Staring at his teacup, a glimmer of insight flashed in Xia Chen's eyes. He realized that the emperor's wariness of the Crown Prince had led him to support the 3rd prince as a counterbalance. While this strategy of maintaining equilibrium seemed wise, it ultimately sowed the seeds of disaster for the Third Prince's rebellion 5 years later. At this very moment, a thought began to take root in the young man's mind, too, wanted to make his mark on the stage of this power struggle. In the afternoon, Xia Chen sat quietly in his tent within the military camp, engrossed in reading a book titled The Nine Sons' Art of War. This classic text, written by one of the most renowned strategists of this world, was essential reading for all martial practitioners. Although it wasn't his first time studying it, each reading brought him new insights. "Sir." A voice called out from outside the tent. It was Li Shi. "Enter," Xia Chen replied without lifting his gaze from the book. Li Shi stepped inside and saw Xia Chen dressed in simple civilian attire, his long black hair casually tied up with a hairpin. Without the constraints of armor, he exuded an air of refined elegance and a sense of otherworldly tranquility as he focused on the military text. "What is it?" Xia Chen asked calmly. "The Zhonglong general has summoned you. It must be good news," Li Shi responded, keeping his head lowered, unable to meet Xia Chen's serene, almost celestial demeanor. "Understood. You may leave," Xia Chen said with a wave of his hand. Despite the crucial timing with a possible promotion on the horizon, he remained composed and unhurried. After Li Shi exited, Xia Chen tidied his appearance and made his way to Li Wanzhong's tent with measured confidence. Upon entering, he found Li Wanzhong also studying the Nine Sons' Art of War. The Art of War states, "A commander must calm his heart to devise strategies and maintain order to strengthen the army." "What do you think?" Li Wanzhong asked, not waiting for Xia Chen to speak. "A leader must maintain clarity and composure to craft effective plans and instill discipline to manage troops," Xia Chen replied without hesitation. These were the opening lines of the text and deeply ingrained in his mind. A commander must remain rational, never allowing emotions, whether joy or sorrow, to sway them excessively. "You've exemplified this well in recent days, truly worthy of being a descendant of the Xia family," Li Wanzhong remarked, setting the book down with a look of approval. Even amid the swirling rumors in the capital, this 17-year-old had remained composed, never once seeking information about his potential promotion. "I trust you, sir. Since the matter has been entrusted to you, I simply await the outcome with patience," Xia Chen responded with a calm smile, his tone perfectly balanced. "When we're in private, feel free to call me uncle," Li Wanzhong said with a gesture for him to sit. "Are you curious about your appointment?" "I heard this morning from Captain Qin that I might be taking over his position as captain, while he transfers with you to the Longwu Guards," Xia Chen replied evenly. "That was indeed the initial arrangement, but circumstances have changed," Li Wanzhong said. His words caused a slight furrow in Xia Chen's brow as he began to ponder. Before he could ask further, Li Wanzhong continued. "Qin Mu and I have both agreed to transfer to the Longwu Guard, but the key figure here is you," Li Wanzhong said gravely. "Me?" Xia Chen asked, meeting Li Wanzhong's gaze with a slight frown. He had assumed any issue would involve Li Wanzhong's appointment as Grand General of the Longwu Guard, but it turned out the problem lay with him. Initially, the plan was to promote you to the position of captain, but His Majesty personally intervened in the matter, Li Wanzhong said, his tone carrying a deeper meaning as he looked at Xia Chen. Hearing that the emperor had taken an interest, a flicker of surprise crossed Xia Chen's eyes. Li Wanzhong took a sip from his teacup and smiled faintly. "There's no need to worry too much. His Majesty hasn't opposed your promotion to captain. He simply remarked that young people should gain more experience and that there's no rush for advancement." For the first time, he saw a trace of emotion on the face of this usually overly composed young man. "This is actually a good thing. There are many officials in the court, but very few catch His Majesty's eye," Li Wanzhong said, patting Xia Chen on the shoulder. "Gather your things. You're coming with me to the palace." "To the palace?" "His Majesty wants to meet you personally." Even Li Wanzhong was taken aback by this. In recent years, the emperor had rarely attended court sessions. Most officials could only catch a glimpse of him during the annual New Year's assembly. State affairs were typically managed through the emperor's private consultations with senior ministers, with the cabinet handling the execution. For the emperor to summon Xia Chen, was this a signal of some kind? Or was there a more significant purpose at play? Xia Chen took a deep breath to steady himself. Considering his achievements and his status as the emperor's son-in-law, he doubted there was any cause for concern. Half an hour later, the two shared a carriage heading toward the heart of the inner city. Keeping his voice low, Li Wanzhong offered a word of caution. His Majesty has reigned for over 50 years. In the first 20, he devoted himself to Buddhist practices, and in the next 10, he turned to Taoist pursuits. It was only after ministers urged him to secure the imperial lineage that he fathered the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince. In recent years, His Majesty's thoughts have grown increasingly inscrutable. "When you meet him, remember not to presume anything about his intentions." Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement, his understanding of the emperor's character becoming clearer. Over the past 5 decades, Emperor Wen had led the Great Wu dynasty to unprecedented strength, from the Battle of Huaiyang to the southern frontier campaigns, and now the nearing conclusion of the Eastern Wasteland Demon War. Each event underscored the dynasty's power. Yet, the constant warfare had deepened internal conflicts. Were it not for the emergence of the Empress 5 years later, this seemingly mighty empire might have crumbled under the weight of a coup. The carriage finally came to a halt before an imposing city wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes. They had arrived at the imperial palace. Outside the city walls, several soldiers clad in sharp armor were standing guard. As Li Wenzhong's carriage approached, two soldiers quickly stepped forward. Step out of the carriage. Carriages are not allowed inside. Li Wenzhong was the first to step out, followed closely by Xia Chen. The soldiers immediately recognized Li Wenzhong and straightened their postures to salute. As soldiers of the Longwu Guard, they were already aware of the rumors the current Grand General was likely to fall from power, and Li Wenzhong was the most probable successor. All right, conduct your search. I need to enter the palace. Li Wenzhong spread his arms, cooperating with the inspection. Even the chief minister of the cabinet had to undergo a check before entering the Palasian unchangeable rule. Sir, His Majesty has already issued a decree. You may proceed directly. One of the soldiers performed a symbolic inspection before speaking respectfully. Li Wenzhong nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Chen followed silently behind him, his eyes carefully observing the surroundings. The three large characters White Tiger Gate on the city wall stood out prominently, stirring memories of the bloody coup 5 years later when the third prince would lead his forces through this very gate, plunging the imperial palace into a sea of blood. The towering walls were fortified with magical formations set by sorcerers, complemented by armored soldiers armed with crossbows. A direct assault would be impossible without sacrificing tens of thousands of lives. Outside the capital, the three major military camps housed 50,000 soldiers in total, tasked with defending the city alongside the Imperial Guard. These troops could not take a single step into the capital without an imperial decree. This meant that the only way to open the White Tiger Gate was from within. The third prince must have already bribed the gate commander, or perhaps that person was his loyal confidant from the start. As they continued, an elderly eunuch led them through layers of palace gates and courtyards. Xia Chen couldn't help but be captivated by the grandeur of the imperial palace. Glazed tiles shimmered under the sunlight, the intricate carvings and painted beams exuded centuries of elegance, and the light from palace lanterns danced along the corridors. The mythical beasts perched on the rooftops were solemn and majestic. The weight of 800 years of history seemed embedded in every brick and tile, inspiring a sense of awe. Generally, you can take the Prince Consort in from here. The elderly eunuch, wearing a warm smile, spoke humbly, devoid of the arrogance he might display to outsiders. Li Wenzhong merely nodded in acknowledgement. As the Suntobe Grand General of the Longwu Guard, he didn't need to show excessive courtesy to anyone in the palace except the eunuchs overseeing the 12 departments. Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Ma. Xia Chen took a silver ingot from his sleeve and extended it to Eunuch Ma. The latter's eyes briefly lit up but quickly returned to their usual composure as he waved his hands repeatedly. This is merely my duty. How could I dare accept silver from the Prince Consort? As a eunuch who often acted as a messenger for the emperor, Eunuch Ma was well-versed in palace etiquette and understood the significance of this young gentleman's identity. If it were an ordinary imperial consort, Eunuch Ma wouldn't have needed to be so courteous. But this one was no ordinary manha, came from the distinguished Xia family, and, even more astonishing, the emperor had made an exception to grant him an audience. In all these years, aside from the grand secretaries and a few senior ministers, no one else had been afforded such an honor. How could Eunuch Ma dare to accept the silver? Though this task is for the emperor, you've waited long enough. Please take this as a small token for a drink, Xia Chen said as he deftly slipped the silver into Eunuch Ma's sash with a flick of his wrist before turning to stride toward the palace. Eunuch Ma stood rooted to the spot, his fingers unconsciously brushing the silver at his waist. In all his years of delivering messages for the emperor, no official had ever treated him this way. The silver still carried the warmth of Xia Chen's hand, and for a moment, a surge of warmth filled his heart. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the silver into his sleeve, his expression once again calm and composed. Walking through the long corridor, Xia Chen followed Li Wenzhong into the grand hall. Before he could take in his surroundings, Li Wenzhong had already knelt, pulling him down as well. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Rise, came a calm, resonant voice that echoed through the hall. Only then did Xia Chen notice the elderly man seated cross-legged on the floor in the center of the hall. He wore a Taoist robe yet held Buddhist prayer beads in his hands. His hair, streaked with white, shimmered in the candlelight as he sat with his back to them. This was none other than the ruler of the Great Wu Empire, Emperor Wen. This is the Dragon Martial Guard token. You will assume your position tomorrow, Emperor Wen said, his voice steady, carrying a faint yet profound cadence. For a fleeting moment, Xia Chen thought he saw a golden dragon, faint and ethereal, coiling around the emperor's figure. The dragon seemed dozens of feet long, though its form was somewhat illusory. As Xia Chen pondered the significance of the dragon, Li Wenzhong was already kneeling once more. Your servant humbly thanks your majesty and will not fail this trust. You may leave, Emperor Wen said with a wave of his hand. Once Li Wenzhong had departed, only Emperor Wen and Xia Chen remained in the hall. The curling incense smoke rose into the still air, and the silence was so profound that even the sound of breathing was audible. Xia Chen waited patiently, refraining from speaking without prompting. Sit, the emperor finally said after a long pause. Thank you, your majesty. Xia Chen bowed deeply before finding a seat. Your temperament is quite unlike that of the Marquis of Anong, Emperor Wen remarked, still facing away, though it felt as if he could see through everything. I was separated from my father at a young age and have only faint memories of him. Over the years, our correspondence has been sparse, so I know little of his character. However, your majesty's presence, so majestic and awe-inspiring, feels akin to that of a divine being descending from the heavens. Yet, for some reason, it also brings me a sense of familiarity, which has eased my reserve. Hearing this, Emperor Wen fell silent. His eyes glimmered faintly, as though lost in thought. In the resplendent and majestic palace, a chilling sense of authority filled the air. Emperor Wen's voice echoed through the hall like a thunderous bell. I have heard that the Marquis of Anwu has neglected you over the years and even fathered a younger brother for you in the eastern wastes. Do you harbor any resentment? Xia Chen's body visibly trembled. Emotions flickered across his face, unpredictably anger flared in his eyes like sparks, only to be quickly overshadowed by a cloud of sorrow. He suppressed his feelings, his lips quivering slightly, and his voice carried a restrained sob. Your Majesty, I, indeed harbor resentment. The emperor's tone suddenly sharpened. Do you not know? Our great Wu dynasty, for 800 years, has been governed by the principle of filial piety. That is your father. How can a son harbor resentment? Xia Chen immediately dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the floor with a heavy thud. His voice was firm and sincere. The great Wu dynasty governs by filial piety, placing the roles of ruler and subject before father and son. As your majesty is both ruler and father, if your majesty inquires, how dare I deceive you? At that moment, a golden light flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes, like the sun breaking through the clouds. A wave of overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed the entire hall. Xia Chen was inwardly startled. Emperor Wen is a sorcerer, and his cultivation is extraordinarily profound. This aura transcends the mundane at least at the third rank, perhaps even reaching the second rank's unparalleled realm. He couldn't help but wonder. How did the third prince manage to assassinate him 5 years later? Even against an army, someone of Emperor Wen's level should have been able to escape unscathed unless an equal or stronger force intervened. Yet, Xia Chen maintained a sincere expression on his face. Such a fine understanding of ruler and subject, father and son. Emperor Wen turned, his piercing gaze fixed on the kneeling youth. If the great Wu dynasty had more individuals like you, who comprehend these distinctions, I would be spared much trouble. Lift your head and let me take a closer look. As Xia Chen raised his head, he discreetly noticed that Emperor Wen often referred to himself as I rather than the imperial we. The emperor, with his crane-like white hair and youthful complexion, possessed eyes that were deep and unfathomable, his vitality as radiant as the morning sun. A handsome face indeed, worthy of my daughter Yaoguang. Emperor Wen nodded approvingly. To speak of ruler and subject, father and son. At such a young age it seems you've studied quite a bit in the Marquis' household. This learning surpasses that of many great scholars in the court. As a shrewd and perceptive ruler, Emperor Wen immediately recognized the significance of such words in reinforcing the authority of the monarchy. This statement, like a cornerstone, emphasized hierarchical order and demanded unconditional loyalty to the sovereign. Naturally, he found it highly commendable. Did someone teach you these words? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, this is my own understanding. Xia Chen replied decisively. Good, very good. They say the Eastern Marquis' household thrives in martial prowess, but who would have thought this generation would produce a scholar like you, a match for even the great scholars of the court? Emperor Wen rarely smiled, and when he did, the palace maids and eunuchs stationed in the corners of the hall exchanged astonished glances. The elderly servants who had attended Emperor Wen for years had never seen him so emotionally stirred. Not even during meetings with the grand secretaries of the cabinet had he shown such fluctuations. Emperor Wen shifted his gaze to Xia Chen and changed the topic. Do you know why I summoned you here today? Your Majesty, I am unaware. Xia Chen replied respectfully. He knew well that his earlier words about a ruler acting as a ruler, a subject as a subject, a father as a father, and a son as a son had planted a seed of trust in the emperor's heart. This was a calculated move on his part, as such a philosophy, which upheld the feudal order, was an invaluable weapon in the eyes of a monarch. I heard that you uncovered the case of the stolen military defense plans and dismantled the spy network of the censorate in the capital, Emperor Wen said slowly. By merit alone, you should be promoted to commandant. However, I do not intend to grant you that position at this time. Do you have any objections? None at all, Your Majesty. Both thunder and rain are blessings from the ruler, Xia Chen answered sincerely. I firmly believe that if Your Majesty does not bestow upon me the position of commandant, there must be a deeper reason. I will fully abide by Your Majesty's will. Well said. Thunder and rain are all blessings from the ruler. A glint of approval flashed in Emperor Wen's eyes. If all the court officials had your level of understanding and awareness, how could there be so much discord in the court? The maids and eunuchs hiding behind the palace columns noticed the emperor's changed expression towards Xia Chen and could not conceal their surprise. This man, who was initially just a minor pawn, had unexpectedly brought such astonishing results. If you had pursued a scholarly path from a young age and entered the Hanlin Academy, you would have the makings of a chief minister. Emperor Wen's voice echoed through the hall. Such high praise from the emperor was far from mere flattery. My lifelong ambition is to protect my country, Xia Chen declared with unwavering determination, his performance now masterful. If Your Majesty has need of me, I am willing to be the sharpest blade in your hand, even if it means dying on the battlefield or being wrapped in a horsehide shroud. A horsehide shroud, indeed, Emperor Wen murmured, as though savoring the tragic resolve in those words. It truly is a pity that you devoted yourself to the martial arts. I have a critical role for you. With your talents, remaining in the Imperial Guards would be a waste. I want to send you to the Lantern Bureau. The Lantern Bureau? Xia Chen feigned confusion. Are you unwilling to go? Your Majesty, no matter where I am sent, as long as it is Your Majesty's command, I will go with all my heart, Xia Chen replied, putting on the facade of an eager young man ready to make his mark. Emperor Wen nodded in satisfaction. One of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bureau currently lacks a director. You will temporarily assume that position. Your Majesty, I fear I lack the qualifications for such a role. Xia Chen hesitated, as a leap from a 7th-rank officer to a 4th-rank official was indeed highly irregular. When I appoint you, no one will dare to question it, Emperor Wen declared firmly, his tone then growing grave. Besides, this is only a temporary assignment. I am sending you to the Lantern Bureau because there is a mission I need you to undertake. Your Majesty, what is the mission? Even if it requires braving fire or climbing mountains of blades, I will complete it at all costs. Xia Chen exclaimed passionately, his flushed face and fervent tone a testament to his flawless performance. Inside the Grand Palace, the flickering candlelight danced on the walls, casting shifting shadows. Emperor Wen sat solemnly on the dragon throne, his gaze fixed on the young man, Xia Chen, kneeling before him. I do not require you to risk life and limb, Emperor Wen spoke slowly. If you can uncover the schemes of the inspectorate, it will prove you possess some measure of wit. I now command you to join the Lantern Bearers and assist Ma Song in rooting out Lu Li's faction. The emperor's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over Xia Chen with scrutiny. After a long pause, Xia Chen cautiously lifted his head. Your Majesty, is that all? What else do you think there should be? The emperor's voice carried a hint of amusement. Since Your Majesty summoned me to the palace personally, I presume there are other important matters to entrust, Xia Chen replied with unwavering confidence, meeting the emperor's eyes. Indeed, you are perceptive. I do have another task for you. Rise, the emperor said, his tone softening slightly but still commanding. Xia Chen stood and took his seat. The emperor continued, your first priority upon joining the Lantern Bearers is to expose the mole planted by the inspectorate within their ranks. The Lantern Bearers have been infiltrated? Xia Chen asked in surprise. Not just infiltrated, the emperor said gravely. The spy likely holds a significant position. Otherwise, Lu Li would not have made such an amateur mistake in targeting the theft of the military defense plans. I will uncover the truth within 3 months, Xia Chen vowed, clasping his hands in salute. 3 months? The emperor raised an eyebrow. You are quite confident. A promise before the emperor is no idle boast, Xia Chen replied firmly. With a wave of his hand, the emperor sent a platinum token floating towards Xia Chen. Report to your post tomorrow. The investigation is urgent, so I grant you permission to select a few men from the Imperial Guard to accompany you to the Lantern Bearers. With that, he gestured for Xia Chen to withdraw. Xia Chen bowed and took his leave, his every movement precise and respectful. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen sat across from Li Wenzhong. Breaking the silence, Xia Chen asked, Uncle, are you not curious about what His Majesty discussed with me? If His Majesty wished me to know, I would have been present, Li Wenzhong replied, resting with his eyes closed. His Majesty has appointed me as the head of one of the 9 divisions within the Lantern Bearers. Li Wenzhong's eyes flew open. What? He paused before speaking again. After Lu Li's downfall, 2 division heads indeed fell from grace. However, Lu Li controlled the lantern bearers for over 2 decades. Many who owe him their positions remain loyal to him. Their numbers are not insignificant. Inside the carriage, Li Wenzhong gazed deeply at Xia Chen. The emperor has sent you there, likely to assist the new commander Ma Song in reorganizing. Among the lantern bearers, a storm of bloodshed is probably inevitable. There was a profound sense of lament in his tone. For over 20 years, he had witnessed Lu Li's rise and fall. The once glorious power that seemed unshakable had now crumbled like a collapsing tower, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Sitting across from him, Xia Chen maintained a composed expression. The lantern bearers hold excessive power, drifting beyond the boundaries of the court's authority. In recent years, Lu Li's ambition has grown too conspicuous, aggressively building his own network of loyalists. This has caused many to honor Lord Lu while disregarding his majesty. His downfall is not solely due to the issue of the military defense map. It was, in truth, a consequence of his own actions. Li Wenzhong fixed his gaze on Xia Chen, silently marveling at the young man's wisdom, which far exceeded expectations. Leaning against the carriage wall, his eyes turned distant. To serve as a minister is akin to walking alongside a tiger. Be it the Lu Li of the past, myself in the present, Ma Song of the lantern bearers, or even Yue are all caught in the vortex of power. A single misstep, and we could fall into irreparable ruin. Uncle, you are about to be appointed Grand General of the Longwu Guard, a trusted confidant of the Emperor. Yet you speak such words, aren't you afraid I might report this to His Majesty? Xia Chen's lips curved slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of probing. Li Wenzhong remained unperturbed. I see no trace of fear in your eyes, whether facing me or speaking of His Majesty. You and I are, in essence, traveling the same path. I am not as loyal as I appear, and neither are you. As he spoke, he lifted his teacup in a gesture towards Xia Chen. I have high hopes for you. As long as you avoid major mistakes, you might even break the centuries-old rule barring maternal relatives from holding power. When that day comes, I may have to rely on you. Consider this an early investment, he said, draining his cup in one go. Xia Chen remained silent for a moment, then raised his cup in return. It is said that the court's officials are among the most brilliant minds in the world. If you, uncle, had pursued a scholarly path to enter officialdom, your achievements would certainly rival theirs. Choosing the military instead seems a pity. Feigning simplicity while harboring great wisdom, I hardly deserve such praise, Li Wenzhong replied with a shake of his head. The capital is a den of dragons and serpents. The emperor on the throne, the nobles, enforcers, soldiers, politicians, schemers, even the heads of factions who among them isn't extraordinarily shrewd? Facing such people, how could one not tread carefully, as though walking on thin ice? The two fell into silence, each leaning against the carriage wall, lost in thought. Suddenly, Li Wenzhong spoke again. If one day I lose my position, would you ensure the safety of my family? Why would you say such a thing, uncle? Xia Chen's expression grew serious as he looked at Li Wenzhong's calm demeanor, a heavy sense of sorrow and melancholy welling up in his heart. The spring breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage, yet inside, it was silent. Xia Chen gazed at Li Wenzhong's deep and contemplative expression and softly said, Uncle, why are you so pessimistic? Li Wenzhong's voice was unusually calm. Do you know how many Grand Generals of the Longwu Guard have been replaced in the past 50 years? 8 in total. Especially in the past 20 years, 5 of them. This number left Xia Chen in silence. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew heavy, with the crisp sound of bells in the wind only amplifying the weight of the moment. In recent years, His Majesty has become increasingly unpredictable, Li Wenzhong continued, his eyes tinged with a cold glint. He hides his emotions well, but his distrust has only grown stronger. Take Zhao Chong from over 30 years ago, that was the best outcome, retiring peacefully to live out his days. And the rest? He let out a cold laugh. All of them had their families ruined. Xia Chen nodded solemnly. I understand, uncle. He said no more, but the weight of Li Wenzhong's words was clear to him. It was not just a warning for himself, but a veiled message for the entire Marquis of Zhendong's household. Given the frequency of 5 Grand Generals being replaced in the last 20 years, each serving an average of only 4 years, it was evident that this brief period would not be enough for Xia Chen, young as he was, to establish significant influence. Li Wenzhong was clearly betting on the overall strength of the Xia family. By revealing such confidential information, he was, in a sense, pledging his allegiance to the Xia family. As Xia Chen pondered deeply, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. The voice of the Li family's old servant came from outside. Master, a carriage ahead is blocking the road. Its insignia indicates it belongs to the 3rd prince. Li Wenzhong furrowed his brows. He vividly recalled how the previous Grand General had fallen from grace for aligning too closely with the Crown Prince. Now, with the 3rd prince approaching him directly, it was undoubtedly a dangerous sign. Let them pass, Li Wenzhong said in a low voice. Yet, Despite the wide street being able to accommodate 6 carriages side by side, it was clear the other party was deliberately targeting him. Sure enough, the ornate carriage halted beside theirs, and the curtain was lifted to reveal the third prince's handsome face, the very same man they had seen watching a play at Bayue Pavilion days ago. I heard that General Li is about to be promoted. This brings me great joy, the third prince said with a warm smile. The Shun Tower is just ahead, why not join me for a celebration? Li Wenzhong's expression remained indifferent as he lifted the curtain to reply. Your Highness, I have urgent matters to attend to at home and must decline for today. If there is to be a banquet to celebrate my promotion, I will certainly send you an invitation. His tone carried a clear sense of distance. In the tense struggle between the crown prince and the third prince, any perceived alignment could prove fatal unless he had already resolved to relinquish his position. At this point, he had no choice but to align himself with His Majesty. Li Wenzhong's cautious demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from the third prince. Generally, you are overly cautious. I have long admired you, and besides, this is a public invitation on the streets, not a private meeting. My father has always been broad-minded. How could he suspect you over such a trivial matter? The third prince's demeanor was bold and unrestrained, with a touch of recklessness in his every gesture. Li Wenzhong firmly shook his head. Your Highness, I truly have pressing matters at home and cannot join you today. He thought to himself, the third prince must have ulterior motives. If he truly wanted to make an alliance, a private meeting would allow for a more heartfelt conversation. But out here, under the watchful eyes of the public, who would dare to say much? Oh! A mischievous glint flashed in the third prince's eyes. Could it be that one of the general's concubines is due to give birth today? Li Wenzhong's lips twitched slightly, though he maintained a serious expression. My wife is virtuous. As the Li family has always had few descendants, she has thoughtfully arranged for me to select a concubine today. By this time next year, it's likely a concubine will indeed give birth. When that happens, I will certainly invite your Highness to the celebration banquet. With that, he solemnly cupped his hands in salute. Standing nearby, Xia Chen quietly listened to the exchange, his expression subtly shifting. Once again, Li Wenzhong's skillful handling of the situation left him impressed. The third prince was momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to put Li Wenzhong in a difficult position, but hadn't expected such a flawless response. Shifting his gaze, he looked into the carriage and spotted Xia Chen. Isn't this Xia Chen, the young master of the Xia family? The third prince's tone suddenly became more amiable. Still seated in the carriage, Xia Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, your Highness. You're my second royal sister's husband. We're all family. No need to be so formal. The third prince waved dismissively. Since General Li is too timid to drink with me, how about you, young Master Xia? Join me for a few cups? Xia Chen's smile was radiant as he extended a hand out of the carriage window. Indeed, we're all family. Your Highness may call me brother-in-law, and I'll address you as your Highness. Let's keep things clear and avoid any awkwardness. The 20-year-old third prince's expression froze. Being asked to call a 17-year-old boy brother-in-law was indeed difficult to swallow. Yet, in terms of familial hierarchy, the title was indisputably correct. He inwardly cursed his father's absurd decision, which had placed him at such a disadvantage in terms of seniority. Gazing at Xia Chen's handsome face only deepened the third prince's annoyance. Not only had this person gained an upper hand in seniority, but he was also remarkably good-looking. Jealousy flared within him, but he forced a strained smile. Brother-in-law, your Highness. Xia Chen's smile remained unwavering as he returned the gesture with a polite bow. This visit to the palace had indeed been fruitful, had unexpectedly gained a younger brother-in-law. However, this ambitious young man would later dare to launch a coup, seizing the throne by killing his own father and brothers. Truly, he was a ruthless figure. On Zhengde Street, 2 carriages captured everyone's attention. Shopkeepers, passers-by, and street vendors all paused to watch. One carriage, in particular, stood out. Its lavish yet traditional design made it clear that its owner was someone of great wealth or status. That's the third prince's personal carriage, someone exclaimed from the second floor of a nearby tavern. But who could make the third prince personally stop his carriage? That's the Li family's carriage, the one belonging to General Li, who's recently gained fame for his military defense strategies. It's said he's about to be promoted to a key position in the court. The news quickly spread along the street, prompting many to discreetly send messengers to report the incident. Zhengde Street was abuzz with hidden tensions. Inside one of the carriages, Li Wenzhong frowned deeply. He knew he had walked into a trap. No matter the outcome, this encounter would surely sow distrust between him, the emperor, and the crown prince. Not even officially appointed yet, and already off to a bad start, he sighed inwardly. Your Highness, Xia Chen said with a teasing tone, I do have important matters to attend to, but they certainly don't involve taking a concubine, having children, or matchmaking. My heart belongs solely to your sister, so you needn't worry about that. Let's catch up another day. With that, Xia Chen lowered the carriage curtain, signaled the driver to move on, and left the third prince's carriage standing alone in the middle of the street. Inside the third prince's carriage, a maid in yellow with delicate features fumed. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen are far too insolent. They completely disregard your highness. The third prince leaned against the maid, his expression calm. One serves my father, the other is the heir of the Xia family and also my brother-in-law. I'm not the crown prince. Why should they bother to show me respect? But their behavior is outrageous, especially Xia Chen. How dare he mock your highness like that? The third prince gave a faint, enigmatic smile. I never expected them to accept my invitation. I came today simply to irritate father and crown prince brother. As for Xia Chen, he paused briefly. He's quite intriguing. I'd only heard of him before, but when I saw him in action at Baiwei Pavilion, I realized he's indeed a formidable figure. Even father is keen to put him to use. Though he's 3 years younger than me, our connection as brothers-in-law offers a convenient opportunity. If I can use him to draw the Eastern Marquis household to my side and secure military power, the crown prince position will mean little. The yellow-clad maid listened quietly. Though she appeared innocent, she was well-versed in such matters. She understood the third prince's solitude and his need for someone to confide in. At this moment, the third prince seemed to have opened the floodgates, speaking his mind without reserve. The third prince leaned against the woman in yellow, his eyelids half closed, as he spoke in a calm, detached tone. My father, the emperor, was obsessed with the pursuit of immortality in his early years, dabbling in both Taoism and Buddhism. He has ruled for over 50 years, but it was not until about 20 years ago that my elder brother was born, followed by my second sister and me. Though consumed by his quest for eternal life, he could never relinquish his grip on power. To him, I am nothing more than a pawn meant to balance the crown prince. As he continued, his voice grew softer, as though narrating someone else's story. No matter how capable I am, that throne will never be mine. I am merely a tool in his hands. The woman in yellow gazed at his handsome face, her heart aching as she gently brushed his forehead. If he wants to use me as a tool, then so be it. If he wishes to make me the whetstone for the crown prince, I will let him sharpen his blade. The third prince's voice turned icy. He believes himself to be in control of everything, as if he were a god among men. How laughable. I will see for myself if he truly holds all the power. Meanwhile, Xia Chen toyed with the dagger in his hand as he spoke to Li Wenzhong. That third prince is well informed. He caught up with us as soon as we left the palace gates. He may appear to be after you, but his real target is me, Li Wenzhong replied with a glance at Xia Chen. Xia Chen responded nonchalantly. He's only interested in the influence of the Eastern Marquis behind me. Unfortunately for him, I am merely an unremarkable legitimate son in the family, hardly favored. The Marquis may not value you much, but your uncle Xia Chen certainly does. He is the true head of the Xia family, Li Wenzhong remarked without lifting his head. Xia Chen simply smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. When they reached Wendao Street, Li Wenzhong dropped Xia Chen off at the gates of the Eastern Marquis. Before parting, Xia Chen asked, I need to report to the lantern bearers tomorrow. What should I do about my duties with the Imperial Guard? The Emperor didn't give specific instructions, so it seems he expects you to manage both roles for now, Li Wenzhong replied after a moment of thought. Xia Chen nodded, gracefully stepping down from the carriage. With a casual wave goodbye, he turned and entered the Marquis. Instead of heading to his own courtyard, he made his way directly to his uncle Xia Chen's quarters. A suspicion lingered in his mind. Emperor Wen's decision to assign him to the lantern bearers ostensibly aimed at investigating internal traitors, but it likely carried deeper intentions. Despite the rift between him and the Xia family, his blood still tied him to them. With the Xia family's immense power and control over military forces, could the emperor truly not worry about them infiltrating the lantern bearers and seizing control of Wu's intelligence network? After listening to Xia Chen's analysis, Xia Chen's expression grew serious. I understand. You should return for now. If anything comes up, I'll send someone to inform you. As night fell, the capital was shrouded in darkness, but the nightlife of the city's elite had only just begun. On a street lined with brothels, the sons of noble families exchanged gossip about the day's palace events. Did you hear? The emperor personally summoned Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Eastern Marquis, today. That can't be true. Even the vice ministers of the 6 ministries rarely get an audience with him. It's absolutely true. The emperor even said that if Xia Chen had pursued a scholarly path from a young age, he would surely become Grand Chancellor within 30 years. I heard it was 20 years. Nonsense. The emperor clearly said he'd replace Lin Hanpu as the pillar of Wu within 10 years. The rumors spread through tea houses and brothels, growing increasingly exaggerated. By the end of the night, tales were circulating that Xia Chen possessed unparalleled talent and had already surpassed the current prime minister, Lin Hanpu, despite his youth. the Duan Pavilion, one of the most renowned establishments in the capital. At this moment, in an elegantly decorated private room, several young gentlemen were seated around a low table, each accompanied by a charming young lady. Brother Lin, that Xia Chen is insufferably arrogant, claiming to have unparalleled talents. His words are as grandiose as the heavens. Should we teach him a lesson? A young man in a purple robe clenched his fist in frustration and addressed the blue-robed youth seated at the head of the group. How dare he belittle Minister Lin? The audacity of this man is unbelievable. Exactly. What culture could a mere military brute possibly have? It's shameless how far he'd go just to gain fame. The room was abuzz with discussion. These young men were all sons of prominent officials, each with an extraordinary background. The blue-robed youth at the head of the table, Lin Zihan, set his wine cup down and spoke calmly. Matters involving the emperor are unlikely to be fabricated, although rumors tend to be exaggerated. Besides, he hails from the Marquis of Zhendong's family. If we scholars were to confront him, who knows which side would prevail in the end? Though his tone was composed, a flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes. That said, I am curious to see what abilities Xia Chen possesses to earn the emperor's public praise. Sitting beside Lin Zihan, Lu Bo unfolded his fan and smiled. The Yaguang princess is currently organizing a literary gathering and inviting talented individuals from the capital. Why not invite Xia Chen as well? Then we'll see if he truly has talent or if he's just an empty showman. Lu Bo's father was the Minister of Works. How could that be allowed? The princess's first literary gathering, how could a crude military man be part of it? This is a celebration for scholars, someone immediately objected. Over the years, the tensions between the civil and military factions had grown sharper, with mutual disdain on both sides. Speaking of which, the Yaguang princess does have some connections to Xia Chen, someone remarked with a meaningful tone. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions darkened, and they collectively sighed, disheartened by the thought of the breathtakingly beautiful princess being betrothed to a military man. Meanwhile, at another establishment not far from the Duan Pavilion, in a private room, 5 middle-aged men were enjoying wine and the capital's latest culinary trend-themed perch. Each had a beautiful maidservant standing attentively behind them. Rulers must act as rulers, subjects as subjects. Fathers as fathers, sons as sons, declared a stern-looking man with a thick beard, Lu Yun, speaking in a deep voice. A middle-aged man seated beside him frowned in puzzlement and asked, Brother Lu, is that phrase really as profound as you make it sound? Though he sensed some truth in the words, he struggled to grasp their full implication. Chen Zhizhong smiled and said, Brother Lu studied under the great Confucian scholars Kong and Song, and was also the second-place candidate in our imperial examination year. Naturally, his scholarship is deeper than ours. As he spoke, he casually pulled a young woman beside him into his arms, his hands wandering inappropriately over her figure. Lu Hao did not immediately respond to Chen Zhizhong's compliment. Instead, he posed a thought-provoking question. When I passed by the Imperial College at dusk, I heard young scholars discussing this phrase. Now, arriving here, I find the entire city talking about it. Considering what happened in the palace this afternoon, don't you think the speed of this news spreading is rather unusual? Brother Lu, are you saying someone is deliberately spreading it? Chen Zhizhong's eyes lit up as he immediately connected the dots, recalling the phrase, a ruler acts as a ruler, a minister as a minister, a father as a father, and a son as a son. It seemed to touch upon the crux of the matter. In the capital, besides the lantern bearers, who else could disseminate a conversation from the palace so swiftly throughout the city? Lu Hao sighed. Everyone present understood the implication. Without the emperor's consent, the lantern bearers would never dare act on their own. This phrase indeed carries profound meaning. Lu Hao continued. A ruler must behave as a ruler, a minister as a minister, a father as a father, and a son as a son. Society functions when everyone fulfills their roles, and each person abides by their responsibilities. If these words truly came from Xia Chen, they are enough to secure his place in history, revered by future kings and scholars alike. The group listened intently, their expressions shifting. Only Chen Zhizhong seemed lost in thought, growing increasingly curious about Xia Chen, the man from the house of the Marquis of Zhendong. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Xia Chen awoke feeling refreshed. As he threw off the covers, he attended to his morning needs before freshening up. Grabbing the identification badge of the lantern bearers, he prepared to leave the Marquis's residence. Brother Chen, are we heading straight to the lantern bearers' headquarters? Asked Xia Chen, who followed behind him with excitement. Having grown up listening to tales of the mysterious organization, being part of it was a dream come true for the young man from the capital. Not so fast, Xia Chen replied calmly, turning eastward. First, we'll make arrangements with the Yulin guards. While the lantern bearers were important, Xia Chen had not forgotten the pivotal role the Imperial Guards would play in the coup 5 years later. Initially, he had planned to use the Imperial Guards as his foundation. Although being transferred to the lantern bearers had slightly disrupted his plans, it was still within his control. Moreover, The lantern-bearer's prison held several individuals who would shine brilliantly during the reign of the future empress. This piqued Xia Chen's interest greatly. A confident smile played on his lips as he walked forward, sure of himself and his strategies. Every move he made was calculated, his mind brimming with plans. Inside the military tent, Li Shi knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a respectful salute, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Xia Chen. Master of the Yulin Guard, please take me with you to the lantern-bearer's office. The lantern-bearers are unruly, and you will need your own people to assist you. I am willing to serve you with all my strength. Xia Chen regarded Li Shi with a serious and resolute expression. Stand up. We are all servants of His Majesty, merely here to share his burdens and solve his troubles. Considering you've been bringing me those delicious steamed buns every day, I'll allow it. With that, he extended a hand and helped Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, my lord. Li Shi responded excitedly. Go and make your preparations, Xia Chen instructed. After Li Shi left, Xia Chen turned to the four individuals standing behind him: Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Shao, and Xia Kang to give his orders. Xia Qian and Xia Shao, you will accompany me to the lantern bearers. Xia Hui, you and Xia Kang will stay with the Imperial Guards. You both already have commendable achievements on record with the Ministry of War. I've made arrangements for your future promotions. Young master, Xia Kang interjected anxiously. The family had assigned us to you, and you are our master. Wherever you go, we will follow and protect you. Xia Chen shook his head. I have my own plans. Besides, who in the capital would dare to attack me? Even if someone did, having two more or two fewer of you wouldn't make much difference. His gaze shifted to Xia Hui. Once a seasoned military commander, Xia Hui had continued to hone his skills even after retiring, studying military tactics and literature diligently within the Xia household. His dedication had even caught the attention of Xia Qian's elder brother, who personally tested and mentored him for a time. Assigning him to oversee only 100 or so soldiers now seemed like an underutilization of his talents. Xia Hui smiled calmly. Rest assured, young master, I will manage the Imperial Guards well. At the very least, these 200 men will always remain your loyal followers. In the heart of the capital, just 100 meters from the White Tiger Gate, stood an imposing and grand yet weathered building, the headquarters of the Lantern Bearers. Though it served as the base for those who operated in the shadows, its location was in plain sight, bathed in the city's brightest light. Everyone, from high-ranking officials to ordinary citizens, knew its exact location. Yet no one dared to venture within 100 paces of it. In the office of the Lantern Bearers' Eagle Eye Division, the tranquil afternoon was interrupted by hushed whispers. Have you heard? Our Eagle Eye Division is getting a new director parachuted in. He's supposed to report for duty today. Parachuted in? Like that new director over at the Shadow Division? Ugh. I can't stand these parachuted officials. They think they know everything, but they're completely useless. One colleague was about to continue complaining when another suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth. The latter looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. Are you crazy? Don't you realize how tense things are internally right now? Even some of the higher-ups have been purged. We small fry better stay out of it. Li Wei, the one silenced, had a flicker of anger in his eyes, but it quickly faded, leaving him slumping into his chair like a deflated balloon. Zhang Zheng leaned closer to Li Wei and whispered, Do you remember the assignment we got yesterday afternoon? The one about that guy we were supposed to promote in the capital? You mean Xia Chen, the young lord from the Zhendong Marquis? Exactly. It's him. He's the one being parachuted in as our new director. What? Him? He's only 17, isn't he? Well, he's the imperial son-in-law, married to the emperor's own daughter. We lantern bearers are the emperor's hounds. Forget a director's role. Even if he were handed the commander's position, no one would dare object. As they spoke, the office door suddenly burst open. Xie Ping rushed in, out of breath. Everyone, get your desks in order and clean up. The new director is arriving any moment now. The group exchanged reluctant glances, but eventually started moving to tidy up. Just then, a loud crash shattered the flurry of activity. A young man with a scarred face had kicked over his chair. To hell with it. What's there to clean up? Some greenhorn kid hasn't even shown up yet, and we're already putting on a show? I'm not doing it. The scar-faced young man's outburst sent a shockwave through the room. After all, he was the nephew of the current empress and the crown prince's cousin. Immediately after, a man in his 30s also stood up, his expression dark. I heard that our Commander Lu's downfall was orchestrated by this kid, and now he dares to come here to the Lantern Bearers? He's courting death. The room was struck silent once more. This man was none other than Lu Li's adopted son. It was clear a storm was brewing. Lu Chen, one of Lu Li's most capable adopted sons, was placed among the ranks of the Lantern Bearers. Behind this decision, there might have been an implicit consideration of Lu Chen as a potential successor. However, Lu Li had already served as the commander for over 20 years, and if Lu Chen were to take over, the lantern bearers would likely become a private asset of the Lu familia, significant factor in Lu Li's eventual downfall. Among the 5 divisions of the Eagle Eye Bureau, Lu Chun and Cui Hu, the Earl of Yunyang, each held control over one. At this moment, their voices resonated, immediately stirring a response among the crowd. Yet, some chose to remain cautious, retreating quietly to the corners, their gazes flickering with uncertainty. For these minor figures, this power struggle felt akin to a clash of titans, far beyond their ability or Desirito intervene. Just as emotions among the crowd were running high, a calm yet penetrating voice cut through several doors. The faces of those present changed abruptly as they turned toward the source of the sound. The heavy doors were kicked open, revealing Xia Chen, whose youthful face was filled with a menacing aura. Wielding a long blade, he strode forward to clear the way. Following closely behind, Xia Chen entered with Xia Hao and Li Shi. Unlike Xia Chen's fierce demeanor, Xia Chen exuded composure. With a folding fan in hand and an air of elegance, his unparalleled features gave him the appearance of a nobleman on a leisurely spring outing. This is the token of the director of the Eagle Eye Bureau. From now on, I am the director, Xia Chen announced with a smile, casually retrieving a platinum token from his waist and tossing it effortlessly into the crowd. Li Wei caught the token, his hand freezing as if struck by lightning, feeling the weight of the intense gazes around him. Well, any objections? If not, hand it back. This was personally bestowed by His Majesty, Xia Chen continued, his smile still warm. Yet the natural air of nobility he carried left everyone present momentarily dazed. As lantern bearers, they had encountered many high-ranking officials in the capital, but it was their first time seeing someone so young yet so commanding. Li Wei respectfully returned the token with both hands. Only moments ago, he had dismissed the new director, but now he dared not breathe too loudly. Despite Xia Chen being much younger, he radiated an unapproachable aura that left Li Wei awestruck. The Eagle Eye Bureau fell into an eerie silence, with even those who had been the most vocal earlier avoiding Xia Chen's gaze. Xia Chen remained calm throughout, yet his sheer presence alone had subdued everyone in the room. It was an invisible contest of willpower, and the victor had already been decided. The east wind overpowers the west. Xia Chen's voice resonated powerfully through the hall. He swept a cold gaze across the crowd before him. Sure, you may have a pleasant appearance, but looks can't put food on the table. We, the lantern bearers, value real ability. If you think connections or background will let you run rampant here, I suggest you go back to the Imperial Guard while you still can. These few simple words instantly crushed the morale of the crowd. Seeing the situation, Cui Hu, the Marquis of Yunyang, frowned deeply. He knew that if he didn't intervene immediately, the situation would spiral out of control. A mere 17-year-old brat, what right do you have to speak like this? Lu Chen suddenly stood up, and the dozen or so lantern bearers behind him followed suit. Though none of them spoke, their actions said it all. The tension in the hall reached a breaking point. Standing by the door, Xia Chen closed the folding fan in his hand and pointed it at Cui Hu and Lu Chen, laughing aloud. Marquis of Yunyang, young lord, if anyone else accused me of relying on connections and status for my position, I might have nothing to say. But for the two of you to make such claims, how utterly ridiculous. The lantern bearers standing near Xia Chen turned pale. The oppressive aura emanating from their new leader wasn't a result of his cultivation, but rather a commanding presence that struck directly at the soul. Anyone harboring hostility toward him couldn't help but feel a deep, instinctive fear, as though facing the emperor himself, unfathomable and awe-inspiring, like the will of the heavens. A strange light flickered in Xia Chen's eyes, his double pupils faintly visible. No one noticed the peculiar glow deep within his gaze. This phenomenon had emerged ever since the night he activated the 9-dragon seal and entered the remnants of the celestial court. Perhaps it stemmed from his fusion with the colossal golden dragon of destiny, or perhaps it was tied to the awakening of his double pupils. Whenever Xia Chen focused his energy, he exuded an innate pressure that shook others to their core, as if he embodied the will of the heavens, wielding the tides of fate alone. Under this oppressive aura, both Lu Chen and Cui Hu furrowed their brows, visibly uncomfortable. Cui Hu suppressed the trembling in his heart and spoke. Among the lantern bearers, there is no Marquis of Yunyanganli, Master Cui. Isn't it laughable? Xia Chen's gaze lingered on Lu Chen before settling on Cui Hu. Surely the Marquis of Yunyang hasn't forgotten his own origins? This remark utterly enraged Cui Hu. Like a furious lion, his eyes widened in fury. I told you to not call me the Marquis of Yunyang. The title of Marquis of Yunyang is the glory of your ancestors, Xia Chen retorted coldly. A person who refuses to face their own origins has no right to speak to me in this manner. He continued, you're absolutely right. I've risen to where I am today thanks to my background and connections. Starting my career as a 7th-rank officer is a height most ordinary people could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. But I'm fully aware that all of this comes from the blessings of my ancestors. That's why I cherish it, and am not afraid to admit it. Because there's nothing wrong with that. My starting point as a 7th-rank officer was earned by generations of my forebears, who shed their blood and gave their lives on the battlefield for the country. And am not just willing to acknowledge it, I'm proud of it. And you? Xia Chen pointed sharply at Cui Hu. You've benefited from the blessings of your ancestors, yet you're ashamed to admit it. You go around claiming that everything you have now is solely because of your own efforts. Listen to yourself, don't you think that's laughable? Cui Hu's face turned crimson at Xia Chen's words. His eyes burned red, and his clenched fists trembled slightly. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself utterly at a loss, unable to utter a single word. The hall was as silent as ice. By the wall near the entrance, the lantern-bearers from other divisions crouched cautiously, watching the spectacle unfold. Xia Chen's voice echoed in the heavy stillness, each word sharp as a blade, cutting straight into Cui Hu's heart. You were born into the Cui family of Qinghe, inheriting the title of Baron Yunyang at birth. Your aunt is none other than the current Empress, Xia Chen said, his gaze piercing. Do you really think you've achieved everything today solely through your own abilities, with these privileges handed to you from the moment you were born? He swept his eyes across the room, his voice rising. The 19 provinces of Dawu are vast, filled with countless talented individuals. How many have extraordinary gifts yet remain unrecognized? Without the advantages of your birth, you would be just an ordinary person. Forget becoming a division leader in your early 20s, you wouldn't even have made it past the gates to become a lantern bearer. His words exploded like thunder, leaving everyone in the hall with varied expressions. Some wanted to refute him but found themselves speechless. Others seemed deep in thought, nodding unconsciously in agreement. Xia Chen pressed on relentlessly. One must be grateful to their ancestors, but also aware of their own limitations. Achievements cannot be attributed solely to personal effort. Whether it's you or the officials at court, success is always tied to the right timing, favorable circumstances, and human connections. Some things cannot be earned through effort alone. The greatest determinant in life is that one moment of birth. He suddenly turned to address everyone present, gesturing vaguely with his finger. Don't think I'm only talking about him. Look at yourselves. To the common folk, which of you isn't a lofty figure beyond reach? How did you become lantern bearers? Isn't it because you could only step in after your fathers passed away, or grew too old? In essence, how are we different? The only difference is that my background is stronger, and your connections aren't as solid. Your resentment toward me boils down to envy of my status, doesn't it? The room fell into dead silence. Not a single one of the 100 or so members of the Eagle Eye Division dared to meet Xia Chen's gaze. Cui Hu, in particular, hung his head low, looking like a drenched, defeated rooster, utterly dispirited. Xia Chen gazed at his young master with admiration in his eyes, such sharp rhetoric, leaving everyone speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi's expression towards Xia Chen was rather peculiar. He had considered numerous ways to resolve the situation, such as using force to suppress the crowd or calling in Commander Ma Song for support. Yet, the outcome before him was entirely unexpected. With just a few words, Xia Chen effortlessly took control of the situation. His tone was calm and measured, laced with subtle sarcasm. Becoming a captain may have been thanks to my family background that I won't deny. But being noticed by His Majesty, transferred from the Imperial Guards to the Lantern Bearers to become your superior, that was earned through my own abilities. His gaze shifted as he pressed further. The case involving the military defense map, wasn't it primarily handled by the Eagle Eye Division? The moment he said this, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Lu Chun, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Xia Chen. What exactly are you trying to say? Lu Chun. Xia Chen met his gaze unflinchingly. You even personally led the team to capture the person who stole the military defense map. But alas, you caught the wrong person. If you're heading in the wrong direction, how can you ever reach the destination? Lu Chen's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth. What are you trying to imply? The words struck a nerve, cutting into his pride like a blade. You still seem unconvinced. Xia Chen's expression remained unreadable. Since you're questioning my qualifications to be your superior, let me, someone who loves meddling, give you a proper explanation. Xia Chen enunciated each word clearly. Why am I here with the Lantern Bearers? Why am I your superior? Because I'm smarter than you. Because I'm more capable than you. Because I solved the case you couldn't. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm the division chief, and you're just a hall master. Each sentence hit like a hammer, shaking the room. Lu Chen's eyes burned red with anger. I refuse to accept this, he roared, thinking of how his foster father, Lu Li, had fallen from grace because of this man before him. He felt an overwhelming urge to draw his blade and cut Xia Chen down on the spot. Xia Chen stepped closer until there was barely a yard between them. If you're dissatisfied, you can strike me right now. Your long blade is within reach. One swing, and you might really cut me in half. His smile sent chills down everyone's spine. and the atmosphere in the hall grew suffocating. It was clear to all present that their superior might be a little unhinged. The tension was palpable. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp as a knife, as though he was calculating the arc of his blade. Nearby, Li Wei watched nervously, dreading that blood might be spilled at any moment. Suddenly, Lu Chun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm as foolish as Zhao Yu? On your first day with the Imperial Guards, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu, baiting him into attacking you. Then you used the opportunity to establish your authority, not only beating him senseless, but also getting him expelled from the guards. Do you think he'll fall for the same trick? He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his composure had returned. His gaze was as still and cold as a lifeless pond. He had almost fallen for Xia Chen's provocation. If he had acted rashly, regardless of the outcome, the mere act of insubordination would have been enough to seal his fate. Xia Chen showed no sign of disappointment. This was merely another calculated move in his game of strategy. In his mind, if this future Dark King could be so easily provoked, then the man who would one day wield immense power during the Empress' reign, toppling both the Inspection Bureau and the Imperial City Division, would be far too underwhelming. Watching Lu Chun, Xia Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Though the man before him was a younger, less refined version of the future Dark King, yet to evolve into his ultimate form, gold always shines. And someone like this stemming him would be the real challenge. The room of the Eagle Eye Division fell into silence once again. The anticipated fierce confrontation did not occur. Instead, a battle of words unfolded. The newly appointed commander, like a great scholar, single-handedly refuted everyone into silence, especially the instigators, Cui Hu and Lu Chun. Lu Chen's face was devoid of any expression as he gazed at Xia Chen with a calm and steady look. In an almost indifferent tone, he slowly said, "I've looked into you. Despite your youth, your actions are exceedingly skilled, like those of a seasoned hunter. From your initial appointment as a captain in the Imperial Guard to the capture of the Surveillance Bureau's spies, every move you made was calculated and deliberate. You've only acted twice in public, yet your prowess is undeniable. The world may call you a worthless failure, but to me, you're the one hiding the deepest. If I were to act, not only would I fail to kill you, but I might also give you an opportunity to turn the tide." These words left the lantern-bearers present exchanging uneasy glances. They had assumed Lu Chun refrained from acting out of fear of the consequences of killing the commander. They hadn't expected it to be because he lacked the confidence to strike a decisive blow. Could this so-called good-for-nothing of the capital truly possess such strength? After all, Lu Chun was a prodigy capable of dueling with 6th-rank martial artists. Xia Chen chuckled lightly and said, "If you've studied me so thoroughly and still plan to oppose me, that doesn't seem like the behavior of a wise man." Seeing Lu Chun remain silent, he continued, "So, tell me, how do you propose we resolve this situation? Over 100 people have gathered Hurumi Eagle Eye Division's elite corps. Outsiders might think you're plotting a rebellion." At these words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Just then, a middle-aged man with a goatee squeezed through the crowd and hurried to Xia Chen's side. Bowing respectfully, he said, "The commander jests. We gathered here upon hearing of your appointment and came to greet you." This was Zhang Ping, one of the 5 hall masters of the Eagle Eye Division, who had held his position for over 20 years. He was of the same generation as the former commander, Lu Li, and the two had often clashed in their younger years. From the ranks of lantern-bearers to squad leaders, centurions, and finally hall masters, they had been rivals every step of the way. In the end, however, Lu Li had risen to prominence, his name resounding across the Great Wu dynasty, while Zhang Ping remained stuck at the hall master level. His 2 decades in this position were both his pride and his shackle. Xia Chen regarded Zhang Ping with a thoughtful expression, taking in the man's fawning smile. If he hadn't personally heard these people plotting to oppose him earlier, he might have believed Zhang Ping's words. Zhang Ping had served as a hall master within the lantern bearers for over 2 decades, yet he had never managed to rise any higher. There were 2 prevailing rumors about his grudge with Lu Li. One suggested he had offended Lu Li, which led to his stagnation, while the other claimed it was a testament to a rivalry between gentlemen. After all, holding the hall master position for 20 years was no coincidence. Xia Chen snapped back to his senses, his cold gaze sweeping over the group, welcoming him. Finally, his eyes rested on Cui Hu and Lu Chun. It was clear these 2 had been the instigators earlier, had heard everything loud and clear. "What are you 2 still standing there for? Hurry up and greet the Director General." Zhang Ping barked sharply, giving Cui Hu a meaningful look while striding over to Lu Chun and delivering a hard kick. Cui Hu's expression flickered with hesitation, knowing the situation was now beyond salvaging. Lu Chun was the first to speak up. "Greetings, Director General." Cui Hu quickly followed suit, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Director General." Standing off to the side, Xia Chen watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smirk. He knew his master had already secured his footing within the lantern bearers. The young master is truly remarkable, just a few words, and everyone submits. Far more effective than force, Xia Chen thought to himself, his admiration for Xia Chen growing even stronger. Since you all acknowledge me as the Director General, things will be easier, Xia Chen said, his tone calm yet firm. I'm generally soft-hearted and easy to talk to, but I value discipline above all else. As for today's incident, I won't hold the others accountable, but you two disregarding hierarchy and inciting insubordination, this cannot be overlooked. Sensing trouble, Zhang Ping quickly stepped forward to mediate. My lord, it's all a misunderstanding. Since this is your first day in office, I've prepared a banquet. Why not join us for a drink and let bygones be bygones? Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Ping, a look that struck him like a thunderbolt. Those deep, dark eyes seemed to contain the weight of the universe, sending chills down his spine. Each of you 50 strikes with the military rod, Xia Chen declared coldly, pointing at Cui Hu, Lu Qian, and their subordinates. After that, you'll all be reassigned to different halls. Starting today, all 5 halls' 100-man and 1,000-man units will rotate positions. Any objections? The crowd's faces turned pale at his words. The 50 lashes were bearable, but the rotation order was a devastating move, dismantling the network of influence they had spent years building. Even Zhang Ping couldn't help but interject, my lord, isn't this rotation decision a bit too hasty? It might cause unrest. Hall Master Zhang, Xia Chen said with a faint, meaningful smile, I'm saving you all. Do you understand why His Majesty sent me to the Lantern Bearers? You should know better than anyone. Forming cliques and factions, how do you think Luli fell? Was it really just because of the military defense map incident? As he spoke, he patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder. I'm doing this out of goodwill, yet you fail to appreciate it or understand my intentions. If you're unwilling to rotate, that's fine, pretend I never said it. But I can't guarantee what the consequences will be. I'm a merciful person, and I hope it won't come to the point where I have to take drastic measures myself. If it does, think back to today's warm welcome. Perhaps I'll show some leniency then. Zhang Ping broke out into a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face ashen. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xia Chen strode into the director's office, officially taking control of this center of power. No one dared to stop him, and those left behind fell into a heavy silence. Old Zheng, you're always the one with the best ideas. Li Yu and Chen Song, 2 hall leaders, gathered around Zhang Ping. What do we do about this rotation system? If we really go along with it, all the foundations we've built over the years will crumble. Zhang Ping snapped out of his thoughts after hearing Xia Chen's earlier words. His gaze swept across the faces of Cui Hu, Lu Qian, and the others, and he slowly shook his head. I accept the rotation. Whether you accept it or not is your business, but don't use me as your scapegoat. I'm getting old and only seek stability. With that, he turned and left. The 4 exchanged glances. Lu Qian spoke in a low voice. I also accept the rotation. Then, he left the hall with more than 10 of his subordinates. Li Yu and Chen Song placed their last hopes on Cui Hu. Cui Hu said coldly, don't you understand yet? Our unity within the lamp bearers has already drawn the Emperor's attention. That's exactly how Commander Lu fell from grace. We've been colleagues for some time, and I've said enough, but he's disrupting all of our arrangements the moment he arrives. This is too overbearing. Li Yu frowned. Since ancient times, no new official has acted like this. He's coming for my head, and those behind me won't stand for it either. I've said all I need to. Decide for yourselves. With that, Cui Hu walked away, leaving only 2 groups of people in the hall. Chen Song cursed angrily. Each one of them usually acts so arrogant, like they don't care about anyone. And now? They've been subdued by just a few words from one man so spineless, softer than women. Meanwhile, in the garden of Princess Yaoguang's residence, flowers of all kinds were in full bloom, and butterflies danced gracefully among them. Pavilions and terraces were scattered harmoniously, with carved railings encircling a lotus pond. In the pond, goldfish played while crystal-clear droplets rolled off the lotus leaves. Princess Yaoguang was feeding the goldfish in the pond when she turned around in surprise at the report from her attendant in purple. Beside her stood a breathtaking beauty in yellow, none other than Li Wei, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn with an innocent and charming demeanor. The purple-clad maid was named Ziyue, and both she and Li Wei were close attendants to Princess Yaoguang. If Xia Chen were present, he would immediately recognize Ziyue as the same woman who, during the reign of the Empress, had risen to a position of power that once overshadowed even the Prime Minister of the cabinet. Ziyue reported everything that happened today with the lantern bearers. She stood beside Yaoguang, dressed in a flowing purple gown, her long black hair simply pinned up with a white jade hairpin, a few loose strands falling naturally on either side of her face. Her gaze was focused and lively as she recounted every detail clearly. Zhang Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun had agreed to the rotation system and were currently kneeling outside the office of the Imperial Consort, requesting the change. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Chen Song, unwilling to accept such humiliation, had taken their men out of the city to patrol the streets. Yao Guang listened quietly to the report, remaining silent for a long time before speaking. Zhang Ping and the others are clever. As for Li Yu and Qiansong, they only dare act this way because of the support from the Crown Prince and my third brother. It seems the Eagle Eye division is overdue for a major reshuffle. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ziyue's eyes. Your Highness, haven't you always wanted to extend your influence into the Lantern Bearers? Now that the Imperial Consort has taken charge of the Eagle Eye division, this is the perfect opportunity. If we can gain the Xia family support and secure military power, your dream of becoming the first female emperor of the Da dynasty will no longer be out of reach. He's not officially the Imperial Consort yet, so stop calling him that, Yao Guang said, turning her head to reveal her delicate profile, her expression flickering with uncertainty. Li Wei grinned mischievously and hugged Yao Guang's arm. If Xia Chen sees your Highness, he will surely be captivated by your beauty. What man in this world could possibly resist your charm? I hear Xia Chen is exceptionally handsome, said to be even more striking than the four renowned beauties of the capital. Ziyue chimed in with agreement. Yao Guang smiled sweetly. You two are my closest maids. If I marry Xia Chen, you might end up as his personal attendants. Or is it not me who's impatient, but you two who are smitten with Xia Chen? Perhaps you should fulfill a wife's duties in my stead? We wouldn't dare to compete with your Highness for a man. Ziyue and Li Wei blushed deeply, waving their hands in protest. After a brief moment of laughter, Yao Guang's expression turned serious. Ziyue, send him an invitation to attend the literary gathering 3 days from now. It's time I met this fiancé of mine, she sighed softly, a trace of regret flickering in her eyes. She had underestimated this fiancé of hers. Who would have thought that the man she once dismissed as a useless fool would, in such a short time, stir up the capital's political landscape and even gain control of the Lantern Bearers and the Eagle Eye division areas she herself had struggled to influence. Xia Chen had just finished his first day of work as a lantern bearer when he was stopped at the corner of Zhengde Street. Blocking his way was a stunningly beautiful woman, Ziyu. Though she would one day become a renowned figure in court, she appeared somewhat uneasy at the moment. Your Highness, the princess has been betrothed to you for quite some time. Yet the two of you have never met. In 3 days, the princess will host a literary gathering, which would be a perfect opportunity for the two of you to meet and deepen your connection. Before Xia Chen could respond, Ziyu stepped down from her carriage and climbed directly into his. She raised her head to carefully study Xia Chen's features, finding him indeed extraordinarily handsome, unmatched even in the bustling capital. Recalling the princess's earlier instructions regarding the bridal night, Ziyu's cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Looking at this future political powerhouse, who at the moment still seemed so inexperienced, Xia Chen couldn't resist the urge to tease her. Deepen our connection? Could it be that your princess misses me? He asked, toying with the jade pendant in his hand with an amused expression. You jest, Your Highness, Ziyu replied, trying to maintain her composure. The princess merely wishes to get to know you in advance, so there won't be any awkwardness after the wedding. Oh, so it's not the princess who misses me, could it be you? Xia Chen teased further. His words made Ziyu's face flush even deeper, the redness spreading to her ears as she felt her whole body heat up. Your Highness, please be serious. Ziyu bit her lip, feeling her thoughts completely thrown into disarray. Xia Chen continued to joke. You entered my carriage so boldly, I almost thought you were here to test the waters for the princess. Isn't it customary for the royal family to send a maid to assess the groom? Could it be that they've chosen you for the task? Seeing this future formidable court figure so flustered and at a loss for words, Xia Chen found the contrast particularly amusing. Ziyu finally managed to steady herself and straightened her posture. Your Highness, please don't make such jokes. I entered your carriage because the streets are crowded, and as the princess's maid, it's not inappropriate for us to share a ride. As for any testing, that is for the princess to decide. By now, she had regained her elegance and composure, her demeanor more poised and graceful than even the most refined ladies of the capital. I came today to invite your Highness to the literary gathering, Ziyu said, steering the conversation back to its original purpose. A literary gathering is for scholars. Wouldn't a rough warrior like me just become a laughingstock there? Xia Chen said with a playful glance at her. If the princess wishes to meet me, why not choose a quiet place, or better yet, invite me directly to her residence for a private conversation? Why go through the trouble of a public event with so many people? In the capital city, the news of Prince Consort Xia Chen receiving personal praise from the emperor had already spread far and wide. A man of great talent, comparable to Prime Minister Lin. If he had pursued the path of a scholar, he would surely have become a prime minister in the future. Such words of admiration echoed through tea houses and taverns. Hearing this, Xia Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He was well aware that this was the handiwork of the lamp bearers, acting on orders from Emperor Wen to stir things up. The emperor's intentions were clear, wanted to push Xia Chen into the spotlight so that his philosophy of the ruler as a ruler, the minister as a minister, the father as a father, and the son as a son could gain wider acceptance. Despite his rising reputation, many scholars in the capital were not convinced of his abilities, with some even threatening to teach him a lesson. It was for this reason that the princess had sent Xia with an exquisitely crafted invitation. After handing over the invitation, Xia bowed gracefully, smiled, and retreated back to her carriage. Xia Chen and Xia Hao climbed into the carriage shortly after. Xia Chen wore a mischievous grin. "You're not even married yet, and the princess is already so eager to send someone to contact you. Could it be that she's in a hurry to tie the knot?" Xia Chen lifted a corner of the curtain, watching Xia's carriage gradually disappear from view. "This princess is not as simple as you think. Her reaching out to me at this time likely has more to do with my current status. To gain the respect of others, one must first improve oneself." Xia Qian dismissed his concerns. "No matter how cunning the princess may be, she's still just a woman. Your engagement was decreed by the emperor, and at most, you'll be married within 2 or 3 years. What's there to worry about?" Xia Chen shook his head silently. In this capital, who would have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Princess Yaoguang would one day rise like a dragon, shaking the world in a single night? It was precisely because he understood her formidable nature that Xia Chen dared not let his guard down. Her reaching out to him now was not about personal feelings but rather because of his role as the head of the Eagle Eye Division, a highly strategic intelligence network capable of striking preemptively. Upon returning to the Marquis of Zhendong's residence, Xia Chen went straight to Xia Qian's quarters to recount the day's events involving the lamp bearers. "You handled it well," Xia Qian remarked after a moment of contemplation. "You displayed authority while maintaining balance, avoiding unnecessary hostility. With the 3 major hall leaders now agreeing to rotate duties, you have an opportunity to take control of these halls. But what about the other 2 halls? How do you plan to deal with them?" Xia Qian's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. "Li Yu and Chen Song are respectively aligned with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. We've verified this, and the Emperor is undoubtedly aware as well. His decision to place me in charge of the Eagle Eye Division was to eliminate the Crown Prince's and Third Prince's influence within the Lamp Bearers. These 2 disobedient hall leaders have just presented me with the perfect opportunity. As I establish my footing, I need to promote my own people. When someone rises, someone else must fall. They'll start with these 2 halls. It's time to purge the Lamp Bearers." As he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Xia Chen's eyes. He preferred action over words. After all, why waste time talking when a problem could be solved with force? Xia Qian gazed at his nephew in front of him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. For years, he had always thought this nephew was too gentle, lacking the distinct vigor that defined the Xia family, and he worried the boy might become ensnared in the shadowy intricacies of political schemes. But at this moment, Xia Qian had to admit he had misjudged him. Xia Chen displayed a rare balance of strength and subtlety capable of strategic foresight, while not shying away from decisive, thunderous actions. Among the 3rd-generation descendants, his martial prowess might not have been the most outstanding, but when it came to strategy, no one of his age could surpass him. Watching his nephew's composed demeanor, Xia Qian couldn't help but envision the family's future. With Xia Chen at the helm, the Xia family would not only possess power but also unparalleled wisdom. The next 100 years would undoubtedly be even more prosperous. Just as Xia Qian was immersed in thoughts of the family's bright future, Xia Chen suddenly spoke. "Uncle, I've decided to move out of the Marquis estate." The statement struck like a heavy blow, jolting Xia Qian from his reverie. "Why on earth would you want to move out of the Marquis estate? Is it because your courtyard is too remote, or there aren't enough servants?" "I'll take care of it immediately," Xia Qian said, his brows furrowed and tone stern. In the Xia family's 600-year history, a direct descendant moving out of the estate often signaled a division of the family. "It's not because of those reasons," Xia Chen replied with a calm smile, leisurely taking a sip of tea. "Are you planning to split from the family?" Xia Qian's frown deepened. He had been preparing Xia Chen to succeed as head of the family, but now this sudden decision to move out of the estate left him caught off guard. "It's not about splitting from the family. It's not that serious," Xia Chen said, setting down his teacup and explaining carefully. "Given the current situation, it's simply inappropriate for me to continue living in the Marquis estate. His Majesty both values and fears our familial age-old dilemma for those with great merit under the throne. My position is particularly delicate right now. I am both a direct descendant of the Xia family and the Emperor's son-in-law. The fact that I've been assigned to the Lantern Bearers is a clear sign that His Majesty intends to draw me into his circle, perhaps even use me to create division within the Xia family. To outsiders, I've always seemed overlooked within the estate, with indifferent parents and little attention. This is precisely why His Majesty chose me. Therefore, moving forward, I cannot appear too close to the Marquis estate." Xia Qian listened, his expression shifting unpredictably. He wanted to argue but found himself without a valid retort. Finally, he could only respond in a low voice. "Is it really as serious as you say?" Xia Qian asked with a frown. Over the years, whether it was your grandfather or me, we voluntarily handed over military power. Even your father has always behaved dutifully. Can it be that His Majesty still cannot tolerate us? Xia Chen's eyes were deep and unfathomable as he spoke slowly. Even if we harbor no disloyalty, the Eastern Marquis manor, united and full of talented individuals, is inherently the greatest threat to imperial authority. That's something no emperor can tolerate. We cannot gamble on an emperor's mercy. Xia Chen leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. His Majesty has ruled for over 50 years, becoming a cold and calculating political machine. Any force that could threaten his rule or slip beyond his control will be ruthlessly eradicated. He locked eyes with Xia Chen and said firmly, "So, if His Majesty wants to see our Xia family divided, wants to witness us turning against each other, wants to see discord among 3 generations, then we will act the part. We'll give him the performance he desires. While he feels reassured, we will quietly build our strength." Xia Chen stared intently at his nephew, his expression grave. "Is this truly your plan?" "Yes." Xia Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "The worse my relationship with all of you appears, the more His Majesty will trust me, and the more power he'll grant me. That will, in turn, protect the Xia family." After a long silence, Xia Chen finally nodded. "I understand. Well, do as you say." The next day, the Eagle Eye division of the Lantern Bearer Bureau was abuzz with chatter. "Why isn't the new chief here yet at this hour?" someone murmured. "I heard he made Master Zheng and the others kneel for 3 hours before allowing them to request a shift change. Ruthless." Suddenly, a man rushed in. "Stop waiting. Something big has happened." Soon, a shocking piece of news spread through the upper circles of the capital. Xia Chen, the newly appointed chief of the Eagle Eye division, the young Marquis of the Eastern Marquis manor, and the imperial son-in-law, had reportedly fallen out with his family and moved out of the manor with his followers. Tea houses and taverns buzzed with speculation. Some claimed to have seen Xia Chen personally inspecting new residences, while others whispered that Xia Chen had convened the family elders and nearly expelled Xia Chen from the family genealogy. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Xia Chen was calmly settling into a newly purchased, spacious 3-courtyard residence with Xia Chen and his maid, Bijou. "Young master, are you going to the Lantern Bearer Bureau tomorrow?" Xia Chen asked, clearly worried. "You've just subdued those men. If you don't show up, it might cause unrest." Xia Chen smiled faintly. "I'll take a rest tomorrow and attend the literary gathering the day after. As for the Lantern Bearer Bureau, let the dust settle for now." The newly purchased 3-courtyard residence of Xia Chen, while not comparable to a marquis estate, could still be considered a luxurious home in the capital. Situated in the inner city and adjacent to the central avenue, its location was prime. The courtyard featured a harmonious arrangement of rock gardens and pavilions, and the rooms were thoughtfully designed. At first glance, the house brought a sense of joy to Xia Chen. However, the property had cost a staggering 3,000 taels of silver. In this era, such a sum was astronomical for an average family. Standing beneath a peach tree in full bloom within the courtyard, Xia Chen couldn't help but sigh. The cost of living in Chang'an is exorbitant. Life in the capital is truly no easy feat. As a 6th-rank official, his monthly salary was only 50 taels, amounting to 600 taels per year. Back in the Marquis estate, he had lived a life of comfort and abundance. Now, having established his own household, he was beginning to grasp the challenges of managing life independently. Fortunately, over the years, he had saved over 2,000 taels during festivals and holidays. Combined with the 3,000 taels that Cui Mingru had tearfully insisted he take the previous night, he had just enough to purchase this residence. "Young master," a gentle voice called from inside the house as Bijou stepped lightly into the courtyard. She had been Cui Mingru's personal maid and had accompanied Xia Chen when he left the Marquis estate the night before. Cui Mingru had originally planned to send Bijou to care for Sun once he advanced to the 8th rank, but Xia Chen's busy schedule and preference for solitude had delayed the arrangement. At their parting, Cui Mingru, with tears in her eyes, entrusted Bijou to Xia Chen's care, and he had brought her along. Thinking of how his uncle and aunt had treated him as their own flesh and blood, Xia Chen felt a warm gratitude in his heart. Though his biological parents had been indifferent to him, the Marquis household had genuinely embraced him as one of their own. "What do you think of this house?" Xia Chen turned to ask Bijou. She lowered her gaze shyly, her face tinged with modesty. According to the customs of noble families, a maidservant like her, tasked with warming the bed, would typically serve the young master until his marriage, after which she might be elevated to the status of a concubine. "I still have over 2,000 taels of silver left. From now on, you'll be in charge of managing the household affairs. In the next couple of days, go to the Western Market and purchase some younger maids and servants. Be sure to choose those with clean family backgrounds." Xia Chen handed a stack of silver notes to Bijou. Startled, Bijou took half a step back in hesitation. "Young master, I am merely a maid. How could I dare to take charge of the household affairs?"
Such matters should be arranged by the mistress of the house, that is, the princess.
It's uncertain when the marriage will take place. Should we wait for her to manage everything in the household? We've just moved in, and everything needs to be set up anew. By the time she arrives, I will be far too late. Xia Chen firmly took Bai Zhu's hand and pressed the silver notes into her soft palm. You're the only woman in the household now. If you don't take charge, who else will? Should I ask Xia Chen to do it? Xia Chen said with a smile. From now on, you'll manage everything inside the house. I don't have the energy to worry about such matters. Bai Zhu lowered her head, feeling the warmth of Xia Chen's hand as he held hers. Occasionally, she glanced up, her starry eyes filled with shyness. A faint blush crept across her snow-white cheeks. Young master is so kind, she murmured softly. Under the night sky, a bright moon hung high above. Xia Chen stood alone in the courtyard, practicing his sword techniques. His movements seemed simple basic slashes, thrusts, and sweeps, but each strike carried a powerful energy, like a razor-sharp thread slicing through the void, cutting even the air itself. The systems panel kept updating. Proficiency 10. Proficiency 10. Swordsmanship skill experience. 983010000. As time passed, when his experience reached its peak, the system's notification sounded. Your swordsmanship has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a forbidden blade intent. Would you like to claim it? After confirming, Xia Chen felt as though he had been pulled into a strange world. Here, he relived his journey of practicing swordsmanship since the age of 5. Enduring the wind and rain atop a cliffside boulder, achieving minor mastery at 8, major mastery at 11, and perfection at 18. He then left his master and journeyed east, battling bandits and rebel troops. At 20, he joined the army, honing his blade intent amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. At 22, he retired and moved to the coast, living as an ordinary fisherman, observing the ebb and flow of the tides each day. One unremarkable afternoon, as the sun dipped into the sea, Xia Chen, who had been sitting motionless on a rock all day, suddenly smiled. A radiant light, like the rising sun, shone in his eyes. He casually picked up a fishing spear and made a gentle stroke across the water. This blade shall be named Dawnbreaker. In an instant, light erupted in the darkness, as if a second sun had risen. A massive crack split the sea surface, revealing the deep underwater trench below. The extraordinary scene lasted for several breaths. Even after the waters closed again, the area remained imbued with an immense, vibrant yang energy. With just one stroke, the power was terrifying beyond words. Xia Chen opened his eyes, and the blazing sun that had been gradually retracting within them transformed back into ordinary pupils, indistinguishable from those of a regular person. He lifted his gaze to the bright moon hanging high in the sky and murmured to himself, the tides, the sun, the essence of the blade. Although it felt like only a fleeting moment had passed, he had truly experienced the passage of over 20 years. Everything in that world had been so vivid, especially the insights he had gained from practicing his blade technique, which were deeply etched into his very bones. Yet, as he returned to reality, the memories of that world began to fade, leaving behind only the pure comprehension of his blade mastery. It seems my system has undergone some kind of mutation, Xia Chen muttered, frowning in thought. Unlike the player system in his previous life, which directly infused experience points, this time he had genuinely lived through the entire process of training with the blade, starting at the age of 5 and continuing until he reached enlightenment at 23 by the East Sea, where he grasped the essence of the blade. Though the specific memories of that world had grown hazy, the sensations and insights were indelibly imprinted on his heart. A system notification chimed in. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang blade intent within the microworld. By observing the vast ocean from the east, you have also grasped the true intent of tides and created your own blade technique, Breaking Dawn. Exceptional performance. Reward. 1 small rejuvenation pill. The system interface immediately displayed a dense array of information. Host, Xia Chen. Age, 17. Realm, peak of 7th grade. Cultivation techniques and martial skills. Crimson Sun Body Tempering Technique, Shouyang Demon Breaking Blade, Breaking Dawn. Blade Intent, Pure Yang Blade Intent First Restriction. Conceptual Laws, True Intent of Tides. System Space, 10 cubic meters. Items, 1 low-grade small rejuvenation pill saves 3 months of arduous cultivation. System Mall, locked. Cultivation speed, 10-fold boost. Fortune Dragon Essence, refined body and spirit. Innate Constitution Talent, superior constitution, formerly a useless body. Innate heavy pupils. Awakening, 1. Xia Chen carefully examined the information. Ever since absorbing the Fortune Dragon Essence last time, his cultivation efficiency had increased 10-fold. Whether practicing blade techniques or gaining experience, what used to be a mere 1 had now become 10. Even more thrilling was that his constitution had been elevated from a martial arts waste body to a superior one, making him a genius even without relying on the system. Could it be that my reincarnation into this world ahead of time wasn't due to the 9-dragon jade seal, but rather this extraordinary system? Xia Chen pondered deeply. For now, these mysteries remained unanswered. Perhaps the truth would only become clear in the future. Shaking his head, he decided to set these thoughts aside for the time being. Xia Chen retrieved the faintly fragrant Xiao Huandan from the system space. He carefully examined the pill in his hand. Though it was of the lowest grade, it could save him 3 full months of arduous cultivation. In this world where alchemy was not widespread, most pills were limited to healing purposes. Pills like this one, capable of directly accelerating cultivation, were exceedingly rare. A thought suddenly flashed through Xia Chen's mind: if he could acquire the recipe for Xiao Huandan, it would be an immense asset to the growth of his future influence. Moreover, this was merely a low-grade pill. If he could obtain recipes for medium-grade, high-grade, or even superior-grade pills, the possibilities unfolded endlessly in his imagination. Without further hesitation, Xia Chen placed the pill into his mouth. In an instant, a surge of searing energy erupted in his throat, spreading rapidly throughout his body. His blood began to boil, and his heartbeat thundered like a drum, echoing loudly in the courtyard. It was mid-March, the chill of winter had just faded, yet the warmth of spring had not fully arrived. The peach tree in the courtyard had only just sprouted tender buds, its blossoms still shyly enclosed. As Xia Chen sat cross-legged, rhythmically breathing and cultivating, the temperature in the courtyard gradually rose. Inside the house, Baizhu was tidying up the bedding when she sensed the unusual change. She quickly opened the window and was stunned speechless by the sight before her. Behind Xia Chen, a vast and boundless ocean appeared, its waves surging and crashing in majestic succession. It was the first time in Baizhu's life that she had seen such a vision of the sea, even if it was merely an illusion. It filled her heart with awe and wonder. What was even more astonishing was the appearance of a blazing sun, slowly rising from the horizon of the ocean like the break of dawn, bathing everything in radiant light. As the sun climbed to its zenith above the sea, the entire courtyard became brilliantly illuminated. The peach tree suddenly burst into full bloom, its branches adorned with vibrant flowers, a sight so breathtaking that Baizhu was utterly entranced. When Xia Chen finally opened his eyes, a spark of lightning flickered within them. He had officially stepped into the 6th-rank martial artist realm. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, he realized that one night's cultivation had surpassed the efforts of several previous months. In the capital, a 6th-rank practitioner was already considered a formidable expert. On the martial world stage, even a 5th-rank cultivator could establish their own sect. This demonstrated the significance of his breakthrough. "You're amazing, young master," Baizhu exclaimed as she ran out of the house, her face glowing with admiration. Xia Chen looked at her and gave a radiant smile. "What happened tonight? Don't tell anyone. This is a secret just between the two of us." Baizhu gazed at Xia Chen's stunningly handsome face, her heart racing. Blushing, she softly replied, "All right. Don't worry, young master, I understand. I won't tell anyone." Pausing for a moment, she shyly added, Even if a princess marries into our family in the future, I still won't say anything. This will always be our secret." Night fell. Baizhu quietly prepared hot water for Xia Chen, standing respectfully beside the wooden tub. "Young master, shall I assist you with your bath?" Her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xia Chen thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. In this world, Baizhu was his personal maid, and he understood a fundamental truth. Unless one possessed the power to reshape the world, it was wiser to conform to societal norms rather than challenge them. Baizhu approached gently, her hands trembling slightly as she untied his belt and removed his garments. When she looked up, her gaze aligned with his chest, allowing her to feel the masculine aura emanating from him. The flawless physique before her momentarily left her dazed, only snapping back to reality when the sound of water broke the silence. Hurriedly, she moved to the tub, dipping her slender hands into the water to wash him. Yet, as she worked, her mind lingered on the earlier scene, and she couldn't help but marvel inwardly, "Young master is truly magnificent." Later that night, as Xia Chen lay in bed, he noticed movement coming from the adjoining side room connected to the master bedroom. Even in the darkness, he could clearly see Baizhu, wearing only a purple doo-doo, tiptoeing toward him. "Baizhu," he called out softly. The sudden sound startled her, and she froze. After a long pause, she hesitantly replied, "The mistress instructed me to take care of the young master's daily needs, including warming the bed at night." Her voice was barely audible, and her face was already flushed. Xia Chen pondered for a moment. He understood this was a custom in noble families, but he had only recently broken through to the 8th grade in his cultivation. "I don't need a bed warmer. You can sleep in the side room tonight. Does the young master dislike me?" Her voice, tinged with tears, came from the darkness. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Xia Chen sighed. Fine, come up. But only to warm the bed. He lifted the blanket, and her soft figure immediately curled into his embrace like a kitten. In this feudal era, resistance was futile. After all, one could use force to destroy a person's body but never to change their thoughts. At dawn, Xia Chen resumed his daily martial arts training. As for the matters with the lantern bearer, he had already asked Xia Chen to take care of the necessary arrangements. Xia Chen was deep in thought, planning to teach those people a profound lesson after attending his fiancée's poetry gathering the next day. He intended to show them what it truly meant to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The previous verbal sparring with the scholars had merely been an appetizer. On the bed, Baizhu slowly sat up, her face glowing with a blissful smile and her eyes filled with adoration. Although the young master had not crossed any boundaries with her the night before, the time spent together had subtly transformed their relationship, shifting from initial unfamiliarity to a growing mutual understanding. On the third morning, Xia Chen woke up as usual and Baizhu, nestled in his arms, stirred awake as well. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up from the warm bed, her fair skin faintly visible in the morning light, wearing only a thin undergarment. Young master, are you going to see the princess today? Baizhu asked softly. Not exactly, just going to a literary gathering, Xia Chen replied with a smile, patting her head. You can sleep a little longer. I can manage on my own. No way. Baizhu quickly got up. The gathering is at the princess's residence. You'll surely meet the princess there, so you must dress impeccably. At a mutton soup shop on the Central Avenue, Xia Chen was leisurely savoring a steaming bowl of soup. Young master, are we really not in a hurry? The princess's residence is just a few hundred meters ahead. Xia Chen anxiously glanced around. Let me finish breakfast first, Xia Chen said without looking up. Important guests always arrive last, don't they? Besides, this mutton soup is quite authentic. Watching his young master's composed demeanor, Xia Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although Xia Chen was always courteous to others, he seemed unusually indifferent toward the renowned second princess. After finishing his meal, Xia Chen stood up to leave. The shop owner hurriedly insisted on not accepting payment, but Xia Chen still left a small piece of silver behind. As he watched them depart, the old man muttered to himself, "What noble family is this young master from, to be so refined?" Little did he know, the man before him was none other than Xia Chen, the much-discussed candidate for the position of imperial son-in-law in the capital. Meanwhile, the area in front of Princess Yaoguang's residence was bustling with activity. Carriages and sedan chairs arrived one after another. Scholars in traditional robes and noblemen in luxurious attire presented their invitations to enter the residence. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, that lady is stunningly beautiful. I've never seen such a marvelous beauty before." The area in front of the princess's residence was bustling with activity, as a crowd gathered and engaged in lively discussions. Which noble family does that young lady come from? Her demeanor is so extraordinary, someone exclaimed in admiration. That's Xiyue, the personal maid of Princess Yaoguang, another person explained. Just a maid, the crowd murmured in disbelief, scrutinizing the woman in the violet dress standing to the side of the residence's gate. She surpasses many noble daughters in elegance. No wonder she's by the princess's side. Several young gentlemen, clearly intrigued, attempted to approach and strike up a conversation. However, Xiyue's cold and detached gaze stopped them several steps away. Observing her standing there, seemingly waiting for someone, the crowd began to speculate. Could it be Princess Pingyang coming? Or perhaps the crown prince or the third prince? Whoever it is, to have Princess Yaoguang send her personal maid to greet them, it must be someone extraordinary. Just as the crowd's curiosity reached its peak, a sudden brightness appeared in Xiyue's usually calm eyes. Following her gaze, they saw a tall and striking figure approaching at a leisurely pace. It was a young man of exceptional handsomeness, his brows as if painted with ink and extending gracefully toward his temples. His long, deep-set eyes glimmered with intelligence. His complexion was fairer than snow, his features as flawless as jade, and his azure robe further accentuated his otherworldly aura. Every gesture and movement exuded a refined and gentle elegance, as if he were an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Xiyue's gaze remained fixed on the meticulously dressed Xia Chen, her eyes following his every step. The young men in the crowd exchanged uneasy glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Despite their own careful preparations, they paled in comparison to this man, who seemed to outshine them effortlessly. What shocked the onlookers even more was that the aloof and dignified Xiyue actually stepped forward to greet him. She bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince Consort." The scene at the entrance of the princess's residence left everyone stunned. The elegant and graceful Miss Xiyue was standing respectfully in front of a young man. The scholars gathered around were filled with envy and frustration, their thoughts racing. Is it just because he's a bit more handsome? We are all men of stature too. In terms of height, we measure up. In terms of looks, well, maybe not quite, but at least we're human. We're all here for the literary gathering. What makes him so special to deserve this kind of treatment? What are you doing at the entrance? Xia Chen asked Xia, a hint of surprise in his tone. Naturally, I'm here to personally welcome the Prince Consort, Xia replied, standing beside Xia Chen with a respectful gaze. This is the princess's residence. Of course, the Prince Consort is no ordinary guest. Today, Xia Chen was dressed in luxurious attire, his demeanor reserved yet exuding an air of nobility. He was a stark contrast to the carefree and roguish figure he had been in his lantern keeper's uniform on the carriage that day. Glancing at the fiery gazes of the scholars at the entrance, Xia Chen chuckled inwardly. If this weren't the princess's residence under the emperor's jurisdiction, these jealousy-driven individuals would probably have already rushed at him. If that happened, should he call in the imperial guards or let the lantern keepers handle them? Truly, the power of jealousy is terrifying. He gave Xia a slight nod. Let's head inside. With Xia leading the way, Xia Chen and Xia Qian passed through the crowd and entered the residence. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that the entrance erupted with murmurs of discussion. Who is that man? Why does Miss Xia personally welcome him? He's so handsome, do we even stand a chance? What's there to fear? The literary gathering is about talent, not looks. He's probably just a pretty face with no substance. A young man in a brocade robe, Yang Wei, scoffed disdainfully. Someone like that, relying on his looks, is probably here for Princess Yaoguang. Humph, I may not be as handsome as him, but at least I live off my parents' support and not by freeloading. I'm proud of that. As he finished speaking, he straightened his back with pride. But before long, he slumped again. Ugh, need to rest a bit. Standing so stiffly is exhausting. Just as Yang Wei was about to flick open his folding fan to display his charm, a low voice suddenly came from nearby. Shh, keep your voice down. Do you even know who that man was? Who else could he be? Just some pretty boy looking for a sugar mommy. Yang Wei interjected, his tone dripping with disdain. I despise people like that. Hearing this, the person's expression changed drastically. They anxiously glanced around before hurriedly covering Yang Wei's mouth. Wei, you can't just say things like that, one of the companions whispered urgently. That man has a powerful background. Who? Why all the secrecy? Is he some kind of prince? The others were both curious and slightly irritated by the mysterious tone. That man is Xia Chen, the eldest legitimate son of the Marquis of Anong and the fiancé of Princess Yaoguang. Haven't you heard the uproar yesterday about him moving out of the Marquis of Zhendong's residence? What? He's Xia Chen? No wonder Miss Xia came out to greet him personally. The group suddenly understood. This was the prince's residence, and though the marriage hadn't taken place yet, it was an imperial decree, announced to all. As the future consort, Xia Chen was practically half the host here. Wu Bai glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice further. Do you realize that Xia Chen is currently in charge of the Eagle Eye Division, one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers? The Eagle Eye Division oversees the capital. With so many scholars and noble young men attending today's literary gathering, it's possible that his people have already infiltrated. Every word we say could be recorded. At this, their faces all turned pale, especially Yang Wei. The Lantern Bearer's reputation for conducting ruthless investigations in the capital was well known, and it was a constant source of fear for the heirs of prominent families like theirs. Wei, what's wrong? Suddenly, Yang Wei felt dizzy, his legs weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He had indeed spoken ill of Xia Chen earlier, and now panic filled his heart. I feel terribly dizzy. I don't think I can attend the gathering today. I need to go home and rest. Yang Wei stammered in a fluster. Quick, help Wei get home, one of his friends said helpfully. I have a recipe with goji berries that's great for dizziness. I'll bring it to you after the gathering. As the scene at the entrance descended into chaos, Xia Chen had already entered the princess' residence with Xia leading the way. Instead of heading to the main hall where the literary gathering was being held, they walked along a beautifully landscaped path deeper into the estate. This path leads to the inner courtyard, doesn't it? Xia Chen asked casually, admiring the picturesque surroundings. I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to go to the inner courtyard, he added, glancing at a vibrant fountain in the distance. Xia turned to face him, her expression earnest as she looked at his handsome features. Your family, my lord. No one will say anything if you enter the inner courtyard. There's still time before the gathering begins. You should rest for a while. Xia Chen nodded, choosing not to argue further. Following Ziyu's lead, they passed through several elegant courtyards before arriving at a serene and refined area. Above the entrance hung a plaque with 3 simple characters, Tian Feng Gu Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. Though unsigned, the plaque exuded an extraordinary sense of grandeur. Ziyu turned around to look at Xia Chen, pausing at the gate of the courtyard and staring at the 3 characters inscribed there. Then, She smiled gracefully. These characters were personally written by the princess herself, and her calligraphy was so exquisite that even the Grand Tutor had praised it. Xia Chen nodded slightly in agreement. The handwriting was indeed exceptional. However, the reason he stopped was not the craftsmanship of the writing itself, but the meaning behind the words, Tianfeng, Heavenly Phoenix. After Yaoguang ascended the throne, her reign was named Tianfeng. From the three characters, Tianfeng Pavilion, Xia Chen could already discern that Yaoguang had long harbored grand ambitions, aiming for greatness and a vast future. Does the prince consort find something amiss with these three characters? Ziyue, ever perceptive, noticed a subtle change in Xia Chen's expression and sensed an unusual emotion in him. The calligraphy is excellent, but the meaning behind the words Tianfeng is a bit too lofty, Xia Chen remarked in an utterly calm tone, his voice steady and composed. The phoenix is already a creature that soars high in the heavens, yet here it suggests an even greater aspiration to rise further, almost aggressively ambitious. His tone was light, but it carried a weight that made Ziyue's eyes flicker with a hint of unease. You're teasing, my lord. It's just a simple name for a courtyard, Ziyue replied with a charming smile, quickly masking the momentary shift in her expression. Haha, I was just speaking casually. If it were up to me, I think a simpler two-character name would suffice, Xia Chen said with a faint smile. Oh, does the prince consort have a better suggestion? Ziyue asked, her gaze lingering on Xia Chen as he stood at the gate. Her sharp intuition failed to determine whether Xia Chen's earlier remark was casual or carried some deeper meaning. The morning sunlight gently illuminated Xia Chen, casting a warm glow over half of his handsome face. Standing there, he seemed as though he were bathed in divine light, radiant and ethereal, exuding an otherworldly charm. How about Yaozi Jade Pond? Xia Chen proposed with a bright, disarming smile. His expression was so warm and gentle that it felt like a spring breeze, soothing and inviting. After speaking, he stepped into the courtyard without sparing another glance at the plaque inscribed with Tianfeng Pavilion. Yaozi? Ziyue repeated the name softly at the gate, momentarily puzzled. Yet, the words carried an inexplicable sense of grandeur and sanctity, as though they held some profound significance or origin. The more she repeated them, the more she felt their poetic resonance, though she couldn't quite grasp the underlying meaning. In this world, there was no Jade Pond or Queen Mother of the West from mythology, so she was destined to remain unaware of the name's deeper connotations. When Ziyue finally snapped out of her thoughts, she noticed that Xia Chen had already pushed open the door and stepped into the main hall. My lord, wait for me, Ziyue called out, lifting the hem of her gown as she hurried after him. Despite her quick steps, she maintained an air of elegance and grace. When Ziyue entered, she saw that Xia Chen had already seated himself in the hall. My lord, this way, please. The princess is currently bathing and will need a little more time. The royal kitchen has already prepared breakfast for both the princess and yourself. It will be ready shortly, Ziyue said with a smile as she led him toward a dining area within the palace. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow. So, he was about to meet the future empress? And they were to share breakfast together? Was this all happening so quickly? Were they already this close? Anyone unaware of the situation might have mistaken them for a long-married couple. Xia Chen sat quietly on the chair, the warm light flickering across the gilded and painted beams above. In the center of the hall stood a long table made of sandalwood, draped with a finely embroidered silk cloth. Jade screens surrounded the room, shielding it from the clamor of the outside world, their faint glow adding a touch of mystery. His demeanor was calm, like the depths of an unfathomable still pond. The maid stood silently on either side of him, refilling his tea when needed, while he accepted their service without a word. In a modest chamber deep within the courtyard, Yaoguang sat before a dressing mirror. After listening to Ziyue's detailed report, she murmured the words, Yao Qi, under her breath. The bronze mirror reflected her flawless, breathtaking beauty, while Ziyue stood behind her, gently combing her cascading black hair with a wooden comb. I can't shake the feeling that the prince consort's words carried some hidden meaning. His attitude toward the term Tianfeng is particularly unusual. It's as though no secrets can be kept from him, Ziyue said, her voice tinged with puzzlement as she continued to brush Yaoguang's hair. Yaoguang had just bathed and was dressed in a light inner garment, her skin glowing with an alluring radiance. It seems our prince consort is far more perceptive than we imagined. For the past 17 years, he has been lying low, concealing his brilliance and biding his time. Why would the prince consort go to such lengths to hide his talents? Is his position exceptionally precarious? Could someone be trying to suppress his abilities? Ziyue's voice was soft but filled with concern. Yaoguang gazed into the mirror, her reflection like that of a celestial being, so captivating that Ziyue momentarily lost herself in admiration. 14 years ago, while the Marquis of Anong was on the battlefield in the Eastern Wastelands, his second son, Xia Hao, was born. This child, born with extraordinary gifts, quickly became the favorite of the Marquis and his wife, while Xia Chen was often neglected. However, as the eldest legitimate son, Xia Chen is still the rightful heir to the marquisate. Ziyue's realization hit her, and she exclaimed in shock, "Your Highness, are you suggesting that the Marquis of Anong wishes to pass the title to his younger son, Xia Hao, and that the Prince Consort stands in the way?" But even after 14 years of separation, how could a father treat his own flesh and blood so harshly? She thought of Xia Chen's composed and confident smile, and her heart ached as she silently speculated about the hardships he must have endured in the Marquis's household over the years. "This is merely my speculation," Yao Guang replied, shaking her head, her expression clouded with doubt. "I fear the situation is far more complicated than it seems." She sensed that she might have fallen into a mental trap, unable to see the full picture. Yao Guang glanced at Ziyue through the bronze mirror and abruptly changed the subject. "What is he doing now?" "He's sitting quietly, sipping tea, not looking around or asking questions," Ziyue replied. General Li Wenzhong wasn't wrong. Xia Chen indeed has a love for military strategy books. He's calm and composed, carrying the demeanor of a great general. Yao Guang's lips curved into a faint smile as she asked, "Ziyue, what do you think of Xia Chen?" While combing Yeagang's hair, Ziyue thought carefully and said, "General Li holds the Prince Consort in high regard. Though rumors in the capital may be false, General Li has always been loyal to you, Princess, and would never deceive you. I've only met the Prince Consort twice and cannot say if he has the makings of a great leader, but he is certainly no ordinary man, far from mediocre." Yao Guang didn't respond immediately. The room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, she nodded lightly. "Perhaps we can bring him to our side. He might very well become my husband, and some things will inevitably involve him." A glimmer of contemplation flickered in her bright, expressive eyes. "By the way," Yao Guang continued, "we must reduce contact with General Li Wenzhong from now on. Now that he has become the Grand General of the Longwu Guard, Father's suspicion will surely grow, and he'll have people watching his every move. We need to be extra cautious." "Understood, Princess," Ziyue said solemnly. "Unless there's a major crisis, we won't easily activate this hidden piece." Yao Guang suddenly looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror and said, "Bring me the Phoenix Jade hairpin." Ziyue was slightly surprised. "Didn't you say the hairpin was too extravagant and that you preferred to keep a lower profile?" This hairpin had an extraordinary origin. It was crafted 600 years ago during the reign of Emperor Wuzong. Using a rare piece of crimson jade that seemed to bear the hues of phoenix blood, the emperor commissioned the most renowned jade artisan of the time, along with the imperial master, to create it. Emperor Wen later gifted it to Yao Guang when she turned 16, though she had only worn it once since then. "I don't have any other suitable ornaments, so we'll use it as a finishing touch," Yao Guang said calmly. Ziyue gave a knowing smile. She was well aware that the princess, blessed with natural beauty, had refrained from wearing accessories since the age of 15 to give other noble women a chance to shine. For her to wear this legendary Phoenix Jade hairpin today clearly signified the importance she placed on this meeting. Gently, Ziyue retrieved the hairpin, its deep crimson radiance captivating to the eye. The intricate feather patterns on the shaft seemed almost alive, as if they could transform into a phoenix engulfed in flames at any moment. After adorning Yao Guang with it, Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim, "The princess' elegance becomes even more extraordinary with this hairpin. There will be many talented scholars at this gathering. It's worth making an effort," Yao Guang remarked as she adjusted her appearance in the mirror. "Or is it specifically for meeting the Prince Consort?" Ziyue teased. The two shared a close bond and spoke freely with one another. Yeagang's ears turned slightly red, but she quickly regained her composure and gave Ziyue a gentle push. "Nonsense. Go check on Xia Chen. He's been waiting for so long, you don't want him thinking I'm neglecting him. He'll be out shortly." With a glint of amusement in her eyes, Ziyue smiled and slowly left the room. Xia Chen remained calm and composed, quietly waiting. From a distance, a figure dressed in purple approached gracefully. It was Ziyue. Clad in a flowing purple gown, she walked with elegant steps towards Xia Chen and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, I apologize for the wait. The princess will be here shortly." "It's fine," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head with a serene expression. His calm demeanor made it difficult for Ziyue to discern whether he truly didn't mind, or if he was displeased after waiting for the time it took to drink 3 cups of tea. "The princess has just finished freshening up and took extra time to dress carefully for your meeting. I hope you understand," Ziyue explained, worried that Xia Chen might take offense. "You're overthinking, Miss Ziyue. I have nothing pressing at the moment. Waiting a little longer is no trouble," Xia Chen said with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Outwardly, he seemed indifferent to these minor matters, yet a shadow lingered in his heart. From the moment he stepped into the princess's residence, he dared not relax for even a moment. His experiences in his previous life had revealed many unsettling truths, most notably, the second princess's deeply hidden nature. While the crown prince and the third prince had fought bitterly, with the latter even resorting to a coup in desperation, the second princess had remained silent and unseen. Only at the critical moment did she act, decisively quelling the chaos. What was even more thought-provoking was that, despite the near extinction of the royal bloodline, 8 noble princes remained eligible to ascend the throne. Yet, astonishingly, both the civil and military officials unanimously supported this woman as the ruler. Clearly, the second princess had long since consolidated her influence over both the court and the military. To have such a meticulous and calculating person as his fiancée left Xia Chen on high alert. Even though he had an advantage others did not, the countless defeats experienced by players in his previous life were a testament to the dangers of this world. What troubled him even more was the lingering question: was his death during the previous coup truly as straightforward as it had seemed? Your Highness, the princess is arriving. Ziyu's voice pulled Xia Chen out of his thoughts. He turned toward the side hall and saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman approaching with measured steps. It was none other than the second princess. Following behind her was a spirited and lively young girl, Li Wei. Greetings, Your Highness, Xia Chen said, gathering his thoughts and bowing respectfully. Regardless of his inner speculations, he knew the importance of maintaining proper decorum. Yao Guang's enchanting gaze swept over him as she carefully observed the young man standing before her. This man was indeed the most outstanding person he had ever encountered, his appearance flawless and impeccable. No need for formalities, rise, Yao Guang said calmly, though a faint, unintentional smile graced her lips. Behind her, Li Wei curiously observed Xia Chen, who responded with a polite nod before averting his gaze. Have a seat. Yao Guang gestured for Xia Chen to sit across from her. Shortly after, a procession of maids entered, serving an array of exquisite dishes. Each plate, though modest in portion, was impeccably crafted, appealing to the senses with its vibrant colors, enticing aroma, and delightful flavors. Are you hungry? Yao Guang asked, her gaze settling on the handsome young man before her. I'm fine, Xia Chen replied evenly. A brief silence fell over the room. Yao Guang glanced at the dishes being served, searching for something to say to break the awkward stillness, but no suitable topic came to mind. Normally articulate and quick-witted, she found herself unusually at a loss for words. The fiancé before her seemed to differ somewhat from the descriptions she had heard. Xia Chen was said to be gentle and refined, humble and courteous, with graceful manners and a warm, friendly demeanor. Yet, the man in front of her, though polite, appeared overly reserved, even distant. Yao Guang furrowed her brows slightly. Her keen instincts told her there was more to this than met the eye. Even though Xia Chen seemed to carry himself appropriately, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Sensing the tension in the air, Ziyue, Yao Guang's trusted advisor, decided to intervene. I've heard that the future Prince Consort is highly talented in literature, even earning praise from His Majesty. Have you prepared anything for today's literary gathering? I'm just a martial man here to enjoy the event and witness the talents of DeWu's young prodigies, Xia Chen replied, finally realizing his own misstep. His wariness of the second princess and the potential threat she posed had made him come across as overly detached. He reminded himself that nothing had happened yet. It was still early days, and his engagement to Yao Guang was only recently arranged. As for the rumors about the Empress potentially favoring his younger brother, Xia Hao, they were likely baseless. After all, the Empress had ruled for decades with unmatched authority. If she truly favored Xia Hao, she wouldn't have waited until now. And though the future era of spiritual awakening would bring her mysterious disappearance and the collapse of the Dawu dynasty with Xia Hao becoming the greatest beneficiary, none of those events had transpired yet. Coming to this realization, Xia Chen resolved to let go of his prejudices and focus on the present. Regardless of what the future held or whether he could alter history, he was determined to face it with courage and resilience. With this newfound clarity, he turned to Yao Guang and offered her a radiant smile. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became much more relaxed. Yao Guang and Ziyue were puzzled by Xia Chen's sudden change in attitude, but Xia Chen simply smiled and explained, "It's my first time witnessing the majesty of a princess, so I was a bit nervous." "Not nervous anymore then," Yao Guang said softly, her red lips parting slightly. Even she was surprised by her own words, unable to understand why she was displaying such a delicate demeanor. She continued, "When I first met Your Highness, I could only think of you as a phoenix from the heavens, radiant and commanding awe, which made me feel apprehensive. But now, seeing your unparalleled beauty up close, I feel much more at ease." Xia Chen sat across from Yao Guang, maintaining an appropriate distance. His gaze was warm yet respectful as he looked at her, his demeanor exuding grace and composure. Yao Guang initially met his gaze, but at some point, she unconsciously looked away, confused by this unfamiliar feeling. "My princess is, without a doubt, the most beautiful in the world." Li Wei suddenly spoke up, looking at Xia Chen with genuine seriousness. Ziyue chuckled from the side and added, "While our princess may indeed be the most beautiful, saying she commands awe over the entire world might be a bit of an exaggeration." She noticed that the phrase commands awe over the entire world seemed to carry a deeper meaning, just as Xia Chen's earlier emphasis on the term heavenly phoenix had caught her attention. Xia Chen gracefully picked up a piece of phoenix claw, savoring it carefully before saying, with lofty ambitions, there's no reason one cannot soar to great heights in the future. Though said lightly, the remark caused Yeagang's gaze to suddenly sharpen as she locked onto Xia Chen, who was calmly eating. The room fell silent for a moment, broken only by the sound of Xia Chen's composed and elegant dining. As a woman, even with grand aspirations, what does it amount to? Yao Guang suddenly smiled, her expression lighting up the entire room like the warmth of spring. She found herself genuinely intrigued by this fiancé of hers, though a sense of unease crept into her heart. This man seemed to know her quite well, while she knew almost nothing about him. It was as if he was shrouded in an impenetrable veil of mystery. Do you enjoy eating phoenix claws? Yao Guang asked, collecting her thoughts. Phoenix claws are flavorful and juicy, especially those from the princess residence. They have a unique taste. Xia Chen, though already having had a bowl of lamb soup, showed keen interest in the exquisite dish before him, having already eaten 2 of the 3 pieces. Yao Guang listened in silence, her thoughts swirling. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xia Chen's words carried a hidden meaning. I heard that the young master from Prime Minister Lin's family will be attending the literary gathering today, Xia said softly, her eyes showing a trace of worry. Recently, rumors in the capital claim that the Prince Consort is exceptionally talented, even surpassing Prime Minister Lin. If the young master from Lin's family comes today, he might try to make things difficult for the Prince Consort. She had no choice but to keep the conversation going, sighing inwardly as if she had become the mediator between the two. Just street gossip. If the young master from Lin's family does come today, it will be a good opportunity to see if he truly carries the Prime Minister's demeanor. Xia Chen responded indifferently, his attention focused on the delicacies before him. As he enjoyed the meal, he suddenly looked up and asked, who will be attending the literary gathering today? Your Highness, Xia promptly replied. The sons of several high-ranking officials, talented young scholars from the Imperial Academy, and even a great scholar from White Deer Academy will be bringing his students. Additionally, Master Tianhai from Tianlong Temple will be present, and there's a chance the Celestial Master's Mansion will send representatives as well. Hearing this, Xia Chen turned his gaze towards Xia. His previously uninterested expression suddenly became more attentive. It was no surprise for official sons and academy scholars to attend, but the presence of a great scholar from White Deer Academy, along with representatives from Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's Mansion, elevated the stature of this gathering significantly. Particularly notable were the Abbot Longshu from Tianlong Temple and the Senior Celestial Master from the Celestial Master's Mansion. Both were among the 5 greatest first-rank masters in the world, often referred to as earthly immortals, possessing extraordinary abilities. Though both institutions were within the capital's territory, they had always remained aloof from worldly affairs. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Yao Guang. To have these 2 entities participate in the gathering was indeed quite remarkable. Why aren't you eating, Your Highness? Li Wei, about to summon a maid to bring more phoenix claws, noticed Xia Chen had set down his chopsticks and asked curiously. These phoenix claws are too delicious, Xia Chen replied with a smile. I'm afraid if I indulge too much, they'll crave them later but won't be able to eat them every day. That would be torture. Is that so? Li Wei replied innocently. If you like them, you're welcome to come more often, Yao Guang said suddenly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Xia Chen. Xia Chen looked at Yao Guang in surprise, a thought crossing his mind. Should I just move into the princess residence? But he ultimately said, we're not married yet. If I frequently visit the princess residence, it might invite gossip. Do you care about what people say? Yeagang's eyes locked onto Xia Chen's, her gaze unwavering and resolute. In the room, both Xia and Li Wei displayed expressions of surprise. Yao Guang's bluntness had caught them completely off guard. This astonishment even extended to Yao Guang herself, as she quickly realized that her words carried a subtle implication and ambiguous invitation for Xia Chen to visit. After all, they were not yet married, and such phrasing could easily spark imaginations. Yao Guang stole a glance at Xia Chen, only to find his expression calm and composed, his face still adorned with a faint smile, as if he hadn't interpreted her words in that way. If the princess isn't afraid, then naturally, neither am I. Xia Chen responded with a bright, cheerful smile. Both of them tacitly avoided pursuing the topic further. Yao Guang focused on her breakfast, her every movement exuding elegance. She ate in small, refined bites, a sight that captivated Xia Chen. However, his gaze made Yao Guang feel somewhat uneasy. It was the first time she had been watched so intently while eating, and this unfamiliar experience prompted her to quicken her pace. Yet, her gestures remained graceful. The breakfast concluded quietly. Xia Chen constantly reminded himself to stay composed, treating this as a particularly special matchmaking encounter. Watching Yao Guang gently dab her lips with a silk handkerchief, he spoke. Princess, would you like to prepare for a moment? Perhaps I can head over to the literary gathering first and take a look around. He was genuinely curious about Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's residence. After a brief moment of thought, Yao Guang responded in her cool, steady voice, "It's about time.
Let's go together."
With that, she rose and left, leaving Xia Chen momentarily puzzled. Xia Chen knew well that this literary gathering, the largest event of its kind in the capital in 5 years, was far from purely for amusement. For Yao Guang to invest so much effort, it was undoubtedly a strategy to attract talent and recruit advisors. Logically, appearing alongside him might compromise her image of independence and self-reliance. Yet Yao Guang showed no hesitation, a move that subtly conveyed a message to the outside world, one suggesting harmony between them and smooth progress in their betrothal. Quickening his pace, Xia Chen caught up with Yao Guang, and together they walked through the expansive princess residence. Along the way, he asked Ziyue for information about the attendees. From Bailu Academy, there's the renowned scholar Lu Tong and his disciples. Tianlong Temple will be represented by Master Tian Hai, and the Celestial Master's residence by Taoist priest Zuanzenzi, Ziyue explained in detail. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement, recalling the research he had done on these prominent figures since arriving in this world. The White Deer Academy was a renowned Confucian institution in the Dewu dynasty, with a legacy spanning 1,000 years that earned it great prestige throughout the empire. Speaking of the White Deer Academy, one cannot ignore the legendary figure of Lu Tong. After 15 years of diligent study, he passed the imperial examination at the age of 20 and entered officialdom, earning the title of a prodigious young talent. However, at the age of 32, Lu Tong faced severe reprimand for submitting a memorial to Emperor Wen, advising him to focus on recuperation and reduce military campaigns. At the time, the Dewu dynasty had just endured the battles of Huaiyang and the southern barbarians, leaving the nation exhausted and its people heavily burdened. Witnessing this dire situation, Lu Tong resolutely resigned from his position and retreated to the White Deer Academy to devote himself to studying the teachings of the sages. By the age of 45, he had established himself as a leading scholar of his era. Now, 20 years had passed since Lu Tong's resignation, and the political landscape had undergone significant changes. Xia Chen couldn't help but ponder. Was Lu Tong's reappearance in the capital an indication that he had aligned himself with Yao Guang, or had Yao Guang orchestrated his return to court behind the scenes? As a time traveler, Xia Chen knew Lu Tong's future all too well. During the reign of the Empress, Lu Tong's career flourished, ultimately rising to the esteemed position of Grand Secretary. He implemented a series of policies benefiting the people, which led to an economic revival in the Dewu dynasty. This economic foundation later enabled the conquest of the Qing and Defeng kingdoms. Two other prominent figures at this literary gathering were equally noteworthy. Master Tian Hai of Tianlong Temple was not only well-versed in Buddhist teachings, but also deeply knowledgeable in Confucianism and Taoism. As one of the 6 chief disciples of the abbot Long Shu, he often entered the palace to engage in philosophical discussions with Emperor Wen. Meanwhile, Taoist Master Xian Junzi of the Celestial Master sect, though slightly less renowned, had pioneered a new Taoist lineage during the era of spiritual resurgence, earning immense respect as a leader in his own right. Xia Chen's thoughts then turned to 2 young rising stars, Feng Jiru from White Deer Academy and Su Xingqian from the Imperial Academy. One would go on to become the youngest Grand Secretary at the age of 29, while the other would break records by reaching the 2nd rank of Confucian cultivation at 31. Both would become key officials under the Empress's rule, and it was likely during this very gathering that Yao Guang identified their potential. Lost in thought, Xia Chen followed the group as they passed through numerous courtyards to arrive at the main hall. Inside, the room was bustling with guests, their lively chatter filling the air. When Yao Guang's graceful figure appeared at the entrance, all eyes turned toward her. The crowd gazed in astonishment at this peerless beauty, and the man standing by her side, Xia Chen. The once lively outer hall suddenly fell silent. All eyes instinctively turned to Yao Guang. Her radiant presence was undeniable, but what drew even more attention was the man standing beside her. The man was tall and well-proportioned, his perfectly tailored attire accentuating his striking figure. His features were impeccably sculpted, thick eyebrows that framed his deep-set eyes, a high-bridged nose, and elegantly curved lips. Even as he stood quietly with a faint smile on his lips, it was impossible to look away from him. "Greetings, Your Highness." The crowd greeted in unison, though their gazes couldn't help but dart toward the unfamiliar man. They silently speculated. Who was this handsome man standing alongside the princess? Could he be one of the princes? The current emperor had 4 sons and 3 daughters, yet few had ever seen the princes in person. As they took in the sight of this striking pair, many couldn't help but think the same thing. The 2 of them were a perfect match, as if destined to be together. "Rise, everyone. This is a literary gathering, no need to stand on ceremony," Yao Guang said coolly, her clear voice commanding the room as she raised her delicate hand with natural poise. Xia Chen quietly observed the spacious main hall. Despite the hundreds of people gathered, it did not feel crowded. On one side, A middle-aged eunuch was directing maids and young attendants as they arranged platters of fruit and drinks with meticulous precision. "That's eunuch Sun, the steward of the princess residence," Xia whispered to Xia Chen. Though the princess residence was still in its early stages, it was clear that capable individuals were already in place. As Xia Chen scanned the crowd in search of a specific figure, a dignified middle-aged man approached, accompanied by 3 scholarly men. "Greetings, Your Highness," he said. "No need for formalities, Master Lu," Yaoguang quickly replied, helping him to his feet and inviting him to a seat in the side hall. It was a place that offered both a commanding view of the gathering and a sense of privacy. Xia Chen studied the plainly dressed man and immediately recognized him, Lu Tong, the renowned scholar of the Bailu Academy. Evidently, Yaoguang had already established a connection with him, and his presence in the capital was undoubtedly part of her plan. "Your Highness invited me to the capital, surely not just for a literary gathering?" Lu Tong asked directly. "Indeed not," Yaoguang replied. "With the current shifts in court politics, someone of your unparalleled talent should not be confined to merely teaching and mentoring the young. That would be a waste of your extraordinary abilities." Master Lu Shiru had now reached the peak of the 4th rank Enlightened Heart realm. To break through to the 3rd rank Establishing Words realm, he needed to return to the officialdom for further experience. Yaoguang, seated gracefully in the main chair, already exuded the aura of a future empress. She spoke calmly. "The position of left vice minister of the Ministry of Rights is currently vacant. I have recommended Master Lu to my father." Lu Tong's expression showed a hint of hesitation. "I resigned in anger back then, and His Majesty was greatly displeased. I fear." He voiced his concerns. After resigning from office and retreating to the White Deer Academy 20 years ago, he had vowed never to re-enter politics. However, as his cultivation advanced to the 4th rank Enlightened Heart realm, he gained clarity about his true aspirations and no longer rejected the idea of returning to officialdom. Yet, he chose to wait for the right opportunity rather than forcing his way in. "Master Lu is extraordinarily talented. Though my father was upset back then, he is magnanimous and would not hold on to past grievances," Yaoguang declared firmly. As the emperor's daughter, she understood her father's temperament well. So long as his core interests were not threatened, he was an open-minded ruler. 2 decades had passed, and the events of the past had long been forgotten. Hearing this, Lu Tong nodded slightly and refrained from speaking further. From a minor 5th rank official to a 3rd rank vice minister, this position placed him at the core of the Dao dynasty's power structure. Without Yaoguang's recommendation, even with his reputation as a renowned scholar, such a leap would have been nearly impossible. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. For instance, the once celebrated top scholar who had spent decades navigating officialdom was now only a left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The 3 students standing behind Lu Tong beamed with excitement upon hearing the news. With their teacher becoming a high-ranking court official, their own paths into the bureaucracy would undoubtedly become much smoother. Throughout their conversation, Lu Tong and Yaoguang spoke with complete candor, showing no attempt to avoid the presence of Xia Chen. This demonstrated that despite accepting Yaoguang's favor, Lu Tong maintained his independence and integrity. And who might this young gentleman be? Lu Tong finally gave in to his curiosity and inquired about the remarkable young man he had noticed since entering the room. "This is Xia Chen, my fiancé," Yaoguang introduced without hesitation. "So, the future imperial son-in-law," Lu Tong exclaimed in surprise. Since his return to the capital, Xia Chen's name had been on everyone's lips. A rising star in the bureaucracy, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong, who had solved the sensational national military map case at just 17. This achievement had earned him control over the Eagle Eye division of the Lantern Bearers. Rumor had it that the emperor intended for him to take charge of the entire Lantern Bearer organization. As a member of the imperial family, Xia Chen would naturally be more trustworthy than an outsider. If these rumors were true, Xia Chen might become the most powerful imperial relative in the past 6 centuries of the Dao dynasty. The 3 students behind Lu Tong gazed at Xia Chen with unrestrained admiration. Already past 20 themselves, they were still mere scholars, while this 17-year-old youth had ascended to the rank of 4th rank official and wielded authority over one of the 9 divisions of the fearsome Lantern Bearers. The disparity between individuals was starkly evident. In recent days, rumors about Xia Chen have been circulating wildly in the capital. Even Lu Tong, who usually paid little attention to gossip, had heard quite a bit. This young imperial son-in-law had not only received public praise from the emperor, who claimed his intellect surpassed that of Lin Hanpu, the Grand Chancellor, and that his literary talent rivaled the greatest scholars of the realm, but most notably, he had become the first direct descendant of the Xia family in nearly a century to move out of the ancestral residence. At this moment, as the subject of all these rumors stood before him in the flesh, Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback. He quickly rose to his feet and saluted. "Greetings, Prince Consort." The 3 disciples behind him followed suit, bowing deeply. Although Xia Chen was still young, his status was already on par with their teacher. What was even more remarkable was the natural presence Xia Chen seemed to exude a subtle charisma that influenced everyone present. It dispelled any feelings of jealousy and instead inspired a sense of admiration and loyalty. Master Lu Tong, you're too kind, Xia Chen replied with a warm smile, his demeanor humble and courteous, making him all the more approachable. I heard you just spoke of the principles of ruler and subject, father and son. Have you studied Confucianism? Lu Tong couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Only a little, Xia Chen replied modestly. You're far too humble, Lu Tong remarked in admiration. That simple statement encapsulates the relationship between Confucian ideals and the governance of the stadia, truly profound insight. His three disciples were visibly astonished by these words. They knew their teacher, one of the five great scholars of the Dao dynasty, rarely gave such high praise. Xia Chen, however, remained composed, responding calmly, it was merely a moment of inspiration. To possess such wisdom at such a young age, it's no wonder the emperor holds you in such high regard, Lu Tong commented with a sigh. When I was your age, I was still buried in books, preparing for the imperial exams. If you were to dedicate yourself fully to Confucian studies and refine your ideas, you would undoubtedly leave a lasting legacy in history. Standing quietly to the side, Yao Guang cast an extra glance at Xia Chen upon hearing his response. Xia Chen shook his head with a gentle smile. I don't seek posthumous fame. My only wish is to bring prosperity to the people, to ensure their happiness. That's why I aspire to take to the battlefield, to defend our country and protect our homeland. What a pity, Lu Tong lamented. He knew in his heart that if he had the chance to mentor such a brilliant talent from a young age, the results would have been extraordinary. But given Xia Chen's current status and position, such a wish was clearly impossible. Mr. Xia asked directly, his eyes glinting with a trace of anticipation, Mr. Lu, among the students from Bailu Academy you've brought to the capital this time, is there one named Feng Jiru? Lu Tong shook his head gently. Jiru didn't accompany me to the capital this time. I've happened to hear of his name, Xia Chen remarked with a casual smile. Who is this Feng Jiru? Princess Yaoguang, standing nearby, keenly caught the subtle shift in the conversation. As someone eager to recruit talent, she had gone to great lengths to host this literary gathering in the hopes of attracting exceptional minds from across the land. Lu Tong's expression grew serious. Feng Jiru is a scholar of Bailu Academy. He joined the academy 10 years ago and was personally taken in as the last disciple of the headmaster. Oh! Princess Yaogang's eyes lit up. To be accepted as the last disciple of Master Qi, he must be exceptionally gifted. Xia Chen's mind conjured up information about Qi Jingfeng, the headmaster of Bailu Academy. Known by the moniker Bujiu, this leading Confucian scholar of the Dao dynasty had once made a name for himself across the land with his shocking vow, a gentleman does not rescue, upon breaking through to the third rank. He had since grown reclusive. However, Lu Tong let out a bitter smile. It's rather embarrassing to say. Though Feng Jiru has been under the headmaster's tutelage for a decade, his performance has been unremarkable. He still remains at the 8th rank cultivation level. I had hoped to bring him to the capital to broaden his horizons, exchange ideas with other talents at the literary gathering, and help him break through to the 7th rank. But he insisted on staying at the academy, claiming he hadn't yet finished reading through Bailu Academy's library. Princess Yaoguang was taken aback. Bailu Academy's library, with its 1,000-year-old collection, was vast beyond measure, even surpassing the royal archives. And yet, this Feng Jiru intended to read it all? Her interest in this seemingly unrealistic individual waned, but then she reconsidered. With Qi Jingfeng's discerning eye, there must have been something special about this apprentice when he was chosen. Xia Chen listened silently, the faintest hint of a smile playing on his lips. He knew Feng Jiru was far from ordinary. In his past life, rumors spoke of this young man, who spent his days absorbed in books and cared little for fame or fortune, suddenly breaking through to the 3rd rank during a thunderstorm one fateful night, leaving the world in awe with his bold declaration. It seems I'll have to make time to visit Bailu Academy, Xia Chen mused inwardly. This hidden gem was worth investing in early. With that thought, his smile deepened. In a side hall, Xia Chen was leisurely chatting with Lu Tong and Yao Guang. Ziyue occasionally joined the conversation, offering insightful remarks each time, which left Lu Tong impressed by the maidservant of the princess. Meanwhile, Li Wei seemed uninterested in the scene, focusing instead on savoring the exquisite pastries laid out on the table. At the same time, news of Xia Chen's identity had already spread throughout the main hall. His commanding presence when he appeared alongside Princess Yaoguang had captivated everyone. The whispers quickly circulated among the crowd. Is that Xia Chen, the princess's husband? At just 17 years old, he has already achieved the rank of a 4th-grade official. Such a feat is rare even in the history of the Dao dynasty. The young elites in the hall looked at Xia Chen's extraordinary appearance and marveled at his prestigious background, promising career, and the fact that he was accompanied by the princess. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How could anyone hope to compete with someone like him? Someone mentioned, I heard that one of the four great gentlemen, Lord Jingxian, will be attending today. He's from the Shao family of Jiangnan and is fond of literary gatherings like this. The Shao family is a distinguished scholarly clan, and rumors say they carry the bloodline of the former imperial family. Another added, proceeding to elaborate on the Shao family's connections to the previous dynasty and their current standing in the Dao dynasty. Lord Jingxian and Princess Yaoguang are both among the four great beauties. If they appear together, what a stunning sight that would be, someone remarked absent-mindedly. Hush. Be careful with your words, another quickly cautioned. This is the princess's residence, and Lord Xia is here. The speaker hastily distanced themselves from the one who had spoken so recklessly. At that moment, someone who had met Lord Jingxian interjected, Lord Jingxian is indeed remarkable, but honestly, in terms of looks and demeanor, he may not surpass Xia Chen. This comment initially met with disbelief, but as the crowd recalled Xia Chen's unparalleled appearance and aura from earlier, they fell silent, unwillingly acknowledging the possibility. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating a comparison between the two gentlemen, a voice from outside announced, the young Grand Secretary has arrived. It turned out to be Lin Zihan, the son of Prime Minister Lin, making his entrance. At just 25 years old, this talented young man already held the rank of a fifth-grade official and worked in the cabinet. Although his duties mainly involved delivering documents and drafting official papers, as the assistant to the Grand Secretary, he had effectively entered the core of power in the Dao dynasty. In the political circles of the capital, there is a saying, many Grand Secretaries of the cabinet once held this position in their youth, making it a significant stepping stone for those aspiring to enter the cabinet. As the son of the Prime Minister, Lin Zihan was naturally referred to by many as the young Grand Secretary. Today, Lin Zihan had taken the day off to attend a literary gathering. He arrived dressed in casual attire rather than official robes, exuding an air of grace and composure. The moment he stepped into the residence, his gaze swept across the crowd as if searching for someone. A servant quickly approached and whispered in his ear, young master, the person is in the side courtyard with the princess and the esteemed scholar Lu Tong. Lu Tong is here as well? Lin Zihan raised an eyebrow, but soon relaxed. He recalled overhearing a conversation between the Minister of Rights and his father yesterday while at home. It was mentioned that Lu Tong was to be appointed as Vice Minister of Rights, a position recommended by Princess Yaoguang. It made sense, then, for him to appear at an event hosted by the princess. The servant suggested, young master, shall we go in now? No rush, Lin Zihan replied calmly, shaking his head. If I enter at this moment, others might say it's because of him, accusing the Lin family of being petty. My personal reputation is of no consequence, but I cannot tarnish my father's name. Once the banquet begins, the literary gathering will naturally provide an opportunity to measure ourselves against one another. He moved to the side and sipped his drink alone. Before long, a group of young men and scholars gathered around him, their words filled with flattery. Lin Zihan responded with poise, engaging in light-hearted conversation, quickly becoming the center of a small circle. As the crowd's attention was drawn to Lin Zihan, a handsome monk quietly entered the residence. Appearing to be in his early 30s, he had sharp brows and bright eyes. Despite wearing a monk's robe, he carried an air of refined elegance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It's Master Tianhai, someone exclaimed. This was none other than the renowned little monk Tianhai, who had gained fame as a prodigy in his early teens. At the age of 15, he left the capital to become a wandering ascetic. 10 years later, upon his return to Tianlong Temple, it was said the entire temple was bathed in divine light, and the sound of chanting echoed throughout the capital. Greetings, Master Tianhai. The scholars present bowed respectfully. Greetings to you all, Tianhai replied, his gaze bright and penetrating, as though he could see into the depths of one's soul. Suddenly, his attention shifted behind him. Ah, Taoist Master Xuanzhen has arrived as well. A middle-aged Taoist priest entered, holding a wine jug and carrying a long sword on his back. He nodded at Tianhai before quietly taking a seat in a corner of the hall. Meanwhile, in the side hall, Xia Chen and Princess Yaoguang observed the scene unfold. The princess turned to Ziyue beside her. The time has come. Go and announce the start of the literary gathering. The literary gathering had begun. Yaoguang stepped gracefully out of the side hall, with Xia Chen and Lu Tong following closely behind. As soon as they exited the hall, Xia Chen led Xia Chen away from Yegang's group, heading toward a corner of the main hall where a Taoist priest sat drinking alone. Master Zhenzi, drinking alone must be rather lonely. I am not particularly interested in the gathering either. Why not drink together? Xia Chen casually took a seat beside Zhenzi, raising his cup in a toast from a distance. Hearing this, Zhenzi looked up. However, the brief glance through his slightly drunken haze struck him like a thunderbolt. His pupils contracted, and the alcohol-induced fog instantly cleared. The cup in his hand slipped from his grasp, spilling wine across the table. In his vision, a nine-clawed true dragon, formed of condensed fortune, coiled above Xia Chen's head. Its immense presence was surrounded by an aura of purple and gold. Startled beyond belief, Zuanzenzi blinked and looked again, only to find a young man with jade-like features smiling and raising his cup. The strange vision had vanished as if it were nothing more than a drunken hallucination. Master, are you feeling unwell? Xia Chen asked with concern, noticing his unusual expression. Who are you? Zuanzenzi forced himself to remain calm, though his tone carried a trace of reverence. I am Xia Chen. Zuanzenzi studied Xia Chen's face intently, growing increasingly alarmed the longer he looked. So it's you. Although he had been staying at the Celestial Master's residence in recent days, he had already heard Xia Chen's name. Your features are extraordinary, surely. You are no ordinary person. His words carried a hint of unease because, in truth, he could discern nothing at all. As a master of physiognomy, he prided himself on his ability to read faces, even daring to challenge the Celestial Master himself in such matters. Over the years, he had visited the homes of countless nobles and officials, and apart from Princess Yeagang's unreadable face, he had never been wrong. Yet Xia Chen's visage was utterly impenetrable, could see neither the past nor the future, as if this man existed beyond the flow of time. Master, could you elaborate? Xia Chen asked with interest, pouring Zuanzenzi another cup of wine. I cannot say. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Zuanzenzi shook his head repeatedly and drained his cup to mask his unease. But his heart grew heavier. If the earlier vision was not an illusion, then the nine-clawed golden dragon and the purple aura surely signified the destiny of an emperor. But how could that be? Within the borders of Wu Kingdom, he had only ever seen similar signs in the physiognomies of Emperor Wen, the Crown Prince, and Princess Yaoguang. When he first observed such signs in Princess Yaoguang, he had been astonished enough to seek verification from the Celestial Master himself. Although the old Celestial Master remained silent, Xin Zhenzi was unwavering in his judgment. Princess Yeagang's features might have been shrouded and indistinct, but the unmistakable aura of imperial destiny was evident. It was impossible to mistake. This revelation shook him to his core. Could it be that the kingdom of Wu was destined to witness the rise of a female ruler? This very curiosity had driven him to attend the gathering. At this moment, however, the appearance of a fourth individual bearing the imperial aura left him even more perplexed. Even the current ruler of the kingdom of Wu could only manifest a slightly translucent five-clawed golden dragon, no more than a meter long. Yet, on Xia Chen, there faintly appeared a nine-clawed golden dragon spanning boundless territories. This sight made Xin Zhenzi question the accuracy of his once proud mastery of physiognomy, even doubting whether his observations from the previous night were merely the illusions of a drunken haze. Xia Chen noticed Xin Zhenzi's absent-mindedness and assumed it was due to the latter's indulgences from the previous night leaving him fatigued. As they exchanged drinks and dishes, their conversation ranged from court politics to street snacks. As the wine took hold, Xin Zhenzi, with a gleam in his eyes, threw an arm around Xia Chen's shoulder and began sharing his exclusive insights. Brother, let me tell you a secret, Xin Zhenzi whispered conspiratorially. At the Rouge Pavilion on Suyu Street, there's a girl named Lian Yu. Now, she may not be the most beautiful, but her hospitality is second to none. Spend a night in her room, and I guarantee you won't want to leave the next morning. At that moment, he seemed to have shed all traces of his celestial demeanor. Xia Chen couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Truly, he is destined to establish a new path for cultivation in the future. Such an unrestrained and carefree approach. His understanding of the Tao is indeed profound. How could I miss such an opportunity? This is an investment worth going all in. Meanwhile, the gathering in the main hall was in full swing. Drinking games, drum passing, arrow tossing, and floating wine cups along streams kept the entertainment lively, while performances by the singing and dancing troupe added extra flair. Glancing at the scene, Xia Chen couldn't help but marvel. This was basically an ancient version of a bar. If only they had dice games, it would be perfect. Despite hiding in a corner with Xin Zhenzi, Xia Chen's striking appearance still drew plenty of attention. His ability to drink and converse freely with Xin Zhenzi, who hailed from the Celestial Master's lineage, only added an air of mystery to him. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, followed by a wave of astonished murmurs. Young Master Jingxian is here. A remarkably handsome man entered, fan in hand, with a young page trailing behind him. Jingxian paused at the entrance, elegantly unfolding his fan to deliberately showcase the perfect contours of his right profile. He waited for the crowd's gasps of admiration, as if anticipating the tide of adoration and praise that was sure to follow. To him, this was his moment, the one he had been waiting for, the moment when applause would wash over him like a surging tide. Jingxian carried himself with the grace of a true gentleman. At that moment, he tilted his head slightly upward at a 45-degree angle, gazing into the sky. However, to his surprise, The anticipated murmurs of admiration did not arrive as expected. Slowly lowering his gaze, his eyes swept across the hall, only to realize that all attention was fixed on a young man standing in the corner. Even from his vantage point at the entrance, where he could only glimpse half of the man's profile, that single glance sent a jolt through Jing Xian's mind, causing his pupils to contract sharply. The outline of that side profile was strikingly handsome. A wave of pressure surged within him. If just half of the man's face was this captivating, then how extraordinary must his full visage be? Although Jing Xian harbored a hint of vanity, he was not delusional. He needed no one to explain. The expressions of the crowd told him everything. They were silently comparing his appearance to that of the young man. And judging by their reactions, it seemed he had already lost this unspoken contest. Quietly folding his fan, Jing Xian stepped into the hall with a composed smile. Jing Xian greets everyone, he said, his demeanor still impeccable. Only then did the crowd snap out of their trance. Internally, they rationalized. If even Jing Xian, one of the four renowned handsome men, paled in comparison to Xia Chen, then it was only natural for them to feel outshone. As the crowd parted to make way for him, Jing Xian approached Lin Zihan and, lowering his voice, asked, "Who is that man? Since when has the capital seen someone like him?" Lin Zihan replied expressionlessly, "That is Xia Chen, the princess's husband." "He's Xia Chen?" Jing Xian's expression shifted slightly. He had come to this literary gathering partly for its own sake and partly for Princess Yaoguang. 3 years ago, at a banquet, he had caught a distant glimpse of her, and she had lingered in his thoughts ever since. Though Xia Chen's fame had recently risen, Jing Xian had always dismissed him as unworthy. A son of a military family, bearing the title of Marquis, was surely no match for the refined and scholarly Princess Yaoguang. What could a coarse soldier know of court politics, Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoist scriptures? But now, for the first time, Jing Xian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. On the very aspect he prided himself most, his look-she had been utterly outclassed by Xia Chen. Have you tested his literary talent? Is he truly the ignoramus people say he is? Jing Xian, ever cautious, knew that if he had lost in appearance, he must regain his footing through intellect and talent. Lin Zihan, still composed, replied, "He has been drinking with Taoist master Xuanzhen the entire time and hasn't participated in any of the games." Jing Xian glanced at Lin Zihan, fully aware that today's gathering had one clear purpose for him: to confront this Xia Chen. 6 years ago, Lin Zihan had already passed the imperial examination and now held the rank of a fifth-grade official. With his exceptional talent and impeccable background, he had no need to use literary gatherings to make a name for himself. At this moment, he sat alone in a corner, sipping his wine with an air of calm composure, a demeanor that secretly pleased Jing Xian. That line about rulers being rulers and subjects being subjects must have been copied. He probably just happened to say something that aligned with His Majesty's preferences, Jing Xian muttered to himself, staring at Lin Zihan's back, feeling increasingly confident in his assessment. What Jing Xian didn't realize, however, was that Lin Zihan, widely respected as the young Grand Secretary, was no longer the impulsive and hot-headed individual who could be easily provoked. Under the guidance of his father, Lin Hanpu, over the past 6 years, Lin Zihan's perspective and thinking had long surpassed those of ordinary men. To him, the petty rivalries and jealous antics of people like Jing Xian were nothing more than childish games. Moreover, this was the princess's residence, and Xia Chen was the princess's future husband. Whether Princess Yaoguang truly cared for Xia Chen or not, provoking him here would be tantamount to slapping the princess in the face. Seeing Lin Zihan remain calm and composed, Jing Xian gradually settled down as well. He eventually took his seat, savoring the wine, and later joined in on the games with the others. The literary gathering was lively and bustling, attracting nearly all the renowned scholars of the capital. Students from the Imperial Academy made up more than half of the attendees, most of whom already held the title of Juran. With the triennial imperial examination drawing near, many were eager to seize this opportunity to make their mark. The atmosphere was of exceptionally high quality, with participants taking turns presenting meticulously crafted couplets and poetry. Some even composed impromptu verses, earning rounds of applause from the crowd. The gathering's energy surged to new heights again and again. Xia Chen, however, remained quietly drinking by himself, uninterested in such superficial displays. He knew full well that, though he possessed the knowledge of a vast literary treasury and could effortlessly produce stunning works, it was unwise to draw too much attention at this moment. In this era, where spiritual energy had not yet been revived, even the strongest individual could not stand against the machinery of the state. His strategy was to first gain power within the Great Wu dynasty and patiently await the right opportunity. Yet, just as Xia Chen planned to quietly observe the proceedings, unseen currents began to stir. Many eyes turned toward him once more. It seems he's planning to watch the show and leave. We can't let him slip away so easily. Go test him out, someone whispered orders from a shadowy corner. The poetry gathering entered its third stage, with Princess Yaoguang personally taking the stage to present a challenge. As soon as she appeared, the scholars in the audience erupted with excitement. The usually unattainable princess was now standing before them. In a corner, Xia Chen heard the chant Umitba. Despite having spent the entire morning drinking with Xian Zhenzi, his mind remained clear. He looked up to see Master Tianhai standing before him. Master Tianhai, Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement to the esteemed monk. Tianhai's eyes glimmered with wisdom as he asked gracefully, "Young Master Xia, why do you not join the literary gathering?" "Such gatherings are nothing more than empty fame," Xia Chen countered. "Buddhism teaches detachment from all worldly things. Does the master also find interest in such vanity?" "You are well-versed in Buddhist teachings, young Master Xia. Truly admirable," Tianhai said, pressing his palms together in a respectful gesture. "I once heard you speak of the ruler as ruler, the minister as minister, the father as father, and the son as son, and found profound truth in your words, though they seemed incomplete. I have come to seek your guidance." Instead of answering directly, Xia Chen asked in return, "Master Tianhai, as a highly respected monk, why are you so attached to the mundane? I have heard that you possess a pure Buddhist heart, like an unstained mirror, yet today, it seems, Master, you are clinging to appearances." These words caused a subtle change in Tianhai's composed demeanor. "What do you mean by this, young master?" "Confucianism engages with the world, Buddhism transcends it, and Taoism withdraws from it," Xia Chen said, meeting Tianhai's gaze as if he could see through flesh and bone to the hidden demonic heart within. "Yet you navigate among the powerful and influential. 10 years of cultivating your heart not only failed to cleanse the dust, but also gave rise to a demonic heart." At these words, Tianhai's expression shifted, and even the drunken Xian Zhenzi turned to look. Tianhai quickly regained his composure, pressing his palms together again. "Buddha or demon, who can truly discern the difference? I walk my own path." He gave the young man a deep, meaningful look. 10 years ago, when he returned to Tianlong Temple, the temple was indeed suffused with Buddhist light. However, it was not because he had cultivated a pure Buddhist heart, but because his master, Abbot Longshu, had been suppressing his demonic heart. Few in the temple knew of this. Yet this young man had seen through it with a single remark. "The Buddha may save souls in the afterlife, but it cannot relieve the suffering of this world," Tianhai said with a radiant smile, his presence exuding compassion and benevolence, like that of a living Buddha. "I have a pure Buddhist heart and am willing to become a Buddha of the present world." Years ago, he spent a decade refining his heart, journeying across the eastern wastelands and the southern barbarian lands, exploring the mountains and rivers of the Qing kingdom, and finally traveling westward to the western regions for pilgrimage. Along this arduous path, he witnessed countless souls struggling to survive amidst the chaos of war, watching lives wither away like blades of grass. These harrowing experiences solidified his resolve not to retreat from the world, but to take tangible action to save all beings. If the Buddha could not save the world, then he would take up that mantle himself, seizing power to end the era of turmoil. "I have the heart of a Buddha, and I wish to transform this world into a pure and divine land." Xia Chen gazed deeply at Tianhai, recognizing that his Buddhist heart had diverged from orthodox teachings. In Xia Chen's view, this was not a fault, but rather something to be admired. Yet in the current era, such ideas were destined to be branded heretical by the Buddhist sections. "Let the mind arise without clinging to anything," Xia Chen said slowly. This famous line from the Diamond Sutra left Tianhai stunned, murmuring to himself. The teaching emphasizes a mind free from attachment to anything, whether external fame and fortune or internal beliefs and views. Though Tianhai possessed great compassion, he had fallen into obsession, clinging too deeply to appearances. This was why Xia Chen claimed he had given rise to a heart of delusion. "Then tell me, sir, what kind of mind should one cultivate?" Tianhai finally asked. "One should cultivate a pure heart, a compassionate heart, and a Bodhi heart. Free from the illusions of appearances, one should awaken to wisdom and enlightenment," Xia Chen replied calmly. Tianhai studied Xia Chen intently, astonished by his profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Others in the hall were also closely observing the exchange, for both the Celestial Master's Mansion and the Tianlong Monastery represented formidable forces with unparalleled experts. No one dared to treat this lightly. "Are you suggesting, sir, that my path is flawed? That I should let go of my attachments?" "Master, your heart is filled with compassion for all beings. Perhaps one day, I will be dispatched to the capital. If that time comes and you are willing, you may seek me out. Perhaps then, you will find the true path," Xia Chen responded with a serene smile, pressing his hands together in a gesture of respect. This was a carefully orchestrated ploy. Xia Chen first used Buddhist principles to unsettle Tianhai, then quoted the Diamond Sutra to shake his faith, and finally planted a seed of possibility. He understood Tianhai's keen intelligence being too direct would likely backfire. When Tianhai eventually arrived in the capital, Xia Chen would have his means to keep him there. Young Master Xia, you are indeed connected to the Dharma. If time allows, you are welcome to visit the Tianlong Monastery for further discussion, Tianhai said with a bow. As the two conversed, someone in the hall could no longer hold back. The literary gathering was nearing its conclusion, yet Xia Chen had remained in the corner, seemingly detached from the rest. I've heard that young Master Xia possesses unparalleled talent and the bearing of a great scholar, even earning the Emperor's praise. I deeply admire such gifts. With the gathering soon coming to an end, might we have the honor of witnessing your brilliance? Someone stood and proclaimed loudly. The banquet hall fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned toward Xia Chen. A subtle tension filled the air. This was the true highlight of tonight's literary gathering. Ever since Xia Chen's meteoric rise to fame in the capital a few days ago, many had been eagerly anticipating this evening. A significant portion of tonight's guests had come solely for him. As they observed the young imperial son-in-law, a wave of envy inevitably stirred within their hearts. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he had also achieved the rank of fourth-grade official at a young age. If he were to prove himself as a man of exceptional talent tonight, it would leave no room for doubt or criticism. However, literary prowess was the pride and joy of these scholars. Many had already concluded that Xia Chen's so-called talent was mere pretense. Tonight's gathering was the perfect opportunity to expose his true nature in front of Princess Yaoguang. Indeed, young Master Xia, that line of yours, rulers act as rulers, ministers as ministers, fathers as fathers, and sons as sons, truly carries the essence of a great Confucian scholar, one of the literati called out, raising his voice. Why wait a few more years? In my opinion, young Master Xia's literary skills already rival those of Chancellor Lin. Another chimed in immediately. These obviously sarcastic compliments reached the ears of Lin Zihan, who frowned deeply. He silently committed the appearance of the man who dared to belittle his father in front of him to memory. Such insolence would not be forgotten. Princess Yaoguang listened to the remarks with an impassive expression, while Lu Tong watched Xia Chen with great interest, eager to see how he would respond. Xia Chen rose slowly, his calm gaze sweeping over the few who had spoken earlier. There was an air of authority in his eyes that caused them to instinctively take a step back. I am but a martial man and not particularly skilled in poetry or prose. I came to this literary gathering simply to observe the talents of the capital's young elites. Please carry on with your contests. I shall refrain from participating, Xia Chen said, raising his wine cup gracefully. He saluted the crowd with a toast and drained it in one swift motion. This response clearly caught everyone off guard. However, two students from the Imperial Academy, Li Chun and Wang Ming, were not ready to let the matter rest. Their goal was to completely undermine Xia Chen's reputation in the realm of culture. Young Master Xia is far too modest. Who in the capital doesn't know of your literary brilliance? Li Chun said mockingly. Director Xia is already a fourth-grade official, while we are merely lowly candidates for the imperial examination. Surely, he finds it beneath him to associate with the likes of us, Wang Ming added, his words dripping with provocation. The sharp words of the two instantly created a gulf between Xia Chen and the other students present. Standing on the moral high ground, their implication was clear. Xia Chen's refusal to participate was an insult to everyone there. Could it be that young Master Xia thinks our poetry and essays are nothing more than childish games, unworthy of serious attention, and that's why he refuses to join us? Li Chun sneered. Xia Chen's expression remained calm, his tone gentle. I've already said that I have no interest in poetry or literature, and I certainly don't look down on any of you. You are the future pillars of Dawu, with bright prospects ahead. My purpose in coming here today was simply to meet you all and witness the talent of Dawu's scholars. However, his mild response did not quell the crowd's anger. Instead, it only reinforced the belief that Xia Chen lacked genuine ability. Immediately, the students swarmed forward, each taking turns to provoke him. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to use this opportunity to tarnish Xia Chen's reputation and elevate their own standing in the capital after word of the event spread. Amid the barrage of verbal attacks, Xia Chen remained silent, merely shaking his head lightly. At this point, even Jing Xian couldn't hold back. There's been a rumor spreading in the capital recently, he said, claiming that young Master Xia's talent surpasses even that of Prime Minister Lin. It's causing quite a stir. Now that young Master Xia holds one of the 9 positions overseeing the lantern bearers, could it be that you orchestrated this rumor yourself, using it as a stepping stone to overshadow Prime Minister Lin? These words were like a dagger to the heart. Xia Chen turned his gaze to Jing Xian, then glanced at Lin Zihan, who stood expressionless to the side. He understood perfectly well that these students were merely trying to win favor with the junior cabinet minister ahead of the upcoming imperial examinations. Though he was an imperial son-in-law with authority over the lantern bearers, he had no influence over the examinations or the promotion of officials. Young Master Lin, Xia Chen said, rising to his feet and pouring a cup of wine. The recent rumors in the capital were not spread by me. It's true that His Majesty once casually praised me, but he never said my talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin. I clarify this today to avoid harming the Prime Minister's reputation. Whether you believe me or not, I will explain this only once. This cup of wine is in honor of Prime Minister Lin. With that, he drained the cup in one bold motion. This display of forthrightness earned several approving nods from the crowd. Xia Chen then swept his gaze across the room, letting his eyes linger on each person before speaking, his voice resonant and commanding. Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed not skilled in poetry, because in my view, poetry is but a minor art of pastime for times of peace and prosperity. Yet today, the land is divided, the Northwest is in turmoil, and the common people suffer greatly. A true man should carry the burdens of the people in his heart and focus on strengthening the nation and enriching its citizens. That is why I have no interest in this trivial pursuit of poetry. His words left the room in stunned silence. For the first time, the crowd realized that Xia Chen was rebuking them for indulging in frivolity while neglecting their duty to serve the country. The world is in chaos, Xia Chen continued. Even now, De Wu soldiers are shedding blood on the front lines of the eastern wastelands. At the borders to the north and west, our troops remain ever vigilant. I simply cannot bring myself to compose poetry in such times, and that is why I have always declined. While I may not enjoy poetry, seeing you all so absorbed in this minor art while the Northwest is in turmoil stirs something in my heart. So, I will offer you a poem. Xia Chen's voice was clear and powerful, resonating throughout the hall. His words struck a chord, leaving everyone present deeply ashamed. Indeed, while the soldiers on the front lines risked their lives, they were here indulging in poetry and scheming for shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen's sharp and unyielding words were a wake-up call, shaking them to their core. On the elevated platform, Yao Guang and Lu Tong fell into silence. As the host of the literary gathering, Yao Guang understood that Xia Chen's rebuke was directed at the scholars, yet she couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Princess, Ziyue called softly. It's nothing, Yao Guang replied with a radiant smile. Do you think I lack even this bit of tolerance? Besides, he is right, poetry is but a minor art. From ancient times to now, no prime minister has ever ruled a nation through poetry. Princess, you have great ambition. Were it not for your gender, you would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Lu Tong praised sincerely. It's a pity that Yao Guang is a woman, for her talent and abilities surpass those of the crown prince and the third prince. Otherwise, our great Wu dynasty would surely see a wise and enlightened ruler. And why should being a woman matter? Who says a woman cannot accomplish great deeds? Yao Guang's tone was calm, though her gaze inadvertently shifted to Xia Chen, who stood in a corner of the hall. She silently anticipated what kind of poem he might compose. Where are the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone? Xia Chen's voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Prince Consort, the writing materials are here. Allow me to hold the brush for you. A eunuch hurried forward. I'll do it myself, Xia Chen replied, taking the tools into his own hands. Then allow me to grind the ink and recite for you. Xia Gongzi, Master Tianhai approached Xia Chen and, without waiting for a reply, began grinding the ink. This scene left everyone present in shock. The esteemed disciple of the Longshu Temple's abbot, acting like a mere assistant to Xia Chen? Even in the presence of the imperial princes, such reverence was unnecessary. Seeing this, Xia Chen did not decline. He picked up the brush and began to write. Having practiced calligraphy since childhood and honed his skills in his previous life by copying Wang Shiji's cursive script, his writing might not be considered masterful, but it carried a strong foundation. His brush strokes moved with the grace of a dragon and snake, bold and vigorous, exuding a sense of heroic confidence. The song of the saber must be sung, Tianhai recited aloud the first line, already brimming with a bold and unyielding spirit. Swear to conquer Qing and Feng. Marching out from Wuguan, he continued. The hall fell into complete silence. The ambition and determination embodied in this line stunned everyone. Wuguan, being the northwestern gateway of the Wu dynasty, was the critical path for campaigns against Qing and Feng kingdoms. The scholars present were filled with fervor, and when Master Tianhai recited the last two lines, a wave of tragic heroism swept through the hall. To die on the battlefield for the nation? Why care if my body returns wrapped in a horsehide? As the final words were spoken, the hall plunged into silence. Everyone was deeply moved, and many felt chills run down their spines. Why bother returning wrapped in a horsehide? Someone murmured to themselves. Bravo! A sudden exclamation shattered the silence of the hall. A scholar slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his face flushed with excitement. Magnificent! Absolutely magnificent! The others echoed in agreement. Yuan Yongkue, son of the Vice Minister of War, rose from his seat, holding a wine cup with a solemn expression. He bowed respectfully to Xia Chen and said, with this poem, all the verses we composed earlier pale in comparison. This normally reserved young man's high praise in front of everyone left the crowd astonished. Lin Zihan silently contemplated the poem, feeling its grandeur grow with each reading. The spirit of soldiers willing to sacrifice their lives for their country was vividly brought to life. From the elevated platform, Lu Tong declared with a serious tone, "This is the finest frontier poem in the past 3 centuries of Dawu." Zi recited the lines repeatedly, her eyes shining brighter with each repetition. Meanwhile, Yao Guang gazed at Xia Chen, who stood out brilliantly among the crowd, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her luminous eyes. Having finished writing, Xia Chen turned and bowed to Master Tianhai, who had been grinding ink for him. "Thank you, Master Tianhai, for preparing the ink. Grinding ink for you is nothing compared to the Buddhist scripture you gifted me," Tianhai replied with his palms pressed together, like a devout believer. "One day, I will visit Tianlong Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with you." After returning the gesture, Xia Chen turned to Taoist Master Xuanzhen, who was quietly sipping wine at the side. "Master Xuanzhen, should you have time, come find me. I have fine wine, and we can drink to our heart's content." With hazy, intoxicated eyes, Xuanzhen smiled and nodded. "Xia Chen, let's go." Xia Chen called to his devoted attendant, who followed him with admiration etched on his face. Xia Chen weaved through the crowd towards the exit. Before leaving, he glanced back at Yao Guang on the high platform. Their eyes met briefly in the air. He gave a subtle nod before turning and walking away. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion. What a masterpiece of a poem! Such boldness truly worthy of being a direct descendant of the Xia family. Perhaps one day, he'll rival the old Marquis of Zhendong and conquer the capital of Dafeng. Those who had previously harbored doubts about Xia Chen were now vying to sing his praises. Lin Zihan stared silently at his wine cup before finally rising and leaving. Meanwhile, Prince Jingxian murmured the 4 lines of the poem to himself, glancing at Yao Guang on the platform. A deep sense of defeat welled up within him. Out on the street, Xia Chen cautiously asked, "Young master, are we leaving just like this? The literary gathering isn't over yet. What if the princess?" When everyone urged me to compose a poem, I deliberately held back to observe Yao Guang's reaction, Xia Chen said calmly. She chose to remain silent. That's all I needed to know. "Did you remember the faces of those who led the mocking earlier?" Xia Chen asked coldly. "I remember them. Once I take control of the Eagle Eye division, ensure they receive some special treatment," Xia Chen said, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. "Also, investigate a student from the Imperial Academy named Su Xingchen. Find a way to bring him to me in secret." Walking along the bustling street, Xia Chen watched the passing merchants and vendors, his gaze deep and contemplative. On the street, Xia Chen paused for a moment. He couldn't understand why the young master was so focused on a student from the Imperial Academy. Had this student offended the young master? Though puzzled, he didn't ask further questions, only committing the name Su Xingchen firmly to memory. This time, Xia Chen attended the literary gathering mainly to meet Feng Jiru and Su Xingchen. While the banquet seemed to be all about drinking and merriment, he was secretly observing everything, paying particular attention to Su Xingchen's whereabouts. According to what he knew, Su Xingchen had always been passionate about court affairs. An event like this, hosted by Yaoguang Manor, should have been something he wouldn't miss. Yet, until the gathering ended, that familiar figure never appeared. Xia Chen couldn't help but reflect. These truly remarkable individuals indeed possessed their unique fortunes. They were biding their time, waiting for the right moment. Drawing them in was no easy task. However, the gathering wasn't entirely fruitless. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Zhenzi and Tianhai, in particular, had already taken the bait he had skillfully laid out. By 2 in the afternoon, Xia Chen entered a tavern. The banquet at Yaoguang Manor had offered only wine and light refreshments, but with his recent progress in martial arts, his appetite had grown significantly, and he was already famished. As soon as he settled into a private room, there was a knock at the door. Standing outside was a young gentleman dressed in scholar's robes, with rosy lips, bright teeth, and eyes that shone like stars. Though he exuded a restrained demeanor, there was an undeniable aura of calm confidence about him. "Good sir." The young man spoke politely, "The main hall is fully occupied. I notice there are only 2 of you here. May I trouble you to share the table?" Xia Chen frowned, about to refuse, but Xia Chen interrupted with a smile. "Of course." He stood up to welcome the visitor. Xia Chen was secretly delighted, for the uninvited guest was none other than Su Xingchen, the very person he had asked Xia Chen to investigate. This man was a true genius, later renowned alongside Feng Jiru of the White Deer Academy as the twin stars of Confucianism, possessing extraordinary intellect and unparalleled talent. Su Xingchen stood at the doorway, smiling as he sized up Xia Chen. "It's fortunate there's only the 2 of us here. Such a large private room does feel a bit extravagant. Please, take a seat," Xia Chen said with the refined demeanor of a scholar, betraying no trace of his martial lineage. "Thank you, good sir." Su Xingqian cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Though this prince consort hailed from a distinguished family and had already ascended to a fourth-rank official position at a young age, he displayed no trace of arrogance. Even his attendants refrained from putting on airs. While he had just now politely declined his offer, he did so without a harsh word. Xia Chen understood clearly that Su Xingqian's appearance was no coincidence, nor was it simply to find a table. Having spent 7 years navigating the capital's political landscape, Xia Chen prided himself on his judgment of court figures, yet this time, he feared he might have misjudged. The son of the Marquis of Anong, especially after today's events at the literary gathering, piqued Xia Chen's curiosity to the point where he could no longer resist probing deeper. The literary gathering had just concluded when Su Xingqian followed closely behind him, a coincidence too suspicious to ignore. Although the day of Su Xingqian's true rise to prominence might still lie ahead, Xia Chen refused to believe that someone with such near-supernatural intellect could remain oblivious to the grand affairs of the court. Su Xingqian must have recognized him, so his approach was it merely to observe, or did he have ulterior motives? The two young men wore warm, congenial smiles, yet their minds were as sharp and cold as ice, each calculating their next move with precision. Nearby, Xia Qian scratched his head in confusion, clearly unable to grasp the subtle undercurrents playing out before him. My name is Su Xingqian, styled Changya. I am a student at the Imperial Academy. May I ask for your name? Su Xingqian introduced himself as he took a seat. He made no attempt to conceal his identity, as few in the capital, apart from his peers, were even aware of his name. The moment Xia Qian heard the name, Su Xingqian, his pupils contracted slightly. He began scrutinizing the uninvited guest more closely, then glanced at his master, whose smile betrayed a hidden eagerness. Wasn't this the very person the young master had previously ordered him to investigate in secret? And now, here he was, delivering himself right to their doorstep. My name is Zhang Sheng, Xia Chen responded seamlessly, offering a false name. Su Xingqian nodded with a smile, his mind already forming an assessment. This man exuded charisma and seemed approachable, yet remained cautious, unwilling to reveal his true identity while out in public. Being a man of exceptional talent, Su Xingqian understood well the need for discretion in the capital. Even for this literary gathering, he had refrained from making an appearance, instead sending a classmate to gather information on his behalf. He had devoted himself to studying the principles of kingship, seeking a true sovereign. Until he found the right ruler, he dared not draw attention to himself. To this end, he had secretly observed the crown prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and others, only to be disappointed each time. The lack of a capable leader among the direct descendants of the Dawu dynasty's royal family left Su Xingqian perplexed. The unification of Dawu under one rule seemed inevitable. Had he misjudged the state of the world? At one point, he had even considered leaving Wu and traveling to the neighboring Defeng or Qing kingdoms to search for the true sovereign. That was until he heard of Princess Yaoguang. The more he learned about her, the more he became convinced she possessed the qualities of a capable ruler, the one he had been searching for. But why a woman? In all of history, no woman had ever ascended the throne as emperor. Troubled by this contradiction, he resolved to continue observing Yaoguang. This literary gathering, hosted by Yaoguang herself, was naturally an excellent opportunity for observation. However, Xia Chen's unexpected presence had drawn Su Xingqian's attention, prompting him to investigate up close. Now, the two young men sat across from each other, each with their own motives, silently sizing up the other. In the elegant private room, Xia Chen looked at Su Xingqian across from him, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Brother Su, as a student of the Imperial Academy, why didn't you attend the literary gathering hosted by Princess Yaoguang today? Su Xingqian smiled faintly. My knowledge is shallow. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself there. His tone was calm and natural, as if merely stating a simple fact. Xia Chen's star-like eyes sparkled, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. I don't agree with that statement. This unexpected response caught Su Xingqian off guard. He had expected Xia Chen to casually agree or change the subject, but he hadn't anticipated such a direct objection. Putting down his wine cup, he waited quietly for Xia Chen to continue. Xia Chen lifted his own wine cup, took a sip, and calmly fixed his gaze on Su Xingqian. If you, Brother Su, had attended the literary gathering, I fear no other scholar would have had a chance to shine. You're merely giving others an opportunity, choosing not to steal the spotlight. This remark struck Su Xingqian deeply. He had spent many years in the capital, always concealing his talents. Even his closest friends had never truly understood him. How could Xia Chen so precisely see through him? Suppressing the ripple of emotion in his heart, Su Xingqian feigned a bitter smile and shook his head. You have a way with words, my friend. I'm already 22 years old. I've taken the imperial exam 3 times, and only achieved the status of a Xiozai. If I had true talent, how could I still be struggling at this age, unable to attain the rank of Juren? Xia Chen remained unmoved and began to speak with measured poise. I've heard of a creature in the distant northern seas called the Kuin. This fish is massive beyond imagination, dwelling in the icy depths of the ocean. The Kurin has the ability to transform into a bird, known as the Pong. The Kurin observes the grand currents of the world, waiting for the right moment. When the time comes, it breaks through the water's surface, transforming into the Pong. The Pong is enormous, its wings stirring the waters for 3,000 miles. It soars from the northern seas to the southern seas, showcasing its might to all, and finally ascends to the heavens, riding the wind for 90,000 miles. Seeing a flicker of recognition in Su Xingchen's eyes, Xia Chen continued. Then there is a certain bird, which neither flies nor sings for 3 years. People ridicule it as weak and foolish, but a discerning observer once laughed and said, for 3 years, it does not spread its wings because it is growing them. For 3 years, it does not sing because it is observing the world. When it flies, it will soar to the heavens. When it sings, it will astonish all. These words finally shattered Su Xingchen's composed facade. His piercing gaze locked onto Xia Chen, realizing that these analogies were far from casual. Xia Chen let out a hearty laugh, exuding confidence and grace. I believe you are just like that bird, Brother Su. When you choose to fly, you will soar to the heavens. When you choose to sing, your voice will shake the world. He concluded with a meaningful remark. When the Pong journeys to the southern seas, it stirs the waters for 3,000 miles and ascends 90,000 miles on the wind. All things are born of the balance between yin and yang. Brother Su, you are like the great Kuin from the northern abyss. Though you currently dwell in the icy depths, you harbor ambitions that reach the heavens. When the time is right, you will ride the winds of the sea, soar across 3,000 miles of waves, and ascend 9,000 miles into the skies, transforming from shadow to brilliance. Hearing these words, Su Xingchen froze, remaining silent for a long time. He had always prided himself on his ability to conceal his true thoughts, presenting himself as nothing more than a dispassionate observer of the grand theater unfolding in the capital. Yet today, with just a few words, the man before him had ripped apart his carefully crafted facade, rendering his once prized art of concealment laughable. Ha ha ha! Su Xingchen suddenly burst into laughter. I always thought myself unmatched in wit, smug and self-assured, looking down on all. But meeting you today, my lord, I realize I have been no more than a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky above. With that, he rose solemnly and offered a deep bow to Xia Chen. Xia Chen remained composed, sipping his drink with ease, accepting the gesture without a hint of surprise. In Su Xingchen's eyes, this only made Xia Chen seem even more unfathomable, a man impossible to decipher. If you do not cultivate yourself, seeing me would be like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. If you do, then meeting me would be like a fleeting mayfly glimpsing the vast heavens, Xia Chen suddenly remarked. Mr. Su, you possess the talent to govern the heavens and the earth, yet you willingly remain dormant. Could it be that you are waiting for a worthy master? These words sent another jolt through Su Xingchen's heart. Who exactly was Xia Chen? How could he so effortlessly unravel thoughts Su had never shared with anyone? After a long silence, Su Xingchen cautiously replied, I simply feel my knowledge is still shallow. Besides, the Great Wu dynasty is currently at peace and prosperous. Whether I step forward or not makes little difference, so I have not been in a hurry. Oh. Xia Chen's demeanor suddenly turned playful, like that of a carefree aristocrat. Peace and prosperity, you say? What I see is a land ravaged by suffering, with people struggling to survive. Many cannot even afford to pay taxes, and in some places, families are forced to sell their daughters. These are all signs of a dynasty in decline. Su Xingchen's pupils contracted sharply at these words. He finally regarded Xia Chen with full attention, no longer evading or dismissing him. His entire demeanor shifted, revealing a sharpness as if he had transformed into a completely different person. What does young Master Xia mean by this? He asked. Let's stick with Xia. Xia Chen replied with a faint smile. We're both intelligent men. You sought me out deliberately, so why bother pretending otherwise? This statement struck Su Xingchen like a heavy blow, filling him with even more apprehension. Who on earth was Xia Chen? How could he know so much about him? Could the reach of the lantern bearers truly be so pervasive? But how had Xia Chen uncovered secrets that even Su himself had never shared? In the private room, Su Xingchen sat uneasily, his gaze nervously darting around the space. His eyes eventually landed on the doorway, where Xia Chen had silently appeared at some point, standing there without a sound. The position he took seemed both as if he was guarding the door and deliberately blocking Su Xingchen's escape route. A lamb walking into the lion's den. Su Xingchen sighed inwardly. He prided himself on his intelligence, but today, he had walked right into a trap of his own volition. Now, even leaving seemed impossible. Xia Chen sat across from him, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips, though his sharp eyes stayed locked on Su Xingchen's every move. What's the matter, Brother Su? Feeling hungry? The dishes will be served shortly. Let's have some wine first. As he spoke, Xia Chen picked up the wine pot and poured a full cup for Su Xingchen. Su stared at the cup before him, gritted his teeth, and grabbed it, downing it in one gulp. Director Xia, I was reckless today. I'll punish myself with a drink. He knew full well that he had acted rashly today, coming to test Xia Chen with barely any understanding of the man. He had underestimated him, and now, he was paying the price. No need for self-punishment, Xia Chen said, still smiling, though his tone carried a trace of gravity. I just need you to answer this. Do you truly believe that the current state of the world is peaceful and prosperous? Su Xingchen sighed inwardly again, realizing that if he didn't speak the truth today, he might not walk out of this room. If Xia Chen decided to accuse him of being a spy for the Inspectorate or the Imperial City Bureau, or worse, of colluding with enemy nations, he could end up imprisoned in the Lantern Keeper's dungeons. Over the years, he had kept such a low profile that he had no powerful allies in the capital to call upon. Now, he deeply regretted his choices. Taking a deep breath, Su Xingchen began. Although the Wu dynasty appears strong militarily, its finances have long been stretched to the breaking point, sustained only by ever-increasing taxes. There are already reports of commoners starving to death due to food shortages. He paused before continuing. Take the brothels and entertainment houses in the capital as an example. Over the past 3 years, their prices have continuously dropped, yet their numbers have multiplied like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. What does this indicate? It shows that ordinary people are struggling to survive, forced to sell their children and daughters. A flicker of approval flashed in Xia Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected this young man to discern societal conditions through the trends of the brothel trade. Su Xingchen pressed on. Even more troubling is the fact that the 8 regional kings, ruling their territories like feudal lords, are extorting and oppressing the people. The common folk are suffering terribly. Among these kings, the majority harbor grand ambitions. Meanwhile, beyond our borders, Qing and Defeng watch us like predators, and the northwest remains unstable, with war looming on the horizon. Though the Wu dynasty appears strong on the surface, it is like oil boiling over an open flame. One misstep, and chaos will engulf the land. Su Xingchen stared intently at Xia Chen across from him, his expression grave. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, with a light-hearted smile, spoke in a tone almost as casual as small talk. So, Brother Su, you've been lying low all this time, seeking a wise ruler, waiting for chaos to erupt in the world, so you can help a true dragon rise to power and gain the glory of following such a ruler? Those words struck Su Xingchen like a thunderclap, shaking him to his core. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his temples as his mind churned with turmoil. He locked eyes with Xia Chen, trying to decipher the deeper meaning behind his words. Xia Chen's current position was anything but ordinary. Was a court torchbearer, the emperor's son-in-law, and the legitimate heir of the Xia family. The Xia family, which for 6 centuries had remained fiercely loyal to the imperial family and held steadfast control of military power. It's over, Su Xingchen thought, his heart sinking. He realized with chilling clarity that his meticulously crafted plans over the years had been entirely uncovered by Xia Chen in an instant. One misstep now, and everything would be lost. His grand ambition to become the pioneering prime minister and unify the realm seemed doomed to collapse today. Yet, Xia Chen appeared oblivious to his unease, his tone still warm and composed. So, what do you think of the other 2 nations? Faced with the direst of outcomes, Su Xingchen decided to throw caution to the wind. Those 2 nations may have some internal decay, he admitted, but they still have loyal ministers and capable generals. Though their strength has waned, their fortunes remain. In contrast, our nation, while seemingly the strongest on the surface, is in fact the most precarious. Seeing Xia Chen's thoughtful expression, Su Xingchen seized the moment, pouring out everything he had buried deep within himself. His Majesty is overly fond of war, and the cracks within our country are already showing. If His Majesty were willing to halt his campaigns and focus on recovery, appointing me as the chief minister, I could turn this situation around within 5 years. This was his final gamble. Rather than sit idly and await ruin, he chose to risk everything, hoping that through Xia Chen, the court's influential ministers and perhaps even the emperor himself might recognize his talents. It was a dangerous move, but it was his only chance at survival. Xia Chen quietly observed the sharp and confident Su Xingchen, taking a sip of his drink before casually asking, "Are you saying the current 3-way division of the world will continue as it is?" Su Xingchen's gaze was firm as he replied without hesitation, "If I don't intervene, in 50 years, the situation will still be the same 3 nations holding each other in check. While each harbors ambitions of annexing the others, none has the absolute strength to eliminate the other 2. But why do I feel that perhaps in about 5 years, our great Wu will face a monumental change, and within 10 years, the current balance of power will shift?" Xia Chen said with a smile, confidently expressing his prediction. Hearing this, Su Xingqian instinctively wanted to refute him, but quickly suppressed the impulse, maintaining a calm and composed expression. Xia Chen, noticing the subtle changes in Su Xingqian's expression, continued. I know you don't believe me and are confident in your judgment. How about this? Let's make a small wager for fun and revisit this in 10 years. If my predictions about these 2 time points prove correct, you owe me something. As for what that is, I'll tell you then. But no matter what I ask for, you must give it to me. Do you dare to bet? Su Xingqian looked at the young man before him, his thoughts churning. He had been prepared to face the grim fate of being thrown into the Lantern Keeper's prison, but Xia Chen's unexpected proposal seemed to offer him a glimmer of hope. Fine, he'll take the bet. Su Xingqian decided swiftly. To him, this was an unforeseen chance at survival. As for the outcome 10 years from now, that was a problem for the future. Besides, he had unwavering confidence in his own judgment, believing the balance of power in the world would remain stable for at least 30 more years. Hearing Su Xingqian accept the wager, Xia Chen broke into a radiant smile. I see you're restless and probably not in the mood for this meal. Besides, you don't look particularly hungry. In that case, you may as well take your leave. Su Xingqian's heart leaped with joy at these words, though he maintained a composed demeanor. He bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave. As he stepped out of the hall, Su Xingqian finally allowed himself to relax, a faint smile playing on his lips. Internally, he chuckled. Xia Chen, though brilliant and almost otherworldly in his intelligence, is ultimately still young and inexperienced. I thought I was destined for the Lantern Keeper's prison, yet he let me go so easily. It seems my analysis of the world's balance intrigued him, and for the sake of that 10-year wager, he decided to spare me. To Xia Chen, I'm just a minor player whose words happened to pique his competitive spirit. Although his mind was racing, Su Xingqian maintained a composed smile on his face. He was preparing to bow and take his leave, intending to distance himself from this troublesome situation, when Xia Chen's voice suddenly stopped him. Report to the Lantern Bureau tomorrow morning. I'm short of a clerk, Xia Chen ordered. Su Xingqian froze, instinctively wanting to refuse. After all, he had ambitions of becoming the prime minister. How could he stoop to being a mere clerk? But before he could open his mouth, Xia Chen's tone turned icy. Don't even think about running away tonight or leaving the capital. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun the Lantern Bureau. It'll find you even at the ends of the earth. Xia Chen's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing straight through Su Xingqian. The nonsense you spouted today was utterly preposterous. Our great Wu kingdom is prosperous and stable. Its people live in peace, and His Majesty governs with wisdom. Yet here you are, spreading absurd lies. He continued coldly. Are you a spy from an enemy nation? Did you infiltrate the capital just to spread rumors? And earlier this afternoon, you were skulking around, following me. Were you planning an assassination? Su Xingqian's face went pale, but Xia Chen pressed on relentlessly. You even claimed earlier that you've been lying low, waiting for the right moment, searching for a worthy ruler to pledge allegiance to and achieve greatness alongside. That's clearly treasonous talk. The final accusation struck Su Xingqian like a dagger to the heart. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had never imagined that the once amicable Xia Chen could turn on him so ruthlessly. Do you realize these charges could lead to the execution of your entire family? Xia Chen's words dripped with lethal intent, a chilling aura honed during his mastery of blade techniques in the system space. In that moment, Su Xingqian seemed to glimpse a battlefield littered with corpses and rivers of blood. He struggled to steady himself, attempting to explain. Sir, earlier you said, did I? Xia Chen cut him off sharply. I just came from a literary gathering today. The moment I entered the tavern, I noticed someone sneaking around, following me all the way to a private room, clearly with ill intent. When I exposed you, I was merely interrogating you. My loyalty to His Majesty is unwavering. As he spoke, Xia Chen even made a solemn gesture of respect in the direction of the palace. From the doorway, Xia Chen chimed in immediately. I can vouch for it. My young master was interrogating you the whole time. Not only is your identity suspicious, but you've also said plenty of treasonous things. Su Xingqian was dumbfounded. In that moment, he finally understood the true meaning of power: the ability to twist facts, to call black white, and to dictate reality. You're a smart man. I trust you'll make the right choice, Xia Chen said calmly, taking a sip of wine. His tone was serene, yet carried an unmistakable authority. Tomorrow morning, I expect to see you at the bureau, not sending people to hunt you down. Su Xingqian left in a daze, his figure swaying through the streets like a soulless shell. The man who had always prided himself on his rationality was now haunted by Xia Chen's cold and merciless words. Exterminate the 9 clans. These 4 words cut into his heart like a sharp blade. He had originally believed Xia Chen to be as gentle and approachable as rumors suggested, which was why he had dared to approach him in the first place. But now, It was clear that this noble young master was far more calculating than he appeared, turning his back faster than flipping a page. The thought of falling under the control of such a shrewd and ruthless person sent a chill through Xia Chen. His dream of becoming the prime minister seemed all but shattered, and his future appeared destined to be one of servitude to the court, reduced to a lowly clerk carrying a lamp. In the Wu dynasty, such a status would leave him perpetually humiliated. For a fleeting moment, the idea of ending his life crossed his mind, but he quickly shook it off. Xia Chen, oh Xia Chen, he mocked himself silently. To think you consider death at the first sign of failure. And you call yourself extraordinary? He realized with brutal clarity that it was his own arrogance and pride that had brought about this disaster. Besides, given Xia Chen's ruthless nature, if he were to die, his family would likely face an even harsher fate. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Xia Chen resolved, even if I achieve nothing in this life, I will live on stubbornly, like wild grass. He was trying to muster courage, unaware of how absurd he appeared to passers-by. Ha ha ha, Daddy, look at that funny uncle. A 7-year-old boy named Songji, holding a candied hawthorn skewer, pointed at Xia Chen with innocent delight. He looks just like the students at our school when they get punished for forgetting their lessons. Xiaoji, don't be rude. The boy's father scolded him immediately, then turned to Xia Chen to apologize. Children speak without malice, it's nothing. Xia Chen replied with a faint smile at the child before walking away. Meanwhile, in a private room of a nearby tavern. Young master, what's so special about this Xia Chen that you'd go to such great lengths for him? Xia Chen asked bluntly as he sat down at the table. He had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Xia Chen might think Xia Chen was merely making things difficult for him, but Xia Chen knew better. His young master had been eyeing Xia Chen for a while now. Even if Xia Chen hadn't come today, there was no way he would have escaped Xia Chen's grasp. This man has great talent and the demeanor of a prime minister, Xia Chen said calmly. Inside the private room, Xia Chen looked astonished. That's impossible. He's just an ordinary scholar in his early 20s. There are many students in the Imperial Academy far better than him. Xia Chen merely smiled without responding. This left Xia Chen deep in thought. His young master had never praised anyone so highly before. What was so extraordinary about this Xia Chen? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Chen hesitated for a moment before asking, regretting it as soon as the words left his mouth. Prime Minister Lin had held his position for over 2 decades, standing firm even under an emperor known for his suspicion. Since when had he become the benchmark for measuring others' talent? Xia Chen turned to look out the window and spoke slowly. Prime Minister Lin is indeed remarkable, ranking among the top 10 figures in the 800-year history of the Great Wu dynasty. While the empire today is riddled with flaws, it's not his fault, but the emperor's. Without him steering the government through these 20-plus years, the Great Wu dynasty, burdened by constant warfare, might have long since collapsed internally, rather than reaching its current state of flourishing prosperity. He paused before continuing, but even so, Prime Minister Lin is still no match for Xia Chen. The private room fell into a heavy silence, starkly contrasting with the lively chatter of diners outside. None of them could have imagined that within this small room, someone was comparing a renowned statesman to an unknown scholar. Xia Chen swallowed hard. Though still incredulous, he knew his young master never made casual judgments. If the young master said so, there must be a reason. In the 800-year history of the Great Wu dynasty, Lin Hanpu ranks in the top 10, but Xia Chen could contend for the top 3, perhaps even the first. Xia Chen continued, gazing out at the sky. He could have left a magnificent legacy in history. But an even greater opportunity lies ahead, a period of unprecedented unification, followed by a golden age. Heroes will emerge in droves, and extraordinary figures will rise one after another. Even someone as brilliant as Xia Chen will seem slightly dimmer in such a dazzling era. Keep a close watch on him. Don't let him slip away tonight, Xia Chen instructed, snapping back from his thoughts. Rest assured, young master. They'll handle it personally. But if he's as clever as you say, he should already know we've got his fate in our hands. With the lantern bearers around, where could he possibly run? It's precisely because he's clever that we need to guard against him acting unpredictably. Scholars are full of schemes. Better to err on the side of caution. This was the first true prodigy Xia Chen had encountered, and he dared not take any chances. Even if Xia Chen wouldn't willingly submit now, so what? First, he had to secure the man. If he couldn't win his heart, he would at least have his person. The lunch that Xia Chen had was thoroughly satisfying and incredibly enjoyable. Meanwhile, the literary gathering at Yao Guang's residence had come to an end. After the crowd dispersed, Yao Guang sat alone in the vast and empty hall, holding a sheet of paper filled with verses written by Xia Chen. The flowing calligraphy carried a profound poetic essence that drew her into deep contemplation. Elsewhere, Xian Zhenzi strolled along the street, holding a wine gourd filled with the finest liquor treasures he had acquired from the princess's residence. Though his eyes seemed hazy with intoxication, his steps were remarkably nimble. His presence was so subtle that passers-by unconsciously overlooked him, as if he had merged seamlessly with the surrounding air. Heading east along the central avenue, a magnificent architectural complex gradually came into view, the Celestial Master's residence, the supreme sanctuary of Taoism in the mortal realm. The most striking feature within the residence was a nine-story tower that pierced the clouds, exuding an aura of connecting heaven and earth. This was the abode of the old Celestial Master, one of the 5 most powerful figures of the era. Greetings, Uncle Master. Uncle Master Ancestor has returned. As Xian Junzi stepped into the residence, disciples greeted him with respect. As a key figure among the second-generation disciples of the Celestial Master's residence, he held a prestigious position in one of the 3 main lineages, though not directly under the old Celestial Master. Approaching the base of the nine-story tower, a chubby, round-faced young boy informed him, Uncle Master, Master Ancestor is sunbathing upstairs. Just as Xian Junzi was about to ascend, his attention was caught by the object in the boy's hands. What are you working on? He asked. Uncle Master, I'm on the brink of a major breakthrough in alchemy. The boy, Mo Ban, explained excitedly. I want to use alchemy to imbue this wooden figure with a spiritual essence and turn it into a real, living person. Everything in this world has a spirit, except for man-made objects, which are lifeless. I intend to change that. Although Xian Junzi was well aware of Mo Ban's extraordinary talent in the art of craftsmanship, even earning the old Celestial Master's praise, he was still taken aback by such an audacious idea. To grant life, that was a power reserved for the Creator. Nevertheless, he chose not to dampen the boy's enthusiasm and instead asked gently, how's it going so far? Seeing Mo Ban's face instantly fall, the answer was already clear without him needing to say a word. I failed, Mo Ban muttered dejectedly, staring at the wooden figure before him. Despite countless attempts, he could only imbue the wooden figure with a fleeting sense of vitality, and even that required the use of sorcery. Once he ceased channeling his energy, the figure would immediately revert to being an ordinary piece of wood. However, his frustration was short-lived. Soon, a glimmer of hope reignited in Mo Ban's eyes. Perhaps the problem lies with the medium, he mused, picking up a finely crafted jade figurine from the table. I could try using jade, stone, or special metals instead of wood, and reduce the size. Xian Junzi observed the determined young man and softly said, keep it up, before quickly walking away. He did have business with the old Celestial Master, but more than that, he wanted to avoid being drawn into another one of Mo Ban's endless and perplexing discussions about his wild ideas. On his way to the 3rd floor, Xian Junzi encountered a woman dressed in pristine white. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features were coldly exquisite, and her bright, star-like eyes exuded a detached aura, untouched by the mundane world. This was Murong Yuyan, a woman born with the rare innate Dao physique. Though her natural affinity for the Dao gave her a significant advantage, her lack of emotional connection made her appear distant and frosty. Junior sister. Xian Junzi stopped in his tracks. Senior brother. Murong Yuyan gave a slight nod, her expression as composed as ever. Have you advanced to the 4th rank? I broke through this morning, she replied succinctly. Even Xian Junzi, known for his steady composure, couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment at this news. Reaching the 4th rank at just 18 years old was an extraordinary feat. It was no wonder the old Celestial Master had taken her on as his final disciple. If nothing unexpected occurred, the Celestial Master sect was destined to have a 3rd-rank Taoist master in their 20s in the near future. Xian Junzi quickly steadied his thoughts and continued his ascent. Reaching the 9th floor open terrace, he found himself under the vast blue sky. This was where the old Celestial Master spent his nights observing the stars and contemplating the Tao. Old Celestial Master, Xian Junzi seeks an audience. His voice was calm but confident, knowing the old Celestial Master would hear him. In truth, from the moment he stepped into the star-plucking pavilion, he had already entered the old Celestial Master's domain. This was why the place was lightly guarded. Anyone foolish enough to attempt an assassination here would soon understand why 1st-rank cultivators were regarded as living legends. Come in. The ethereal voice of the old Heavenly Master drifted into Xian Junzi's ears. Xian Junzi pushed open the door and stepped inside. Before him lay an elderly man with jet black hair, leisurely reclining in a rocking chair. The old man's face was ruddy, his skin smooth and delicate like that of a baby. Though his appearance suggested he was only in his 50s or 60s, Xian Junzi knew the old Heavenly Master was well over a century old. Dressed in simple attire, the master had a cup of tea by his side and was basking in the sunlight, looking every bit like an ordinary elder. Old Heavenly Master, I have some doubts in my heart and have come specifically to seek your guidance, Xian Junzi said respectfully, bowing. The old Heavenly Master smiled faintly. Even you have questions? It seems you've truly encountered a challenge. Speak. Let me hear it. Today at the literary gathering, I met a young man. Xian Jinzi began, carefully choosing his words. In a fleeting moment, I saw a surge of violet energy rising behind him, stretching to the heavens. Behind his forehead appeared the image of a colossal nine-clawed divine dragon, its head visible but its tail vanishing into the horizon, spanning thousands of miles. Yet, when I focused my gaze, the vision disappeared without a trace. Though I have never been one to lose clarity after drinking, I couldn't help but wonder if the wine had deceived me this time. He continued. What confounds me even more is that I couldn't discern the young man's face. Every person has a destiny and a fate, which are reflected in their features. If I cannot read his face, does it not mean he has no destiny or fate? The old heavenly master, who had been basking in the sunlight with an air of ease, suddenly opened his eyes wide at these words. Those eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars, as if the very principles of the universe were swirling within them, profound and unfathomable. What is the young man's name? He asked. His name is Xia Chen, Xian Jinzi replied. Is he the one from the Marquis of Jindong's household, recently married to the princess and now overseeing the Eagle Eye Bureau? The old heavenly master inquired. Indeed, that's him, Xian Jinzi confirmed. The old heavenly master spoke slowly. I once calculated his fate. He was originally of average destiny, but after his engagement to Princess Yaoguang, things took a turn for the worse. Yaoguang's fortune is overwhelmingly strong, far beyond what his destiny can bear.
As a result, signs of an untimely demise appeared.
Then why can't I discern even a trace of his face? Xian Junzi asked, puzzled. Though he was not as skilled as the old heavenly master, he was no novice when it came to reading faces. The old heavenly master fell silent for a moment before rising to retrieve a tortoiseshell for divination. After a while, his brows furrowed, and he reached for a new shell to try again. Out of 64 hexagrams, not a single one reveals his fate. None form a coherent pattern, the old heavenly master murmured, then reached for a third tortoiseshell. This time, as the tortoiseshell, engraved with intricate mystical patterns, was tossed into the air, it shattered explosively mid-flight. The old celestial master's face turned pale as the tortoiseshell in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. He gazed into the void, his brows furrowed tightly. I cannot divine it, cannot see through it. This person stands in the present yet exists outside the past, present, and future. He is a variable, and the threads of destiny have already shifted. Old celestial master. Xian Jinzi's pupils contracted sharply, his voice filled with shock. After calming himself, the old celestial master spoke in a grave tone. This person carries great karmic weight and is a true anomaly. As for how the future will unfold, even I can no longer discern the heavenly will. Xian Jinzi was shaken to his core. Even the old celestial master, a figure akin to a land immortal, could not unravel the origins of Xia Chen. There are only two people in this world I cannot see through, the old celestial master continued. One is Yaoguang, and now there is this Xia Chen. What's even more extraordinary is that these two are intertwined by fate. The old celestial master's voice grew heavier. Even with Yaoguang, I can catch glimpses through the mists of destiny. Her fortune is unparalleled, and she bears the aura of a ruler. Though she is currently a princess, she carries the national destiny of Dewu. She may well become the first woman in history to rule the world and bring an end to the chaos. Yet as for her husband, Xia Chen, I can see nothing at all. Hearing this, Xian Junzi was both astonished and somewhat relieved. He was amazed that even the old celestial master could not perceive Xia Chen's destiny, yet comforted to realize his own inability was not due to a lack of skill. A person's fate is set at birth, the old celestial master said slowly. To defy fate and change one's destiny, one must follow the principles of fate first, fortune second, feng shui third, fourth, accumulating virtue, fifth, acquiring knowledge, sixth, career choice, seventh, marital choice, eighth, making connections with the influential, and ninth, maintaining health. Among these, feng shui and virtue can slightly alter minor aspects of one's destiny, but even that is exceedingly difficult. Beyond these, the only way to truly transform one's fate is, old celestial master, what other method is there? Xian Junzi asked urgently. Fortune, the old celestial master replied, gazing into the distance with profound eyes. What we refer to as national destiny. He then recounted ancient secrets from a bygone era. The world was once filled with extraordinary beings, land immortals, spirits, Buddhas, celestials, and shamans. Yet, as this realm gradually withered, some perished of old age, while others left for distant lands. At the time, there were both mighty empires and sacred cultivation grounds. The sacred sects cultivated virtue, while the empires cultivated fortune. The power of fortune was mysterious and profound, capable of conferring divine titles that allowed individuals to share in the worship of the nation's people. Civil and military officials, through their ranks and positions, could bind themselves to the empire's fortune. With this blessing, even those with poor innate talent could see their cultivation speed increase tenfold, or even 100-fold. To fundamentally alter one's destiny, one must harness immense fortune, the old celestial master said with a faint smile. Immense fortune? Xian Zhenzi asked in confusion. Are you saying Xia Chen has obtained such fortune? But the fortune of the world today is divided between De Wu and De Fengqing. Where could he have acquired it? The power of destiny in the world has a fixed amount, intrinsically tied to the fortunes of a nation. For a country to accumulate abundant destiny, it must fulfill many conditions: the well-being of its people, economic prosperity, a strong military, and a wealth of talent. Standing atop the star-picking tower, the old celestial master explained in detail to Xian Zhenzi. The celestial master's residence and the Tianlong temple in the west are willing to safeguard the great Wu dynasty precisely because they wish to partake in this destiny. The old celestial master furrowed his brows, gazing in the direction of the capital. The source of Xia Chen's destiny is unknown. Even if he has altered his fate, there should still be some clues to deduce. This man must harbor a great secret. Either he possesses an artifact that shields him from the workings of heaven, or more likely, his voice suddenly grew grave, he is the one who has escaped. The one who has escaped? Xian Zhenzi knelt before the old celestial master, listening intently. The Tao of heaven is 50, yet the great evolution is 49, leaving one to escape. It is this, one that has escaped, that introduces uncertainty into destiny. The old celestial master's voice, resonant like the sound of the Tao itself, echoed atop the tower. Master, Xian Zhenzi's expression turned serious. Once, in a drunken haze, I seemed to glimpse a 9-clawed golden dragon of destiny spanning the heavens, accompanied by a surge of purple aura. But when I tried to look closely, it seemed to vanish like an illusion. The old celestial master turned to his disciple. You have reached the pinnacle of divination. At that moment, your mind was clear, in harmony with the Tao. Perhaps you truly caught a glimpse of a concealed fragment of heaven's secrets. Xian Zhenzi was stunned by his master's words. But that was unmistakably the aura of an emperor. Even with his majesty, I can only see half a zhang of purple aura and 3 zhang of destiny's power. The old celestial master was silent for a moment before Xian Zhenzi continued. You once told me that Yaoguang's fate is extraordinary. At her birth, she was accompanied by 10 zhang of purple aura, and 2/10 of Great Wu's national destiny naturally merged into her. She might surpass all emperors of the past and present, uniting the world and consolidating all destiny under Great Wu, thereby manifesting the true dragon of destiny. At that moment, you could harness this destiny to break through heaven's suppression and ascend to the transcendent realm. At this, Xian Zhenzi's tone turned cold. Now that such an anomaly has appeared, will it disrupt your plans? Should we eliminate this anomaly while it is still weak? His words were laced with killing intent. The memory of Yaoguang's birth remained vivid in his mind, the entire capital bathed in purple aura, with clouds of purple drifting across the sky. The citizens of the city all knelt in reverence. The court ministers believed it to be heaven's reward for the southern border's great victory, a sign that the current emperor's virtues rivaled those of the ancient sage kings. The emperor was overjoyed by this celestial phenomenon and immediately declared a general amnesty across the land. However, Xian Zhenzi understood the true cause of this spectacle. The purple aura enveloping the capital was due to the birth of Princess Yaoguang. This revelation left him deeply shaken, for even the founding emperors with the most auspicious destinies had never been accompanied by such a sign. This secret was first uncovered by the old celestial master. Years ago, the master had specifically summoned Xian Zhenzi to the palace, instructing him to use his exceptional skills in physiognomy to obscure the heavenly signs surrounding the newborn Yaoguang, so they would not draw attention. Would it even be called a variable if it were so easily corrected? Xian Zhenzi said solemnly. If you were to act personally, as a first-rank master, who besides the other 4 first-rank masters could possibly stop you? The old celestial master smiled faintly at this. When it comes to variables, who can guarantee absolute success? Besides, who's to say other first-rank masters haven't already noticed this? Xia Chen? His tone was gentle, like that of a kind elder, but Xian Zhenzi knew all too well that this man, who had once ventured alone into the eastern wastelands with the Xuanwu sword to slay demons in his youth, was anything but soft-hearted. Are you referring to the abbot Longshu? Xian Zhenzi's expression shifted slightly, as he recalled the identity of the contemporary leader of Buddhism. His thoughts wandered to the literary gathering where Master Tianhai had deliberately struck up a conversation with Xia Chen. It, now, seemed to carry deeper implications. The old celestial master gazed at the distant blue sky and drifting clouds, the breeze brushing against his face, and smiled calmly. The affairs of the world are countless. I am but a mere mortal. How could I know them all? He continued, "There's no need for killing intent. If a variable exists, it must have its reason. Even I cannot foresee the future with absolute accuracy. A variable is not necessarily a bad thing. It may even bring unexpected benefits. Such is the Tao. Everything should follow its natural course. We, in the end, are mere mortals and cannot contend with the heavens." At that moment, the old celestial master stood at the edge of the star-plucking tower, where no railing stood before him. Yet, a profound and mysterious aura seemed to flow around him, blending seamlessly with the heavens and earth. Witnessing this, Xian Zhenzi felt keenly the vast difference between their levels of understanding and state of mind. "Since it is you who encountered him, it must be fate at work," the old celestial master said, his back to Xian Zhenzi. "Go and interact with him without harboring any distractions. Treat him as you would Yaoguang. The seeds of opportunity you plant today may yield rewards in the future. I, too, will find a chance to meet this young man in person and see what mysteries he holds." Xian Zhenzi bowed respectfully. When he looked up again, he found himself standing on the first floor of the star-plucking tower. This was none other than the secret technique of the Celestial Master's sect starshift. The events at the literary gathering quickly spread throughout the capital. That afternoon, in a bustling tea house, several tables were packed with people eager to hear the latest news. They all surrounded Li Zhang, a scholar from the Imperial Academy who had just returned from the gathering, bombarding him with questions. Did Prince Consort Xia Chen attend? Did he compose a poem? How did he perform? The crowd pressed him impatiently for details. After all, rumors had been circulating recently that Xia Chen was a prodigy among scholars. This literary gathering was seen as a true test, with many scholars eager to see if he genuinely possessed talent and knowledge. However, Li Zhang looked uneasy and stammered, unable to respond. An elderly man, noticing his hesitation, slammed the table and exclaimed, "What's the matter, Shaoli? We watched you grow up. Back when you entered the Imperial Academy, we even helped pay for your tuition. Now that you've earned the title of Jurin and attended the princess's literary gathering, are you looking down on us, your elders?" Just then, another scholar from the Imperial Academy, Zhang Zhongyang, entered the tea house. Smiling, he stepped in to mediate. "Uncle Chen, don't make things difficult for Li Zhang." Seeing the curious gazes of the crowd, he shook his head and explained, "Li Zhang and a group of academy scholars confronted Xia Chen today, demanding he compose a poem on the spot. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen." Zhang Zhongyang sighed. "He's the prince consort, the legitimate heir of a marquis household, and now the head of the Lantern Bureau. His position is far above ours. Ordinary families like ours can't afford to offend someone like him. I was trying to look out for Li Zhang, but he accused me of holding him back from making a name for himself in the capital and even threatened to cut ties with me. Honestly, it's hard being a good friend these days." "And what happened in the end?" The crowd pressed eagerly. Zhang Zhongyong burst into laughter. If Xia Chen had been stumped, that would have been one thing. But instead, he publicly scolded everyone for wasting their time on trivial poetry, ignoring national affairs, and failing to pursue proper scholarship. Then, he composed a magnificent poem on the spot, expressing his lofty aspirations and leaving everyone utterly humiliated. Li Zhang sat nearby, hanging his head in shame, while Zhang Zhongyong's face was filled with admiration. That poem was truly extraordinary. After today, no one will dare to question Xia Chen's talent or knowledge again. Now that's what it means to make a name for yourself in the capital. A true man should be like that. And so, Xia Chen once again became the talk of the town, a favorite subject of conversation over tea and wine in the bustling capital. The lines, "To die for one's country on the battlefield. Why need one return wrapped in a horsehide?" caused quite a stir at the Imperial Academy. A student stood at the gates of the academy, his voice resonating as he analyzed, "Poetry is but a minor art. Throughout history, which prime minister ever governed a nation with poetry? With war on the brink of erupting in the northwest frontier, what we need are competent officials, not literary geniuses." He pointed to the cautionary tale of Northern Defoe, which, due to its emphasis on literary pursuits, led scholars to indulge in decadence and neglect national affairs, ultimately weakening its military strength. If Defoe continues down this path, it will inevitably be annexed by Ardawu within 50 years. We must not repeat their mistakes and must remain vigilant against the corrupting influence of poetry on the mind. The surrounding scholars at the Imperial Academy nodded in agreement. "We must study the classics of sages and focus on national policies and strategies. Excessive devotion to poetry is inadvisable." The name Xia Chen, along with the line, "To die for one's country on the battlefield. Why need one return wrapped in a horsehide?" quickly spread among the scholarly community. Many adopted the verse as their personal creed, believing it to embody the aspirations of a true nobleman. Some were even inspired to consider joining the military. Meanwhile, Xia Chen was in his courtyard, facing a young boy who appeared to be 15 or 16 but still had a youthful face. "Third brother, I've come to enlist under you." The boy, Xia Wan, exclaimed excitedly, sitting on a stool and glancing around with eager curiosity. Baizhu entered with a tray of tea. Xiaowen took a cup with a grin and said, "If Sister Baizhu can follow you, why can't I?" His words made Baizhu blush shyly. "No, you're too young. Does third uncle know about this?" Xia Chen shook his head, remembering that Xiaowen was not even 12 yet. "But I've already broken through to the 8th rank of the refining essence realm. According to the family's rules, I'm allowed to enter the world now." Xiaowen stood up abruptly, his voice full of determination. It turned out that, thanks to Xia Chen's guidance in the Shouyang Demon Breaking Blade, technically a method that harnessed the energy of heaven and earth to temper the body, Xiaowen had achieved in 1 month what would normally take 2 to 5 months. I wanted to join the Imperial Guard, but they said I was too young. I tried to enlist in the border army, but uncle and father forbade it. So I've decided to come to you, third brother. Xiaowen explained enthusiastically. Looking at the eager yet immature boy before him, Xia Chen couldn't help but sigh. Such talent was both a blessing and a burden. If Xiaowen had broken through at 14, their parents might not worry so much. But for an 11-year-old to leave the family estate, who wouldn't be concerned? In the hall, Xiaowen glanced around and, after confirming that Bijou had left, lowered his voice and said, "I know the story about third brother falling out with the family must be fake. Even though third brother tends to keep a low profile at home, uncle and aunt have always treated you very well. Those rumors from the outside are completely untrue." His youthful face was filled with sincerity. Uncle announced in the manner that he was going to remove me from the family records. How could that be fake? Xia Chen cast a glance at Xiaowen, but secretly admired how this seemingly brash young man could be so perceptive. Xiaowen grinned and scratched his head. "I may not know exactly what happened, but if uncle and you are doing this, there must be a reason. Besides, when I told my father I wanted to come and follow you, he outwardly opposed it harshly, but then he sent 3 family guards with me. Isn't that a clear enough message?" Xia Chen paused at this, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "Are you saying that your coming to join me was tacitly approved by third uncle Xiaohan? Has anything unusual happened at home recently?" "Not much, really." Xiaowen's expression suddenly darkened. "But a couple of days ago, I overheard father talking to mother outside his courtyard. Father was very drunk that day, and said that the position of Minister of Rights should have been his. The memorial from the Ministry of Personnel had already been sent to the cabinet, but it was rejected on the grounds that he was too young and needed more experience. In the end, the position went to a scholar from Bailu Academy." As he mentioned this, Xiaowen's voice carried an unmistakable note of disappointment. It was the first time he had ever seen his usually composed father in such a state of disarray. Xia Chen fell into deep thought. An image of third uncle Xiaohan's refined demeanor coming to Minda gentlemen who always greeted the younger generation with a warm smile and treated everyone equally, regardless of their lineage. The Xia family held significant influence in the military, and third uncle's decision to enter politics had already raised concerns. Moreover, Xiaohan was notably talented in political affairs, and with the upcoming imperial examinations, the position of Minister of Rights was particularly sensitive. If third uncle were to hold that position, even if not the chief examiner, he would still be regarded as the mentor of the candidates. "I understand now." Xiaowen suddenly stood up, setting down his teacup. His youthful face took on an unexpected calmness beyond his years. "The emperor is wary of our Xia family. He's afraid of father building a faction and worries about our influence seeping into the ranks of the civil officials. If that happens, our Xia family would hold both military power and the support of scholars. At that point, the emperor's control over the Dewu dynasty would be in jeopardy." Seeing his younger brother exhibit such political acuity, Xia Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This seemingly reckless boy had such sharp insight. No wonder third uncle named him Xiaowan. This child truly inherited their father's political talent. No wonder he is considered the unparalleled prodigy of the future Xia family's 3rd generation, second only to his younger brother Xia Hao. Xia Chen looked at the 11-year-old boy in front of him, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. At such a young age, Xiaowan was already displaying extraordinary talent. What was even rarer was his lack of regard for the great Wu dynasty, especially for the current emperor. "Thunder and rain are all blessings from the ruler," Xia Chen said calmly. Xiaowan immediately understood and raised his head with a sly smile. "I understand, third brother. I wouldn't say such things outside. Our Xia family is, of course, loyal to His Majesty." The two exchanged a knowing smile, their tacit understanding unspoken. "Stay here with me," Xia Chen said. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to the lantern bearers and arrange for you to have the role of an attendant." "All right." Xiao Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Third brother, you're now a 4th-rank official and even oversee the Eagle Eye division of the Lantern Bearer Show. Impressive. My father has been toiling in the officialdom for over a decade, and he's only just reached the 4th rank." Shortly after, Baizhu came in and led Xiaowan to a side courtyard to settle in. Xia Chen remained seated alone, lost in thought. His third uncle, Xiaohan, had passed the imperial examination as a top scholar at the age of 22. Now at 36, he was still only a fourth-rank official, a pace that seemed unusually slow. It was well known that Xia Hao had studied at the prestigious Bailu Academy in his youth, and had even earned praise from the current headmaster, Mr. Qi, for his exceptional talent. Recently, a proposal to promote him to Vice Minister of Rights had been rejected by the cabinet, citing the reason of being too young. While the position of Vice Minister of Rights, a third-rank role, was indeed high and influential, it hardly seemed justifiable to deny it solely due to age. No wonder Xia Hao had been so drunk and disheartened today, looking utterly dejected. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that he would achieve anything beyond the role of vice minister in his lifetime, let alone enter the cabinet as a chancellor. It was becoming clear that both his eldest uncle and third uncle had sensed the emperor's attitude toward the Xia family, mix of attraction and deep apprehension. Sending Xia Wen to him was undoubtedly a bold and risky move. The third generation of the Xia family was brimming with talent, though most had yet to reveal their potential. However, Xia Chen and Xia Hao were well aware of the astonishing abilities of these younger members. The first and second generations of the Xia family had already caused the emperor sleepless nights. If the third generation were to rise with such brilliance, how could the emperor ever feel secure? Xia Chen murmured to himself. No wonder, according to the original trajectory, the Xia family later firmly aligned with Yaoguang, narrowly avoiding the calamity of annihilation and allowing the third generation to shine brilliantly during the era of unification. A startling light flickered in his eyes as his dual pupils began to rotate slowly. A chaotic aura emanated from him, as if he held the power to split the heavens. The Lantern Bearer's Bureau. After 3 days of absence, Xia Chen, the director of the Eagle Eye Division, finally made an appearance today. Ever since his commanding presence had shaken the entire division, everyone had expected a whirlwind of reforms. However, this newly appointed director turned out to be rather unpredictable, vanishing for 3 days without a trace. It wasn't until yesterday that they learned he had attended a literary gathering and even won first place. His poem was now the talk of the capital. In the main hall, Zhang Ping was passionately addressing his subordinates. Director Xia's poem must be spread throughout the capital and the surrounding areas within a day. This is within the jurisdiction of our Eagle Eye Division. Standing silently beside him were Cui Hu and Lu Chun, while the other two hall masters, Chun Song and Li Yu, were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Xia Chen strolled in with Xia Wan, a warm smile on his face. What's all this commotion about so early in the morning? He asked. Director Xia is here. Zhang Ping's wrinkled face instantly lit up with a wide grin, his stern demeanor vanishing in an instant. The 10 or so lantern bearers present, regardless of their private thoughts, all greeted him respectfully with cupped hands. The past 3 days had given them time to reflect. Xia Chen's appointment as the head of the Eagle Eye Division was an imperial decree, unchangeable by anyone. If not Xia Chen, someone else would have taken the position, as the emperor had begun to harbor suspicions about the internal workings of the lantern bearers. Why are you spreading my poem? Xia Chen frowned slightly. Even as the director, using his position for personal gain seemed inappropriate. Heh. Zhang Ping pointed to the heavens. Rest assured, director. This is an order from above. Hearing this, Xia Chen suddenly understood. His poem, which extolled loyalty to the nation and fearlessness in the face of death, was perfectly timed as tensions in the northwest threatened to escalate into war. The emperor's decision to disseminate the poem was, in essence, a nationwide call to arms through verse. Zhang Ping continued, our Eagle Eye Division is responsible for the capital and its surroundings, while other regions will be covered by our fellow divisions. Within 3 days, your poem will spread throughout the Great Wu Kingdom. By then, your name will resonate across the court and the country. With that, he straightened his posture, then bowed deeply, his voice booming. Congratulations, director, on your eminent fame. Though Cui Hu and Lu Chen's expressions twitched, they didn't fall behind. Leading the others, they all shouted in unison, congratulations, director, on your fame. Brothers, you've all worked hard. Let's go to Dashing Lu for drinks this afternoon. Xia Chen said with a smile, patting Zhang Ping on the shoulder. Zhang Ping, this old fellow does things swiftly. Xia Chen then turned to point at the young man behind him. Let me introduce you, this is my younger brother, Xia Wen. Help him get arranged for the position of a lantern bearer. Just follow the usual procedures. No need for a specific title. He'll just stay by my side as an attendant. Consider today's gathering at Dashing Lu as his initiation banquet. Can you handle it? Zhang Ping gave Xia Wen a once-over. Though the boy had the build of someone around 15 or 16, his face was still youthful and innocent. He gave Zhang Ping a sheepish smile, looking every bit like an inexperienced, naive kid. Zhang Ping glanced back at Xia Chen and quickly replied, with you personally vouching for him, sir, there's no issue at all. He'll have all the paperwork ready before the banquet this afternoon. This was the power of influence what ordinary people would struggle to achieve. Xia Chen could accomplish with a single word. Standing behind Xia Chen, Xia Wen gazed at his third brother with admiration. The lantern bearers were known for their unruly nature, yet his brother had them all under his thumb. Xia Wen silently resolved to learn from his third brother. One day, he too would make anyone who disobeyed him as obedient as a child. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but flash his signature goofy grin. The other lantern bearers exchanged peculiar glances, sizing up Xia Wen. Suddenly, Chui Hu spoke in a low voice. Isn't this the son of Lord Xia Han, the Vice Minister of Rights? Xia Chen didn't deny it, responding frankly, yes, he's my uncle's child. Since we're all colleagues, I'll be upfront, this kid had a falling out with my uncle. He wants to serve the country, but my uncle was firmly against it. After a heated argument at home, the boy ran away. The group's expressions grew even more peculiar, paying little attention to the second half of Xia Chen's explanation. Finally, Chui Hu couldn't hold back and asked, has he already reached the 8th rank? If I recall correctly, the eldest son of Lord Xia Han is only 11 years old this year. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. An 11-year-old reaching the 8th rank was unheard of. After all, the Marquis of Zhendong's household required one to break through the 8th rank before stepping into the world. I'm almost 12 in a few months. Xia Wen stepped out from behind Xia Chen, scratching his head with a silly grin as he spoke. The group felt even more defeated. Was this the strength of the direct bloodline of the Marquis of Zhendong? Some among them were already in their 30s and still stuck at the 8th rank. Everyone, please do me the honor of attending to Xinglu today. Xia Chen clasped his hands in a polite invitation. Despite his courteous demeanor, no one dared to underestimate him. The events of that day were still fresh in their minds. This seemingly warm superior was ruthless and highly capable. It would be our honor to attend young Master Xia Wen's initiation banquet. The lantern bearers quickly returned the gesture, their gazes towards Xia Wen now carrying a hint of respect. Just then, a lantern bearer hurried in to report, Sir, there's someone outside the office named Su Xingchen requesting to see you. He said you invited him. Xia Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. One civil, one martial, they were both in his grasp now. The weather today was magnificent. Indeed, it was a day of great joy. Su Xingchen followed the lantern bearer with heavy steps. His face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot. Yet there was a faint trace of uncontrollable excitement in his expression. The entire night, he had tossed and turned in bed, his thoughts churning relentlessly. It wasn't until dawn that a sudden realization struck him. Xia Chen's deliberate troublemaking was far from a simple prank. As the legitimate son of a marquis, the emperor's son-in-law, and now the head of the lantern bearers, why would Xia Chen target an ordinary Guizigian student without reason? There had to be more to this. Su Xingchen's hands clenched involuntarily as a startling possibility crossed his mind. Xia Chen might have already sensed his intentions to seek out a wise ruler and plot rebellion. What shocked him even more was that, instead of arresting him, Xia Chen had assigned him to work as a clerk. This realization sent a shiver down Su Xingchen's spine. Could it be that Xia Chen or perhaps the entire Xia family harbored rebellious intentions as well? Yet reality seemed to contradict this theory. The Xia family, despite their power, had always outwardly displayed unwavering loyalty to the imperial family. Xia Chen, as the emperor's son-in-law, was highly trusted and favored. Why would they harbor disloyalty? This mystery left Su Xingchen utterly baffled. But he knew one thing for certain: if he recklessly exposed them, it would lead to his own demise. Neither Xia Chen, the Xia family, nor the imperial family, unwilling to sever ties with the Xia family, would ever let him live. Having worked through these thoughts, Su Xingchen surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Only in chaotic times would opportunities arise. Wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for all along? As he stepped into the lantern bearer's office, Su Xingchen carefully observed his surroundings. Contrary to the eerie and sinister reputation it held, the place was bustling with people, appearing rather ordinary. The lantern bearer guiding him stopped in front of a small courtyard and gestured for him to enter alone. Sir. Su Xingchen lightly knocked on the door. Upon receiving permission, he pushed it open and stepped inside. Within the room, a handsome young man was bent over his desk, engrossed in his work. Beside him stood another boy, youthful and curious, who was openly scrutinizing Su Xingchen. Didn't sleep well last night? Xia Chen spoke without lifting his head, yet his words seemed to pierce straight through Su Xingchen's composure. Last night, I was a bit overwhelmed and couldn't sleep well, Su Xingchen replied honestly with a respectful bow, though a wave of reverence surged within him. Xia Chen remained focused on the documents spread across his desk, not even lifting his head. His calm voice carried a chilling undertone, as if it came from the depths of the underworld, making Su Xingchen's heart turn cold. Are you agitated because you think I harbor treasonous intentions? That single sentence sent a shiver down Su Xingchen's spine. Did this man truly possess the ability to read minds? He was relieved that he hadn't entertained the thought of reporting him to the authorities. Otherwise, he might not have made it out of his own home alive. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the realization sank in. Without pausing his work, Xia Chen continued in an even tone. From now on, you'll stay by my side as a clerk, helping me manage case files and records. He paused briefly before adding, your parents are elderly, and you've been away from home for years. In Dewu, filial piety is a cornerstone of our values. Serving your parents is our duty as children. I've purchased a small courtyard near my residence. You can bring your parents from Ping'an County to the capital to live there. Xiao Wan, who had been standing silently nearby, stepped forward and handed Su Xingchen a set of keys. Su Xingchen understood that taking these keys meant stepping onto a path of no return. Whether Xia Chen was a benevolent leader or not, he had no choice but to follow this course. Refusal would lead to imprisonment, and his entire family would face calamity. Thank you, sir, Su Xingchen said respectfully, glancing at Xiao Wan, who offered him a sincere smile, before bowing to Xia Chen. By midday, the entire second floor of the Dasheng restaurant had been reserved by Xia Chen. This establishment was well known in the capital, not only for its delicious food but also for its auspicious name. It often hosted banquets for the wealthy and influential. A commotion rose from the first floor. The whole second floor has been reserved? Who would be so presumptuous? Exactly. My uncle is a deputy minister in the Ministry of Revenue. I'd like to see who dares to act so arrogantly. The owner, Zhang Linda, quickly stepped in to explain. Honored guests, please forgive the inconvenience. The second floor has indeed been reserved by Master Xia, the lantern bearer. Any offense might bring trouble upon us all. The mention of lantern bearer immediately silenced the crowd, their expressions shifting. Zhang Linda wiped the sweat from his brow and added, perhaps you'd prefer to dine on the first floor, or you might try Dishun restaurant across the street. Even the previously boastful young man fell quiet. At the banquet on the second floor, Xia Chen raised his cup and stood. Today, we celebrate the appointment of my younger brother Xiao Wan and our comrade Su Xingchen. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence. I drink first as a gesture of gratitude. Su Xingchen observed his superior, who appeared gracious and approachable, devoid of any airs. Yet, beneath this exterior, Xia Chen commanded absolute authority, leaving no room for dissent. Perhaps this was the true mark of a leader. The atmosphere at the welcome banquet was lively and harmonious. As the guest of honor, Xia Chen naturally became the center of attention. During the feast, the mid-level officials, who were at least at the rank of 100 household leaders, were initially somewhat reserved. However, after a few rounds of drinks, they gradually mustered the courage to approach and toast him. Xia Chen responded to each toast with a warm smile, his approachable demeanor helping to ease the tension among the officials. Previously, many harbored concerns about this overly young superior, fearing he might resort to aggressive measures in pursuit of quick results or even conduct a sweeping purge of lower-level officials. But now, it seemed those worries were unfounded. At another table, Xiao Wan and Su Xingchen were surrounded by officials offering them toasts. Although the two were merely attendants and clerks, everyone knew they were close confidants of Xia Chen. Xiao Wan, in particular, attracted attention as the legitimate son of the Marquis of Zhendong's household. Though his branch of the family no longer held a title, his father was a fourth-rank official. Even more astonishing, this 11-year-old boy had already reached the 8th rank, showcasing extraordinary talent and boundless potential. I can't drink anymore. Go toast Brother Su instead. Xiao Wan, usually sharp-minded, was now visibly tipsy and quickly redirected the toasts towards Su Xingchen. Seeing this, Su Xingchen immediately pretended to be drunk and slumped over the table. At the main table, Xia Chen was seated with Xing Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chan. Zhang Ping, his face flushed, raised his cup and said, My lord, you've been most generous today. We're all brothers here. There's no need to talk about generosity, Xia Chen replied with a smile, clinking glasses with him. Then, he shifted the conversation. It's just that I reserved the entire second floor today, but I didn't expect it wouldn't be fully occupied. The expressions of the three men changed slightly, each lost in thought. Xia Chen continued, The Emperor has entrusted me with a task upon assigning me to the lantern bearers. His candidness caused a visible reaction from the three, even drawing the attention of the usually composed Lu Chan. And what task might that be? Cui Hu asked cautiously. Since being reprimanded by Xia Chen previously, his attitude had become noticeably more respectful. The Emperor mentioned that in recent years, the lantern bearers have been plagued by internal factions and cliques. Everyone's banding together, and their subordinates are practically becoming their private armies. Xia Chen trailed off mid-sentence, casting a meaningful glance at the three, especially Lu Chan. Finally, he patted Zhang Ping and Cui Hu on the shoulders, then turned his gaze toward the visibly uneasy Lu Chan. So, breaking up your subordinates that day was for your own good. I hold all three of you in high regard, and you're all smart people. I'm sure you can understand my well-intentioned efforts. Your Majesty is both compassionate and broad-minded, Xia Chen said in a calm and steady tone. Though you are Lu Li's adopted son, you are still just the Tan adopted son. As long as you don't make any mistakes during this sensitive period, these issues won't be too significant. Lu Chun swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, he finally understood why His Majesty had brought in a young outsider to join the lantern bearers. It was a calculated move. The young are often impulsive, eager to prove themselves, and ruthless when it comes to action. This sharp blade was meant to cut down the faction loyal to his adoptive father, Lu Li. As Lu Li's adopted son, he himself should have been on that list for purging. Given the current sensitive circumstances, you are no longer suitable to serve as the leader of the Lihua Hall, Xia Chen said, his gaze steady on Lu Chun. Would you be willing to step down and serve as my attendant for the time being? Lu Chun remained silent. Xia Chen didn't resort to forceful measures or fabricated charges. Instead, he used calm words to strip Lu Chun of all his power. This was far more severe than dispersing his subordinates earlier. Yet Lu Chun knew he had no other choice and even had to feel grateful beyond all rights. He should have been the first target for elimination. To merely lose his position was already a tremendous mercy. I am willing, my lord, Lu Chun said, lifting his cup and speaking in a low voice. From now on, I will serve as your attendant, repaying you for sparing my life. Over the past 3 days, everyone had come to understand that Xia Chen carried the imperial token, representing the will of His Majesty. This was why their initial hostility had turned into meek submission. They had no choice but to comply. And with that, Xia Chen had successfully executed a coup of power over a cup of wine. Old Zheng. Xia Chen turned to Zheng Ping. Zheng Ping trembled and quickly declared, My lord, I swear I am not part of Lu Li's faction. Please see this clearly. But I, too, am willing to relinquish my position as hall leader and serve as your attendant. He was terrified that Xia Chen might use this as an excuse to accuse him of being a faction member. Haha, old Zheng, I'm not some bloodthirsty tyrant. No need to be so nervous, Xia Chen said casually, picking up a piece of beef. I just wanted to ask Jinsong and Li Yu. They seem to be aligned with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, don't they? Zhang Ping relaxed slightly but remained cautious. I truly don't know about such matters, my lord, and I dare not speak about the Crown Prince or the Third Prince. However, for the Crown Prince or any prince to interfere with the lantern bearers would indeed be a grave crime. We lantern bearers are loyal only to His Majesty. Interesting, Xia Chen said with a faint smile. You're a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division. As someone new here, there are still many rules I need to learn from you. For example, today I invited all members of the Eagle Eye Division to a banquet. You 3 came, but they brought their subordinates and didn't show up themselves. What do you think that means? Cui Hu and Lu Chen's expressions grew tense. They knew the crucial moment had arrived. Disrespecting their superior and forming cliques, this is a serious crime. Zhang Ping said with a solemn expression. And what would be the appropriate punishment for such behavior? Forming cliques and factions punishable by death, Zhang Ping said without hesitation. Confiscate their property, exile the men, and send the women to the Imperial Entertainment Bureau. At these words, even Cui Hu and Lu Chun gave Zhang Ping a deep look. Was this truly the same old Zheng, who usually greeted everyone with a smiling face and prided himself on harmonious dealings? Xia Chen, smiling as he picked up a piece of beef, asked thoughtfully, but what if they really are people working for the Crown Prince and the Third Prince? How should we handle that? Cui Hu and Lu Chen immediately sensed that this was no casual question. Their expressions turned serious. Lu Chen glanced at Zhang Ping, waiting for his response. The lantern bearers answered directly to His Majesty. Zhang Ping chuckled softly, his tone firm. For the Crown Prince or the Third Prince to interfere with the lantern bearers would be a grave taboo. I doubt they would take such a risk to plant their people among us. He paused briefly, his gaze sharp. But Chunsong and Li Yu are arrogant to the extreme. They seem more like Lu Li's allies. We cannot allow such factions to exist within the lantern bearers. Ha ha ha. Xia Chen laughed heartily. Master Zhang is absolutely right. How could the Crown Prince or the Third Prince meddle with the lantern bearers? One is the Crown Prince, the other is the Third Prince. Surely they wouldn't resort to treason? It seems these rumors are truly baseless. Cui Hu and Lu Chun caught the underlying meaning in Xia Chen's words, their faces subtly changing. Xia Chen looked around at everyone, his gaze finally resting on Cui Hu and Lu Chun. With Master Zheng's guidance, I'm reassured. Cui Hu, Lu Chun, you heard him. This afternoon, assist Master Zhang in taking Li Yu and Chen Song into custody. As for the 100-man and 1,000-man commanders from their divisions who didn't attend this banquet, have them all detained in the Lantern Bearers' prison. Can you manage that? Sir, Zhang Ping quickly interjected. Such matters can be left to these 2 young men. This old body of mine hasn't led a team in over a decade. I'm afraid I might only cause trouble. Master Zhang, Xia Chen cut off his protest firmly. It's precisely because they're young that they might not command enough authority. You, on the other hand, have deep experience and a stellar reputation in the Eagle Eye Division. This task is yours, no question about it. Besides, with you and me backing this, what could possibly go wrong? Cui Hu caught on clearly, His superior held Zhang Ping in high regard. Reflecting on Zhang Ping's unshakable status in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years, he began to understand. Lowering his head, he quietly resumed eating, inwardly agreeing with the arrangement. Indeed, Zhang Ping was the right person to take the lead. Xia Chen left Dushing Tower with Xia Wan, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, Xia Hao, and Li Shi. Cui Hu slid open the paper window, standing by it on the second floor. He reached out to feel the wind brushing past his fingers as he gazed at the bustling streets of the capital city, Dao. In a low voice, he murmured, "The wind is picking up. Everyone's had their fill, right?" Lu Chun, still seated at the table, asked in a steady and commanding tone. "Yes, we're full." The group responded in unison, rising to their feet. Lu Chun turned to Zhang Ping, his demeanor respectful. "Master Zhang, the commander has instructed us to assist you. Please, tell us how we should proceed." Cui Hu stepped away from the window, clasping his fists in agreement. "Master Zhang, just give us your orders. We'll do our utmost to assist you. With your wealth of experience, we'll follow your lead." Zhang Ping looked at the two unruly subordinates standing before him, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. These two troublemakers usually showed him, their superior, no respect, dismissing him as someone who rose to his position purely by seniority. But now, with a move against the crown prince and the third prince in the works, they suddenly knew how to act submissive. "You two, return to the Yamen immediately and mobilize all available personnel," Zhang Ping ordered in a low, firm voice. "He'll assign people to assist you. Remember, act swiftly and quietly. Once you apprehend the targets, disarm them immediately and lock them up in the Lantern Bearer's prison. No one is allowed near them." "Understood." Lu Chun and Cui Hu responded in unison. The Lantern Bearers present didn't know the specifics of the mission, but they could feel the storm brewing. Interestingly, it seemed that this time, they were going to become the storm itself. This was the kind of advantage that came with having the right leader. By the afternoon, the entire Lantern Bearer's Yamen was in an uproar. 2 divisions of the Eagle Eye Department, from captains to division heads, were completely taken down. Some attempted to resist and nearly lost their lives on the spot. A few captains were even publicly disarmed and arrested in front of everyone. This scene sent a wave of unease rippling through the ranks of the Lantern Bearers. However, since the events were confined to the Eagle Eye Department, others felt a slight sense of relief. "This new Chief Xia is ruthless," someone murmured. 2 division heads, over 50 captains, and more than a dozen commanders all taken down in one sweep. That's an impressive move. Young people are bold, that's for sure. Li Yu and Chen Song are definitely done for this time. The other divisions were all shaken by Xia Chen's decisive and forceful actions. However, questions soon arose. What charges are being used? Even as the chief, he can't just arrest so many lantern bearers without cause, right? At this point, someone leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "I heard that Chen Song and Li Yu might be connected to the crown prince and the third prince." A collective gasp swept through the group. "Wait a second," someone questioned. "Shouldn't something like that be top secret? How come everyone seems to know about it now? Who cares if it's true or not? Let's just treat it as gossip," another person said, pointing upward with a subtle gesture, hinting that this might be the emperor's plan. "When it comes to power struggles among the high-ranking figures, it's best for us to stay out of it." Hearing this, the group collectively shrank back, no longer daring to discuss the matter further. In the dimly lit corridors of the 3rd level of the Lantern Bearer's prison, angry roars echoed through the darkness. "Let me out. Who gave you the audacity to arrest me? Where's the arrest warrant? I am a hall master." A furious voice bellowed from within a cell. Xia Chen had just stepped into the corridor when Xia Wen strode forward and delivered a heavy kick to the door of cell 48. The iron door let out a dull clang, revealing Li Yu locked inside. "Xia Chen, what gives you the right to arrest us?" Li Yu's bloodshot eyes glared at Xia Chen through the iron bars. "You're abusing your power, misusing your authority, and seeking personal revenge. I will report this to the Commander General. Even if you are the imperial son-in-law, His Majesty won't spare you." Xia Chen remained silent, which only fueled Li Yu's arrogance. His voice grew louder and more defiant. Finally, Xia Chen spoke, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "Are you certain His Majesty won't spare me?" The question drained the confidence from Li Yu in an instant, and he no longer dared to shout. As Xia Chen passed by cell 23, Chen Song, who had been sitting lifelessly inside, suddenly lit up. He rushed to the bars, gripping them tightly. "I've been dealing with the Crown Prince's men," Xia Chen remarked, his tone casual as he lightly patted Chen Song's cheek with a mocking air. The words struck Chen Song like a thunderclap. His pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His entire body felt as though it had been plunged into icy water. In that moment, everything became painfully clear. As the head of the Lantern Bearers, he had naively believed he could pull off such a grand deception. Recruiting the lantern bearers while colluding with the crown prince, such treasonous actions could never escape the emperor's watchful eyes. Xia Chen continued in a tone that was almost tender, the emperor is still on the throne, and yet the crown prince is already so eager to ascend? Using the lantern bearers to force his way to power? A playful smile tugged at his lips. Now that you've been caught, do you think the crown prince will go to the trouble of rescuing you? Or would it be easier for him to send someone to silence you permanently? Hearing this, Qian Song's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the damp, cold floor of the prison cell. Xia Chen, however, merely let out a chilling laugh before turning and walking away. He hadn't come to the prison today for the likes of Chen Song or Li Yue, minor players in the grand scheme. His purpose here was far more significant. Sir, we've arrived. This is where Yu Shaoqian is being held, the jailer announced, opening the door to a dim, shadowy cell. Harsh light poured in, startling awake a prisoner with a thick beard and a pale complexion. This was none other than Yu Shaoqian, the scholar who, 2 years prior, had led the students of the Imperial Academy in petitioning the emperor to adopt a policy of non-intervention and cease military campaigns. Greetings, my lord, Yu Shaoqian said respectfully, bowing. The sharpness and defiance of his past had been worn down by 2 years of imprisonment. Xia Chen observed the man before him, clad in tattered prison garments, yet still exuding a faint air of scholarly dignity. Do you regret your words from back then? He asked quietly. If given another chance, I would still present my petition, Yu Shaoqian replied, his back straightening. However, I would choose a more cautious approach. I would first earn my credentials and join the Hanlin Academy, then confront the court directly about why they disregard the suffering of the people. The realm does not belong to one man alone. If we persist in endless warfare, the great Wu dynasty is doomed to fall. Xia Chen gazed at the young man who, despite enduring the hardships of imprisonment, had not wavered in his convictions. After a moment, he murmured softly, when the people prosper, they suffer. When the dynasty falls, they suffer. Hearing these words, a spark of light ignited in Yu Shaoqian's eyes. From this day forward, you are released, Xia Chen declared as he turned to leave. You will serve as a clerk by my side. The sudden turn of events left Yu Shaoqian frozen in place, staring blankly at Xia Chen's retreating figure. He could hardly believe it that he truly regained his freedom. In the second-floor dungeon of the Lantern Bearers, a young man, filthy and shackled, was leaning against the wall, fast asleep. Zhang Wenliao, get up! The sudden shout jolted Zhang Wenliao awake. He instinctively rolled over and sat up. Is it evening already? Have we had dinner? He muttered, clutching his growling stomach as the hunger grew more unbearable. 2 years of imprisonment had stripped him of all hope. As a petty thug, the thought of leaving the Lantern Bearers' prison alive had long been abandoned. With no grand ambitions, he now only wished to survive, taking it one day at a time. Out! A lantern bearer with a white badge at his waist opened the cell door and spoke expressionlessly. Sir, I've told you everything I know. Zhang Wenliao stammered, trembling at the sight of the open door. I was deceived at the time. I never intended to obstruct the lantern bearers, let alone lay a hand on them. It was all a misunderstanding, I swear. He vividly remembered the methods of the lantern bearers when he first arrived. The excruciating pain had left him writhing like a dying dog for 2 or 3 months before he barely clung to life. Out! Someone important wants to see you, the lantern bearer said, raising his whip but hesitating to strike, mindful of the esteemed figure waiting outside. Please, don't kill me. Zhang Wenliao's legs trembled as he stepped out of the cell, immediately noticing 3 figures standing outside. The sight of the young man leading the group left him speechless. In his 20-some years of life, he had never seen such an extraordinary appearance, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The thought made him kneel even lower. Xia Chen frowned as he looked at the cowering man before him, silently questioning if this was truly the future star destined to shine on the battlefield. Lift your head, Xia Chen commanded in a deep voice. Zhang Wenliao cautiously raised his head, his heart pounding with unease. Zhang Wenliao, from today onward, you will serve as my personal guard, Xia Chen stated calmly. Behind him, Xia Wen glanced at the scruffy man in confusion, unable to fathom why his third brother had chosen him. Compared to Yu Shaoqian, the talented scholar from the Imperial Academy who had recently joined them, this fellow didn't even seem capable of defending himself, let alone serving as a guard. Dressed in prison garb, Yu Shaoqian also observed the new companion silently, wondering what made him special. Zhang Wenliao stood frozen in place, staring in bewilderment at the 3 figures walking away, unsure of how to react. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the master's orders? The lantern bearer snapped impatiently. Do you want to keep eating prison food? Don't tell me you've mistaken the lantern bearer's dungeon for a retirement home. The harsh words snapped Zhang Wenliao out of his shock. I can leave just like that? Zhang Wenliao stood rooted to the spot, hesitant and filled with doubt. His eyes betrayed his disbelief. He had long heard of the notorious reputation of the lantern bearers. Prison, how could they let anyone go so easily? His mind raced. Could this be a trap? Were they letting him go on purpose, only to execute him on charges of escape? But as soon as the thought surfaced, he shook his head to dismiss it. If the lantern bearer wanted him dead, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in an unusually tidy prison uniform appeared before them. He looked to be in his 30s, with a neatly groomed beard, and he was now kneeling respectfully in front of Xia Chen. "Greetings, my lord." The man's voice was steady and full of strength. Xia Chen studied Xin Shuiyan carefully. Despite spending 3 years in prison and losing his vast fortune, this man still carried an unmistakable air of composure and dignity. Your wealth was confiscated, and you've been imprisoned for 3 years, yet you've maintained such a mindset and bearing. Impressive, Xia Chen remarked. Walking silently behind them, Zhang Wenliao couldn't help but swallow hard. Compared to Shen Shuiyan, his earlier behavior seemed utterly disgraceful. For the first time in his life, he felt a deep sense of shame. "Thank you for your praise, my lord," Shen Shuiyan said sincerely, his forehead pressed against the ground. "Death comes to us all. What is there to fear? 3 years ago, I did not die, which means my fortune has not yet run out. These 3 years of waiting have finally led me to a wise and just leader. You knew I would come to save you?" Xia Chen was a little surprised. Could someone out there be even more adept at foreseeing the future than he was? Shen Shuiyan explained, "I did not know your identity, my lord, nor did I know you would come for me today. But over the past 3 years, except for the time I was nearly beaten to death upon my imprisonment, no one has paid me any attention. It seems that in the eyes of that powerful figure, I am nothing more than an ant. All he wanted was my fortune. My life or death was of no consequence to him." He continued, "At the beginning of my imprisonment, I was indeed in utter despair and even considered ending my own life. But eventually, I chose to gamblito bet that one day, I would meet someone who appreciated my understanding of commerce and trade. So I had to stay alive, even if it meant barely surviving in prison. Whether it took 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, as long as there was a sliver of hope, I would hold on." Shen Shuiyan bowed deeply, his voice filled with conviction. "I humbly ask you, my lord, to accept me. Let me serve as your beast of burden, your dog. From this day forward, you are my master. I ask for nothing else but a place to stay and a chance to prove my worth." These words made Zhang Wenliao feel even more ashamed of himself. He hadn't even expressed his basic gratitude yet. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian silently reflected. Though he deeply appreciated Xia Chen's act of saving his life, the pride of a scholar would never allow him to utter words like, "be your dog." He resolved to repay the debt through his actions instead. Xia Chen looked at Shen Shuiyan, who was kneeling on the ground, and nodded slightly. "Stand up. From now on, I will be your support." Hearing this, Shen Shuiyan immediately kowtowed again, pressing his forehead to the ground to express his gratitude. At that moment, a crisp system notification sounded in Xia Chen's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, player, for gathering 5 exceptional individuals. The requirements for the Dynasty Conquest version have been met. Would you like to proceed with the update?" A semi-transparent system panel appeared in front of Xia Chen. After a quick glance, he calmly shifted his gaze to the people before him: Shen Shuiyan, Zhang Wenliao, Xia Wan, and Yu Shaoqian, along with Su Xingchen, who was currently organizing documents in the room. Together, they made up the 5. "My system is upgrading directly from the spiritual revival version to Dynasty Conquest. This progress is truly ahead of the curve," Xia Chen thought to himself. It was already at version 3.0, and with this upgrade, it's likely jumping straight to 4.0. "Let's go." Xia Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood evidently excellent. He had come to the dungeon today specifically for these 3, but unexpectedly, he had also triggered the system upgrade requirements. Silently following behind the young man, Shen Shuiyan was deeply shaken. This dungeon, known as the Lantern Keeper Prison, was infamous as an 18 levels of hell. Once someone was imprisoned for over a month, it was nearly impossible to leave alive. Yet this seemingly teenage boy could grant him freedom with just a word. Such power was truly astonishing. As they walked, every lantern keeper they passed greeted respectfully, "Master Xia." Xia Chen responded with a simple nod. This scene left Yu Shaoqian and the others even more surprised. Having been imprisoned for years, they had no idea when such a young and powerful figure had emerged in the capital. Upon reaching the hall on the first basement level of the dungeon, Xia Chen addressed a middle-aged man sipping tea. "Hall Masterly, I'm taking these 3 with me. I'll handle the paperwork myself." The hall master, who oversaw levels 1 to 3 of the dungeon, immediately stood up upon hearing this and replied respectfully, "Master Xia, you can take them directly. I'll take care of the paperwork myself and ensure the release documents are delivered to your residence by this evening." "Thank you, Hall Masterly. Make sure the procedures are handled properly. They'll treat you to a drink another day." Xia Chen said with a smile before turning to leave. Behind him, Yu Shaoqian and the other two listened to the exchange, their astonishment growing. Though their perspectives differed, they were all sharp enough to discern Xia Chen's extraordinary status so young, yet already a Lantern Keeper director. The only mystery was which division he commanded. I've been locked up for over 2 years, and the world outside has changed so much. This young master, barely in his teens, already controls one of the 9 divisions. With such favor, he's destined to be a key figure in the dynasty's future, Yu Shaoqian silently speculated. Yu Shaoqian stood still, his gaze deep and contemplative. 2 years in prison had completely transformed this once idealistic man. He now understood with clarity that the salvation of the nation could not rely on others. True strength and the ability to wield real power were the only paths forward. Having shed his scholarly idealism, he had become a pragmatic doer, fully grasping the intricacies of power and influence. Not far away, Shen Shuiyin could barely conceal his excitement. The young department chief surely had extraordinary connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the emperor's trust to such an extent. 3 years behind bars had not broken him, but instead propelled him to make remarkable progress in the art of commerce. Shun had meticulously refined a comprehensive business plan in his mind, waiting only for the right moment to bring it to life. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenliao was immersed in the joy of finding a powerful ally. At this point, his perspective remained narrow, and his ambitions had yet to fully emerge. Following his original trajectory, it would take another 2 or 3 years before he caught the attention of Yao Guang, with his true moment of glory still more than a decade away. But now, the gears of destiny had already begun to shift. Boss, do you really need to treat the department chief of the Eagle Eye Bureau with such deference? Sure, his rank is higher, but he's not your direct superior after all. A subordinate, 100 household officer, remarked as he observed the unusually respectful demeanor of Hall Master Li. Hall Master Li glanced around and lowered his voice. Do you know how many people were thrown into prison today? 2 hall masters at my rank, for starters. This chief, Xia, may appear amicable on the surface, but his methods are ruthless. Over 500 household officers were detained just today. Won't actions like these create unrest among the ranks? The subordinate's face showed concern. Some have already gone to Commander Ma Song to plead for leniency, but not only were they turned away, a few hall masters who spoke out of turn were punished with beatings, Li said meaningfully. This man is the emperor's son-in-law. One day, the entire Lantern Keepers organization might bear the Xia name. Even if he doesn't oversee us now, we must avoid offending him at all costs. When Xia Chen returned to the office compound with his team, he saw Su Xingchen deeply engrossed in reviewing case files. The young investigator displayed remarkable talent in solving cases, able to pinpoint critical details with just a glance. Watching Su's swift and fluid workflow, Cui Hu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He thought to himself, where on earth did Chief Xia find such an extraordinary detective? Sir. As soon as Cui Hu saw Xia Chen enter, he immediately stood up and saluted. Su Xingchen, who had been reviewing documents, also put down his pen and respectfully rose to his feet at the sound. Xia Chen gave a slight nod. At that moment, Lu Chen hurried in and promptly reported, Sir, all personnel involved in forming factions for personal gain have been arrested. I await your instructions on the next steps. Xia Chen seated himself at the head of the table, his expression calm as he issued the order, begin interrogations and gather evidence. Those with severe offenses shall be executed, while those with minor infractions will have their positions as lantern bearers revoked. As for Chansong and Li Yu, they will be dealt with as accomplices of Lu Li. Over the years as hall masters, they must have left behind incriminating evidence. Investigate thoroughly and present the findings to the commanding officer. Though Xia Chen spoke with an unhurried tone, his words sent a chill through everyone present. Su Xingchen and the others, in particular, felt the weight of Xia Chen's authority. With just a few sentences, he determined the fates of 2 hall masters and dozens of centurions and sub-centurions. Some of these individuals may have committed only minor errors, but in the realm of political strife, aligning with the wrong side inevitably led to such outcomes. Lu Chun felt a cold shiver run through him. Were it not for Xia Chen's protection, he, as Lu Li's adopted son, would have likely been the first to be purged, rather than Li Yu and Chen Song, who had weaker ties to Lu Li. In just a few words, he had narrowly escaped death, leaving him both shaken and grateful. You may go about your duties, Xia Chen gestured dismissively. Lu Chun and Cui Hu immediately withdrew from the courtyard. Turning to Su Xingchen, Xia Chen asked, How are you finding it? Fairly manageable. These case files aren't overly complicated, Su Xingchen replied modestly. With his sharp intellect, he indeed found it easy to untangle the logical inconsistencies in the cases. Not bad, Xia Chen nodded, then gestured to a few individuals still dressed in prison garb behind him. Let me introduce you. This is Yu Shaoqian, also a former student of the Imperial Academy. From now on, you will work together to assist me in handling documents. Su Xingchen had already taken notice of the group. Smiling, he greeted. A pleasure to meet you, Brother Shoujing. 2 years ago, your bold memorial to the throne was truly admirable. It seems fortune has come from misfortune, as you've now found salvation under the care of Sir Xia. You know me? Yu Shaoqian looked at him in surprise. I'm also from the Imperial Academy. When you submitted your memorial, I was still studying there, Su Xingqian explained. Noticing Yu Xiaoqian's hesitation, Su Xingqian added, I kept a low profile at the academy and avoided socializing. It's quite natural that you wouldn't know me. Yu Shaoqian regarded Su Xingqian thoughtfully. This man clearly knew of him, yet had never stood out at the academy. He must either lack talent or be exceptionally discreet. Considering Xia Chen's evident trust in him, it was undoubtedly the latter. Yu Shaoqian and Su Xingqian's conversation grew increasingly engaging. From Confucian classics to national policies, and then to the affairs of the world, their dialogue revealed a sense of mutual understanding, as if they had long been destined to meet. As future colleagues, both were quietly assessing each other. During the exchange, Su Xingqian had to admit that this Yu Shoujing, once renowned at the Imperial Academy, truly lived up to his reputation. Despite enduring 2 years of imprisonment, his knowledge remained intact, and he had even gained a profound air of enlightenment. Su couldn't help but admire Xia Chen's discerning eye, though a thought crossed his mind. Could this Marquis, who was gathering talented individuals, truly harbor ambitions beyond what they seemed? Meanwhile, Xia Chen was engaged in another conversation with Zhang Wenliao. Can you read? No. The 21-year-old man with a gang background replied bluntly, shaking his head. Xia Chen glanced at the two scholars, still deep in conversation, and immediately called out, Shoujing. Yes, sir. Yu Shaoqian responded promptly, stepping forward. For the next few days, aside from handling documents, spend 2 hours a day teaching Zhang Wenliao how to read and write. Within a month, he must recognize all commonly used characters. Yu Shaoqian cast a surprised look at the rough-edged Zhang Wenliao, wondering if it was a waste of his abilities to teach such a man literacy. But he still replied without hesitation, understood. Sir, didn't you say I'd be working as a guard? I'm just a rough man reading and writing. That's not really. Zhang Wenliao muttered awkwardly. You, a martial artist of the 9th rank, protecting me? Who's guarding whom here? Xia Chen raised an eyebrow in challenge. Zhang Wenliao's face flushed red with embarrassment. Nearby, Xiaowen burst out laughing. Third brother is right at your level. You can't even beat me, he teased, slapping Zhang Wenliao on the shoulder with such force that it left half his arm numb. Zhang Wenliao was stunned. This seemingly young boy possessed such astonishing strength. Xiaowen, you have your own task, Xia Chen said, turning to Xiaowen. Starting tomorrow, teach them the Zhuyang military strategy, using the method our elders taught you. Third brother, teaching them strategy is fine, but it's so dull. I'd rather practice my fists and become unbeatable in combat. Xiaowen exclaimed, throwing punches into the air with youthful exuberance. Xia Chen's expression turned serious. A true man should aspire to be an army's match. No matter how powerful your fists are, can you single-handedly defeat an entire army? In the next 30 years, martial prowess will still matter, but strategy is the ultimate path. If you truly master military strategy to a transcendent level, when leading troops into battle, even the Grand Master of the Celestial Master Sect or the Abbot Longshu of Tianlong Temple would have to avoid your edge. That is the true meaning of being an army's match. These words filled Xiaowan and Zhang Wenliao with awe. Even Yu Shaoqian and Su Xingqian set aside their earlier underestimations. Su Xingqian, in particular, noticed an intriguing detail Xia Chen specifically mentioned, the next 30 years. Was this a subtle hint that the situation would change after 30 years? The room fell into silence after Xia Chen's words, with shock written all over everyone's faces. Even the youngest, Xiaowan, widened his eyes in astonishment. Although he wasn't particularly interested in military strategy, being a direct descendant of the Marquis family meant he had been required to study it as a foundational course since childhood. His theoretical understanding already surpassed that of many others. Military strategy is vast and profound. It is the righteous path, Xia Chen said solemnly. Whether it's martial arts, Confucian teachings, magic, or witchcraft, none can rival military strategy in direct confrontation. A true master of military strategy can lead an army where the energy of the troops is united as one. Some generals can even manifest a military soul. Once the military soul emerges, it wards off evil and repels enemies. Even a top-tier expert could be slain on the spot if careless. Are you referring to the use of military formations, third brother? Xiaowen's eyes lit up, though his expression quickly turned doubtful. The Marquis household indeed had various military formations, and he had learned some of them. These formations undoubtedly enhanced the combat strength of the troops, but he had never heard of anything like a military soul. When the time comes, you'll understand, Xia Chen said with a profound smile. For now, focus on building a solid foundation. Though he didn't elaborate further, both Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian took his words to heart. Xia Chen then turned to Shen Shuiyin, who had been standing silently to the side. Do you know the task I have for you? He asked. My lord saved me from the prison because you value my expertise in commerce. Shen Shuiyin replied respectfully, bowing his head. I am willing to serve you with my life. Among those present, Shen Shuiyin was the oldest and the most adept at showcasing his abilities. In an era where merchants held low status, he knew he had to seize every opportunity to prove his worth, especially in front of scholars from the Imperial Academy and the noble offspring of the capital. Good. I have 1,000 taels of silver here, Xia Chen said. Tomorrow, I'll have the lantern bearers collect some tribute money from the capital's underworld to make up a total of 5,000 taels. Do you have the confidence to create a gold-gathering basin for me? As long as my lord shields me from interference by the capital's elites, I guarantee that within 3 months, you will see results. Shen Shuiyin declared firmly. Haha, go ahead and do it. Leave the business matters to you and everything else to me, Xia Chen said cheerfully. Including Lu Chun, he now had 6 exceptional individuals under his command. Although they hadn't fully pledged their loyalty, once they were within his grasp, how could they escape? With this thought, Xia Chen stood up and entered the inner courtyard, preparing to begin upgrading his system. After carefully studying the interface, he made his decision without hesitation. System, initiate the upgrade. System upgrade to Dynasty Conquest, version in progress. Estimated time, 1 day. A line of small text appeared on the interface. Xia Chen was in no rush and decided to wait patiently for the day to pass. By evening, Li Tangzhu from the dungeon proved efficient as expected, personally delivering 3 release documents to Xia Chen's courtyard. Thank you for your hard work, Master Li. It is my honor to serve Master Xia. Li Yugong's face lit up with a warm and sincere smile. After speaking, he tactfully took his leave. Xia Chen handed 3 documents to the 3 individuals standing before him. From now on, you are free men. Thank you, Master. The 3 of them accepted the documents in unison, their voices trembling with excitement. At that moment, they felt the raw power of authority more vividly than ever. It's about time to wrap things up for the day, Xia Chen said. Yesterday, I bought the courtyard next door. I intended it for Su Xingchen and his family, but for tonight, the 3 of you can stay there. The 3 expressed their gratitude once again. Xia Chen then turned to Su Xingchen. What about you? Are you heading back to the Imperial Academy tonight, or? Of course, I'll stay with my colleagues. Su Xingchen immediately replied, clearly understanding the importance of not seeking special treatment. Xia Chen nodded in approval. As dusk fell, Xia Chen and his party rode out of the office on horseback. The sun had already set, and the evening shadows deepened. They traveled along the central avenue, entered Weiyang Street, and then turned onto Changle Street, approaching their destination. Just as they were about to turn into an alley, a figure dressed in black suddenly stepped into their path. Xia Qian immediately urged his horse forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Xia Wen, brimming with excitement, raised his fists and moved closer. Zhang Wenliao, realizing he was the designated bodyguard, quickly followed suit, though inwardly he felt a pang of anxiety. If someone dared to block Master Xia's path, they were likely a formidable opponent. As a mere 9th-rank martial artist, Zhang feared he might perish right after being released from prison. There's no need for alarm, Master Xia, the figure in black said calmly. My master wishes to have a word with you. Would you be willing to dismount for a brief conversation? Xia Chen scrutinized the man briefly before dismounting with composure. Xia Qian protested. Young master, you shouldn't. We don't know who they are. Don't worry, Xia Chen replied with a faint smile. If he truly harbors murderous intent and can conceal it entirely, he would at least be a 4th-rank expert. At that level, being on horseback wouldn't make any difference. As someone who had already broken through to the 6th rank, Xia Chen spoke with confidence. While the outside world still believed him to be an 8th-rank martial artist, he had secretly advanced 2 ranks. He was confident in facing even a 5th-rank opponent. As for the top 3 ranks, any intruder of that caliber in the capital would inevitably provoke the wrath of Longshu and the elder celestial master. The man in black glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. Master Xia, I bring greetings from my master. We mean no harm. Does your master reside in that direction, or that one? Xia Chen gestured toward the east and northeast. Master Xia is indeed perceptive. The man in black pointed toward the east, inwardly surprised at Xia Chen's ability to deduce his master's identity. Then, may I ask why your master seeks me out today? Is it to ask for leniency? My master understands that your actions today were not intentional and holds no grudge. Back then, my master laid down a seemingly insignificant move, knowing it came with risks. Now, it is no longer relevant. However, the matter has significant implications and should not be investigated further. It would be detrimental to all parties. Therefore, my master requests a small favor from you. As he spoke, the man in black made a slicing gesture across his neck. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at the man in black, then shifted his gaze toward the direction of the Eastern Palace. Although he had anticipated such an event and even mentioned it to Chen Song, the Eastern Palace's urgency in silencing someone, and their direct approach, still caught him slightly off guard. On second thought, though, it made sense. The Crown Prince was clearly a clever man. He understood that Xia Chen was merely a blade in Emperor Wen's hand, a tool to sever their connections to the lantern bearers. Precisely because of this, the Crown Prince dared to boldly send someone to request Xia Chen's assistance in handling the issue. My lord and my master are on close terms. We are like family. One day, my master will invite you for a drink, the man in black said respectfully. Xia Chen smiled faintly. Drinking won't be necessary. While the relationship is close, you know my current position is sensitive, and there are many inconveniences. As for the matter you mentioned, it's not a big problem. However, having them die in prison does seem a bit crude. I was the one who captured them, and I am the one handling this case. Rest assured, it won't implicate your master. Just go back and report. He was well aware of Emperor Wen's stance. The emperor wanted to sever the crown prince's and the third prince's ties to the lantern bearers, but didn't want to stir up a public commotion. If the court were to learn that two princes were meddling with the lantern bearers, it could be misconstrued as treasonous intent. This would not only be a scandal for the royal family, but also deeply embarrassing for Emperor Wen. The emperor had confidence in his control over the situation. Even if the crown prince and the third prince had touched this sensitive organization, he only intended to give them a minor lesson. Knowing this, Xia Chen decided to go along with the flow and do the crown prince a favor. At this point, the crown prince was clearly unaware of the emperor's true intentions, which explained his anxiety and concern about potential attacks on the Eastern Palace. The man in black was overjoyed at Xia Chen's response. He had expected to have to argue his case, but Xia Chen's straightforwardness surprised him. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Lord Xia. For today's favor, my master will surely repay you in the future. With that, he bowed respectfully and took his leave. As he rode on horseback, Xia Chen spoke bluntly to his companions. That man in black was from the Eastern Palace. They want me to silence Chen Song. The group was shocked, but it didn't take long for them to understand why the Eastern Palace would resort to such ruthless measures against one of their own. Ruthless, yes, but at least decisive though lacking the qualities of a true leader, Su Xingchen remarked in a low voice. His bold statement stunned the others. He dared to speak so openly about the crown prince. Yu Shaoqian shot a deep glance at Su Xingchen, clearly surprised by his classmate's audacity. Xia Chen, however, remained expressionless and refrained from commenting, evidently skilled in the art of discretion. Su Xingchen, noticing this, seemed disappointed. He had deliberately made that remark to test whether Xia Chen harbored any disloyalty. As Xia Chen urged his horse forward, he suddenly chuckled and said, "Wait and see, there might be a second guest tonight. Will the third prince also send someone to silence us?" Yu Shaoqian asked, his voice carrying a hint of unease. Having just learned from Su Xingchen about Xia Chen's true identity, he was still reeling from the revelation his superior turned out to be none other than the son-in-law from the Marquis of Zhendong's household. Huh. Xia Chen let out a hearty laugh, snapping his whip to urge his horse forward. Sure enough, that very night, someone came knocking. Without revealing their identity, they bluntly requested Xia Chen to ensure that Liu met a silent end in the prison. Xia Chen agreed with a smile, mentally noting down the favor owed by the third prince. Your foresight is remarkable, my lord, Yu Shaoqian remarked in admiration, holding a cup of tea as they sat in the courtyard. It's just human nature, Xia Chen replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, his gaze sweeping over the people gathered in the courtyard. This place is indeed a bit cramped. Once our commercial plans take off, we'll buy the surrounding courtyards and renovate them one for each of you. Then we'll have to trouble Mr. Shan with that task, Yu Shaoqian said, bowing slightly toward Shenhui. Still, this place is already 100 times better than a prison. Mr. Yu, I'm just a merchant and hardly worthy of such a title, Shen Shuiyan quickly responded, returning the gesture. Su Xingchen raised his teacup with a smile. Mr. Shen, you're far too modest. Merchants are the foundation of a nation. Without commerce, there is no prosperity. The Lord holds you in high regard, and we'll all be relying on you for our daily needs in the future. Watching Shen Shuiyan, once looked down upon by scholars, now receiving such praise from two of the nation's most promising talents, Xia Chen felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. This was precisely why he had arranged for everyone to live together, foster camaraderie through shared daily life. The next morning, Xia Chen shifted his focus to personnel appointments. With the positions of hundreds and thousands of households across the two major divisions now vacant, rebuilding was imminent, and he needed to personally select trustworthy candidates. While document approval could be delegated to Su Xingchen and Yuan Qian, Xia Chen was determined to keep the authority over personnel appointments firmly in his hands. By the afternoon, a comprehensive list of potential candidates was finally compiled. Just as he finished reviewing it, a crisp notification suddenly echoed in his mind. System upgrade to the Kingdom Conquest version complete. New features added. Please check for details. In the room, Xia Chen's spirits lifted as the system interface before him suddenly flickered, revealing a brand new list of features. Eagerly, he began to explore the detailed descriptions of these new functionalities. The first was the detection feature. The system categorized outstanding individuals into 4 levels: second-class talents 8089, first-class talents 9094, top-class talents 9599, and supreme talents 100 and above. This data-driven approach made Xia Chen's eyes light up, as it allowed him to assess each individual's specific capability values more intuitively, providing crucial references for selecting and appointing talents in the future. The second new feature was the System Store. Designed to accommodate the upcoming era of dynastic conquest, the system had unlocked a marketplace. The store would display 5 items at a time, and refreshing the inventory would cost 100 conquest fragments. These fragments could be obtained by recruiting exceptional individuals. The third feature was the lottery system. For just 50 conquest fragments, he could perform a random draw. While there was a chance to acquire rare items not available in the store, there was also a risk of losing the fragments entirely. The final new feature was an upgrade to this system space. Its capacity had expanded to 1,000 cubic meters and could now store a range of items, including living beings. However, there was a critical limitation. Living beings could only be stored if they were unconscious. Otherwise, the system would not be able to collect them. After reviewing these introductions, Xia Chen eagerly opened the system store. The items on display were as follows. Low-grade small rejuvenation pills, a bottle of 10, provides the equivalent of 3 months of inner energy cultivation. Price: 30 conquest fragments. Body refinement pills, a bottle of 10, enhances the effectiveness of physical training by 70. Price: 20 conquest fragments. Marrow cleansing pill, 1 pill, purifies the body and enhances innate potential. Price: 100 conquest fragments. Purple gold dragon horse foal, a 4th grade imperial steed with true dragon bloodline. Price: 300 conquest fragments. Jade green wine, a 10-pound jar, a top-tier spiritual wine that nourishes the body and aids cultivation. Price: 50 conquest fragments. Gazing at these valuable treasures, Xia Chen was inwardly delighted. He immediately asked the system, how many conquest fragments do I currently have? The system displayed that Xia Chen currently possessed 1,050 conquest fragments. These fragments were earned through recruiting exceptional talents and the system's evaluation of his faction strength. Specifically, second-tier talents awarded 50 fragments, first-tier talents 100 fragments, top-tier talents 150 fragments, and supreme talents granted 200 fragments. Seeing his conquest fragments surpass the 1,000 mark, Xia Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Given the constant updates to the system's version, amassing such a number of fragments was no easy feat. He recalled the system shop's small rejuvenation pills he had used previously, which had proven to be highly effective. Aside from the purple gold dragon horse, the other items were all geared toward enhancing his and his subordinates' capabilities. However, he didn't rush to redeem anything. Instead, he stood up, left the room, and walked toward the main hall, where Su Xingqian, Yu Shaoqian, Zhang Wenyuan, Xia Wan, and others were gathered. Xia Chen immediately activated the system to assess Su Xingqian's ability panel. Half-step supreme talent. Leadership: 86. Intelligence: 99,100. Politics: 92. Potential: 4.5 stars. Realm: Confucian Dao, 7th rank. Watching Su Xingqian's focused figure as he reviewed the documents, Xia Chen nodded in approval. Even his weakest attribute, leadership, had reached the level of a second-tier talent. Xia Chen grew curious about the half-step supreme talent classification. Was it due to his intelligence fluctuating between 99 and 100? Or was it a result of occasional instability? The system promptly provided an explanation. A half-step supreme talent surpasses top-tier talents in potential. During moments of potential eruption, they can reach the level of a supreme talent. With a great opportunity, they may even break free from the shackles of fate and achieve a fundamental leap in life essence. Xia Chen pondered this for a moment before turning his attention to Yu Shaoqian and activating the detection. First-tier talent. Leadership: 88. Intelligence: 93. Politics: 94. Potential: 3.5 stars. Destiny trait: Jade fracture in critical moments. All 3 attributes increase by 5. Realm: Confucian Dao, 7th rank. This destiny trait immediately caught Xia Chen's attention. In life and death situations, Yu Shaoqian could elevate his leadership to 93, intelligence to 98, and politics to an impressive 99, comparable to the very best top-tier talents. Such a trait seemed tailor-made for turning the tide in dire circumstances. Xia Chen shifted his gaze away from Yu Shaoqian and began observing Zhang Wenliao, who was frowning as he studied some characters. The system promptly displayed Zhang Wenliao's detailed attributes. Half-step peak talent. Leadership: 5,295. Intelligence: 8,290. Politics: 6,385. Fate trait: Exterminate aliens, all 3 attributes 3 when facing foreign tribes. Potential, 3.5 stars. Realm, 9th rank martial arts. Xia Chen nodded to himself. Zhang Wenliao's leadership potential was particularly impressive, with the prospect of reaching the pinnacle value of 95 in the future. Coupled with his unique Exterminate Aliens fate trait, he could unleash remarkable strength whether deployed to the eastern wilderness battlefield, the southern frontiers, or even the northern battles against foreign tribes. His attention was then drawn to Xia Wen, who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. The system displayed once more. Peerless talent. Leadership, 82,103. Intelligence, 8,595. Politics, 4,287. Fate trait. Breaking army, all attributes 3 when leading an army charge. Potential, 5 stars. Martial arts realm, 8th rank. Such exceptional attributes left Xia Chen astonished. The peak leadership value of 103 alone was enough to dominate any era. Yet, what was even more incredible was that despite Xia Wen's extraordinary capabilities, he still fell short of Xia Hao, Xia Chen's younger brother, who was hailed as surpassing even their distant ancestors. As Xia Chen marveled at the Xia family's 600 years of accumulated fortune, seemingly reaching its zenith in this era, Lu Chun and Shun Shuiyan entered the courtyard. Master, the two greeted in unison. How did the task go? Xia Chen inquired. Lu Chun immediately reported. I have successfully eradicated the Langus Society in the capital. This organization was engaged in trafficking women and children and had taken countless lives. We confiscated property worth over 10,000. 5,000 has already been handed over to Mr. Shun, while the remaining 6,000 to 7,000 has been reported to the authorities. Rest assured, Master, the operation was conducted discreetly, and there will be no trouble. Xia Chen nodded with approval. Well done. He then turned his gaze to Shun Shuiyan, awaiting his report. After circling around the capital, Shun Shuiyan stood in front of Xia Chen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. My lord, I've chosen the location for the tavern, he reported, outlining the details of the site selection. Then, casting a cautious glance at Xia Chen, he added, this tavern will not only recover its costs within 2 months, but, more importantly, serve as a social hub to gather information on public sentiment for you. Xia Chen nodded impassively. Since the location is decided and the funds are in place, proceed as you see fit. Yes, my lord. Shin Shuiyan responded with a cupped fist salute, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Nearby, Lu Chen listened silently, clenching his fist. Whether it was Su Xingchen, Xia Wen, or this Shan Shuiyan, whom he had previously underestimated, all of them seemed to possess remarkable talents under the leadership of the new lantern bearer. The mounting pressure spurred Lu Chen to resolve that he must demonstrate his own value as soon as possible. As the two gave their reports, Xia Chen quietly began analyzing their data. Lu Chen, first-class talent. Command, 8189, Intelligence, 9094, Politics, 6687, Espionage, 94. Potential, 3 stars, Martial Arts, 7th grade. Shin Shuiyan, top-class talent. Command, 76, Intelligence, 96, Politics, 6882, Commerce, 99. Potential, 4 stars, non-ranked in martial arts. The data revealed a noticeable 4th attribute for both men, clearly marking them as extraordinary talents. Shin Shuiyan, in particular, stood out over 30 years old and already a top-class talent, with a staggering commerce score of 99. Xia Chen then checked Xia Qian's data on a whim and was surprised to find that even his steward had reached the level of a second-class talent, with a command score of 86 and politics at 82. This only further confirmed the extraordinary fortune of the Xia family. Over the following week, Xia Chen worked methodically at the Lantern Bearer Yamen. While the surface appeared calm, turbulence brewed beneath. Chen Song, Li Yu, and others were executed for forming cliques for personal gain, along with 5 Qinhu officers and over 20 Baihu officers. This marked the largest purge within the Lantern Bearers in over a decade, leaving many deeply shaken. At the same time, Xia Chen began promoting fresh talent within the Eagle Eye Division on a large scale. Leveraging documents from Commanding Officer Ma Song, he transferred capable individuals from the other 8 divisions. He rebuilt the 2 major halls that had been under Chen Song and Li Yu's control and reorganized the territories of Jingping and others, completely dismantling and reshaping the previous power structure. With this, the Eagle Eye Division came fully under his command. By late May, a month had passed since Xia Chen took charge of the Lantern Bearers. During this time, Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian demonstrated seamless cooperation in casework and administrative tasks, while Zhang Wenliao had mastered basic literacy and developed a steadier demeanor. Shin Shuiyan had completed the renovations of the tavern, with its grand opening scheduled for 3 days later. At this moment, Xia Chen sat in the courtyard, watching the wildflowers sway in the wind. He murmured to himself, the wind is particularly restless today. Just then, Lu Chen appeared behind him, his expression grave. My lord, Orders have been issued from above. We are to begin mobilizing public sentiment immediately and ensure the morale of the capital and surrounding areas remains high. His voice carried a hint of tension. The court might be preparing to go to war. In the courtyard, Xia Chen remained expressionless upon hearing Lu Chen's words. He stared straight ahead, his tone calm yet commanding. Let Li Su and Zhang Jun handle this matter. They've just been promoted to hall masters and need tasks to prove themselves. Over the past month, Xia Chen's authoritative demeanor had grown more pronounced. Even such a simple order carried weight, making others dare not take it lightly. Lu Chen respectfully nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." He then turned and left. Xia Chen continued to stand in the courtyard, but his voice carried through the courtyard into the house. A war is coming. What are your thoughts? At these words, Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian simultaneously looked up, their expressions turning serious. The young Xia Wan, upon hearing this, dashed out of the house, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Born a warrior, his natural inclination for combat was already beginning to show, despite his youth. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenliao, who had been lifting heavy stones in the courtyard as part of his training, paused his exercise. Xia Chen turned to face them and explained in detail, "The imperial court has unanimously approved the decision to send troops. The formal order is expected to be issued within 3 to 5 days." His gaze settled on Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian. Both were not only exceptionally intelligent, but also highly skilled in military strategy. Yu Shaoqian, in particular, was a rare talent, excelling in both civil and military domains, with a commanding ability rated above 90. "What do you think our chances are in the Northwest campaign?" Xia Chen asked. Su Xingqian pondered for a moment before replying, "Who will be the commanding general?" This was a critical question, as the role of the commander was pivotal in determining the outcome of the war. "It should be Grand Marshal Ouyang Jing," Xia Chen responded calmly. He had already had Xia Qian investigate in secret the previous night. Noticing that his uncle had not been summoned by the emperor, he had deduced this conclusion. Su Xingqian analyzed, "The Grand Marshal hasn't led troops in years, but he's a seasoned strategist with extensive experience. Judging from his performance 2 decades ago, his command style is steady and favors direct confrontations, gradually wearing down the enemy. With him in charge, and considering our Dewu dynasty's current military strength, the main battlefield should be secure. However, the most pressing concern is," Yu Shaoqian cut in, "whether Dewu can sustain the costs of this war. If logistics fall short, tens of thousands of soldiers will be in grave danger. This war cannot drag on," Su Xingqian said gravely. "Otherwise, Dewu's economy could collapse, and the national treasury will be emptied." In fact, the court debated the decision to send troops for nearly 2 months precisely because of budget constraints. Over the years, there's been a major war roughly every decade or so. While these battles have established our reputation, they've also drained the treasury. If not for the support of Chief Minister Lin and Elder Yang of the cabinet, Dewu would have already been struggling to make ends meet. So this battle must be swift, like a fierce autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xia Wen slammed the table as he stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination while he waved his fists. "We must settle the outcome in one decisive strike. We can't afford a prolonged war of attrition like the one in the Eastern Wilderness." His sharp battlefield intuition immediately pinpointed the key issue. But the Grand Marshal's approach is overly cautious, always advancing step by step, slowly eroding the enemy on the front lines. This might drag the conflict into a prolonged stalemate. "Strange," Zhang Wenliao said, scratching his head. "Such a simple principle, why can't His Majesty and the councillors see it? Wouldn't it make more sense to send your uncle, Marquis Anwu Xiaqian? He's a renowned general who excels at seizing opportunities on the battlefield." These words caused Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian to glance instinctively at Xia Chen. Fortunately, Xia Chen maintained his composed smile, allowing the two to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. "Ah, little Yao," Xia Wan, though only reaching Zhang Wenliao's shoulder in height, patted him on the shoulder with the air of a seasoned elder. "A general must understand more than just warfare. They must grasp the human heart and comprehend politics. You still have much to learn." Hearing such words coming from the mouth of an 11-year-old left Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian with an even deeper sense of admiration for Xia Wan. "Yes, brother Wen. I'll make sure to learn from you." After a month of interaction, Zhang Wenliao had completely come to respect this younger boy. Whether in martial arts or military strategy, Xia Wan had displayed extraordinary talent. "War is the continuation of politics, a special means of political expression," Xia Chen remarked with a faint smile. "Politics is war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed. All wars ultimately serve political purposes." This incisive summary left Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian visibly shaken. "Keep a close eye on the situation in the Eastern Wilderness over the next few days," Xia Chen instructed Su Xingqian. With the Northwest campaign underway, the Dewu dynasty's treasury is stretched thin and cannot sustain fighting on 2 fronts. That conflict should be nearing its conclusion. second uncle and second aunt are coming back? Xiaowen asked excitedly. But upon noticing his third brother's calm and unchanged expression, his excitement quickly subsided. If all goes well, 2 to 3 months by the latest, the end of the year, Xia Chen said softly, gazing at the azure sky and drifting white clouds. Summer is almost here. The capital had been unusually lively these past few days. From the grand residences of court officials to the bustling tea houses of the common folk, the streets were abuzz with heated discussions about the military situation in the northwest. Excited voices rose and fell within the crowds. With the Grand Marshal leading, victory is certain. Well, make the Dafeng brats kneel and beg for mercy. March right into Dafeng's capital. Some even spiced up the gossip, saying, I heard the eldest princess of Dafeng is as beautiful as a flower, the most stunning woman in all of Dafeng. Thanks to the covert efforts of the lantern bearers, the morale of the entire capital had reached unprecedented heights, brimming with confidence in an inevitable victory. However, not everyone shared this optimism. Among the court's higher ranks, many wore furrowed brows and somber expressions. With access to more critical information, they were acutely aware of the tremendous risks involved in this battle. Any misstep could lead to a complete collapse of the Northwest Front. Amid this delicate political climate, Shan Zuyan's meticulously planned restaurant was finally about to open after a month of preparation. Xia Chen placed great importance on this venture, being well-versed in the principle that economic strength underpins all endeavors. Nothing could be achieved without financial support, which was precisely why he had persuaded Shen Shuiyan to come out of seclusion. I've sent invitations under your name to all the court nobles, from assistant ministers and above, Xia Qian reported respectfully while standing behind Xia Chen. This includes the Crown Prince, the Third Prince, Princess Pingyang, and Princess Yaogang Thieve all received invitations. Xia Chen set down the crystal-clear, aromatic tea in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Arrange for me to take leave the day after tomorrow. I'll personally oversee the opening. He was in high spirits today and intended to make this restaurant an immediate sensation, solidifying its place as the capital's finest and gaining fame throughout Dawu. He had no intention of staying behind the scenes. Hiding one's identity in a city filled with scheming talents was futile. It was better to openly reveal his identity, making it clear to those with ulterior motives just who was backing this establishment. Sir, isn't this opening a bit too extravagant? Xia Qian asked cautiously. Do you think those prominent figures will actually show up? They may not come themselves, but they'll send their family members. That's sufficient. Xia Qian's tone was calm. As for whether the Crown Prince and the others attend, that's their choice. We just need to fulfill the courtesy of inviting them. He then shifted the conversation to Xia Qian's cultivation progress. Xia Qian's eyes immediately lit up. Young master, that body-tempering pill is truly miraculous. Paired with the Yang demon-breaking blade technique you taught me, it's dramatically strengthening my muscles, bones, and blood. I broke through to the 8th rank not long ago, and I feel like I could reach the 7th rank in just another month. Without this extraordinary pill, it would have taken him over a year to achieve such progress. Xia Chen retrieved a jade box from his robe, revealing a translucent green pill inside. Take this pill when you have the chance. What kind of pill is this, young master? Xia Qian asked curiously. A small rejuvenation pill. It'll save you 3 months of hard training, Xia Chen replied calmly. 3 months of arduous cultivation? Xia Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. The miraculous pill that could help someone break through to the 7th rank in just a few days truly left him astonished. With this pill, you'll step into the 7th rank within 2 days, Xia Chen said with a gratifying smile. A 16-year-old at the 7th rank. Such talent would be considered extraordinary even in the capital. Xia Chen had always been generous toward Xia Qian, a clansman with whom he had grown up. Though their blood relation was somewhat distant, they shared the same ancestral lineage, forging a bond that was anything but ordinary. Secretly, Xia Chen planned to exchange for another marrow-cleansing pill once he had amassed enough conquest fragments, intending to completely transform Xia Qian's fate. Over the past month, Xia Qian's subordinates had all made remarkable progress, especially Zhang Wenliao. Under Xia Qian's carefully selected cultivation techniques, combined with the assistance of the body-strengthening pill and Xia Wen's personal guidance, Zhang had broken through to the 8th rank just 2 days ago. June 1st, an auspicious day. Shen Zuyan's restaurant was situated on Yongla Street, a bustling area in the inner city, right next to Central Avenue. This was the premier shopping and leisure destination for the capital's elites, a hub of commercial prosperity and culinary delights. At the break of dawn, the street was already lively. The pavement had been meticulously cleaned, and the air carried a refreshing fragrance. It turned out that an 8th rank sorcerer had purified the air along the entire street. Starting from the entrance of Changle Street, attendants in green uniforms were diligently tidying up, leaving no corner untouched. Street vendors, though not removed, had neatly arranged their stalls. Around the area, uniformed lantern bearers patrolled back and forth. Have you heard about that oddly decorated place, Heavenly Abode? right in the center of Changle Street. A small vendor whispered to his neighbor. You mean that boldly named restaurant? Exactly. It's opening today. The fruit seller leaned in conspiratorially toward the tea shop owner. Heavenly Abode isn't just any restaurant. Its backer is someone powerful. And I've heard that many prominent figures are coming today. He continued with a hint of pride. My nephew was even chosen to work there as a server. Though the restaurant was built in just a month, it's practically a masterpiece, a 7-story tower, with each floor divided by rank. No matter how rich ordinary folks are, they can only access the second floor. The upper 5 floors are exclusively reserved for dignitaries and nobles. A restaurant with such strict rules? The tea shop owner exclaimed in surprise. Can they really deny guests access to upper floors? Old Zhang, you're thinking too small. The fruit seller, Oldly, said with a knowing smile. It's not just about dining, it's about status. If we're both nobles and I can dine on the 4th floor while you're stuck on the 3rd, it clearly shows my rank is above yours. Before he could finish, he abruptly stopped and pointed down the street. Shoo, quiet. Look over there, a big shot is coming. A grand carriage was slowly approaching. On Yongla Street, an unusually large and luxurious carriage caught the attention of passers-by. The prominent emblem on the carriage revealed it to be the vehicle of Princess Pingyang's residence. 4 tall white horses pulled the carriage side by side, while guards on horseback cleared the way ahead, displaying an impressive spectacle. Why is Princess Pingyang here? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, quickly connecting her presence to the grand opening of the Tianshangju restaurant. They couldn't help but marvel. Even Princess Pingyang is here to show her support? Just what kind of background does the owner of Tianshangju have? Inside the carriage, a maid dressed in white respectfully advised the noblewoman seated in the main position, Your Highness, it's merely the opening of a restaurant. With your status, you could have sent someone on your behalf. Why trouble yourself to come in person? Leaning against the soft cushions, Princess Pingyang, with her graceful and captivating presence, appeared to be no more than 26 or 27 years old. Xia Chen is my niece's husband. Now that he oversees the lantern bearers, and with my brother possibly entrusting him with full authority over them in the future, it's only right to give him this courtesy. She smiled alluringly, exuding mature charm. I still remember the day at Bayou Lu when I personally witnessed him solving the case of the stolen military defense plans. In just a month or two, I didn't expect him to achieve so much. As she spoke, her mind drifted back to the scene at Bayou Lu, where Xia Chen had fought valiantly, his blood-stained figure still vivid in her memory. Although she typically disliked anything violent, that heroic image of him often resurfaced. I've heard he's talented in poetry, like a scholar, but that day he seemed more like a dashing warrior. The carriage slowly came to a halt. As Princess Pingyang stepped down, her gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome young man standing before an imposing building. The plaque above the entrance bore the name Tianshangju in bold, powerful calligraphy, exuding a sense of grandeur. Beside the young man stood Shen Shuiyin and others. Greetings, Your Highness. Xia Chen quickly stepped forward to bow. I never expected you to personally grace us with your presence. It's truly an honor for us. Family takes care of family. Since you're opening a restaurant, of course, I had to come and support you. Princess Pingyang's eyes lingered briefly on Xia Chen's refined features. Besides, I heard your invitation mention something special. Naturally, I had to come and see for myself. Your Highness' presence is the greatest honor for me, Xia Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, I've prepared a few special items. I hope you'll enjoy them later. He personally led the way. As they approached the entrance of Tianshangju, Princess Pingyang's attention was drawn to the couplets flanking the doorway. Drink another cup of wine, and together we'll dispel endless sorrows. Did you write these lines? Her eyes lit up with admiration. Indeed, Your Highness, Xia Chen answered with a modest smile. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the final line is bold and grand. To describe drinking in such an elegant and unique way, how interesting. Princess Pingyang stood before the Tianshangju, her striking red attire accentuating her mature and captivating beauty. Beside her stood Xia Chen, composed and at ease. Together, their presence formed a stunning tableau. It seems that the most famous thing about your Tianshangju is its wine, isn't it? The princess's eyes gleamed like spring water, her smile radiant. Despite the rumors about her natural allure, she had never been involved in any scandals and remained unmarried to this day. Behind her, a white-robed maidservant was secretly astonished by the smile on her mistress's face. The princess, known for maintaining her dignity, had not shown such warmth in public for years, yet today she seemed unusually pleased. Your Highness is indeed perceptive. Tianshangju is renowned for its exceptional wine. Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile. I've tasted many fine wines, even the imperial brews served in the palace. My palate is quite discerning. Today, his demeanor was as warm and refined as jade, a stark contrast to the sharp and commanding aura he had exuded at Bayou Lu. Once inside the hall, Princess Pingyang turned and asked, I've heard that your Tian Shangju is ingeniously designed with 7 levels. Which level would be suitable for someone of my status? The 6th level, Xia Chen answered. How dare you? Is the 6th level all you think my princess is worthy of? The white-robed maidservant immediately protested. After all, Princess Pingyang had been involved in court affairs with Emperor Wen's tacit approval for over a decade, and the influence of the Pingyang faction in the court was significant. Surprisingly, the princess showed no anger. Instead, she asked with interest, so, does that mean the 7th level is reserved for His Majesty alone? Your Highness is insightful. Tian Shangju is precisely designed this way. If His Majesty, the Grand Celestial Master, or Longshu himself were to visit, the 7th level would be opened. Xia Chen explained with a respectful bow. Then the 6th level it shall be. The princess's eyes sparkled even more brightly, showing no trace of the commanding authority she usually exuded. Xia Chen led the group to a courtyard on the 6th level, where a plaque above the door read, Qingluo Pavilion. Your Highness, the entire 6th level contains only 5 courtyards, and we accommodate no more than 5 distinguished guests each day, Xia Chen said as he opened the door for her. Shall we take a look inside? An entire floor with only 5 courtyards? You've certainly piqued my curiosity. Princess Pingyang's gaze was enchanting, her charm undeniable. Today, I shall see for myself what makes your 6th level so extraordinary. With just a casual glance, her alluring demeanor caused Xia Chen to instinctively avert his gaze. Though an unconscious reaction, it only underscored the power of her captivating presence. Inside the Qingluo Pavilion, the floor was paved with jade bricks, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity. The sunlight streaming through the intricately carved window lattices cast delicate floral patterns on the ground, while the ink-wash paintings on the walls radiated a rich, scholarly charm. Rows of sandalwood tables and chairs were arranged neatly, their exquisite carvings showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Wisps of sandalwood fragrance drifted gently through the air. Princess Pingyang's gaze was quickly drawn to a poem displayed on the wall. The drizzling rain and slanting wind bring a cold dawn, light mist and sparse willows grace the sunny shore. Entering the Huai and Qingluo rivers, the waters stretch endlessly. Immersed in the imagery evoked by the poem, she unconsciously recited the next lines. Snow foam and milk flowers float in the afternoon cup, tender shoots of artemisia and bamboo on the spring platter. The true flavor of life lies in simple joys. She stared at the words for a long while before coming back to her senses. Turning to the handsome young man beside her, whose face was lit with a warm smile, she asked, Did you write this poem? Indeed, Your Highness. Xia Chen nodded without hesitation. He much preferred opportunities like this to showcase his talent in private to someone of influence, rather than flaunting it publicly at literary gatherings. It was far more likely to yield tangible benefits. I truly admire this poem, Princess Pingyang praised him. For someone so young to have such depth of experience, no wonder the capital speaks highly of your poetic talent. You truly are a scholar of promise. Your Highness is too kind. Writing comes naturally. The skill lies in capturing inspiration, Xia Chen replied with a humble smile, leading the princess further into the room. Please take a look at this, Your Highness. These materials were procured from the Celestial Master's residence and refined by an alchemist. They appear to be glass, but are extraordinarily sturdy. The most unique feature is that one cannot see inside from the outside, but from within, the outside is completely visible. He gestured toward a massive floor-to-ceiling window ahead. Princess Pingyang approached it and gazed down at the bustling streets of the capital. In the distance, the outline of the imperial palace was clearly visible. This is quite ingenious, she remarked. I imagine only the Celestial Master's stargazing tower could surpass this view. Of course, it cannot compare to the Celestial Master's work. Xia Chen chuckled, and then turned to give instructions to Shan Shuiyan. Bring me my special tea leaves. After Shan Shuiyan had left the room, Princess Pingyang's eyes glimmered with amusement. What sort of tea is so mysterious? Could it be the signature blend from Tian Shangju? This tea is not sold at Tian Shangju. If it weren't for your highness's visit, I wouldn't have brought it out, Xia Chen replied, inviting the princess to take a seat. At this moment, only the two of them and her white-clad maid remained in the room. The princess' gaze remained calm as she chuckled lightly. Then I am truly honored. Though she held little interest in the famed teas and wines of Tian Shangju, she was rather intrigued by this young man before her. After all, she had tasted the finest wines and teas in the world. Could this truly surpass the imperial brews? Soon, Shen Shuiyan returned, carrying a jade bottle filled with tea leaves. Xia Chen instructed him to attend to the other guests, as dignitaries and nobles had already begun arriving outside. Shen Shuiyan and the others were busy with their reception duties. Xia Chen personally lit the fire with charcoal, initiating an elegant tea ceremony performance. His movements were fluid and graceful, showcasing a mastery that was nothing short of professional. Though he wouldn't claim to be a tea master, the way his jade-white, artistically delicate fingers danced among the tea utensils, coupled with his strikingly handsome appearance, was undeniably captivating. Opposite him sat Princess Pingyang, her gaze involuntarily following Xia Chen's every motion. Her eyes lingered first on his nimble hands, then gradually shifted to his flawless face. Refined features, deep and expressive eyes, and lips as red as cherry blossoms. The room was enveloped in a tranquil silence, broken only by the faint crackling of the burning charcoal and the gentle trickle of water. Compared to when she first met him at Baiwei Pavilion, Xia Chen appeared even more stunning today. Perhaps it was the closer proximity, or perhaps the sharp edge of his aura had softened. Princess Pingyang found herself entranced, until the rich aroma of tea snapped her out of her reverie. Only then did she notice the tea set in front of Xia Chen. The tea inside was so crystal clear it seemed to glow, with each tea leaf resembling a vibrant emerald, as if the essence of spring had been condensed into the small cup. What kind of tea is this? She couldn't help but ask. Jasper Immortal Tea, Xia Chen replied calmly, his focus still on his movements. This was tea he had acquired through a system lottery, using 50 competition fragments to obtain 10 pounds of it. Though the tea's original price was only 20 fragments, making it seem like a loss of 30, the purchase had unlocked permanent access to the tea in his system store, allowing him to buy it any to me a worthwhile trade-off. Please, Princess. Xia Chen gently slid a cup of the luminous tea toward her. Even before taking a sip, Princess Pingyang felt a wave of serenity wash over her whole body relaxing. She gazed at the tea leaves, their jade-green brilliance exuding an invigorating fragrance that seemed to harmonize with her very being. She brought the cup to her lips, taking a delicate sip. Instinctively, her soft tongue brushed her lips as she savored it, an uncharacteristically unguarded gesture for someone of her status, but one born entirely of the moment. This tea seems to strengthen the flow of inner energy and brings a sense of calm. I feel a soothing warmth throughout my body. It's wonderful, she remarked. Xia Chen smiled and elaborated. Indeed, this tea is highly beneficial for cultivation, especially for practitioners of the mystical arts. It not only calms the mind and sharpens focus, but also contains the vitality of spring itself. It can heal hidden injuries, and with regular consumption, it slows aging and enhances beauty, preserving youth. Hearing this, Princess Pingyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Leaning forward slightly, she asked with a hint of anticipation, "No wonder you call it immortal tea. Slowing aging and preserving beauty, such miraculous effects. How much of this tea do you have?" A faint, delicate fragrance wafted from her as she moved, her luminous eyes brimming with charm, stirring a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Inside Qingluo Pavilion, as Princess Pingyang leaned forward, her delicate, jade-like collarbone came into Xia Chen's view. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Her natural charm, devoid of any pretense, only served to make her all the more captivating. Xia Chen quickly averted his gaze from the edge of her neckline, while Princess Pingyang, realizing the impropriety of her posture, cast him a fleeting, somewhat evasive glance. Noticing his flickering eyes, a trace of satisfaction rose in her heart. This fleeting exchange of glances seemed to carry an unspoken dialogue, yet both swiftly returned to composure, as though nothing had transpired. "I don't have much of this tea," Xia Chen remarked with a smile. "You can name your price, or tell me what you want. If I have it, it's yours," Princess Pingyang responded in her soft, beguiling voice. With no one else in the room, her enchanting eyes boldly met his, their gaze brimming with warmth that could intoxicate anyone. Even Xia Chen found himself momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his clarity. A peculiar glint flickered across his eyes, his pupils briefly displaying a layered, concentric pattern before returning to normal. "This tea is rare and not for sale. But if the princess likes it, they'll gift you this jar. Once you've finished it, we'll have someone send more," Xia Chen replied calmly, maintaining his composure. He still had a considerable supply of Baiyu tea, enough for future exchanges, and could always procure more from the marketplace. He had intentionally designated this tea as a non-commercial item, using it to build connections rather than earn silver, which he deemed far more valuable. "Really?" Princess Pingyang's eyes lit up, her radiant smile blooming. This tea, known for its anti-aging and beautifying properties, was exactly what she desired. Though she was in the prime of her youth, who could truly defy the passage of time? The thought of fading beauty was a lamentable one. "Of course," Xia Chen affirmed with a nod. "In a few days, come to my residence. I have some treasures in my vault you might find interesting." "You must come," Princess Pingyang said, her tone a blend of regal authority and playful coquettishness, resembling an innocent young girl in that moment. Xia Chen outwardly agreed, though inwardly he silently commanded, "Analyze Princess Pingyang." He prided himself on his steadfast will, remaining composed even in the presence of Yaoguang. Yet today, he found his emotions stirred repeatedly by Princess Pingyang, which heightened his vigilance. The system quickly displayed the results. Princess Pingyang top-tier talent. Command, 67. Intelligence, 93. Politics, 91. Charm, 99. Fate trait. Enchanting Aura Charm attribute gains 5 when in a joyful mood. Potential, 4.5 stars. Realm, 4th rank sorcerer. Note, resonant vessel of yin and yang, an unparalleled conduit for balance and harmony. Xia Chen stared at the data, astonished. This analysis had revealed an extraordinary discovery. Xia Chen glanced at the system panel, his brows slightly furrowed. The body of the shocking cauldron, the dual cultivation sacred physique? What surprised him even more was that Princess Pingyang turned out to be a hidden 4th rank sorcerer. Both the common people of the capital and the Lampbearer's archives had only ever recorded her as an ordinary person. The system's data was astonishing. Not only did her intelligence and political acumen reach the level of a top-tier genius, but her charm was an incredible 99. With the addition of a special destiny bonus, her final charm value soared to a staggering 104. What's wrong? Princess Pingyang noticed Xia Chen's momentary distraction and lightly tapped his arm with her jade-like fingers. My apologies, Princess. I was momentarily distracted, Xia Chen said as he withdrew his gaze from the system panel. Getting distracted in front of me, am I not beautiful enough? Princess Pingyang rested her chin in her hands, pouting playfully. Her demeanor carried a blend of youthful innocence and mature elegance, an effortless allure that made it hard to look away. The princess's beauty is unparalleled. The fault lies with me, Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile. Through the system's analysis, he had confirmed that her charm was entirely innate, not the result of any enchantment. And how do I compare to Yao Guang? Princess Pingyang blurted out, then quickly realized her slip and added, I mean, how do I compare to the 4 great beauties of the capital? Isn't Yao Guang considered one of them? She sneaked a glance at Xia Chen's expression and, seeing his calm demeanor, felt somewhat reassured. Xia Chen poured her a cup of tea and said warmly, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the other 3 beauties, but I imagine none of them could surpass the princess's charm. As their fingers brushed while exchanging the teacup, Xia Chen felt her skin, smooth and delicate like jade, while Princess Pingyang sensed a warmth radiating from him, a vibrant energy that made her cheeks flush slightly. Xia Chen quietly asked the system about his own charm value. The system panel immediately displayed Charm Value 105, enhanced by the Fortune Golden Dragon Appearance Charm 3, Personality Charm 5. The system further explained the components of charm. Appearance charm affects attraction to both genders, while personality charm determines one's ability to inspire and rally heroes, an essential trait for an emperor. The number left Xia Chen a bit surprised. The Fortune Golden Dragon he obtained from the remnants of the Celestial Court had granted such a powerful boost, raising his total charm value to an astonishing 108110. Am I destined to become some sort of charm demon? He mused inwardly. In the courtyard, the conversation between Xia Chen and Princess Pingyang grew increasingly harmonious. Looking at the charming princess before him, Xia Chen softly said, Princess, would you like to try some of the exquisite wine I have here? In one corner of the room stood a maid dressed in white, quietly blending into the shadows as if she were not there at all. Yet, under this seemingly serene atmosphere, Xia Chen inexplicably felt a tension akin to stepping onto a battlefield. Princess Pingyang was in an exceptionally good mood. She realized that when she was with Xia Chen, all the scheming and plotting of the court seemed to fade away. This sense of ease and freedom made her subconsciously want to extend their time together. A trace of unspoken emotion flickered in her gaze, only to be quickly suppressed by rationality. Sure. Princess Pingyang responded with a smile in her eyes. I've grown tired of all the fine wines of this world. I'm curious to see how extraordinary the wine from your Tianshangju truly is. After her prior experience with the exquisite Bu fairy tea, she was filled with anticipation for the wine she was about to taste. Before long, a maid approached, carrying a beautifully packaged jar of wine, weighing about 2 catties. Xia Chen personally took the jar and introduced it. This is our premium Bu wine. A single jar like this costs 5,000 taels of silver, but today, it's my treat for the princess. 5,000 taels? Is this jar made of gold? Princess Pingyang joked with a laugh. Although the price was indeed astonishing after all, even the finest 5-catty wine from the royal distillery in the capital, Jiuxian, was only priced at 2,000 taels. Her curiosity was piqued. You'll understand after you taste it, Xia Chen replied as he uncorked the jar. Instantly, a rich and intoxicating aroma filled the room. Princess Pingyang took a gentle sniff, first catching a hint of sweet, fruity notes, as if ripe berries were dancing at the tip of her nose. Then came the deep, mellow fragrance of aged wine, carrying the richness of time, yet exuding an elegant refinement. Exquisite! Princess Pingyang's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to take a sip. Xia Chen poured the wine for her, the emerald green liquid shimmering softly in the light. Please, princess, he said. Princess Pingyang took a small sip, and immediately, the rich flavors blossomed on her palate. The wine melted in her mouth, transforming into a stream of warmth that coursed through her entire being. She felt as though she were basking in the gentle sunlight of a winter morning, her mind becoming sharper, and even her understanding of magic seemed to deepen. This is exceptional wine and it seems to have benefits for cultivation as well, Princess Pingyang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars as she looked at Xia Chen. Indeed, this wine is highly beneficial for cultivation, especially for sorcerers and those seeking enlightenment. Its effects are unparalleled, Xia Chen said with a smile. In truth, the Bu wine sold at Tianshangju was a blend he concocted by mixing wine from the system's marketplace with other ingredients. The liquor sales at Tianshangju are meticulously classified. The first and second floors serve the lowest grade of Baiyu wine, created by diluting 1 part of the pure wine with 1,000 parts of regular liquor. The third and fourth floors offer the mid-grade version, diluted at a ratio of 1 to 100. The highest grade Baiyu wine, served at the topmost floor, is diluted only tenfold. Even with such dilution, its aroma and medicinal properties far surpass any other wine in the world. This tiered sales strategy is a necessary compromise. Xia Chen has yet to acquire the method for brewing Baiyu wine from the system's marketplace, leaving the production of the pure wine limited. As a result, the establishment has adopted this dilution approach. Despite this, strict daily limits are enforced. 50 jars of the lowest grade, 10 jars of the mid-grade, and just 1 jar of the highest grade. Princess Pingyang downed another cup, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. It was unclear whether the flush was due to the increasing intoxication or the wine's medicinal effects. She continued to savor cup after cup, her enchanting eyes growing hazier. Your Highness, please drink slowly. Allow me to arrange for the dishes to be served, Xia Chen said, noticing that it was nearly noon and estimating that the guests would soon arrive. He prepared to stand. Where are you going? Princess Pingyang suddenly grasped his hand, her voice carrying a blend of tipsiness and coquettishness. Stay and drink with me. Nearby, the white-clad maidservant was visibly startled, stepping forward but hesitating to intervene. Such behavior from the princess was exceedingly rare, especially given that the man before her was the fiancé of Princess Yaoguang. Xia Chen skillfully held the princess's delicate hand for a moment before gently releasing it. Your Highness, this humble servant must attend to the guests. I promise to visit and drink with you another day. All right, but remember to bring this wine to my residence. Princess Pingyang beamed like a child, her smile radiant. As Xia Chen descended to the first floor, Lu Chen hurriedly approached to report, Sir, the Crown Prince's and Third Prince's carriages have both entered Yongla Street. The Prime Minister Lin's carriage has also arrived. Interesting, Xia Chen remarked with a faint smile. Standing nearby, Su Xingchen analyzed, Sir, given your talent and reputation, they are likely here to win your favor. Or perhaps they're here for revenge. After all, we did execute some of their men not long ago, Xia Chen joked, though he knew such a possibility was highly unlikely. The two carriages jockeyed for position, but ultimately arrived simultaneously. Xia Chen immediately stepped outside to greet them. This humble servant greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness the Third Prince. The crowd gathered outside the entrance murmured among themselves. This innkeeper has some serious connections. Both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are here. I heard Princess Pingyang is inside as well. You're not aware, are you? This establishment is owned by Xia Chen, the head of the Lantern Bearers Bureau. At the entrance of Tianshangju, a carriage stopped in front of the far right side. A young man, dressed in a simple yet elegant robe, stepped down gracefully. This man in his early 20s was none other than Xia Chen, whose every movement exuded an extraordinary demeanor. The Crown Prince carefully observed Xia Chen, nodding in approval as he said, Indeed, your appearance is remarkable, a perfect match with Yao Guang in both talent and beauty. Rise, there's no need for such formality, we are all family. Haha, last time we brothers talked about sharing a drink together. Today, I heard your tavern is opening, so I've come to claim a cup of wine. As the Crown Prince and Xia Chen were conversing, a hearty laugh came from the left carriage. The Third Prince, dressed casually with an air of carefree charm, stepped down from the carriage. Greetings to the Third Prince. Xia Chen was about to bow when the Third Prince casually placed a hand on his shoulder. There's no need for such courtesy between us brothers. It's not like we haven't met before. The Crown Prince's eyebrows furrowed slightly, his expression darkening for a brief moment before returning to normal. Xia Chen skillfully took half a step back, subtly avoiding the Third Prince's hand, and said with a smile, Indeed, we did meet briefly on the roadside last time, but there wasn't time to drink together. Since the Crown Prince is here today as well, let's enjoy a drink together. These words brought a smile back to the Crown Prince's face. Very well, let's see what fine wine you have here today. Your Highnesses, please. Xia Chen was about to lead the way when another carriage approached slowly. The Lin family's carriage, the Crown Prince remarked quietly. From the carriage emerged a young man, Lin Zihan, the son of the Grand Chancellor Lin, who had previously had some friction with Xia Chen. Despite their past disagreements, Lin Zihan displayed a respectful demeanor, smiling as he greeted everyone present. Greetings to the Crown Prince, the third prince, and Lord Xia. No need for such formalities, Zihan, the Crown Prince replied with a smile. Why aren't you at the cabinet today? I heard that Lord Xia's tavern is opening today. My father has been occupied with military matters in the northwest and couldn't attend, so he specifically instructed me to take leave and come on his behalf to offer congratulations, Lin Zihan replied. His words made a flicker of surprise pass through the eyes of both the Crown Prince and the third prince, as they hadn't expected the Grand Chancellor to place such importance on Xia Chen. Please, all three of you, this way. Xia Chen led the three most prominent members of the second generation of the Dawu dynasty into the tavern, taking them straight to the sixth floor. Xin Shuiyan, Zhang Wanliao, and others finally witnessed the breadth of Xia Chen's connections. As time passed, the invited nobles and dignitaries arrived one after another. Even those who couldn't attend in person sent representatives to show their support. Greetings to the Prince Consort. Another luxurious carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the entrance, its exterior adorned with the emblem of Princess Yaguang's residence. The curtain was lifted, and a lively young girl in a yellow dress hopped out, holding a fresh, juicy snow pear in her hand. She took a bite as she walked briskly forward. The girl was Li Wei. She approached Xia Chen and offered a graceful bow, her round, sparkling eyes filled with sincerity. The princess has gone into seclusion for cultivation 3 days ago. Sister Zue specifically asked me to attend on her behalf. I hope the Prince Consort won't misunderstand. Matters of the princess's cultivation are, of course, of the utmost importance. The opening of a restaurant is merely a minor affair, Xia Chen replied with a warm smile. You're really not upset, are you? Li Wei blinked her bright eyes, her expression unusually earnest. Of course not. I know you love good food. How about I arrange a private room for you to enjoy the delicacies here? Really? How did you know I love good food? Li Wei's face lit up with delight, her cheeks glowing with happiness. I even have fine wine here for you to try later, Xia Chen said, smiling at the lively young girl, his own face softening with amusement. You're so kind, Prince Consort. In return, I'll share my pear with you. It's the sweetest snow pear you'll ever taste, Li Wei exclaimed, licking the glistening pear juice from her lips. Although she hesitated for a moment, reluctant to part with her treat, she still extended the pear toward him. You can enjoy it on my behalf, Xia Chen replied with a chuckle, gently pushing the pear back toward her. You're the best, Prince Consort. I've decided aside from the princess, you're officially my favorite person from now on. Li Wei beamed with joy, her innocence and cheerfulness a refreshing contrast to the more intricate personalities of Yaoguang and Ziyue. Her pure and straightforward nature made Xia Chen feel unexpectedly at ease. Soon, more dignitaries began arriving, including Xia Chen's superior, Ma Song. As Xia Chen personally greeted Ma Song, his attention was suddenly drawn to two young men among the crowd. Who is that? Xia Chen asked, gesturing toward one of them. Lu Chen quickly responded, that is Du Laihui, the son of the Vice Minister of Justice. It's said that growing up in the ministry has made him exceptionally skilled at solving cases. And the one over there? Xia Chen pointed to another striking young man with an imposing presence. That is Su Yin, styled Dingfang, the son of the Marquis of Hanyang. Word has it that the Marquis has high hopes for him to inherit the title and achieve great deeds in the future. Invite both of them to come over, Xia Chen instructed. Though his unique double pupils had not yet fully awakened, they already hinted at a touch of mystique. He could keenly sense that these two individuals were different from the rest. Run a scan on these two, Xia Chen silently commanded the system in his mind. Moments later, a stream of data began to unfold on the system's interface. At the entrance of Tianshangju, Xia Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the system panel, where streams of data continuously appeared. The first set of attributes that caught his attention belonged to Du Laihui, a top-tier talent with leadership at 5276, intelligence at 9597, and politics at 9296. He also possessed a unique destiny trait, judgment, which increased his intelligence by 2 points during critical decision-making moments. With a 4-star potential and a cultivation level in the 7th rank of the Confucian Tao, his capabilities were remarkable. Next came Su Yan's data, an exceptional talent with leadership at 8694, intelligence at 89, and politics at 7587. What immediately caught Xia Chen's eye was Su Yan's dual destiny traits. The first, strategist, boosted leadership by 2 points when commanding large military forces, while the second, breaker of the strange, granted an additional 4-point increase in leadership when battling against foreign tribes. Similarly, Su Yin had 4-star potential, but his cultivation level was in the 6th rank of martial Tao. Xia Chen's gaze shifted to the spirited young man standing in the distance. If Su Yin were to lead an army against foreign tribes, the dual destiny traits would elevate his base leadership of 94 to an astounding 100, reaching the level of a peerless talent. Such potential was truly extraordinary. Sir Du, My lord requests your presence. Lu Chen approached Du Laihui respectfully, cupping his fists. Du Laihui followed his gaze and saw a handsome young man standing at the entrance with a warm smile. Lord Xia Chen? Indeed, that is my lord, Lu Chen replied with a smile, gesturing politely. Du Laihui nodded calmly on the surface, but inwardly, he was on high alert. He had come to Tianshangju today merely to attend its grand opening and had intended to leave after a simple meal. In a gathering filled with numerous court officials and nobility, the son of an assistant minister like himself should have been inconspicuous. Yet, to his surprise, he had been personally invited by Xia Chen. As a member of the civil officials faction, Du Laihui's stance was inherently opposed to that of Xia Chen, who came from a military lineage. Now that Xia Chen had risen to the rank of lantern-bearer, his position had become even more sensitive. This unexpected invitation, was it a calculated move by the military faction, or had the lantern-bearer set his sights on Du Laihui's father? Suppressing his doubts, Du Laihui maintained a polite smile as he stepped forward and offered a formal greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Xia. Although Xia Chen was younger, his status as a fourth-rank official far surpassed that of Du Laihui, the son of a third-rank assistant minister. There's no need for such formality, brother Du today. Let us set aside official titles. We are of similar age, addressing each other as brothers will do, Xia Chen said warmly, his approachable demeanor offering Du Laihui a small sense of relief. Still, Du Laihui did not dare let his guard down completely. Why had Xia Chen, amidst all the powerful figures present, specifically sought him out? There was undoubtedly more to this than met the eye. With a cautious mindset, Du Laihui continued to chat casually with Xia Chen, but gradually grew perplexed. Xia Chen seemed to genuinely be engaging in an ordinary conversation with him. It feels like we hit it off at first sight today, brother Du. Next time, I must invite you for a drink alone. Please, after you, Xia Chen said with a warm smile, his tone striking a perfect balance between enthusiasm and propriety. Xia Chen, escort brother Du to the 5th floor. Following Xia Chen upstairs, Du Laihui's sense of puzzlement deepened. As the son of a deputy minister of justice, he was neither arrogant about his status nor oblivious to his relatively high standing. However, Xia Chen's next words sent a ripple of shock through his heart. Young Master Du, your room is on the 5th floor. It was originally arranged on the 4th floor, but my young master, after enjoying his conversation with you, specifically upgraded you by 1 level. May I ask, who are the distinguished guests on the 5th and 6th floors? Du Laihui inquired casually, masking his curiosity. Without hesitation, Xia Chen rattled off an impressive list of names. The 6th floor hosts the Crown Prince, Princess Pingyang, the 3rd Prince, and Lin Zihan, the son of the Grand Chancellor. On the 5th floor, we have Commander Ma Song of the Lantern Guards, Shen Di, the son of the Minister of Works, as well as the heirs of the Marquis of Zhenbei, the Prince of Huai, the Marquis of Wushuang, the Marquis of Anil, and the Marquis of Jinghai. Hearing these names, Du Laihui's expression grew increasingly grave. For a seemingly modest tavern's grand opening to attract nearly all of the top aristocratic families of the Great Wu dynasty was astonishing. Even more surprising was the presence of Lin Zihan, a representative of the civil officials faction. The implications of this gathering were unmistakable. Meanwhile, Xia Chen was at the entrance, greeting new arrivals. Lord Xia, a spirited and imposing young man, greeted him with a respectful bow. Call me Brother Chen instead. Our families have long been friends, and if you don't mind, let's dispense with the formalities, Xia Chen replied with a friendly smile. Hearing this, Su Yin broke into a sincere grin. His curiosity piqued as he studied the young man who was only a few months older than himself, but already a figure of great renown. The two quickly hit it off, their conversation much warmer and more familiar than Xia Chen's earlier exchange with Du Laihui. Brother Chen, you're truly a leading figure among us martial aristocrats, Su Yin remarked with genuine admiration. In his view, had Xia Chen chosen a military career, he would undoubtedly have become the leader of their generation within the martial nobility. Haha, Ding Fong, I believe in you. One day, you'll surely achieve great things, Xia Chen said with a bright smile, patting Su Yin on the shoulder. His eyes shone with admiration. Su Yin looked at Xia Chen, a trace of worry crossing his face. But I'm already 17, and you, Brother Chen, are only a few months older than me. Yet your name is already well known throughout the capital. I want to serve in office, but my father keeps telling me there's no rush and to wait a little longer. Up till now, I'm still unknown and have achieved nothing. At this rate, when will I ever get the chance to go to the frontier and make a name for myself? Talking with Xia Chen today made Su Yin feel an unexpected connection. Xia Chen's eloquence, combined with his approachable demeanor, encouraged Su Yin to open up, leaving him with a sense of regret for not meeting him sooner. Today's unknown youth may very well shake the world tomorrow, Xia Chen said with a hearty laugh. I believe in your potential, Ding Fong. Who knows? One day, you might even surpass the glory of your ancestors. His words made Su Yan's eyes shine even brighter with determination. At this moment, Xia Chen shed the refined demeanor of a scholar, appearing bold and uninhibited. He was adept at the art of conversation, knowing how to adapt his approach depending on the person he was speaking with. If someone felt comfortable and at ease throughout a discussion, it was often because the speaker had the ability to bridge gaps and connect. True ease in conversation, however, only came when speaking with someone whose emotional and intellectual intelligence surpassed one's own. As they were talking, Taoist Master Xuanzhenzi and Master Tianhai arrived together. Xia Chen personally stepped forward to welcome them. "I heard you've got some excellent wine here, so I came right away," Xuanzhenzi said with a grin, while Master Tianhai stood by with a gentle smile. "Of course. Today, I'll let the Taoist master try my finest Baiyu wine." Xia Chen turned to Master Tianhai. "And I've had the kitchen prepare a special vegetarian meal just for you, Master. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Xia. However, this humble monk does not avoid meat or wine, so there's no need for special arrangements," Master Tianhai replied with a serene expression, reciting a Buddhist mantra. He then glanced at Xuanzhenzi and suggested, "Since it's just the two of us among the clergy here, why don't we share a table?" "Perfect, let's drink together." Xuanzhenzi agreed heartily, showing no sign of sectarian rivalry. Wine and meat pass through the stomach, but the Buddha remains in the heart. "Master, you have truly reached an extraordinary state of mind," Xia Chen remarked, causing Master Tianhai's eyes to brighten as he nodded in admiration. "You truly grasp the essence of Buddhist teachings, young Master Xia. You must have a natural affinity for enlightenment. If you were to join the Buddhist path, you might even attain Buddhahood," Master Tianhai said solemnly, pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect. "Ha ha ha, all beings are Buddhas. Isn't every place a place of cultivation? Why insist on renunciation?" Xia Chen replied, mirroring the gesture. For a fleeting moment, Master Tianhai thought he saw radiant Buddha light emanating from Xia Chen's figure. When he blinked, Xia Chen was back to his ordinary self. The grand opening of Tianshangju on its first day left the citizens of the capital in awe, showcasing what true connections and influence looked like. The grand opening of a lantern-bearer fourth-rank director's establishment unexpectedly drew the presence of the crown prince, the third prince, and other members of the royal family, creating a truly astonishing scene. Moreover, nearly all the key figures of the military nobility were in attendance, and even the traditionally estranged civil official faction sent prominent representatives. This lantern-bearer director, named Xia Chen, had a uniquely distinguished background. Born into a family of military merit, he became a royal son-in-law through marriage and was thus half a member of the royal family. As the head of the Eagle Eye Bureau, he was also renowned for his poetic talent, earning admiration from scholars across the land. It was this extraordinary combination of statuses that enabled him to gain favor from all sides. News of the event quickly spread throughout the capital, leaving the noble families who had not sent their congratulations filled with regret. "Do you think Xia Chen will hold a grudge?" someone asked nervously. But they soon recalled Xia Chen's widely praised reputation for kindness and virtue, feeling somewhat reassured and planning to make amends next time. While the nobles lamented their misjudgment, an even more sensational piece of news suddenly erupted on Yongla Street. A commotion had broken out at Tianshangju. This street, already a hub for the wealthy and powerful, was even more bustling today. The fruit vendor Old Li, the tea shop owner Old Zhang, and others crowded around a visibly flustered young attendant. "The nobles at Tianshangju are in an uproar," the attendant explained hastily. "But it's not because of troublemakers, it's because the wine they launched is simply extraordinary. On the first and second floors, they're only selling the lowest grade Baiyu wine at 300 taels per jean, with a limit of 1 jar per table. After tasting it, the nobles all wanted to buy more, but the shop refused to sell. 300 taels per jean for wine?" The crowd gasped in shock. "And that's just the lowest grade," the attendant continued as he rushed off. The medium and top grades upstairs left those high-ranking officials and nobles utterly amazed. "I need to hurry back and get some money to buy a jar while the opening discounts are still on. If I wait any longer, I'll miss my chance." The street vendors exchanged bewildered glances. For someone like the crown prince or the third prince, who had surely tasted the finest delicacies and wines, what kind of wine could possibly earn such high praise? Their limited imaginations failed to conjure the unparalleled flavor of the legendary Baiyu wine. In a refined courtyard on the 5th floor of Tianshangju, 7 or 8 young men were gathered in a circle, with Su Yan among them. Seeing everyone eager to buy wine, Xia Chen quickly clasped his hands together with a troubled expression and said, "Brothers, I really can't sell too much of this wine. The production is just too limited. If I sell it all today, Tianshangju might have to shut down tomorrow." All right, don't make it hard for Brother Chen," said a tall, masculine young man, waving his hand to calm the group. "Today, we'll each buy just 1 jar. If we want more in the future, we can come back to Tianshangju ourselves." This young man, around 26 or 27 years old, was Han Wushuang, the eldest son of the Marquis Wushuang. As the heir to one of the founding 3 military houses of Dewu, Han Wushuang had been held to high expectations since birth, even named directly after his father's title. Now at the age of 27, he held a fourth-rank official position and was highly respected among the younger generation of military nobility. He was destined to become a key figure within the martial aristocracy. Thank you, Brother Wushuang, for your understanding, Xia Chen said with a bow. Han Wushuang's straightforward and sincere nature was a big reason for his popularity among his peers in the military nobility. Chen, you've been at the Marquis' residence all this time, and recently busy with your duties at the Yamen. This is the first time we've met as brothers, Han Wushuang said with a smile. You have to treat us well today, and stay to drink with us. Xia Chen knew that even though he had severed ties with the Xia family, his identity as a member of the military nobility was unchangeable. The martial aristocracy was a powerful group, and he could not afford to abandon this crucial foundation. Seeing these future inheritors of marquis titles extend goodwill, he naturally had to reciprocate. Bring another jar of premium jade wine. This one's on me, and we won't leave until we're drunk. Xia Chen personally poured wine for each guest, starting with Han Wushuang and toasting each in turn. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the private room grew even more lively. I heard, Brother Wushuang, that you'll be accompanying the Grand Marshal to the Northwest battlefield this time? Xia Chen asked, his eyes sharp and clear. Ha ha ha, that's right. Han Wushuang downed his drink in one gulp. It's been far too dull in the Imperial Guard these past years. It's about time I ventured out and made my mark. A true man, if he cannot achieve glory and establish his legacy, might as well decay with the grass and trees. Xia Chen raised his cup in response, his voice filled with bold ambition. The group, their spirits lifted by the drink, lit up with excitement upon hearing Xia Chen's words. The young Su Yin mulled over them repeatedly, while Han Wushuang fixed an intense, piercing gaze on Xia Chen. Xia Chen, you truly understand me. Han Wushuang suddenly stood up, his voice carrying a hint of intoxication. If only we had met sooner. I've heard of the lines you wrote at Princess Yaoguang's poetry, gathering to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why care to return wrapped in a horsehide? Truly admirable. Am about to head to the front lines. Would you compose a poem for me as well? Why not? Xia Chen replied with a hearty laugh. Today, I shall compose a poem for you, Brother Wushuang, as a blessing for your triumphant return. The others present couldn't help but feel a pang of shame as they watched Xia Chen. They had once believed this young master, who spent his days among scholars, lacked the valor of the military nobility. But now they realized how short-sighted they had been. Xia Chen's demeanor radiated the spirit of a true man of honor. Xia Chen raised a wine jug, drained it in one go, and stood. His voice boomed with vigor. Why should a man not wield a wu hook to reclaim the 50 states of the Northwest? At these words, the assembled heirs of military families were struck with awe. Just as someone was about to rise and cheer, Xia Chen's voice grew even more powerful. Through 100 battles in the Yellow Sands, clad in golden armor, we shall not return unless Great Feng is vanquished. The imagery his words conjured off soldiers, armored in gold, galloping through endless sands and charging fearlessly into enemy ranks seemed to come alive before everyone's eyes. The entire gathering rose to their feet, some trembling with exhilaration. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Su Yin exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. This is what it means to be a real Manto, achieve greatness and leave a legacy. Han Wushuang burst into hearty laughter. Xia Chen, my brother, you are both a warrior and a poet, crafting verses with ease. A true immortal of poetry. Meanwhile, the grand opening of Tianshangju had caused a sensation across the capital. Nobles and elites flocked to the establishment, drawn in particular by its innovative jade wine. This exquisite drink, offered in 3 grades, not only boasted unparalleled flavor, but was rumored to possess extraordinary effects. Eyewitnesses reported that a young master drinking the finest grade of jade wine on the 4th floor had instantly broken through to the 7th rank on the spot. The price of the top-tier jade wine was nothing short of staggering 5,000 taels of silver per jar. Yet what shocked people even more was that Princess Pingyang had offered an astronomical 10,000 taels in an attempt to purchase the wine from a marquis heir on the 5th floor. But what was even more surprising was that the heir of the marquis household outright refused Princess Pingyang on the spot, resolutely declaring he wouldn't sell. One diner exclaimed, shaking his head in amazement. 1,000 taels of silver, and he still wouldn't sell it. Could this Baiyu wine truly be a celestial brew? It is indeed worthy of being called a celestial brew, another chimed in. Earlier today, I was at the 2nd floor of Tianshangju at noon, and I only sampled a jar of the lower grade Baiyu wine. Even that was exceptional. If it were the top grade, I imagine it would be even more astonishing. As he spoke, he unconsciously smacked his lips, as though still savoring the rich flavor. Have you all heard? The Prince Consort composed a spontaneous poem for General Han. 2 lines, perfectly crafted, exuding grandeur and boldness. Truly, He is the poet immortal of our great Wu dynasty, someone exclaimed excitedly, reciting the poem aloud with enthusiasm. As night fell, in a refined pavilion within the Lin estate, a brother and sister were engaged in conversation. The young woman, Lin Luoxian, was one of the four great beauties of the capital, renowned for her mastery of poetry and flute playing, her breathtaking appearance akin to a moon goddess descending to the mortal realm. This poem is indeed exceptional, Lin Zihan remarked with a smile. That Xia Chen, though born into a family of military merit, possesses remarkable poetic talent. The imagery is bold and majestic, Lin Luoxian said with a soft, graceful smile. Perhaps it is precisely because he comes from a family of military distinction that he can write with such vigor. Little sister, Tianshang Ju truly lives up to its reputation, Lin Zihan said, looking at her. I brought back a jar of Baiyu wine. When father returns, let's all taste it together. Brother, haven't you always had a less than favorable impression of Xia Chen? Why the sudden praise today? Lin Luoxian asked, her every gesture exuding elegance. You're right, Lin Zihan admitted. I used to feel some resentment when I heard those rumors about him being even more accomplished than father. But at the literary gathering, I saw how composed and humble he was, clearly brimming with talent yet never arrogant. And today at Tianshangju, after speaking with him for a while, I realized he is truly a man of broad-mindedness and virtue. Lin Luoxian listened quietly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. What a pity, Lin Zihan suddenly sighed. Such an upright character, gifted poet, and strikingly handsome man, better looking than Jing Xianan. He's even close to your age. Both of you share a love for poetry. It would have been a match made in heaven. But alas, he is already the Prince Consort. Hearing this, the usually composed Lin Luoxian uncharacteristically blushed. This 18-year-old, who had always held a high standard and paid no mind to sons of princes or nobles, now revealed a rare hint of shyness. Lin Luoxian gently shook her head, a hint of clarity flashing in her eyes. What are you saying, big brother? Even if he weren't the emperor's son-in-law, it would still be impossible for me to be with him. He hails from the Marquis of Zhendong's family, and I am the daughter of the chief minister. How could our families ever be joined by marriage? If such a union were to happen, it might bring great disaster upon our family. Despite her words, a trace of curiosity about Xia Chen, the man her brother had praised so highly, arose in her heart. Lin Zihan looked at his sister with eyes full of affection. I understand. I was merely expressing my thoughts. My little sister is no ordinary person. Naturally, she should find someone she truly loves in this life. Neither father nor I are in any rush. Well, patiently wait for fate to bring the right person to you. As the siblings chatted idly, the voice of a servant echoed through the residence. Young master. Young miss, the master has returned. Before the words had fully settled, a middle-aged man, about 50 years old with a healthy complexion, walked into the pavilion. Father. Lin Zihan and Lin Luoxian stood up in unison. Sit down, both of you. Lin Hanpu gestured with a wave of his hand, his face showing signs of weariness. Lin Zihan asked with concern, Father, you're back so late. Has there been another major issue at court? Lin Hanpu let out a deep sigh. It's still about the situation in the northwest. 15,000 elite imperial troops, plus auxiliary forces, making a total of over 300,000 soldiers, are being deployed. His Majesty has ordered us to gather supplies within 2 months and transport them to Lanzhou in the northwest. But with the state treasury already depleted and the upcoming autumn imperial examinations, he shook his head helplessly. As the chief minister, he was all too aware of the underlying problems beneath the seemingly prosperous facade of the Dao dynasty. He was merely a patchworker, trying to mend what he could. Seeing his father's lingering worry, Lin Zihan shifted the topic. Father, today I brought back a fine jar of wine from Tianshangju. How about we enjoy it together? The wine from that restaurant owned by Xia Chen? Lin Hanpu asked, gazing at the bright moon above. Precisely. So, tell me, what do you think of that young man? Lin Zihan replied earnestly. He's a remarkable young talent, intelligent yet unassuming, humble and composed, with a maturity far beyond his years. As he spoke, he presented Xia Chen's poetry and instructed the servants to bring the Baiyu wine. Lin Hanpu studied the poetry for a long while. Truly excellent verses. No wonder His Majesty holds him in such high regard. Lin Zihan personally took the Baiyu wine, introducing it to his father and sister. This wine sells for 5,000 taels at Tianshangju, and it's not something money can easily buy. Only guests on the 5th and 6th floors can taste it, and only those on the 6th floor are allowed to purchase extra. If not for your reputation, father, I wouldn't have had the chance to join Princess Pingyang and the Crown Prince on the 6th floor today. 5,000 taels for one jar? Even Lin Hanpu, as the chief minister, was stunned by the price. To put it in perspective, a single stone of grain in Dao costs only 1 tael of silver, and this jar of wine was worth 5,000 stones of grain. Princess Pingyang even offered 10,000 taels to buy the premium Baiyu wine from the son of Marquis Wei Wu, but he refused to sell, Lin Zihan added. As they spoke, Lin Zihan unsealed the wine jar, and a rich, intoxicating aroma instantly filled the pavilion. He poured the jade-colored wine into bowls for his father and sister. Father, little sister, please enjoy. The moment the wine touched his throat, Lin Shofu's eyes flew wide open, only to close again as he savored it carefully. The wine's fragrance filled the air, bringing a deep sense of peace. What was even more astonishing was that it seemed to enhance one's cultivation comprehension. A radiant moonlight shimmered across Lin Luoxian's figure, as if she were clad in armor woven from moonbeams. Her aura became ethereal, otherworldly, like a moon goddess descending to the mortal realm. When she opened her beautiful eyes, a fleeting trace of lunar energy flickered within them. As expected of my little sister. You grasped the essence of this wine in just one taste, Lin Zihan said with a smile, pouring Lin Luoxian another cup. At this moment, Lin Hanpu also opened his eyes. His once haggard face now glowed with vitality, his entire demeanor rejuvenated. Such a miraculous creation, it's no wonder it commands such a high price. Father, while I'm not short on money, I wouldn't spend 5,000 taels on an ordinary fine wine, Lin Zihan explained. Today, this jade wine was highly sought after, with no one willing to resell it. That alone speaks to its extraordinary value. He added, on the way here, I ran into the Grand Princess. She mentioned that Xia Chen has another creation, the Jade Immortal Tea. Unfortunately, it's not for sale at Tianshangju. Since both you and my sister love tea, I'll visit Xia Chen another day to see if I can get some for you. Lin Hanpu nodded thoughtfully. It seems this Xia Chen is indeed remarkable. The younger generation is not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Lin Luoxian remained silent, her gaze flickering with a hint of contemplation. At the same time, in Tianshangju, Master, we made a fortune today. Zhang Wenliao exclaimed excitedly. Shen Shuiyan stood with a faint smile, while Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian were equally astonished as they reviewed the accounts. Only Xia Chen remained calm. The establishment of Tianshangju had required an investment of over 6,000 taels, yet today, just 2 jars of premium jade wine had already recouped the cost and more. It was a business that could truly be described as a gold mine. However, Xia Chen remained clear-headed. He needed to secure the brewing recipe as soon as possible and couldn't rely solely on exchanging competition fragments. Moreover, as the fame of jade wine grew, so would the number of those coveting it. For now, Tianshangju will remain a single establishment, Xia Chen instructed Shen Shuiyan. Use these profits to invest in other ventures and expand as quickly as possible. They'll need more funds in the future. Understood, Shen Shuiyan replied. By now, the entire capital knew he was working under Xia Chen, so he no longer hesitated in his actions. He'll assemble a commercial team immediately. As they spoke, an elderly Taoist entered the shop. Master, we've already closed for the day and are no longer accepting customers, Zhang Wenliao called out, still brimming with excitement. I heard this place is fine wine. Outside the door stood an elderly Taoist with white hair, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. But it seems I've come too late. Perhaps it's not meant to be. With that, he turned to leave. Xia Chen heard the voice and looked over, his gaze landing on the old Taoist. His eyes flickered momentarily, splitting and merging in an instant, with a faint, peculiar light flashing deep within. Since you've come, it must be fate. Though we've closed for the day, the door remains open. Why not come in and have a seat? Xia Chen said with a gentle smile, inviting him to stay. The old Taoist stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xia Chen. His cloudy eyes appeared like those of an ordinary elder, yet his gaze lingered on Xia Chen, as if trying to see through him. Then I'll impose on you, young friend, he replied. This seemingly humble Taoist was, in fact, the highly esteemed elder heavenly master. Wenliao, bring a bottle of our finest Baiyu wine, and also fetch my tea leaves, Xia Chen instructed. Upon seeing how Xia Chen treated the guest, everyone present realized that this old Taoist was no ordinary man. The finest Baiyu wine is usually reserved for guests on the 5th or 6th floor, and a single jar costs 5,000 taels. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of such indulgence, the elder heavenly master said, shaking his head as he took a seat in the first-floor hall. Good wine should meet those destined for it. For those without fate, even money won't suffice. For those with fate, even on the first floor, they deserve a taste, Xia Chen replied with a smile. The elder heavenly master silently pondered. Today, I deliberately concealed the heavenly secrets, restrained my aura, and disguised myself as an ordinary Taoist. Having avoided contact with the outside world for years, Xia Chen shouldn't know my identity. Why does he treat me this way? Could it truly be fate? What's more intriguing is that Xia Chen seems to have spoken the very words I intended to say. Young friend, would you care to share a drink with me? The elder heavenly master invited. Xia Chen smiled and agreed, naturally taking a seat across from him. The elder heavenly master continued to speculate inwardly. This man's appearance is inscrutable. Could something be obscuring it? Or has he already reached the realm of the one that escapes? His gaze swept over Su Xingchen and the others, noticing that they, too, were individuals of extraordinary fortune. To be surrounded by so many with great destinies, Xia Chen's fortune must be even more remarkable. Could he truly possess the aura of an emperor? While he was lost in thought, Zhang Wenliao arrived with the Baiyu wine and Baiyu immortal tea. The tea leaves were precious, and Xia Chen had divided them into jars of only 50 grams each. Even so, he had once generously gifted a jar to Princess Pingyang. When brewing, 5 or 6 leaves were sufficient. Excellent tea, excellent wine. The elder heavenly master's eyes lit up as he caught the aroma of the tea and wine. He took a sip of tea first, and the rich fragrance blossomed in his mouth. A surge of vitality coursed through his meridians, leaving him feeling serene and as if he were closer to the Tao. In the celestial pavilion, the old celestial master slowly opened his eyes. The cloudy haze within them had completely vanished, replaced by a bright and spirited gleam. "What an exceptional tea," he remarked, carefully examining the tea in his cup. "Such a remarkable brew, I've never even heard of it before. Clearly, my knowledge is far too limited." Xia Chen offered a calm smile and poured him a cup of jade-green wine. The true treasures of the world are like the Tao, nameless, formless, and unknown to most. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, causing the old celestial master's eyes to brighten not just from the intoxicating fragrance, but also from Xia Chen's profound words. "The Tao is hidden and nameless. Young friend, do you have some understanding of Taoist principles?" the old master inquired. "Just a little," Xia Chen replied with humility, gesturing for the master to try the wine. Though curious, the celestial master maintained his calm composure, as still as a tranquil lake. He lifted the cup and drank it in one go. The warmth of the wine coursed through his body, harmonizing perfectly with the lingering essence of the tea, invigorating his spirit. In that moment, as tea and wine intertwined within him, he felt as though he had brushed against the edge of the Tao, a profound tremor in his soul that reminded him of his insignificance in the vast expanse of the universe. "Today, tasting your tea and wine, I have realized how vast the world truly is. Even in a lifetime, it is impossible to know it all," the old celestial master mused. Then, shifting his tone, he continued, "Young friend, your understanding of the Tao seems quite profound. Do you have any insights to share?" Xia Chen modestly shook his head. "I wouldn't call them insights, just some knowledge from reading Taoist texts." He paused briefly, and when he looked up, his gaze was sharp and intense. "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." These words struck like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through the celestial master's entire being. Though seemingly simple, the words stirred ripples of Taoist resonance in his heart, surpassing even the ancient texts stored in the celestial master's residence. "Is there more?" the celestial master asked, his voice trembling slightly. He felt that if he could grasp the deeper meaning, he might transcend into an extraordinary realm. Xia Chen fell silent once again, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. When he spoke, his voice carried just the right weight and clarity. "The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always without desire, one can observe its essence. Always with desire, one can observe its manifestations. These two emerge from the same source but differ in name. This unity is the profound mystery. Mystery upon mystery, the gateway to all wonders." As his words concluded, a thunderous crack split the sky above the capital, followed by a torrential downpour, as if some unseen force was awakening. Everyone felt a formless pressure descending upon them. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Emperor Wen, clad in Taoist robes and adorned with Buddhist prayer beads, suddenly opened his eyes. His seemingly frail body radiated with an astonishing energy, hinting at an unfathomable power within. With a wave of his right hand, the grand doors of the palace swung open. Emperor Wen's figure instantly appeared outside, gazing up at the distant horizon, his eyes seemingly piercing through the dark clouds shrouding the capital. At that very moment, a radiant beam of divine light burst forth from the western part of the city. A vast, warm aura enveloped the entire capital, compelling all who felt it to kneel in reverence. "Your Majesty!" Eunuch hurriedly approached Emperor Wen. The elderly eunuch, who had once delivered an imperial decree to the Xia family, reported with a grave expression, "A celestial phenomenon has appeared. Master Longshu has awakened. I will send someone to investigate immediately." Li Wenzhong rushed to the palace steps, kneeling outside with a heart full of dread. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of Princess Yaoguang's residence, the stunningly beautiful Yaoguang was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Every strand of her hair shimmered with crystalline brilliance as her aura surged to an unprecedented peak. Just as she attempted to break through a certain restriction, The pressure that had bound her suddenly dissipated. In that moment, she transformed into a sharp blade, cutting through all barriers and stepping into a new realm. After a long while, Yaoguang retracted her powerful aura and emerged from the chamber. Waiting outside, Zus stood with a solemn expression. Has anything unusual happened outside? Yaoguang asked as she opened the door. A moment ago, there was a celestial thunderstorm, torrential rain, and the awakening of Master Longshu. The divine light illuminated the entire city, Ziyue reported concisely. Yaoguang furrowed her brows slightly. Master Longshu had been in seclusion for 5 years, seeking a breakthrough beyond the supreme level. The magnitude of his awakening was indeed unusual. She suddenly recalled how the constraint above her had been shaken by some mysterious force during her own breakthrough, allowing her to succeed so effortlessly. Has the princess successfully reached the 3rd rank? Ziyue asked cautiously. Yes. It was originally expected to take another 6 months, but I broke through ahead of schedule, Yaoguang responded calmly, her exquisite face showing no trace of emotion. To reach the 3rd rank at the age of 20 is truly unprecedented, Ziyue exclaimed in genuine admiration. Yaoguang, however, remained composed and steady despite the praise. What news from the Grand Celestial Master? The Celestial Master's residence shows no unusual activity, and the Grand Celestial Master has sent no word. Investigate Master Longshu's awakening discreetly, Yaoguang instructed. Understood, Princess, Ziyue replied before departing lightly. Yaoguang extended her jade-like hand, letting the raindrops fall upon it. Gazing deeply into the sky, she murmured, "It's raining." Inside Tianshangju, Xia Chen sensed the changes outside and felt a jolt in his heart. Glancing at the Grand Celestial Master, who was immersed in enlightenment, he forced himself to stay calm. He vaguely sensed that all of this might be connected to the conversation they had just had. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian, along with a few others, had witnessed Xia Chen's exchange with the Grand Celestial Master. Su Xingqian quickly stepped outside Tianshangju and, upon seeing the divine light illuminating the city, turned back to scrutinize Xia Chen and the Grand Celestial Master. Doubts swirled in his mind. Could all of this truly have been triggered by that conversation? The timing was far too coincidental. What intrigued him even more was the identity of the old Taoist who had spoken with the Lord. Just who could he possibly be? In the heavens, at the center of it all. After a long silence, the old Taoist master slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He gazed intently at Xia Chen and spoke earnestly, "Young friend, your deep understanding of our Taoist teachings shows a profound connection with our path. Why not join our Taoist sect? In time, you could undoubtedly become a grandmaster of your generation." Xia Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Haha, my path does not lie here, but thank you for your kind offer, master." The old Taoist master leaned forward slightly, his tone growing more fervent. "If you dedicate yourself to the Tao, I can recommend you to the Celestial Master's mansion. With your comprehension of the Tao, it is not impossible for you to become the next Celestial Master." At these words, the gazes of Su Xingqian and the others all turned towards Xia Chen. The Celestial Master's mansion, truly a sacred place of the Tao, a living legend among mortals. Xia Chen picked up his teacup and gazed out at the torrential rain pouring outside the window. All things in the world have their roles, their purpose, each embodying the Tao. I come from the mortal world, so I shall be an immortal of the mortal realm. As his words fell, a thunderclap resounded across the skies, as if echoing his sentiments. An immortal of the mortal realm? What profound insight, young friend. The old Taoist master savored the remark, offering genuine admiration. The outside world knows you only as the imperial consort and the heir of the Marquis household, yet they fail to see the brilliance within you. He paused briefly before continuing. In the capital, the younger generation is sharpening their blades, eager to make their mark in the military campaigns of the Northwest. While you have earned renown and hold a high position, you lack significant achievements to your name. Relying solely on the emperor's favor, it is inevitable that some will harbor resentment. Why not showcase your talents and demonstrate your strength to rise as a leader among the younger generation? The old Taoist master mused silently. The outside world claims Xia Chen is merely at the 8th rank, a waste of potential. But from what I see today, he has clearly reached the 6th rank. More remarkable still is his profound understanding of the Tao and the influential figures that gather around him. Yet he remains humble, unassuming. Xia Chen continued to watch the rainwater streaming down outside and murmured softly, "Flowing water does not compete to lead." Then, he stood up and bowed. "Master, please enjoy your tea at leisure. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Flowing water does not compete to lead? The old Taoist master watched Xia Chen's departing figure, deep in thought. "Young friend, this phrase seems incomplete. Is there more to it?" Without stopping, Xia Chen's voice drifted back, calm and resonant. "I have 3 treasures, which I hold and cherish. The first is compassion,
the second is frugality, and the third is not daring to be ahead of the world.
These words, drawn from the Tao Te Ching, encapsulated the wisdom of compassion, thrift, and humility in life. Xia Chen's words were profound and philosophical. Do not strive to lead the world, do not flaunt strength, do not compete for first. He spoke with calm eloquence, explaining the wisdom of humbling oneself, like a valley lying low. Just as rivers flow into the sea, only by maintaining humility can one gather the streams and rains of the world, ultimately transforming from passive to proactive, from not daring to lead to boldly leading. The old celestial master listened, as if receiving divine enlightenment, feeling as though he had touched upon the ultimate truth of the Tao. Just as he was about to ask further, Xia Chen rose to his feet, leaving behind a meaningful parting phrase. Flowing water does not compete to be first, it strives to be unending. Outside, the lantern-bearer Chui, who was already waiting, clad in a raincoat, his expression grave. My lord, His Majesty has ordered a citywide lockdown, sealing the gates. Any suspicious individuals or activities will be apprehended in coordination with the Imperial Guards. Understood, Xia Chen replied, glancing around. Zhang Wenliao, Xia Qian, Xia Wan, and the others were already prepared. Send out the Eagle Eye Division in full force to ensure the city's safety. Overhead, the lightning had dissipated, but the torrential rain continued to pour, endlessly gathering in the lowlands. In the carriage, Su Xingqian seemed deep in thought before finally speaking. Flowing water does not compete to be first. It strives to be unending. My lord, are you seeking to lead the world? Xia Chen gazed out the window, his eyes piercing through time and space. The future is long. What does it matter to be ahead for a moment? What I seek is enduring eternity. Though Su Xingqian was exceptionally intelligent, he struggled to fully grasp the deeper meaning behind these words. He could not foresee the grand and tumultuous era that lay ahead. The Golden Age, the resurgence of spiritual energy, the clash of dynasties, the merging of heavens, leading to the ultimate version, the battle of the immortal dynasties. Each era would be a dazzling yet ruthless chapter, spanning vast epochs. As a reincarnated player from a previous life, Xia Chen understood all too well that each era's transformation was a brutal reshuffling. Those who once stood as unrivaled prodigies could easily become forgotten ashes in the next. For this reason, Xia Chen firmly believed. One must fight when the time calls for it, but what matters even more is to endure like an unending stream. To become that transcendent being amidst the mundane world, residing high above in the ninth heaven, watching the tides rise and fall, the clouds drift and gather. The carriage was enveloped in silence. Though it was the first time everyone had heard such words, they could all sense the immense power contained within them. Was this the Tao that the old Taoist had spoken of? Zhang Wenliao scratched his head with a simple, honest smile, thinking to himself, since the Lord seeks eternal prosperity, I will follow him forever and accompany him on this journey. He didn't fully grasp the meaning of not daring to be the first under heaven, or the deeper philosophy of the flowing water does not compete to be first, but he understood one thing: this man had rescued him from his plight, given him a future, and taught him to read, write, and cultivate. This kindness was something he would dedicate his life to repaying. Good. Xia Chen's voice broke the silence in the carriage. Stay with me on this path, and I'll show you the most splendid sights this world has to offer. Sights so magnificent that even in the past, no matter how high your position, you would never have had the chance to see them. Hearing this, Zhang Wenliao grinned even wider. Beside him, Xiaowen quickly chimed in, I want to go with Brother Chen to see the most splendid sights too. Xia Chen laughed heartily at his words. Fine. As long as you follow me, you will definitely witness it in the future. The carriage sped through the rainy night. Xiaowen, gazing out at the patrolling Imperial Guards, couldn't help but ask, Brother Chen, why has the capital suddenly gone into lockdown? It might have something to do with the revival efforts led by Longshu, Xia Chen replied casually, though he vaguely felt that it might all be connected to him. The words he had spoken earlier were a core description of the Tao found in the Tao Te Ching, a concept from another world. In this realm, all players' knowledge of classical works and philosophies from their original worlds was erased until the Heavenly Fusion's expansion. Xia Chen speculated that this restriction existed because the Taos of different worlds were fundamentally incompatible, and revealing them prematurely could lead to unpredictable consequences. The Emperor ordered us to apprehend any suspicious individuals, Xiaowen said fiercely. That old Taoist is definitely suspicious. We were about to close up shop, yet he deliberately came in, acting all mysterious. Brother Chen, why don't we go back and capture him? There's no need. That old Taoist is not a problem. Xia Chen shook his head. Why not? Does Brother Chen know this Taoist? Xiaowen, being his younger cousin, directly voiced the question that everyone else was too hesitant to ask. Though the others were curious, none dared to speak up. Xia Chen glanced around at the eager expressions of the group and said slowly, I don't know him, but if my guess is correct, that man is the old celestial master. Xia Chen frowned slightly, deep in thought. Why had this legendary figure suddenly appeared? Was it a blessing or a curse? Although the man likely bore no ill will, Xia Chen had deliberately said so much earlier to assert himself and leave an impression on the old celestial master. No matter what his intentions were, Xia Chen planned to keep him intrigued for now. The old celestial master of the celestial master's mansion? Yu Shaoqian exclaimed in shock upon hearing the renowned title. Su Xingqian pondered deeply over the recent events. That seemingly ordinary old Taoist priest turned out to be the legendary old Tianshi, a figure of divine and unfathomable power. Though he appeared as a mere mortal, he was a true celestial being in the human realm. But why had he suddenly appeared at the Tianshang Pavilion? Could it be that the old Tianshi also sensed Lord Xia Chen's extraordinary nature? Su Xingqian couldn't help but ask. Xia Chen glanced at everyone, his voice low and firm. This matter must not be spread. Though I do not fully understand his intentions, they seem to bear no malice. That entire night, Xia Chen led the lantern bearers in a rigorous patrol of the capital city. Under the pressure of the lockdown, even the usually lively courtesan houses and entertainment quarters on Suyu Street fell silent, fearing to invite trouble. By the next morning, the city gates reopened. Xia Chen learned that the emperor had dispatched an envoy to Tianlong Temple to seek an audience with the abbot, Longshu, regarding the strange phenomena of the previous night. Though the details of their conversation remained unknown, an order soon followed to lift the lockdown and resume normal activities. A few days later, the capital returned to its usual bustling state. While rumors and speculations about that mysterious night swirled among the populace, the truth remained elusive. Time passed, and by mid-June, the sweltering summer had arrived. With the autumn imperial examinations approaching in September, scholars from all 19 provinces of the Dawu dynasty flocked to the capital. Some had even set out as early as the start of the year, fearing they might miss the once-in-3 years opportunity. By now, many had already arrived, causing prices at inns and restaurants to skyrocket. Everywhere in the city, one could see scholars composing poems and reciting verses. Is the Tianshang Pavilion truly as remarkable as the rumors say? 2 years away from the capital, and so much has changed. This wine is truly unparalleled. What poetic genius! I, Zhang refused to concede. After half a month of growing fame, the Tianshang Pavilion had become the most renowned restaurant in the capital. Due to the limited production of jade wine, its daily supply was capped. Once sold out, patrons would have to wait until the next day. The establishment's entrance was crowded with nobles and officials, turning it into a gathering place for the elite. The superior-grade jade wine had earned the nickname Immortal Jade Wine, and those who tasted it could not stop praising it. It was rumored that even the mid-grade jade wine now fetched a staggering price of 6,000 taels per jar. As for the superior grade, those fortunate enough to acquire it treasured it so highly that none had ever sold it. Newly arrived scholars, awed by the Tianshang Pavilion's 7-story grandeur, saw it as a symbol of status. Many who considered themselves exceptional attempted to ascend its levels, only to be halted at the 3rd floor. Those whose pride was wounded by their failure to climb higher caused disturbances, only to be beaten in the streets by patrolling lantern bearers and thrown into prison on charges of disorderly conduct. This spectacle served as a stark warning to the newly arrived scholars, reminding them that the capital, teeming with powerful figures, was no place for reckless behavior. From then on, no one dared to act presumptuously at the Tianshang Pavilion. The courtyard of the Lantern Bearer Bureau, under the command of Ma Song. You've been with the lantern bearers for almost 3 months now, haven't you? Ma Song sat in the courtyard sipping tea. He was an unremarkable middle-aged man, with no trace of an official's authority in his demeanor. Yes, sir, Xia Chen responded with a smile, taking a sip from his teacup. Do you still remember what His Majesty tasked you with when he sent you to the lantern bearers? Of course. I pledged before His Majesty that within 3 months, I would capture the traitor. With the deadline approaching, I dare not break my word or deceive him. Ma Song nodded in approval. A month ago, I recalled all the outstation leaders and commanders. We've been waiting for you to show your skills. What support do you need? Thank you, sir. Xia Chen stood and cupped his hands in respect. I will need some skilled fighters to back me up. After leaving the courtyard, Xia Qian quietly appeared beside Xia Chen. Have all the arrangements been made? Everything is ready, Xia Qian replied solemnly. We'll act tomorrow night. Tonight, I need to visit a certain place first. Xia Chen glanced in the direction of a specific area in the capital, a faint smile playing on his lips. As night fell, Xia Chen's figure melted into the shadows as he moved swiftly through the alleys. With the city nearing curfew, pedestrians hurried along the streets. However, as he approached his destination, the number of people heading in the same direction increased. This was Suyu Street, a renowned area in the capital and the best place to find like-minded individuals. Xia Chen stopped in front of a building called Lu Su Pavilion, overhearing a few patrons chatting. Miss Su Su is truly a beauty, but it's a pity she's from a clear hall. There's no such thing as a true clear halot's, just a matter of the price not being high enough. You're wrong. Someone offered 10,000 taels of gold recently, and she still refused. Xia Chen listened briefly, but did not use the front entrance. Instead, he slipped into the shadows and entered the building from the rear. Starting from the third floor, he noticed an increasing number of attendants in green robes, each concealing inner energy beneath their garments. His unique double pupils detected several 7th-rank experts and even 3 6th-rank ones. By the 4th floor, the number of experts increased further. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a wave of intense heat greeted him. There was at least one 5th-rank martial artist present, perhaps more. His gaze penetrated the walls, focusing on a corner room. As his double pupils slowly split into concentric circles, a faint mist of chaotic energy emanated. His peculiar eyes seemed capable of piercing through all illusions, leaving nothing in the world hidden from their sight. Xia Chen's gaze froze. A golden glowing insect was embedded in human flesh. A Gu master. This discovery made his expression tighten. In this world, practitioners of the Gu Dao gained power by raising Gu insects, and now, in Suyu Pavilion, there was actually a 4th-rank Gu master present. Although the art of the Gu master was primarily prevalent in the southern regions and rarely seen elsewhere, Xia Chen had no time to dwell on his surprise. The immense strength brought by the awakening of his double pupils gave him absolute confidence. Even a 4th-rank Gu master could not take his life in an instant. He slipped silently through the window, his movements as quiet as a shadow. The room was filled with a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of jasmine and pear blossoms. The space was spacious, elegantly arranged. A side chamber was connected to the main room, inside of which stood a wooden tub used for bathing. After confirming the room was empty, Xia Chen leapt onto a roof beam, holding his breath as he waited. Time passed slowly. Xia Chen remained highly vigilant when suddenly, his sharp senses caught the faintest sound of footsteps. Through the wooden door, he saw a cold and graceful figure approaching the room, followed by a maid. The elegant figure entered the room cautiously, scanning her surroundings before stepping fully inside. Ugh, those disgusting men. Do they even look at themselves before hoping Miss would let them stay overnight? Dream on, the maid complained indignantly as she entered. Even if they stayed overnight, it would only be in their dreams, Su replied with a faint smile. But letting men in would indeed dirty this room. Miss, please wait a moment. I'll fetch the water, the maid said before leaving. Su walked to the wooden tub in the side chamber and was about to remove her outer garments when a sudden chill swept over her. Just as she was about to turn, an iron-like hand clasped around her smooth, jade-like neck. Miss Qingya, long time no see, Xia Chen whispered close to her ear. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Su's cheeks to flush instantly, a shiver spreading from her ear down to her collarbone. It's you. Su's body trembled slightly, but her mind remained clear. Master Xia, as the princess's consort, sneaking into my room in the dead of night, hiding on the roof beam, and now behaving so rudely while I prepare to bathe you. Is this the conduct of a gentleman? Or are you not afraid of Princess Yaguang's jealousy? In the room, Xia Chen heard these words and smiled faintly, deliberately leaning close to Su's earlobe. His breath was warm, his voice low and teasing. If I weren't a gentleman, I should have waited until Miss Su took off her clothes, then quietly enjoyed the view from the beams before jumping into the bath with you. As he spoke, his right hand gently pinched Su's delicate and smooth chin. The familiar touch involuntarily brought back memories of that night in the quiet little pavilion. She forced herself to shift her focus, trying to calm her racing heartbeat. How did you find me? She asked. I already told you. I used a secret method to sense your presence. I had someone check. You didn't use any secret techniques, and you're a martial artist. You don't even know such methods, Su retorted, shaking her head in denial. Xia Chen maintained his playful smirk. If you don't believe me, so be it. Just know that no matter how you disguise yourself or hide, I can always find you right away. Su could clearly feel the heat radiating from the figure behind her. This strange sensation swept over her again, making her legs weak. She should have felt disgusted, yet deep down, there was not a trace of resistance. Why are you here tonight? She asked. Can't I come just because I missed you? As expected, a man's words are nothing but lies. Didn't you say you could find me anytime? If you missed me, why did it take you 3 months to come? Even with Xia Chen gripping her chin, Su stubbornly turned her head. Her bright eyes locked onto his, and she boldly took a step forward, pressing herself against his chest. You say you missed me, but your eyes are so calm. How cold-hearted. Su's gaze brimmed with grievance. Xia Chen pulled her slender waist into his arms, the two so close they could hear each other's breaths. What's this? Is the famous Miss Su throwing herself into my arms? As they drew closer, Su's heartbeat raced, almost leaping from her chest. In the end, she panicked, averting her eyes and stepping back. Get to the point. Why are you really here? The usually composed and elegant Susu now had a faint blush on her face, her eyes a mix of fluster and allure. She steadied herself, unwilling to provoke him further. Xia Chen's expression turned serious. I need information the records that the Jiansha Institute has hidden within the Lantern Bearers. I'm with the Daqing Royal City Bureau. How would I have access to the Jiansha Institute's information? Susu shook her head, trying to steady her breathing. The Jiansha Institute set you up last time. Don't tell me you didn't investigate further. For Fenghua to successfully steal the military defense plans and frame you, someone must have infiltrated the higher ranks of the Lantern Bearers to mislead Luli from the start. I know your Royal City Bureau has agents within the Lantern Bearers. Give me the list of those people. Susu bit her alluring lips and firmly shook her head. Do you think that's possible? And why would I help you? You're a Lantern Bearer, we're natural enemies. The Lantern Bearer is the Lantern Bearer, and I am me. Just like the Imperial Guard is the Imperial Guard, and you are you. I have always distinguished you from them, Xia Chen said with a smile. Before Susu could react, he pulled her into his arms with a sweeping motion. A man known as the Poet Immortal, with such noble character, is really this fond of taking liberties with women in private? Susu retorted sharply, feeling the warmth of his hand around her waist. 3 months apart, and Miss Susu has made remarkable progress, already breaking through to the 6th rank. How could I not be cautious? Xia Chen held her tightly, his gaze calm and profound as he studied her. How do you know that? Susu's pupils contracted slightly. It was a secret she had never revealed to anyone. I know everything. Xia Chen tilted her delicate chin up, his eyes lingering on her crimson lips. Then, with a more serious tone, he added, you know I harbor no ill intentions. If I did, I wouldn't have come alone today. Instead, I would have brought the elite Lantern Bearers to arrest you and throw you in prison. A peculiar light flickered in both their eyes, and waves of energy seemed to ripple between them. But soon, Susu's gaze turned hazy, only regaining clarity after a few seconds. Her face had grown slightly pale. Your eyes are quite unusual, and your ocular techniques are indeed impressive, but they don't work on me, Xia Chen murmured, his fingers brushing lightly against her cheek. The touch sent a shiver through Susu, her legs weakening as she leaned entirely into his embrace. Miss Susu, is this sensitive? Xia Chen chuckled softly. Susu bit her lip, saying nothing. She had thought that breaking through to the 6th rank would allow her to affect him, but just like last time, she still felt as insignificant as an ant under his overwhelming presence. Your little maid is coming, but our conversation isn't over yet, Xia Chen said, glancing toward the door. I'll give you a choice. I can let you go now and we can continue later, or we can keep going right here in front of her. We'll continue later. Susu blurted out hastily. Xia Chen released her with a smile, and was about to leap onto the roof beam when Susu gritted her teeth and said, don't go up there. I'm going to bathe. I know. Go ahead, don't mind me, Xia Chen replied with a teasing grin as he turned away. Susu was momentarily speechless. His behavior was so far removed from the gentlemanly image the outside world had of him that she didn't know how to respond. If you really go up there, I'll call someone, she said stubbornly. Then where do you suggest I go? Xia Chen asked, spreading his hands in mock helplessness. After a moment of hesitation, Susu bit her lip and said, go to my bed for now. The bed curtains will shield you. In the room, Susu's cheeks flushed slightly after she finished speaking, and she avoided meeting Xia Chen's gaze. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to lie on Miss Susu's bed? If word gets out, it might tarnish your reputation, Xia Chen said hesitantly, though there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Susu's face, already red from shyness, turned a deep crimson upon hearing his words. Her anger flared. This man was utterly shameless. Talking about preserving her reputation, did she even have any left? Did he not remember what he had done that night? They had already shared a bed before, and now he was pretending to be innocent? Susu's entire face burned red. By saying this, Xia Chen made it seem as though she was intentionally inviting him to her bed, as if she wanted something to happen. Haha, you go bathe, and I'll wait for you on the bed, Xia Chen said with a playful smile, no longer teasing her further. Then, in a flash, he disappeared and quickly slipped into her bed. Watching him casually climb onto her bed, Susu gritted her teeth and silently cursed. Men, not a single one of them was decent. At that moment, the door creaked open. The maid, who used to be called Xiao Lian but was now known as Xiao Huan, entered carrying a basin of hot water. Susu quickly composed herself. She knew Xiao Huan's personality well, and made sure not to let her notice anything unusual. The two chatted casually, but Susu was careful to avoid any sensitive topics since there was an outsider present. Soon, Xiao Huan prepared the bath for Susu. As Susu glanced at the steaming bathtub, with petals floating on the surface, she stole a quick, discreet glance toward the bed. Gritting her teeth, she began to undress. Her graceful figure was soon exposed to the air, glowing like white jade. She stepped into the water, and with a soft splash, her elegant form disappeared beneath the surface. Time passed slowly. Susu didn't spin long in the bath. Although the screen shielded her from view and the bed was out of sight, the thought of a man lying on her bed and being able to hear the sound of splashing water made her feel incredibly self-conscious. Time slipped away like water from the tub, flowing and fading. Night had fallen deeply. "Miss, there's no need to wear your outer garment, is there? You're about asleep anyway," Xiao Huan said as she helped Susu get dressed. Seeing Susu pick up her outer robe, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. It was already mid-June, and the weather was getting warmer. Susu paused for a moment, glanced at her inner garments, which modestly covered her without revealing too much, and felt reassured. She put down the outer robe. "All right, I won't wear it," Susu said naturally. Soon after, Xiao Huan left the room, and the space fell into complete silence. "Come out," Susu said in a low voice as she sat in front of the mirror. "Aren't you coming to bed? It's time to sleep." Xia Chen's head peeked out from behind the bed curtains, and he asked with feigned innocence. Susu was so exasperated by his act that she couldn't find words. "How can I sleep with you on the bed?" she snapped. "Why can't you sleep when I'm on the bed? Can't I sleep on the bed too?" Xia Chen replied, still maintaining an air of innocence, his wide, clear eyes looking at her as if he genuinely didn't understand. For a moment, Susu was at a loss for words, utterly floored by his shamelessness. His audacity had once again shattered her expectations. "Lord Xia, do you enjoy sharing a bed with me so much? Aren't you afraid the princess will get jealous?" Susu stood up and walked toward the bed. However, when she was about 2 meters away, she stopped, fixing her gaze on Xia Chen. "We were merely granted marriage by decree. As for what that princess truly thinks, I have no idea." Xia Chen leaned against the headboard, a faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze calm and serene. Standing by the bedside, Susu's eyes flickered with thought. As someone in the know, she was fully aware of the story behind Xia Chen's arranged marriage with Princess Yaguang. "Come on up, we still have things to discuss." Xia Chen clearly had no intention of dwelling on the marriage issue. He patted the edge of the bed as a gesture. Seeing Susu hesitate, he added, "It's already past curfew. Since I'm here tonight, I don't plan on leaving. Besides, we've shared a bed before, haven't we? What now? Afraid I'll do something to you? You're a lantern bearer. Do you really think a little curfew can stop you?" Susu shot him a glance, but eventually walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. She justified it to herself. This was her room, why should she let Xia Chen take over the bed? Besides, as he said, it wasn't as if they hadn't shared a bed before. Xia Chen turned to lie flat on his back and shifted to the main topic. "Let's talk business. So you don't think I'm just some lecherous man? Over the past 3 months, I haven't been idle. I've already identified 3 suspects: Director Wang Zhengze of the 6th Division, Director Dong Yun of the 8th Division, and a Centurion from the 5th Division. I just can't confirm yet whether they are your people or covert agents from the Inspectorate." Hearing this, Susu's expression turned serious. "If you already have suspects, why come to me? I'm aiming for a grand achievement, one that will expose all the hidden agents among the lantern bearers in one fell swoop. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I need your cooperation. You, an undercover agent from the Royal Court Division, want to cooperate with me?" Susu looked at him as though she had just heard the most absurd joke, her tone cold and mocking. "Why not?" Xia Chen turned his head to meet her gaze. "You're stationed in the capital. I can't ensure your safety. You provide me with intelligence. Isn't that a mutually beneficial partnership?" Susu stared at him in shock. "Do you realize this amounts to colluding with an enemy nation? Even as a prince consort, if you're discovered, it's a grave crime." In her mind, she considered the possibility of Xia Chen, a member of the Xia family, could be turned to their side. "Don't overthink it." Xia Chen cut through her thoughts, as though reading her mind. "I'm acting on my own, with no ties to my title as prince consort or the Xia family. I've already fallen out with my family. Now, as a lantern bearer, I'm just looking to make a name for myself. This isn't collusion with an enemy. I'm not leaking secrets or doing your bidding, just collecting a little protection fee, that's all." Susu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief as she let out a soft scoff. "Protection fee? More like extortion." She locked eyes with Xia Chen and, in a gentle voice, said, "I can share the information we have, but you must agree to one condition of mine." "You dare say that?" "The undercover agents from the Imperial City Division among the lantern bearers are off limits." Inside the room, 2 voices clashed against each other. Facing the accusation, Xia Chen remained calm and shook his head without hesitation. "Impossible. My mission this time is to eliminate all undercover agents hidden within the lantern bearers, including those from your Imperial City Division." "Then there's nothing more to discuss," Susu said firmly, her tone unwavering as she stared directly at Xia Chen. "I will never reveal who our undercover agents are." Xia Chen's gaze was sharp, his voice steady. "It's already late, and I don't want to drag this out. Here's the deal. Hand over the Inspection Bureau's intelligence to me. In exchange, I will refrain from investigating anyone below the rank of Baihu in your Imperial City Division. After that, we each rely on our own capabilities. Su Su frowned slightly. She understood all too well that this would place their agents embedded within the lantern bearers in great jeopardy. As she hesitated, Xia Chen spoke again. This is my final concession. My visit to you tonight is already a warning in advance. If you refuse, I will proceed to close the net immediately, and we can pretend this conversation never happened. He paused, then continued, over the past 2 months, I've been working with Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian to analyze a significant amount of evidence. Especially with Su Xingchen's intelligence score of 99, has enabled us to compile a highly accurate list of suspects. Even without your cooperation, we will eventually root them out, though it might take a bit more effort. And besides, Xia Chen added meaningfully as he looked at Su Su, didn't they double-cross you last time? Don't you want to get back at them? Su Su held his gaze expressionlessly for a moment before finally speaking. I can share the information we have, but you must show mercy to our people. I've already said I won't investigate anyone below Baihu rank, Xia Chen replied solemnly. But those above Baihu must be removed. Their positions are too influential, and this cannot be compromised. After weighing her options, Su Su finally relented. Wang Zongzi, the director of the 6th Division, was turned by the Inspection Bureau 3 years ago. The Qianhu from the 5th Division was also recruited 6 years ago when he was still a Baihu. As she spoke, she cast a deep look at Xia Chen. This young man truly had remarkable skills. In just 3 months, he had uncovered the Inspection Bureau's high-level infiltrators within the lantern bearers. These classified details had been obtained through their own agents embedded in the Great Phone capital. Xia Chen listened without any change in expression. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Although the Inspection Bureau's operation to steal the military defense map and frame the Imperial City Division had been executed cleanly, no action could be entirely without trace. The fact that they had narrowed down the final suspects within 2 months was a testament to the Inspection Bureau's exceptional methods. Su Su gazed into the distance, a subtle, enigmatic smile spreading across her face. There's one more person deeply hidden. Although he didn't make a move during this military map event, he's also part of the Jinsha Institute. Who? Xia Chen's eyes sharpened, sensing that their conversation was finally approaching its core. The director of the 9th Division, Wang Chuanguang. The name instantly conjured a complete profile in Xia Chen's Mind Lantern Bearer's 9th Division, also known as the Division of Confinement. This was the only one among the 9 divisions that neither operated in the field, oversaw specific regions, nor conducted covert investigations. Their headquarters was based in the capital, tasked with critical functions such as interrogations and detentions. Even the Lantern Bearer's prison was under their control. The last time Xia Chen had rescued Shen Shuiyin, Yu Shaoqian, and Zhang Wanliao from that prison, it had been through their division's procedures. Interesting, Xia Chen murmured to himself, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Jiansha Institute is craftier than I thought, managing to infiltrate 2 of the 9th Division's directors. Su Su sighed. Wang Chuanguang was turned a year ago, but to understand, we need to go back 5 years. Ever since the eldest princess renowned as the most beautiful woman in Dafeng took charge of the Jiansha Institute, the situation has undergone drastic changes. Her methods are brilliant, her insight into human nature unmatched. Not only has your lantern bearers suffered heavy losses, but our Royal City Division almost faced complete annihilation. At this point, Su Su's gaze grew distant. It was precisely because of that devastating lesson that she now acted so cautiously in the capital of Dao, even willing to cooperate with an adversary like Xia Chen. She had to survive, to return to Daqing. Any more intel? Xia Chen seized the moment, probing further. Since the Royal City Division suffered so greatly in Dafeng's capital, why not let me help you get revenge? Su Su stared at Xia Chen for a moment before revealing the names of 2 Qianhu officers. These pieces of intelligence had been obtained at the cost of her comrades' lives. Pleasure working with you. Xia Chen extended his hand. Su Su hesitated, but seeing the sincerity in his eyes, she lightly shook it. The room fell into silence. Turn off the light. It's late. Xia Chen shifted further into the bed. Su Su bit her lip in annoyance. This man was truly shameless. She extinguished the candle with a wave and cautiously lay down at the edge of the bed. In the darkness, she turned to observe Xia Chen's profile, her thoughts churning. He was undeniably handsome. Some called him a virtuous gentleman, but to her, he seemed brazen and shameless. Still, he was trustworthy and undeniably clever. Lost in thought, she didn't notice when Xia Chen suddenly turned toward her. Their eyes met in the darkness. Her heart skipped a beat, and before she could say anything, a warm hand wrapped around her waist. She felt herself being drawn closer, and before she realized it, she was lying in Xia Chen's embrace. Don't move, I'm going to sleep now. Xia Chen murmured lazily, pulling Su Su into his arms. Su Su instinctively struggled, but quickly realized she couldn't break free from his strong embrace. Yielding, she rested her head against his chest, the masculine warmth of his presence involuntarily drawing her in. Inwardly, she cursed this unnervingly familiar sensation. Do you always like holding someone when you sleep? Su asked, her large, bright eyes peering at Xia Chen's chiseled profile in the dim light. No, you're only the second, he replied, eyes still closed. Who was the first? The words slipped out before Su could stop herself. But Xia Chen had already answered. I had a personal maid assigned by my aunt to warm my bed. She was young, though, so I treated her like a pillow. Oh, Su murmured softly, thinking such arrangements were not uncommon in wealthy households. She shifted slightly, adjusting to a more comfortable position, when a sudden realization struck her. So, you mean you're still, untouched? That's right. Xia Chen opened his eyes, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Why? Is Miss Su offering to help me with that? Flustered, Su buried her head against his chest, curling up like a kitten. Of course not. I just think you're not like a typical man. Are you provoking me or challenging me? Xia Chen retorted, landing a firm smack on her back. The sharp sound echoed in the quiet night. Su gasped, quickly covering her mouth. She glared at him, half complaining. What was that for? Their playful banter continued, and Su grew bolder, climbing onto Xia Chen like an octopus, wrapping herself around him. But Xia Chen suddenly warned, there's a fourth-ranked Gu master stationed outside. If you make too much noise, we might attract unnecessary trouble. His words snapped Su back to reality, her pupils contracting in alarm. Despite cradling the soft beauty in his arms, Xia Chen's gaze remained sharp and alert. He was acutely aware that on someone else's turf, indulgence in carnal desires could indeed lead to a blade hanging precariously overhead. Many heroes have succumbed to the allure of beauty, and it's been wisely advised long before never engage in romantic relationships with colleagues or business partners in the workplace. It's a slippery slope that can lead to trouble. At dawn, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Su's eyes fluttered open in a haze, her hand brushing against the warm body of a man. You're awake? Xia Chen's gentle voice sounded beside her. As Su's mind cleared, she suddenly realized her clothing was reduced to just her innerwear. Before she could say anything, Xia Chen quickly explained. You held on to me tightly all night. You said you felt hot and took it off yourself. I didn't touch you. Su looked down at her exposed, fair skin, biting her lip as her gaze turned complicated and landed on Xia Chen. Don't look at me like that. You really took it off yourself. Xia Chen hurriedly defended himself, shaking his head. As if I'd ask you to take responsibility. Do you really need to distance yourself so quickly? Su glared at Xia Chen, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. She bit her lip hard, holding back her emotions as she turned away to get dressed. That's not what I meant. Xia Chen protested, his eyes darting to Su's smooth, jade-like back. He scrambled to explain, but Su could no longer hold back her tears. They rolled down her cheeks as she spoke, her voice trembling. Do you think? Just because I'm in a place like this, am someone who doesn't care about my reputation? You clearly look down on me, yet you still shared a bed with me, treating me like someone casual. She turned abruptly, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Xia Chen. Do you think I'm dirty? Let me tell you, I've never let a man touch me before. Except for you. Back at Qingya Pavilion, I used my illusion skills to trap those men in fantasies. Realizing she couldn't stop her tears, Su quickly turned away again, continuing to dress before stepping off the bed. I didn't mean it like that, Xia Chen said calmly, refraining from further elaboration. He realized he had overstepped. As someone from a modern era, he had seen physical contact as something ordinary, forgetting that in ancient times, such actions could ruin a woman's reputation even if she was a secret agent for the imperial court. After some time, Su finally turned back to Xia Chen, wiping away her tears. Her tone had returned to its usual coldness. It's daylight. Aren't you leaving? Or do you need me to help you comb your hair this time? Fully dressed, Xia Chen prepared to leave, but glanced back at her before stepping out. Once this matter is resolved, it'll ensure a thorough crackdown across the capital. With that, he disappeared through the window. Su stood there, staring blankly in the direction Xia Chen had left. Love, inexplicable and consuming, had taken root in her heart. In the morning, Xia Chen stepped into the lantern-bearer's yamen. Xia Chen quickly approached and whispered in his ear. Young master, there were no unusual movements last night. Summon the 5 hall leaders for a meeting, Xia Chen said calmly. In recent days, he had stationed covert operatives to monitor the residences of all suspects to prevent any sudden attempts at escape. Xia Chen nodded and left to deliver the orders. Originally, Xia Chen had planned to close the net that evening, but to avoid unforeseen complications, he decided to act immediately. Moments later, in the courtyard of the yamen, the 5 hall leaders Jingping, Cui Hu, Lu Qian, and others gathered. Su Xingqian, Yu Shaoqian, Xia Wan, and Zhang Wanliao were also present. As soon as everyone arrived, they could sense the heavy tension in the air. Everyone is here. Let's have a brief meeting, Xia Chen said, scanning the group with sharp eyes. Lu Chun, present. Lu Chen immediately stood up. You will lead your team, along with Xing Ping, mobilizing both halls to apprehend Dong Yun of the 8th Division, Xia Chen instructed, handing over an arrest warrant. Detain his entire family and imprison them. If they resist, you may execute them on the spot, but try to capture him alive. I will assign skilled fighters to accompany you. This statement sent a jolt through the group. Dong Yun was the head of the 8th Division. Such a significant operation was no small matter. Lu Chen accepted the warrant with a solemn expression and assured, "Rest assured, my lord, he will not escape." Xia Chen then turned to the newly promoted hall leader and handed him a list. You will lead your team to take down these individuals. The list included the names of 3 Qianhu commanders and 7 Baihu officers. Chuihu, Xia Chen continued, handing over another order. Go to the Yulin Guard and mobilize reinforcements to assist in this operation. This is a major case, and while we need to make the arrests, we must also ensure the stability of the capital. The group realized that the capital would likely be shaken today. Xia Chen cast a final glance around the room. The rest of you will follow me. The operation begins in half an hour. If anyone leaks information in advance, their entire family will be executed. In the barracks, as noon approached, soldiers donned their armor while whispering among themselves, wondering what had transpired. Even the commanders at the Qianhu level were unaware of the specifics of the operation. However, military orders were absolute, and their duty was simply to obey. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The group was fully armed and ready to move out. Outside the camp, Xia Chen sat astride a tall white horse, clad in golden armor, with a crimson long blade slung diagonally across his back. His presence exuded an aura of sharp determination. The sunlight gleamed off his armor, casting dazzling reflections. Sir, the 1st and 3rd Divisions are assembled and ready. Chuihu and another division leader reported in unison, bowing with their fists clasped in salute. Everyone, follow me. We're going to raid a house. Xia Chen's voice was commanding, sharp as a drawn sword. The thunderous sound of hooves erupted, shaking the ground of the entire capital. The torchbearers' procession surged down the central avenue in an imposing display. Street vendors and passers-by stopped in their tracks, their faces turning pale with fear. In the roadside taverns, patrons who had been leisurely sipping tea watched their trembling cups and hurriedly settled their bills, fleeing to avoid being caught up in trouble. The torchbearers haven't mobilized like this in ages. Which high-ranking official is about to fall? Quick, go report to the master. Speculation buzzed along the streets. Meanwhile, some young scholars who had recently arrived in the capital for their exams were captivated by the scene, especially by Xia Chen at the forefront. That general looks so young. Now that's what a real man should aspire to be. Following closely behind Xia Chen were Chuihu, Xia Qian, Xia Wan, Zhang Wanliao, and others. Zhang Wanliao, in particular, wore a mix of excitement and nervousness on his face. Just 3 months ago, he had been a prisoner, and now he was part of such a significant operation. Sir, the target is just ahead. Yu Shaoqian leaned in and said quietly to Xia Chen. The 6th Division Chief, Wang Zhengze, resides in this alley. Since returning to the capital, he has mostly stayed home drinking tea and raising birds, only occasionally going to the office for official duties. He hasn't left his house today. Xia Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through the distance, landing on the courtyard where a middle-aged man, who had been sipping tea in a rocking chair, now stood alert. His expression was heavy, and his eyes glinted with hostility as he stared toward the gate. He knows we're here. No need to conceal ourselves. Surround him directly, and be prepared for him to strike suddenly. Xia Chen spurred his horse forward, leading the charge. Seeing this, the morale of the group behind him surged instantly. Who dares to act so brazenly here? The gates of the royal mansion burst open with a thunderous sound, and a squad of guards clad in the distinctive uniforms of the lantern-bearers rushed out, their long blades gleaming coldly. However, upon seeing the scene outside, their initial bravado quickly withered, for the mansion was surrounded by none other than the lantern-bearers themselves. Lord Xia, what is the meaning of this? Wu Baihu, the leader of the guards, sheathed his blade, his expression turning grave as he looked at Xia Chen. Xia Chen fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. Wu Baihu, since when did the lantern-bearers become mere servants of the Wang family? Wu Baihu was momentarily speechless, his eyes scanning the crowd behind Xia Chen, his heart growing heavier with unease. Step aside, Xia Chen said coldly. We are all colleagues here. I'd rather not resort to lethal force. Director Xia, this is Director Wang's residence. What justification do you have for surrounding it like this? Wu Baihu's eyes sharpened with a glint of killing intent as he drew his blade once more. Quite the display of authority, Lord Xia. A stern voice rang out from within the courtyard. Wang Zengzi strode out confidently, followed closely by a Qianhu officer. Xia Chen retrieved a document from his robe, the official seal clearly visible. Lord Wang, this is an arrest warrant issued by the commander. Please come with us to the Yamen. Wang Zengzi's expression darkened instantly. With a wave of his right hand, a gleaming spear shot through the air, landing firmly in his grasp. Brothers, Xia Chen has forged official documents and is abusing his power. Take him down. At his command, dozens of powerful household guards surged forward, each a skilled martial artist. Leading the charge himself, Wang Zengzi thrust his spear like a dragon, aiming directly for Xia Chen's vital points. He knew that if he were captured, there would be no chance of redemption. His only hope lay in capturing Xia Chen first and breaking through the encirclement. Behind him, the Qianhu officer, the lantern bearers, and the household guards all drew their blades and clashed in a chaotic melee. Wu Baihu, however, hesitated, his mind racing. Who would dare forge an arrest warrant? That would be a death wish. Someone behind him urgently asked, Sir, should we intervene? Don't act rashly. Something's not right. Wu Baihu quickly stepped back, his instincts telling him to wait. Xia Chen stood his ground, unshaken by the ferocity of Wang Zengzi's advance or the overwhelming aura emanating from him. His expression remained calm. Anyone who draws their blades have no mercy. Kill them all. At his command, the aura of those behind him surged explosively. Military crossbows fired in unison, a storm of bolts raining down like pear blossoms in a spring storm, instantly riddling the frontmost guards with arrows. Blood splattered across the ground, staining it crimson. Wang Zengzi charged forward like a bolt of lightning, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Chen, paying no heed to the slaughtered servants around him. A distance of 5 meters was nothing more than a breath span for a fourth-rank martial artist. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a smirk, silently mocking Xia Chen for being too young. If they had encountered each other on an open battlefield with Xia Chen leading his elite troops, Wang would have exercised caution. But here, in the narrow alleys of the capital, he could end Xia Chen's life in an instant. Just as he was basking in his confidence, a sudden flash of cold light streaked across the air, precisely intercepting the tip of his spear. The clash of metal sent sparks flying, abruptly halting Wang Zengzi's seemingly unstoppable assault. The immense recoil forced him to step back 2 paces, shattering the stone pavement beneath his feet. As he steadied himself and looked ahead, he saw a middle-aged man standing expressionless in front of Xia Chen, a blade in hand. The man appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an overwhelming aura of fiery energy that made it hard to breathe. Xinchengnan. Wang Zengzi's face darkened as his heart sank. Did you really think I was just a child, Lord Wang? Xia Chen finally broke his silence, a smile spreading across his face. To capture a fourth-rank martial artist like you, why wouldn't I bring someone formidable along? This was the very help he had requested from Marshal Ma Song. The lantern bearers, aside from their 4 fourth-rank department heads, had 15 additional fourth-rank experts directly under the marshal's command, 19 in total. This was the foundation of their ability to command respect in both the court and the martial world. Wang Zengzi, lay down your spear and surrender to Lord Xia. Shen Qingnan's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. As the third-ranked expert among the lantern bearers' fourth-rank fighters, he hardly considered Wang Zengzi a threat. You seek to harm a loyal servant of the state. I, Wang Zengzi, will never yield. Wang Zengzi roared, his face filled with righteous defiance. Channeling all his energy into his spear, he lunged forward with a fierce thrust that seemed to pierce through the void itself. Yet, this seemingly desperate strike was but a feint. After taking only 3 steps forward, he suddenly turned and leapt toward the rooftops, attempting to flee. Shen Chengnan remained motionless in the face of the spear's ferocity, effortlessly deflecting the attack with a casual swing of his blade. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared behind Wang Zengzi. Sensing the danger at his back, Wang Zengzi desperately accelerated. But a glowing orb descended from the sky and slammed into his chest with tremendous force. He was sent crashing down into the alley, as though struck by a galloping horse, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to lift his head, he saw a valiant woman in golden armor standing atop the rooftop, a shimmering orb of light dancing in her hand. Morongya. Wang Zengzi gritted his teeth as he uttered her name, despair consuming him entirely. Xia Chen watched everything quietly, his gaze calm and composed. Lord Wang, if you know what's good for you, surrender now. Even if you break through the encirclement, you won't escape the capital. There's no place left in the world for you. His voice was steady, yet carried an undeniable chill. Wang Zengzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his cold, piercing eyes fixed on Xia Chen, who sat atop a tall white horse. You really think highly of me, kid? Bringing Xinchengnan wasn't enough, you even called for Morongya? Faced with the addition of the formidable 4th-grade sorcerer Morongya, Wang Zongzi knew his chances of escaping were slim. Yet he refused to show weakness. Gripping his spear tightly, he charged at Xia Chen like a cannonball. If he was going to die today, he would take this young man down with him. In an instant, Shen Chengnan stepped in front of Xia Chen, his blade flashing fiercely as it struck toward Wang Zongzi. Like an impenetrable wall of steel, he stood firm, unfazed by Wang Zongzi's furious attacks. Master Murong, please assist us and take this criminal down quickly, Xia Chen called out, looking up at Murongya, who stood on the rooftop, poised and commanding. Fourth-grade warriors were known for their divine strength, and even for a skilled fighter like Shan Qingnan, subduing one required considerable effort. Murongya glanced at Xia Chen silently, then unleashed a radiant burst of light from her palm. The glowing sphere shot toward Wang Zongzi like a meteor, igniting the battlefield with dazzling flashes and a chilling aura. As Xia Chen turned his focus to the battle unfolding at the Wang family gates, his unique eyes suddenly glowed, and a sense of danger surged in his heart. A cold blade silently darted toward him. Acting on instinct, he drew his crimson long blade from his waist and struck fiercely in the direction of the threat. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed, and the force of the impact caused his white horse to stagger back 2 steps. Brother Chen, watch out. Sir, are you all right? Xiao Wen and Zhang Wenliao, who were locked in combat nearby, immediately noticed the sudden attack. They pushed back their opponents and quickly moved towards Xia Chen. The attacker turned out to be a captain under Wang Zongzi's command. His face was filled with shock. Despite being a 5th-grade warrior, he had assumed his ambush would be a guaranteed success. Yet Xia Chen, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, not only sensed the attack but effortlessly deflected his lethal strike. Interesting, Xia Chen said expressionlessly, shaking his hand before dismounting steadily from his horse. Xiao Wen approached quickly, concern evident on his face. Brother Chen, are you all right? Over recent months, nourished by jade liquor, jade tea, and body refinement pills, along with the aid of a small restorative pill, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade. His combat strength had greatly improved, and he was merely waiting for the right moment to break through to the 7th grade. A 7th-grade martial artist under the age of 12, Xiao Wen stared in disbelief at the Qianhu who had launched the sneak attack, his long blade already raised and poised to strike. Xia Chen grabbed his arm firmly, his voice calm yet resolute. Go help the others. He's a 5th-grade warrior. You're not his match yet. I'll handle him. With that, Xia Chen hefted his crimson blade and advanced toward the Qianhu step by step. As he moved, his demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. His previously gentle and composed presence turned into a sharp, menacing aura. The air around him seemed to ripple with heat, distorted by the boiling energy emanating from his body. Waves of scorching intensity radiated outward. Xiao Wen looked on in shock at his 3rd brother. The elder sibling, who was usually composed and steady in the capital, now exuded a terrifying battle intent. In truth, Xia Chen had a deeply ingrained love for combat, though his high position often left him with little opportunity to fight personally. Facing a 5th-grade martial artist today was the perfect chance to hone his blade technique. Kill! Xia Chen let out a low shout, his pace suddenly quickening. He leapt into the air like a great rock spreading its wings, bringing his blade down in a powerful arc from above. The strike seemed simple and unadorned, yet it carried the force of a blazing sun, its searing edge making the Qianhu's expression change instantly. The Qianhu retreated swiftly, light as a swallow, before thrusting his sword forward, its icy gleam flashing sharply. Their weapons clashed with a shower of sparks, the impact evenly matched. The Qianhu was inwardly stunned. This so-called martial arts failure had grown to such a formidable level. At just 17 years old, Xia Chen had likely already reached the 5th or even 6th grade, an achievement that was nothing short of astonishing. I've never deliberately concealed my strength, Xia Chen said calmly, his eyes burning with intensified battle intent. The capital is simply too peaceful, and worthy opponents are rare. Since you've come to me, let me test my blade's edge. The battle grew fiercer, the clash of sword and blade creating a dazzling storm of sparks. The intensity of their duel made the area around them impossible for ordinary people to approach. This battlefield was second in ferocity only to the 4th-grade battle raging nearby. Meanwhile, the lantern-bearer had subdued all remaining resistance, and everyone's attention was drawn to this electrifying fight. The onlookers were stunned. The man they knew as composed and refined was now fighting with unmatched ferocity. Despite his blood pumping with adrenaline, Xia Chen's mind remained cold and focused. His strikes were straightforward and unpretentious, yet each carried the overwhelming power of a crashing tidal wave. The Qianhu was beginning to falter. His sword hand trembled slightly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Each of Xia Chen's strikes was like a rising sun, blazing and unstoppable. The Qianhu's sword, imbued with an icy chill, was being forced to heat up under the relentless onslaught. Xia Chen's aura grew increasingly powerful, his eyes gleaming with a sharp brilliance. In this fierce duel, he could predict every strike of his opponent's sword with uncanny precision, as if he had foreseen the trajectory of the blade slicing through the air. Qianhu's fighting spirit, however, was steadily waning. His pride, the flying swallow sword technique, renowned for its speed and unpredictability, was now completely countered by Xia Chen. Every strike from Xia Chen's blade landed precisely on the tip of Qianhu's sword, an eerie display of premonition that sent chills down his spine. As the battle progressed, Qianhu's condition deteriorated rapidly. By the 30th exchange, his grip faltered, and blood seeped from his cracked palm, staining the hilt of his sword. By the 60th exchange, a lightning-quick slash forced him into a hasty block, leaving blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Xia Chen showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, his strikes grew even more ferocious. When the duel surpassed 100 moves, Xia Chen's blade finally broke through Qianhu's defenses, leaving a bloodied gash across his chest. Qianhu staggered backward, cold sweat streaming down his face. Knew that if he had been even a fraction slower, that strike would have cleaved him in two. Xia Chen cast a glance at another battlefield nearby, where the battle of the fourth-rank warriors was nearing its conclusion. His gaze sharpened. It's time to end this. This blade is called Dawn, and you will be its first witness. The long blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling radiance as he swung it. For a fleeting moment, the onlookers seemed to see a beam of white light cutting through the dark ocean, separating the sky from the sea. A radiant sun emerged from the horizon, its light illuminating the world. As the blinding light subsided, Qianhu's eyes widened in shock. A diagonal line of blood appeared from his forehead down to his torso. In the next instant, blood spurted forth, and his body, once fortified to the 5th rank, akin to an impenetrable fortress, was cleaved in half. This commander, usually gentle and scholarly in demeanor, had revealed a chilling capacity for decisive slaughter. Xia Chen sheathed his blade without a trace of emotion and issued his order: clean up the battlefield. Take everyone into custody. Soon, his subordinates stormed into the royal residence, dragging out 3 women and 2 boys in their early teens, their cries of terror echoing through the air. Seal off the Wang family estate. All documents and records must be thoroughly examined. Xia Chen mounted his white horse once more, swiftly resuming his role as a composed and methodical commander, efficiently orchestrating the follow-up operations. He turned his gaze to the other side. Over there, Wang Zongzi was struggling desperately under the onslaught of 2 4th-tier experts, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. In just 3 breaths, Shen Qianan delivered a powerful kick to Wang Zongzi's chest, while at the same moment, the light sphere in Murong Ye's hand struck fiercely against his back, shattering all his resistance in an instant. Sir, we found a secret letter in Wang Zongzi's study. A subordinate rushed over and handed over the letter. Xia Chen unfolded the letter and gave it a quick glance, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The letter detailed Daewu's troop deployment information and the grain transport routes. With this solid evidence, there was no chance for Wang Zongzi to turn the tables. Take everyone into custody, Xia Chen commanded, his gaze sweeping toward the alleyway. The crowd that had gathered outside the alley and on the city walls to watch immediately dispersed like startled birds. Many thanks to you both for your assistance this time. Xia Chen cupped his hands in gratitude toward Shen Qianan and Murong Ye. No need for thanks, Lord Xia. It's our duty. Murong Ye responded heartily, and Shen Qianan nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Xia, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, Shen Qianan said with a smile. Hold on, there's still an important matter that requires your support, Xia Chen said, his words causing the two to tense. They understood well that if their help was still needed, it must involve dealing with another 4th-tier expert. The number of 4th-tier experts within the Lantern Bearers was limited. Aside from the 15 members who did not participate in daily management, the remaining ones were high-ranking department chiefs. As they knew, Xia Chen had already sent people to apprehend the 8th department chief, Dong Yun. Murong Ye sighed inwardly. Out of the 9 departments, 3 chiefs had turned out to be enemy spies. Such deep infiltration, comprising nearly 1/3 of the Lantern Bearers, would undoubtedly create an uproar in court and provoke the emperor's fury. Lord Xia, your cultivation is truly impressive. Shen Qianan, usually silent, suddenly spoke up along the way. My skills are far inferior to yours, Lord Shen. Xia Chen, riding on a white horse, smiled gently, once again displaying the demeanor of a refined scholar. At the young age of 17, you've already slain a 5th-tier expert and grasped the essence of blade intent. Such accomplishments were far beyond my reach at your age, Shen Qianan said, his eyes glowing with admiration, more animated than when he had fought Wang Zongzi earlier. I did gain some insights while practicing with my blade in the courtyard recently, Xia Chen admitted openly. There was no need to hide such matters from a blade master like Shen Qianan. Murong Ye, valiant and spirited, listened quietly to their conversation, occasionally glancing with curiosity at the handsome young man. Your talent is truly unparalleled, Lord Xia. Those rumors labeling you as a martial arts failure are utterly laughable. If even you are considered a failure, then there wouldn't be any geniuses left in this world. Xin Shenan, typically reserved, seemed unusually talkative today. As someone with a natural gift for blade technique since childhood, he deeply understood that despite years of rigorous training, he had only approached the threshold of blade intent after advancing to the 4th tier. Yet, this young man before him had already mastered it. Such talent was undeniably awe-inspiring. Zhang Wenliao stood quietly on the side, listening to the conversation between his lord and this 4th-rank expert. In his mind, a 4th-rank master was a renowned figure across the land, someone he never thought he would encounter. But now, following his lord, he had the chance to witness such a scene. What shocked him even more was the strength his lord displayed. Had always believed his lord's greatest strength was his intelligence, especially since rumors in the capital claimed his lord's talent in martial arts was mediocre. But after witnessing his lord's skills firsthand, he realized just how absurd those rumors were. Once this matter is settled, why don't we find a chance to spar? Xin Chengnan couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke, quickly adding, just comparing sword techniques, the essence of the blade. Though the difference between 4th rank and 5th rank was just one level, the 4th rank represented the pinnacle of mortal achievement, with a significant gap in strength between the two. No problem, Xia Chen readily agreed. In the capital, he rarely had the opportunity to engage in combat, let alone refine his blade techniques. Xin Chengnan was an ideal opponent, strong enough that there was no risk of accidentally injuring him. As they continued their conversation, the group rode swiftly onward. Soon, they passed through the central avenue and returned to the Lantern Bearers' headquarters. Follow me to the dungeon, Xia Chen commanded sternly as they entered, still fully armed and exuding authority. Lord Xia. In the dungeon, Li Tongzhu Li Fan, who had been rather courteous during the rescue of Yu Shaoqian, quickly stood up upon seeing Xia Chen enter with his men. Lock these people in the 4th-level cells, Xia Chen ordered calmly. The prisoners included Wang Zengzi's family members, loyal followers, and Wu Baihu, who had refrained from drawing his blade earlier. Li Fan's gaze fell on one particular prisoner, and he was instantly horrified. That man, bound in heavy iron chains and dragged along like a lifeless dog, was none other than the 6th Division Chief, Wang Zengzi. You personally guard these prisoners. Until I return, no one is allowed to enter, not the Lantern Bearers, nor anyone from your confinement division. If anything goes wrong, you will share the same fate. Xia Chen coldly fixed his gaze on Li Fan. Though Xia Chen was not his direct superior, Li Fan broke into a cold sweat, not daring to disobey. He realized that turmoil within the Lantern Bearers was brewing, perhaps as significant as when the former commander Lu Li had been overthrown. Where is your division chief? Xia Chen asked after handing over the prisoners, excluding Wang Zengzi, to Li Fan. In the 8th level, Li Fan replied nervously. Could it be that even their division chief was about to face trouble? Let's go, Xia Chen said with an expressionless face, leading the group deeper into the dungeon. Sir, isn't this Chief Xia a bit too domineering? This is the territory of the Confinement Division, and we are members of the Confinement Division too. Yet his orders are even more commanding than those of our own chief. Someone behind Li Fan couldn't help but grumble. Silence. Li Fan turned around and coldly stared at his subordinate. Never speak those words again. If you have any grievances, keep them to yourself. Words can bring disaster, you understand? Sir, that prisoner who wasn't handed over to us, the subordinate asked cautiously. He was covered in blood, disheveled. I couldn't see clearly who it was. That was Wang Zengzi, the 6th Division Chief, Li Fan replied gravely. And the ones being held are his family and servants. What? The subordinate gasped, quickly covering his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. After hesitating for a moment, he asked again, then, they went to the 8th level to find the chief for what reason? Li Fan gazed at the entrance to the tunnel where Xia Chen had disappeared, leading to the 8th level dungeon. He murmured softly, the winds are stirring. As Xia Chen and his group descended further, they reached the heavily guarded 3rd level. Along the way, they were repeatedly stopped and questioned. Which division are you from? What are you doing bringing so many people into the dungeon? Each time, Xia Chen silently presented the documents, and the previously aggressive officials from the custody division immediately backed down, allowing them to pass without further questions. Deep in the 8th level dungeon, there was an elegantly furnished building. Inside, Wang Chuanguang sat leisurely, sipping tea, while a hall master stood respectfully before him. Have you found out why Xia Chen led people out of the yamen? Wang Chuanguang asked, his tone calm, but a flicker of unease shone in his eyes. Sir, the informants reported that Xia Chen took his men to Wang Zengzi's residence. They've already clashed, but the specifics are still unclear. Went to Wang Zengzi's residence? Wang Chuanguang abruptly stood up. What was their excuse for taking action? That, we're not sure yet, sir. Wang Chuanguang's expression darkened, his emotions shifting. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "We need to leave here immediately." Before his words fully landed, the door burst open. Xia Chen entered with his lantern bearers, fully armed, dragging behind him Wang Zongzi, covered in blood and chained like a lifeless dog. "Master Wang, you seem to be enjoying yourself, sipping tea in the dim confines of this dungeon," Xia Chen said mockingly. The lantern bearers around them were on high alert, some already drawing their long blades. Wang Chuingguang scanned the room, his pupils contracting sharply. "Wang Chuingguang, this is an arrest warrant issued by the commander. You are hereby relieved of your duties. Come with us now," Xia Chen said coldly. "Anyone who dares to obstruct will be charged with treason and their entire family executed. I don't want to shed the blood of my own men, but if anyone dares to act, they will be cut down on the spot." As Xia Chen finished speaking, a commotion erupted among the onlookers. The expressions on their faces shifted from disdain to fear as they finally realized this was no mere internal dispute, but a dire case that concerned the survival of the entire clan. Some instinctively stepped back, abandoning their aggressive stances. Others glanced nervously between the document in Xia Chen's hand and their own swords, hesitating before finally sheathing their blades. However, dozens of loyal followers stood their ground, their faces fierce and unyielding as they blocked Xia Chen's path. Wang Chuingguang's face turned ashen. Watching his subordinates retreat one by one, he gritted his teeth in fury. "Cowards! Useless fools I've been feeding for nothing." Xia Chen's gaze swept calmly over Wang Chuingguang and the defiant loyalists, his expression unervingly composed. He uttered just one chilling word: "Kill." The flash of blades was instantaneous, and the air filled with the shouts of battle. The group behind Xia Chen drew their weapons in perfect unison, the metallic clangs ringing incessantly. At the same time, Shin Chengnan and Murong Yaru moved like lightning, breaking through the crowd and heading straight for Wang Chuingguang. The dungeon erupted into the fiercest skirmish it had seen in decades. Amid the chaos of flashing swords and clashing steel, the prisoners on the 8th level, where the most dangerous criminals were held, were alarmed. Their cells echoed with unrest, some even thinking a jailbreak was underway. The wardens who had chosen to retreat turned pale as they watched. Xia Chen's decisive and ruthless actions made them realize that Director Wang Chuingguang might truly have committed a grave offense. 15 minutes later, the battle ended abruptly. Wang Chuingguang lay in a pool of blood, chains piercing his body as he coughed up blood incessantly. Xia Chen, however, did not spare him a glance. Instead, he turned to another man Qian who pinned underfoot. His chest collapsed. With an arrest warrant in hand, "Why did you still try to stop me?" Xia Chen asked. Qian Yuejun, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, suddenly smiled. "Lord Xia, I know defiance is a capital offense. But in this world, there are things more important than life, loyalty, and righteousness. My life was saved by Lord Wang. Now that he is in trouble, how could I possibly retreat? Do you have a wife, children, or elderly parents at home? Have you not thought of them?" Xia Chen asked, as if genuinely perplexed. "Ha ha ha." Qian Yuejun's laughter echoed through the interrogation room. "Yes, I have wronged them, but if everyone only cared about their families and feared annihilation, would there still be loyal subjects in this world?" His gaze was resolute, and his tone grew firmer. "If everyone in Dawu feared extermination, it would only be a matter of time before we were conquered by Qing or Feng. A nation without loyal subjects cannot endure. If everyone feared death, how could history be filled with those who willingly sacrificed themselves for their country and earned a place in the annals of time?" The crowd was moved by Qian Yuejun's fearless attitude in the face of death. Some, who had previously hesitated, now wore expressions of shame. However, there were still those whose gazes remained cold, as though watching a fool unaware of the gravity of his situation, scoffing at his actions. "Well said. There are things greater than life and death." Xia Chen laughed in agreement, but his tone suddenly shifted, his gaze turning icy. "Take this man to the dungeon, and interrogate his entire family as well." "Yes, sir." Someone immediately responded, leading a team to carry out the order. Qian Yuejun's expression changed as he lay on the ground, but in the end, his gaze dimmed, and he fell silent. "If you want to be a loyal subject, you must accept the price that comes with it." News spread like wildfire through the capital. Though the lantern bearers reported directly to the emperor, Xia Chen's actions in storming the city could not escape the notice of certain influential figures. In the cabinet, 7 senior ministers were discussing state affairs. Lin Zihan stood behind elder minister Yang Yinhe, learning from him. Suddenly, hurried footsteps broke the silence of the room. "I've told you before, stay calm in the face of major events. Even if the sky falls, the 7 of us will hold it up." Lin Shofu frowned as he looked at He Liqing, who had rushed in. "You're nearly 30, yet still so impatient?" He Liqing, the top scorer in the last imperial examination, held a relatively low position but was being groomed as a future cabinet member. After bowing to the officials present, he quickly reported the latest news from the lantern bearers. 2 directors had been arrested. A fierce battle involving fourth-rank officials had broken out, resulting in heavy casualties. Wang Zhengze had been taken away in chains, and several commanders and officers had also been detained. At this moment, Ma Song and Xia Chen were already in the palace meeting with the emperor. Lin Zihan's expression grew serious as he glanced at his father, Lin Hanpu, who held his teacup with a contemplative look. Is this because of Lu Li? Are these people being labeled as Lu Li's followers, and the emperor intends to purge the lantern bearers? Yang Yinhe asked gravely. There's another possibility. Lin Shoufu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his eyes sharp. These people might all be enemy spies, which is why Xia Chen dared to act so boldly. The room fell into stunned silence. 2 directors, along with numerous commanders and officers, all enemy spies? The very idea was staggering. The room was enveloped in silence. Yang Yinhe leisurely stroked his graying beard, his eyes gleaming with profound intensity. If the Grand Chancellor's judgment was accurate, the court would soon face another storm. Lin Zihan and He Liqing, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. Their expressions turning grave. 2 department heads were revealed to be secret spies. How many state secrets had already been leaked? Meanwhile, in the garden of Princess Yaoguang's residence, Yaoguang stood with her back to Ziyue and Li Wei, facing a vibrant cluster of blooming flowers. Both Wang Zhengze and Dong Yun have been captured? Yaoguang gently brushed her jade-like fingers over a blossoming flower before her. Yes, Ziyue replied solemnly. There's also news of a suspected fight in the Lantern Bearer's dungeon, possibly involving Director Wang Chuanguang. The details remain tightly sealed. What about Xia Chen? He has entered the palace with Ma Song. Yaoguang gazed into the distance, her voice calm and steady. Instruct our people to act with caution. After today, the lantern bearers will undoubtedly undergo a major purge. Father will be furious first. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince were found to have planted agents, and now spies are discovered at the director level. The lantern bearers have become a sieve leaking from every corner. She paused briefly before continuing. By the way, the autumn imperial examinations are approaching. Keep an eye on the impoverished scholars. Provide assistance to those in need. Select a few talented ones, they may prove useful in the future. At the same time, within the palace, Emperor Wen violently smashed an exquisite teacup onto the ground. The emperor, usually donned in a Taoist robe and adorned with prayer beads, was now ablaze with fury. Useless fools. That Lu Li deserves to die. Your Majesty, I am to blame. Ma Song immediately knelt and confessed. The emperor quickly regained his composure, clutching his prayer beads as he murmured a Buddhist mantra. However, his gaze grew colder. You have only just taken charge of the lantern bearers. This matter is not your fault. He paused. Investigate thoroughly. Root out everyone in the inspectorate and the Imperial City Division. Turning to Xia Chen, who remained silent on the side, the emperor's expression softened slightly. Xia Chen, you handled this matter well. All credit goes to your Majesty's wise leadership. I dare not claim any merit, Xia Chen quickly replied, feigning humility. No need to be modest. Discovering the traitor within 3 months is a significant achievement. What reward do you desire? Your Majesty already granted me a special promotion last time. I dare not ask for more. Merit must be rewarded. I leave it entirely to your Majesty's discretion. Whatever your Majesty bestows, I shall gratefully accept, Xia Chen responded with a respectful smile. Emperor Wen listened without any change in his expression, but a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He greatly appreciated obedient and compliant officials like this, and the feeling of being in total control was something he thoroughly enjoyed. Very well, Emperor Wen said slowly. This great achievement is enough to warrant a promotion for you. However, you are only 17 years old. The last time you were promoted, there were already murmurs of discontent. Promoting you again now, to a third-ranked official at just 17, would indeed seem too young. He paused for a moment. I hear your establishment, Tian Shangju, is earning a fortune daily, so you must no longer be in need of wealth. I will record this merit for now, and when the time is right, I promise you won't be disappointed. Everything will be as your Majesty decides. Xia Chen replied without hesitation. To him, the emperor's favor was the foundation of everything. Achievements would naturally follow. Emperor Wen nodded in satisfaction and continued. You will take full charge of the follow-up on this matter. Ma Song, you are to fully support Xia Chen and ensure that all spies from Fenghua and Qinghua are captured. Yes, your Majesty. Ma Song responded at once. I will not fail your Majesty's trust. Xia Chen pledged solemnly. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw, Emperor Wen said, waving his hand as he prepared to return to his spiritual practices. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Xia Chen suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of both the emperor and Ma Song. Xia Chen smiled and said, Your Majesty, you may know that my Tian Shangju has 7 floors, with the top floor designed especially for you. However, As your majesty is often occupied with state affairs and unable to visit, I have specially brought a jar of the finest Baiyu wine from Tianshangju. The finest Baiyu wine? Emperor Wen raised an eyebrow. Though he resided deep within the palace, he was well informed about all matters in the capital. As far as he knew, Tianshangju only sold high-quality Baiyu wine, and it had never been sold outside. Yes, your majesty. The brewing method for this finest Baiyu wine has long been lost. I was fortunate to acquire just 5 caddies of it. Only someone of your majesty's esteemed status is worthy of tasting it, Xia Chen explained respectfully. Emperor Wen nodded slightly. Since you've brought it, let's have a taste. At Xia Chen's call, a eunuch soon entered carrying the wine jar, followed by another eunuch bringing in the wine utensils. Let me handle it, your grace. One of the eunuchs offered, reaching for the jar. No need, I'll do it myself, Xia Chen said as he personally opened the jar. The rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the hall, catching the attention of even the palace maids in the distance, who couldn't help but glance over in surprise. As the fragrance of the wine spread, even the usually composed Emperor Wen couldn't help but be moved. He keenly noticed that as the aroma entered his body, his internal energy became slightly restless, and his cultivation seemed to have improved a bit. What surprised him even more was the sudden clarity of his mind, with his thoughts becoming sharper and more agile. Your Majesty truly has a discerning eye, Xia Chen said respectfully. This supreme Baiyu wine is indeed highly beneficial for cultivation. Not only that, it enhances comprehension and helps one achieve enlightenment. I heard that your majesty has recently been studying Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, so I specially present this wine to assist your majesty in your insights. You've been thoughtful, Emperor Wen said as his gaze shifted between Xia Chen and the Baiyu wine, nodding in satisfaction. This son-in-law was indeed remarkable, capable, and considerate. He inwardly rejoiced at the brilliance of the match trading a princess for such a reliable ally. Moreover, this son-in-law might one day serve as a means to divide the Xia family. Although Yao Guang was destined to marry, this seemingly accidental marriage now appeared to be a fortunate turn of events. Unaware of the emperor's inner thoughts, Xia Chen respectfully poured the wine for him. The emerald green liquid shimmered like jade. This so-called supreme Baiyu wine was actually a diluted version, mixed at a ratio of 1:5 with ordinary wine. The original undiluted version, the ultimate Baiyu wine, was reserved solely for Xia Chen himself. Your Majesty, such a fine wine is truly worthy of someone as noble as you, Xia Chen said with a smile, showcasing an acting prowess worthy of an award. Hearing this, Emperor Wen's expression grew even more relaxed. He lifted the cup and slowly drank the wine. Instantly, he closed his eyes to savor the experience. A potent energy coursed through his body, invigorating his meridians and flesh. His understanding of the Taoist and Buddhist scriptures in his mind also became significantly clearer. Excellent wine, truly excellent. After a long pause, Emperor Wen opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering in them. Standing nearby, Ma Song couldn't help but swallow as he stared at the exquisite wine in Xia Chen's hands. He had once tasted high-grade Baiyu wine and knew just how extraordinary it was. Seeing the emperor so enraptured, he could only imagine how much better this supreme version must be. Noticing Ma Song's covetous gaze, Emperor Wen initially considered rewarding him with a cup. However, as he recalled the unparalleled flavor he had just experienced, he ultimately pretended not to see it. This jar of wine is so rare that only someone as distinguished as him deserves to enjoy it. As Emperor Wen finished speaking, he turned to Xia Chen, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Xia Chen, your contribution of this wine is commendable. I must reward you for this. Go to the royal treasury and choose a treasure. Xia Chen respectfully bowed and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this is merely a token of my loyalty. There is no need for a reward. Hearing this, Emperor Wen was even more moved. He thought to himself, this gesture reflects both a courtier's loyalty to his ruler and a son-in-law's filial respect for his father-in-law. He immediately summoned eunuch Yi, the envoy who had delivered the imperial edict to the Xia family earlier, and instructed him, no, a reward is necessary. Yi Jin, take my decree and escort him to the royal secret vault to select an item. Sensing the moment was right, Xia Chen's expression showed a trace of excitement, though his gaze remained composed. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, since you insist on rewarding me, I humbly request one specific item. Oh, what is it? The emperor asked. Your Majesty, I have recently been studying Taoist classics and have developed a keen interest in Taoist culture. I have heard that the royal collection includes a painting titled The Celestial Palace of Peace. I humbly request your permission to have it. At these words, Emperor Wen pictured the painting in his mind. It was indeed said to be a masterpiece created by a Taoist sage, with intricate craftsmanship and an ancient origin. However, in his eyes, it was nothing more than a piece of art, with no practical value for cultivation. Are you certain? The royal treasury contains many rare treasures. I am certain, Your Majesty. I only wish for this painting, Xia Chen replied with firm resolve. Seeing that Xia Chen sought no precious jewels or treasures, but merely a simple painting, Emperor Wen became even more satisfied with his son-in-law, convinced that his offering of wine was truly sincere. Though he did not openly praise him, he took note of this in his heart. Very well. Since you have made your decision, the painting is yours. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xia Chen exclaimed, feigning ecstatic gratitude. As he left the palace, Xia Chen's calm demeanor concealed his growing exhilaration. The Celestial Palace of Peace in the royal collection was the genuine original. Though it appeared to be an ordinary painting now, once the world experienced the revival of spiritual energy, it would transform into a sacred weapon and reveal the visualization technique of the Celestial Palace of Peace. In his previous life, this technique had ranked 6th on the Player Forum's list of cultivation methods, an unparalleled treasure coveted by countless people. Outside the palace, Ma Song gazed at the handsome young man beside him, Xia Chen, feeling a surge of complex emotions. In this case, he had felt almost invisible, while this subordinate shone brilliantly, becoming the undisputed protagonist. He quickly adjusted his mindset, reminding himself that this young man was the imperial son-in-law. Though he too bowed before the emperor, as the emperor's son-in-law and a member of the prestigious Shandong Marquis household, Xia Chen's status was naturally extraordinary. Reflecting on how he himself had been chosen as the commander precisely because of his years of staying low-key and avoiding competition, Ma Song became increasingly aware of his role as a transitional figure. In terms of ability, he was indeed no match for his predecessor, Lu Li. Thinking of Lu Li, Ma Song couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That former commander had made great contributions to Dawu, spending over 2 decades gathering intelligence and helping secure countless victories in foreign campaigns. Yet now, due to a few mistakes, he had incurred the emperor's wrath and condemnation. This only reinforced Ma Song's determination. He sought no fame or glory, only a life of safety and peace. As Ma Song was lost in thought, Unification emerged from the grand hall, holding a finely crafted scroll. Xia Chen smiled warmly and thanked the elderly eunuch, who was at least a third-rank master. In this era, such masters were exceedingly rare, with only a handful in all of Dawu. It was precisely why Xia Chen's father had shaken the world and laid the foundation for victory in the Great War when he slew a third-rank demon on the Eastern Wasteland battlefield. Unification carried himself with a gentle demeanor, showing no trace of the imposing air one might expect from a peerless master. He had a very favorable impression of the young man before him, from Xia Chen's respectful and courteous manner during their first meeting at the Marquis residence to his dazzling performance in court. Every aspect of Xia Chen was praiseworthy. Xia Chen carefully took the Taiping Immortal Palace scroll from the eunuch and unfurled it. In an instant, a magnificent and majestic celestial palace seemed to leap off the paper, as if it truly stood high above the 33 heavens. Deep within Xia Chen's eyes, a chaotic aura stirred as his gaze split into sun, moon, and stars, allowing him to perceive the mysterious Tao rhythm flowing within the painting. Every stroke and line carried profound principles, and the world within the painting seemed almost real. Retracting his gaze, Xia Chen's lips curled into a brilliant smile. This was none other than the original Taiping Immortal Palace scroll, and what's more, it was a sacred artifact containing a small world within it. The future holds the potential for brilliant radiance. After leaving the palace, Xia Chen immediately took action, launching a large-scale arrest operation targeting those involved within the Lantern Bearers. In no time, the Lantern Bearers' prison was filled with their own members. Shortly after, Ma Song announced a shocking decision. Xia Chen would immediately assume the role of director of the confinement division, taking full control of the Lantern Bearers' prison. From this day forward, Xia Chen's words are my words. Ma Song's voice echoed through the headquarters of the Lantern Bearers. With this declaration, the entire organization fell into silence. Everyone had expected that the new commander might delegate authority, but no one anticipated it would be to such an extent, one person overseeing 2 divisions, with absolute authority. With 3 division directors already detained in the prison, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Was this the beginning of the Xia Chen era? By the afternoon, the remaining 5 division directors of the Lantern Bearers visited Xia Chen's courtyard together. Over a pot of tea, all 5 expressed their allegiance, pledging to follow Xia Chen's lead from then on. As night fell, the news spread like wildfire across the capital. 3 division directors of the Lantern Bearers have been turned against, all captured by Xia Chen. I heard it was only 2. When did it become 3? Out of 9 division directors, 3 have defected. Shock and disbelief filled the air. In the Lu Su Pavilion on Suyu Street, Su Su, veiled in white, sat quietly in the upper loft, listening to the discussions below. Her expression remained calm, unruffled. She had already learned of this news the previous night. Rumors on the streets claimed that the emperor was furious and that the Lantern Bearers had been purged by Lord Xia that afternoon, capturing a large number of spies from the Grand Daching Inspection Bureau. The Grand Daching has gone too far, infiltrating our Lantern Bearers. Good thing it was discovered in time. If war broke out and they disrupted the rear, it would have been disastrous. Though people usually avoided any association with the lantern bearers, during times of conflict between the two nations, everyone instinctively sided with them. Miss, Dong Yun has also been captured. What should we do? Su Su's maid, Xiao Huan, asked anxiously in a low voice. Su Su's expression remained unchanged. She had only revealed intelligence about the inspection bureau last night, omitting any mention of Dong Yun. However, since Xia Chen had already identified Dong Yun as a suspect, he would not let him off easily. For a spy of Dong Yun's caliber, unless he fled to Qing country, there was little chance of survival. If she were in Xia Chen's position, she would do the same. Since last night, she had foreseen Dong Yun's grim fate. The only action she could take was to ensure the withdrawal of covert operatives below the rank of centurion from the capital in time. Relay the order, Su Su said calmly. All covert operations in the capital are to be cancelled immediately. Everyone must go into hiding at once. Anyone who has had contact with the lantern bearer's spies must leave the capital immediately. She clearly remembered Xia Chen's words. This matter is far from over, and even larger actions are yet to come. In the following days, the capital city was gripped by panic. The streets were patrolled incessantly by armored imperial guards and heavily armed lantern keepers, their heavy footsteps echoing without pause. A series of household raids left everyone in the city on edge, fearing they might be mistaken for spies of an enemy nation and arrested. Even the scholars who had just arrived in the capital, initially carrying themselves with a certain pride, were now intimidated by the lantern keepers' ruthless methods. From high-ranking officials to common street rogues, the lantern keepers showed no mercy, sweeping up everyone in their path. Lantern Keepers Headquarters. We've pinpointed the location of the Inspection Bureau's leader in the capital. Su Xingchen burst into the room with hurried steps, clutching a stack of documents in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. During this time, he and Yu Shaoqian had tirelessly interrogated the captured spies, uncovering one hideout after another. The information extracted from each prisoner was like pieces of a puzzle. Through their analysis and reasoning, they had finally pieced together the entire covert network of the Inspection Bureau in the capital and identified the location of its leader. When Su Xingchen first accepted Xia Chen's mission, he didn't take it too seriously. But as the investigation deepened, he realized the spies operated with remarkable skill, directed by a mastermind of extraordinary cunning. This challenge ignited his competitive spirit, and he threw himself into the task wholeheartedly, mobilizing the entire Hawkeye division to engage in a battle of wits with the elusive mastermind. Over the course of more than 2 months, even with Su Xingchen's intellect, it took every ounce of his effort to untangle the intricate web of clues. But in the end, the contest of minds concluded with his triumph. Summon the team. Have Xin Chengnan and Murong Ye come here immediately. We're starting the operation now. Xia Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he issued the command. His goal was not only to root out the mole among the lantern keepers, but also to completely dismantle the Inspection Bureau's spy network in the capital. That afternoon, the lantern keepers mobilized in full force once again. Xiaowen and Zhang Wenliao led the charge on horseback, followed by a large detachment of soldiers. Wherever they passed, pedestrians quickly stepped aside to make way. At the same time, a group of young scholars was strolling along the central avenue. Among them was the youngest, Wang En, a 16-year-old scholar with the courtesy name Zisher. With the exuberance of youth, he marveled at the grandeur of the capital. The streets of this city are truly wide, far surpassing those of Jiangzhou. Is that the imperial palace over there? The emperor resides within. Even the ordinary citizens of the capital carry themselves with a demeanor unlike those in Jiangzhou. He and 5 fellow townsmen had come to the capital for the imperial examination, and they were now engrossed in the splendor of the city. Shaolin, the capital is quite something, isn't it? A young man around 25 or 26 glanced at Wang And as their group arrived in the bustling city. A playful glint flashed in his eyes as he added, "We'll settle into the inn first, and tonight I'll take you to Suyu Street to broaden your horizons. The Qinhuai River in Jiangzhou may be lively, but it still can't compare to the flair of Suyu Street here in the capital." Suyu Street? Is it a place where they sell jade? Wang En blinked innocently, his curiosity piqued. Haha, Shaoan is still young. Don't you all dare lead him astray. Dehuide, a composed young man in his early 20s, quickly intervened. Though he wasn't the oldest among the 6 companions, his steady demeanor had made him the group's anchor. These students from Jiangzhou had traveled together to take the imperial exams, supporting each other along the way until they finally reached the capital. As the group marveled at the vibrant sights of the city, a deafening rumble of hooves suddenly echoed in the distance, like an army on the move. The ground trembled violently as 2 riders sped forth like bolts of lightning. Make way. Dehuida's expression shifted as he hurriedly pulled the youngest, Wang En, to the side of the road. These scholarly men, unaccustomed to such chaos, were left shaken and startled by the scene. This is the capital who dares to act so recklessly? The eldest among them, a 28-year-old who was on his second trip to the capital for the exams, frowned in disapproval. His prior experience with the city had made him more familiar with its ways. Before anyone could respond, a cloud of yellow dust rose in the distance. A fully armed cavalry unit surged forward like an unstoppable iron tide, their armor gleaming menacingly under the sun. At the forefront of the formation rode a young general, commanding attention with his imposing presence. He was astride a magnificent white horse, donned in golden armor, with a crimson blade encrusted with jewels hanging at his waist. What stunned the onlookers even more was the general's age. He was merely a youth, no older than 16 or 17. His features were finely chiseled, his sharp eyes piercing like cold stars. The golden armor did not overshadow his youthful vitality, but instead amplified his strikingly heroic aura. The iron cavalry thundered past, leaving the group in awe. It was only after the dust had settled that Di Huide and his companions regained their senses, bursting into an animated discussion. Such remarkable valor! What an imposing presence! That young general is truly extraordinary. This is what a real man should aspire to be. The capital is indeed full of hidden talents. What an incredible figure! Their hearts remained restless, deeply moved by the astonishing spectacle they had just witnessed. The group watched Xia Chen ride away, their hearts unable to settle for a long time. 16-year-old Wang An, filled with excitement, couldn't hold back his emotions. He thumped his chest and declared loudly, "One day, I'll be a great general like him." Di Huai turned to the older Li Shan and asked, "Brotherly, you've spent time in the capital. Do you know who that young general is?" Li Shan shook his head. "I don't. But judging by the insignias on their cavalry, they must be from the lantern bearers, not the regular imperial guards." He couldn't hide his own excitement as he added, "As expected of the capital." Nearby, an old man selling candied hawthorn with a face full of wrinkles overheard their conversation and chuckled. "Ah, scholars from out of town. That young man has quite the background. Please enlighten us, sir." Wang An eagerly stepped forward, still deeply impressed by the demeanor of the young general. Though Wang An was already regarded as a prodigy back in Jiangzhou, encountering someone of similar age who had already made a name for himself in the grand capital stirred a storm of emotions within him. The old man cast a meaningful glance at his candied hawthorn stall. Wang An immediately understood, pulling out some silver and buying 6 skewers to share with his companions. Then, unable to contain himself, he pressed, "Please, sir, tell us, who is he? Have you heard of the Marquis of Zhendong's household?" The old man began leisurely, clearly enjoying the suspense. "Of course," Wang An blurted out. "That young man is the eldest son of the Marquis of Anong," the old man said, stroking his beard. "No wonder he carries himself with such poise. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Li Shen exclaimed. "I've heard that the Marquis of Anong achieved a great victory against the demon clans on the Eastern Wasteland battlefield." The old man added, "Not only that, but he's also a prince consort, the fiancé of Princess Yaguang. In the capital, aside from the princes and princesses, who could possibly compare to him?" The group was stunned once again. Even the usually composed Di Huide couldn't help but glance back in the direction where Xia Chen had disappeared. "Do you know how old this young man is and what position he holds?" the old man asked, clearly reveling in their reactions. Di Huide pondered aloud. "Judging by his age, he must be in his teens. With his status, I'd guess he holds a rank of 6th or 7th grade." The old man scoffed at the young man's timid reaction, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. "Let me tell you that Lord Xia is no ordinary person. At just 17 years old, he's already the chief of the Lantern Bearers, a 4th-rank official. Not long ago, he single-handedly apprehended 3 fellow chiefs who turned out to be spies from an enemy nation. Now, he oversees 2 divisions of the Lantern Bearers. In the entire system, only the commander outranks him in authority." Wang An's eyes widened in astonishment. So young, and already a 4th-rank official? And in the Lantern Bearers no less. The others' expressions shifted repeatedly, their faces clouding with discouragement as they thought about their own lack of official status. The old man seemed to read their thoughts and continued, "Don't assume he got there because of his background. There are plenty of noble offspring in the capital, but none have achieved what Lord Xia has. Recently, he not only rooted out spies hidden within the Lantern Bearers, but he's also been conducting city-wide raids. It won't be long before every enemy agent in the capital is eradicated. With him around, even the brilliant Princess Chang of Defeng would have no choice but to admit defeat." He let out a hearty laugh. "No wonder he's the son of Marquis and Dong. The Xia family has truly produced a remarkable young talent." Someone in the crowd remarked with admiration. The sugar-coated fruit vendor, seeing the 6 of them so engaged, lowered his voice and said, "You all seem like honest folks, so let me share a little inside scoop. But don't say you heard it from me." Wang An's eyes lit up, his curiosity about this Lord Xia, who was only a year older than him, thoroughly piqued. "Please, sir, tell us. We won't breathe a word of it to anyone. Although Lord Xia is the eldest son of the Xia family, his relationship with his family isn't great. Especially with Marquis and Dongthier almost like strangers. Why is that? Li Shun exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth in embarrassment. The old man began recounting the tale in vivid detail. When he was young, he didn't show much aptitude for martial arts, so the family didn't pay him much attention. Marquis and Dong left for the Eastern Wilderness battlefield when he was just 3 and had another son the next year, one with extraordinary talent. Marquis and Dong stayed away for 14 years, rarely even sending letters. Now, Lord Xia has even moved out of the Marquis residence to live on his own. Listening to this, Di Huide couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Lord Xia's story reminded him of his own situation, stirring both admiration and bitterness in his heart. At 17, Lord Xia was already independent and accomplished, while he still had to endure indignities at home just to continue his studies and prepare for the imperial exams. The stark contrast only deepened the weight in his heart. The theater hall was in complete disarray. Traces of battle were everywhere, and the blood-stained floors spoke of the ferocity of the recent fight. A 4th-grade martial artist was impaled by chains, his body mangled and bound in place. In front of Xia Chen knelt a refined man in his 30s. This man was Zhao Kong. Despite his dire situation, his gaze remained calm and composed, showing no trace of panic. A 4th-grade martial artist, a 4th-grade sorcerer, and then you, the head of the 6th-grade scholars, Xia Chen said with a meaningful smile. Your Feng kingdom certainly spares no expense. This is the capital of an enemy nation. Naturally, we must tread carefully in our operations here, Zhao Kong replied evenly. Even with his face smeared with dirt, he maintained an air of unshaken composure. Xia Chen crouched down, his piercing gaze locking onto Zhao Kong's eyes. You're the head of the Jincha Bureau in the capital, but there must be someone behind you. Over the past month, our clashes in the shadows have been relentless. Then, all of a sudden, your command style changed, causing my people to miss their marks several times. Tell me, who's the real strategist behind all this? Hearing this, Zhao Kong burst into laughter. Lord Xia, I have no excuse for being outmatched. Do as you wish, kill me or torture me, but I won't say a word. Why didn't you run? Xia Chen suddenly shifted the topic. This question clearly struck a nerve. Zhao Kong's pupils contracted sharply, and a crack appeared in his previously composed demeanor. Xia Chen stood up, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. You should have received word and had the chance to escape. I'm guessing you stayed behind as a diversion, to let the real leader slip away. This may be your base of operations, but the critical data has likely already been transferred or destroyed, leaving behind nothing but expendable scraps. Zhao Kong struggled to sit up straight, the shock now evident in his eyes, replacing his earlier calm. Truly worthy of the reputation you've built over this past month, Lord Xia, Zhao Kong said with a bitter smile. But it's already too late. Based on the timing, the leader should have already passed through the western gate. We have our people waiting outside the west gate. That 4th-rank sorcerer has already broken through the encirclement and escaped. With him by the leader's side, chasing them now would be futile. In at most 2 days, the leader will reach the northern border and enter the Defeng territory. Zhao Kong said with a smile, shaking his head as he looked at Xia Chen. Though they had lost this battle, the final victory wasn't entirely claimed by their opponents either. Are you sure you're not celebrating too soon? Xia Chen asked, his expression puzzled. I'm not telling you this to show off my intelligence, but to ask. Within our lantern bearers, there must still be some of your people, correct? Xia Chen's words caused the smile on Zhao Kong's face to freeze instantly. After a brief pause, he shook his head again. Master Xia, don't get your hopes up about me. These matters are known only to the leader. Xia Chen silently stared at him for a moment before nodding. If that's the case, then I'll ask your leader myself. With that, he looked toward the entrance of the opera house. Master, please bring him in. As soon as his words fell, a serene-looking Master Tianhai, draped in a monk's robe, walked in. Chanting a Buddhist mantra, he carried a man in his 40s in his right hand. Mr. Qian, Zhao Kong exclaimed in shock upon seeing the man, his composure completely shattered. Since I already knew about this, of course, I made some preparations in advance, Xia Chen said calmly, casting a glance at Zhao Kong before turning his gaze to the man addressed as Mr. Qian. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted. Qian Junzi, dressed in a Taoist robe and smiling faintly, appeared at the entrance. At his feet lay the 4th-rank sorcerer who had previously escaped. The man brought in by Master Tianhai dusted himself off and stood up voluntarily. His demeanor was similar to Zhao Kong's, but exuded a deeper sense of wisdom. He didn't resemble a spy, but rather a great scholar. He began recounting his story. At 30 years old, he was merely a scholar, despite his talent for serving the world. No one recognized his abilities until the Princess Royal gave him an opportunity to fulfill his ambitions. Master Xia, tell me, How could I betray such an enlightened ruler? He asked. Xia Chen shook his head calmly. You couldn't. That's why, regarding the inspection bureau and the Princess Royal, I won't say a single word, Mr. Qian said with a serene smile. I should have died the moment Master Tianhai stopped me, but I couldn't resist the desire to meet the legendary Xia Chen. Now my wish has been fulfilled. As he finished speaking, his body began to emit a radiant glow. As the sages say, a gentleman sacrifices his life for righteousness. Before the words had fully settled, a surge of immense moral energy erupted from his body. Within the brilliance, his vitality rapidly drained away, an extraordinary phenomenon unique to the fifth-rank Confucian state of Wenda. Dead. Just like that? Zhang Wenliao murmured to himself as he stared at the scene before him. As someone who had grown up on the rough streets, he once again felt a profound shock in his heart. He recalled the moment in the lantern-bearer's prison when they captured Wang Chuanguang. At that time, a Qianhu named Qian Yuejun had said something similar. Some things are above life and death. Those words still echoed in his ears. In Zhang's deeply ingrained worldview, life was priceless and belonged solely to oneself. But the scene before him had completely overturned his understanding. Take the rest of them back to the lantern-bearer's prison, Xia Chen ordered the others, casually tossing a small tin of tea leaves to Xin Junzi before turning and disappearing through the grand doorway. Su Xingqian stood silently to the side the entire time. His gaze lingered on the lifeless body of Mr. Qian for a moment before shifting to the direction where Xia Chen had departed. A flicker of thought crossed his eyes. Take him back and give him a proper burial, Su Xingqian said. Looking at Mr. Qian's body, though he was from an enemy nation, he was a man worthy of respect. Xia Chen, now rid of his armor and dressed in plain clothes, moved swiftly through the bustling streets of the capital. His eyes were fixed on the flickering red, on the system interface. His entire presence seemed to fade, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the alleyways. Passing through the towering city gates, he headed north, his pace growing faster with every step. Half an hour later, Xia Chen stood beside a hillside, overlooking the winding road below. His gaze pierced through the layers of mountainous terrain, locking onto a lone figure on horseback galloping in the distance. That figure was Li Shi, riding with a grave expression as he hurried along. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his body, raising every hair on his skin. He abruptly pulled on the reins, turning his head sharply, only to see a strikingly handsome young man already standing behind him. My lord! Li Shi's scalp tingled, and he swallowed hard, his throat dry. Li Shi, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Xia Chen asked calmly. Lantern bearers leaving the capital must report in advance. What's with the luggage you're carrying? Beads of cold sweat dripped down Li Shi's forehead as he realized there was no way to deceive Xia Chen. This man was as sharp as a demon, though his tone was filled with feigned curiosity. Xia Chen clearly already knew the truth. Li Shi dismounted, falling to his knees in desperation. Please, my lord, spare me. Li Shi, you've been with me for quite some time now, Xia Chen said, his tone calm but his eyes devoid of emotion. But you've disappointed me. It's my fault, my lord. Li Shi hung his head, his heart sinking into despair. As the first subordinate Xia Chen had recruited in the Imperial Guard, he knew this man far too well. There was no escaping his fate today. The calmer Xia Chen appeared, the more dangerous he seemed. He stood amidst the mountains outside the capital, a crimson longsword slung diagonally across his back, his gaze steady as he looked at Li Shi before him. The distant landscape, usually a scenic spot for outings, was now enveloped in an air of grim hostility. That day you took me to Qingya courtyard. It was all a setup, wasn't it? You wanted to use me to get rid of Qingya, Xia Chen said. Li Shi's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. He had long anticipated his fate, and the fear seemed to have dissipated. Xia Chen continued. I actually started suspecting you that very day. Everything was just too coincidental, too meticulously planned. And the more perfect the plan, the more suspicious I became. You know I never trust anyone. Simply because it was too well planned, you began to doubt me? Li Shi asked calmly. The day after the case was resolved, I looked into you, Xia Chen sighed. You have a strict wife at home, and you care deeply for her. You've never frequented brothels or entertainment houses, let alone a refined place like Qingya Courtyard. Yet, you seemed unusually familiar with it. That was my second clue. Xia Chen's gaze grew colder. During that time, the Imperial Guard's outposts in the capital were being systematically destroyed by the lantern bearers. It was all because of the information you and your people leaked. You chose me back then because I was just a low-ranking officer in the Imperial Army, eager to prove myself. You leaked too much to the lantern bearers, fearing it would raise suspicion, so you decided to use me? Li Zai's face betrayed a flicker of shock. Xia Chen's deductions were spot on, as if he could see straight into the depths of Li Zai's mind. But what you didn't expect, Xia Chen continued, was that I would reject the easy credit you handed me. Instead of targeting the Imperial Guard, I gleaned critical information from them, and uncovered your inspection bureau schemes behind the scenes. It's ironic your own plan backfired. Impressive, truly impressive, Li Shi said with a mix of admiration and resignation in his eyes. Now that we've come to this point, there's no point in hiding anything. Yes, at first, we only wanted you to eliminate Xia. But who would have thought your ambitions were so grand? You'd rather offend the lantern bearers than miss the chance to claim such monumental credit. We underestimated your ambition. From the night Xia Chen attended the brothel to listen to music, his relentless blows against the Jinsha Institute began, like a chain of dominoes falling one after another. It started with a series of events that led to Lu Li's downfall, followed by internal reform within the lantern bearers, which saw Ma Song rise to power. Subsequently, Xia Chen took control of the Yingyan division, relentlessly pursuing his objectives and completely dismantling the Jinsha Institute's spy network in the capital. Li Shi stood motionless, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It was he who had personally brought Xia Chen to that brothel, unaware that this single act would backfire so disastrously. Now cornered by Xia Chen with no way out, he couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of fate. 3 months ago, who could have imagined that a mere 7th-rank captain could stir such a monumental storm? That day, when I led the Imperial Guards out, you thought our target was the Royal Guard Bureau, but in truth, I went to Baiwei Tower to apprehend an actor, Xia Chen said calmly. You immediately used a secret method to send a message, which is why I found nothing at the 3rd location. These past days, every failed attempt to apprehend Jinsha Institute members has been thanks to you, hasn't it? Xia Chen continued. At first, I only had deep suspicions about you but wasn't sure which side you were loyal to. Over the past few days, however, I've become completely certain that you are a spy for the Jinsha Institute. The information I shared solely with you became the evidence I needed to confirm it. Li Shi finally understood that while he thought he had gained access to Xia Chen's inner circle, he had, in fact, fallen into a carefully laid trap. It's over. I've lost. Please, make your move, he sighed, closing his eyes. Don't you have anything to say to me? Xia Chen asked expressionlessly. At this point, you still choose silence. It seems you do harbor resentment toward me and plan to take your secrets to the grave. Li Zai's eyes shot open, just as he was about to speak. But Xia Chen suddenly shifted the conversation. This morning, when the city gates opened, your family boarded a carriage heading north, didn't they? If your whole family is determined to go north, why even bother? These words pierced Li Zai's heart like a dagger. He had been certain that his family was already on their way to Fenghua, believing that even if he perished, at least they would be safe. But Xia Chen's words shattered his confidence in an instant. I've suspected you for a while, and a few days ago, I confirmed it beyond doubt. If today is the day to close the net, how could I possibly overlook this detail? Did you notice that Xia Chen, Xia Wen, and Xia Hao have been absent from my side all morning? Xia Chen said with a meaningful smile. Li Shi could no longer maintain his composure. He fell to his knees with a thud. Please, spare them. They know nothing about my role as a spy for the Jinsha Institute. They are innocent. Over 3 months of interaction had shown him that this seemingly gentle and refined young man, once resolved to kill, never hesitated in the slightest. Xia Chen gazed at the horizon and let out a long sigh. Humans always regret only when it's too late. Before that, they cling to wishful thinking, gambling for one more chance. He turned to Li Shi, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes suddenly growing cold. I'm not saying all this because I have too much time, or to flaunt my intelligence before your death. Xia Chen took a slow step forward, the crimson blade in his hand gleaming coldly under the moonlight. I'm giving you a chance, waiting for you to confess something willingly. But you've disappointed me. Xia Chen closed in on Li Shi until just 3 feet separated them. You aren't just an undercover agent for the inspection bureau, are you? The words struck Li Shi like a hammer, shattering his last glimmer of hope. His pupils contracted sharply, and terror filled his heart. How? How does he know? From the very first day I took up my post at the Yulin Guard headquarters, you deliberately arranged for me to see Zhao Yu, trying to gauge my reaction. Xia Chen's blade lightly lifted Li Shi's chin. You weren't supposed to be on duty that day, but you conveniently switched shifts. How many coincidences like that can there possibly be in this world? It was all meticulously planned. So, from the start, you were suspicious of me. Everything after that was just to confirm whose pawn I was, Li Shi said, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. Losing to someone as cautious as you? I can't complain. That's right. Xia Chen let out a cold smirk. At first, I thought you were sent by other nobles to trouble me. Then I suspected you might be working for the Imperial City Directorate or the Inspection Bureau. It wasn't until I visited Qingya Courtyard that I ruled out the Imperial City Directorate. But every night, as I re-evaluated everything, I kept sensing an invisible hand orchestrating it all. Xia Chen's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through Li Shi. It wasn't until a few days ago, when I entered the palace to see His Majesty, that I finally confirmed it that hand belongs to the Emperor, doesn't it? You're not just an agent of the Inspection Bureau. You're His Majesty's spy, assigned to monitor my every move. So, you'd rather die than reveal this identity, hoping to ruin my future with your death? Li Shi snapped out of his despair and suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, my lord, I truly underestimated you. Without a shred of evidence, relying solely on intuition, you've deduced everything to this extent. Your intellect is indeed as deep as the ocean. His laughter was filled with defeat. He had hoped to gamble his life in one final ploy, only for Xia Chen to effortlessly see through it. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.